I was clearly the Beastmaster of the strongest lava dragon on the surface, but I was still betrayed by my younger brother on the battlefield of the abyssal behemoth, with a sword piercing directly through my heart. It's all because my brother Linya only needs to kill me to become the next Beastmaster. At this moment, my consciousness gradually became blurred. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back on the day of the contract with the beast. However, my younger brother Linya, after successfully killing me, unfortunately died in battle with the Abyss Master, and we were both reborn back to the day of the contract with the beast. At this moment, Linya, the younger brother, had an extremely excited look in his eyes. I didn't expect that even the heavens want to give me a chance to start over. My dear brother, you must never have thought that I would be reborn. This time, the Beast King can only be me. The fire lizard you contracted with is also mine. In the future, I will nurture it into a lava dragon, even more powerful than the one you nurtured. I will personally kill that Abyss Overlord. Linya's eyes revealed madness. If he had not seen the Master of the Abyss, he would only think that the Beast King was the strongest. But having seen the Master of the Abyss, he knew that there were higher levels above. Beyond the Imperial level, there is the Divine level. He, Linya, will be the first Divine level Beast Master. However, at this moment, I am sitting cross-legged on the bed, quickly operating the spiritual technique to enhance my mental power. Just above the spiritual sea, 6 dim stars are floating. These 6 stars represent the level of the Beast Tamer. By lighting up each star, you can form a contract with a beast. Shortly after, just as I was about to leave, a bright light suddenly appeared in the center of my spiritual sea. In my previous life, such a situation did not occur in my spiritual sea, which left me feeling puzzled. The next moment, information that only appears when awakening the talent of the Beast Sovereign emerged in my mind. Witnessing this, I felt somewhat shocked. In addition to the talent of True Sight Eye that I had already awakened, another Beast Sovereign talent appeared, one that I had never seen before: Beast Sovereign Space. All the spirit beasts that have made a contract with me can enter here to recover from injuries and accelerate their strength enhancement. However, my first Beast-Taming talent, the True Sight Eye, allows me to see the basic information and evolution materials of the beasts, as well as the different evolution paths of the beasts. In my previous life, I was able to cultivate the most ordinary fire lizard into a lava dragon, thanks to the assistance of the True Sight Eye. However, in this life, with the True Sight Eye combined with the Beast Space, I can greatly shorten the time it takes to cultivate beasts in the future. After that, my spiritual power withdrew from the Beast Space, opened the door and prepared to go to the living room. I have not yet contracted my first beast, so I cannot verify the true function of the Beast Space for now. However, in the living room at this time, Linya, the younger brother, was sitting on the sofa, with Lin Xiaolong beside him, who was serious and not smiling. He was in his 40s, with his hair neatly combed. Next to Lin Xiaolong was a well-maintained woman who looked like she was just in her 30s. This was Linya's mother, Zhang Yu, who was also my stepmother. "Dad, let me see the spirit beast egg quickly," Linya said eagerly. "Wait a moment and choose the blue spirit beast egg. Never choose the largest one." Lin Xiaolong looked at Linya and instructed, "Dad, I want to choose by myself, so you don't have to control me." Linya didn't care about Lin Xiaolong's words. "I fell last time. It's impossible this time. He wants to change his fate. Shoyan, listen to your dad. That blue one cost us a lot to buy," Zhang Yu advised from the side. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Linya could only nod in agreement. Anyway, he was the first to choose, and he wanted to choose the fire lizard. When the time comes, he will sign the contract directly, and no one can stop him. Lin Xiaolong looked at the 2 large black boxes next to him, with a hint of heartache in his eyes. In order for Linya to obtain a powerful basic spirit beast, he had paid a great price. However, at this moment, when they saw me coming out of the room, the voices of the few people talking suddenly stopped. "Lin Tian, you came out just in time. Quickly choose a spirit beast egg that you like with Linya, and become a beast tamer soon." Lin Xiaolong stood up from the sofa and placed 2 black boxes on the table. One of the boxes opened, revealing a spirit beast egg wrapped inside. It was a blue spirit beast egg, and when the box was opened, white gas rose from it. At this moment, Linya only glanced at the spirit beast egg and didn't pay much attention to it, but I was somewhat moved by this blue spirit beast egg. Now that I have the beast taming space, as long as I cultivate it well, it won't be much weaker than the magma dragon in the future. According to the plot of the previous life, Linya would definitely choose this spirit beast egg, I thought to myself silently. Next, Lin Xiaolong opened another black box, and an egg with light red patterns appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, my gaze stayed on this egg, which contained the fire lizard that had been with me for 10 years. Linya stared at the egg of the fire lizard with a fiery look. As long as he chose this fire lizard, he could quickly cultivate the strongest emperor-level lava dragon. By then, he would be the strongest beast king, and with the power of the lava dragon, he could reach new heights. Lin Xiaolong did not notice the eyes of the two people. He placed the two spirit beast eggs on the table. Which one of you two wants to choose first? Dad, let me go first. Linya hurriedly stood up and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Linya quickly picked up a fire lizard egg, afraid that I would beat him to it. Upon seeing Linya's choice, Lin Xilang and Zhang Yu's expressions changed at the same time. Even Lin Tian didn't expect Linya to choose this. Xiao Ye, don't fool around. The choice of the first spirit beast is very important. Don't just look at the size of the egg. Zhang Yu chided. This spirit beast egg was just the most ordinary one, and the spirit beast that hatched inside had a very poor foundation and couldn't be cultivated at all. On the contrary, the other one was different. It was a spirit beast cub that she and Lin Xiaolong had handpicked. Son, do you want to reconsider? Lin Xiaolang glanced at Linya. He also didn't want Linya to choose this spirit beast egg. Lin Tian sighed in his heart as he looked at the scene happening in front of him. He only had disappointment for Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu. Now that Linya had chosen this, both of them were trying their best to stop it. When he first chose the green-colored spirit beast egg, these two didn't look good, saying that it was meant for Linya's. Dad, Mom, I want this, trust me. Linya's eyes revealed unprecedented confidence. In the future, your son will definitely be able to become the strongest Imperial Beast Heavenly King. Without waiting for Zhang Yu and Lin Xiaolong to continue stopping, a bright light appeared on Linya's brow, enveloping the spirit beast egg. Son, Zhang Yu exclaimed in shock, but it was too late. Lin Xiaolang's face only changed slightly before returning to its normal appearance. Lin Tian watched from the side, taking in all the changes in the two people's expressions. He mentally said a silent apology, which was his way of apologizing to the fire lizard. For once, he didn't get to choose it, but in his heart, he was already certain that Linya had been reborn just like him. He just didn't know from which timeline he had been reborn. Click! With a crunching sound, cracks appeared on top of the spirit beast egg. In Linya's expectant gaze tinged with madness, a red head burrowed out from inside the eggshell, its large eyes staring at Linya as if it was memorizing its master's appearance. Fire lizards! The moment she saw that it was a fire lizard, Zhang Yu's face went pale and she sat down on the sofa. This kind of fire lizard could be said to be a lousy fire imperial beast with no cultivation value unless it was smashed in with many precious materials. Lin Xiaolang's face was also a bit ugly. Only as a man he controlled his expression very well. Mom and Dad, don't worry, trust your son. I can definitely train this fire lizard to become a giant dragon. Linya comforted his parents with a smile. Since you have this idea, it's naturally good. Lin Xiaolong nodded expressionlessly. Fire lizards can turn into dragons. Hell no. However, Lin Tian believed that just now. Linya's expression that he had inadvertently revealed, as well as the words he had said, had completely betrayed him, which also made Lin Tian a little bitter. Originally it was his own invincible path, but he didn't expect to have an additional variable. Lin Tian, Linya has already chosen his imperial beast. This is yours. Lin Xiaolang looked towards Lin Tian. Linya's gaze also looked towards Lin Tian, with some anticipation in his eyes. There was reluctance in Zhang Yu's gaze. She didn't want to give this spirit beast egg to Lin Tian, but now it belonged to the category of being an arrow on a string that had to be fired. After the first imperial beast was signed, it could not be given up, or else there would be no path of an imperial beast master in this life. Lin Tian came to the table and looked at the cyan-colored spirit beast eggs on the table. The spiritual energy in his mind was active, and a bright light emerged from the center of his brow, enveloping the spirit beast egg. In his senses, there was a little life going on inside this egg. As his spiritual energy appeared, the little being's spiritual energy was also active. The spiritual power of the two connected successfully. Contracts signed. Feeling the little guy inside the spirit beast egg that became active with the completion of the contract, Lin Tian's heart also became excited. Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu also looked nervously at this spirit beast egg. They knew that inside was a very talented spirit beast. What exactly it was still really unclear. With a crunching sound, a tiny crack appeared on top of this spirit beast egg. Hiss! The greenish-colored eggshell was toppled. Underneath the eggshell was a small, round, greenish-colored head, not as big as a ping-pong ball, with two small black eyes, looking at Lin Tian. The tiny red snake's letter spat out and cocked its head to look at Lin Tian, the eggshell on top of it falling onto the table with a soft thud. Hello, little one. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. Upon taking a good look at the spirit beast, Lin Xiaolong and Zhang Yu's hearts throbbed, regret to the point of wanting to die. How could they not expect that the spirit beast in here was actually the cub of a king-level spirit beast? Chapter 2 King-grade spirit beast cub. King-level spirit beast cub, green wind snake. Lin Xiaolang wanted to slap Linya with remorse. The number of king-level spirit beast cubs that appeared every year was countless. The first Imperial beast was a king-level cub, so it didn't matter if this Imperial beast master's Imperial beast talent was trash. As long as he put in the effort to cultivate it and didn't have any accidental deaths, he would definitely become a super Imperial beast master in the future. Super beast masters were the backbone of the entire Yin-Yang beastmaster kingdom. Zhang Yu was furious when she saw Linya, who was holding the fire lizard and still giggling. The first Imperial beast that had been hand-picked for him was thus contracted by an adopted child. "Come here, little one." Lin Tian extended his hand over. In his previous life he also had king-level Imperial beasts, but none of them were raised from pups. This was his first king-level Imperial beast pup. The little green snake came out from inside the eggshell. It wasn't very long, about 30 centimeters, fat and cute-looking. The small snake crawled into Lin Tian's palm and slowly came to his arm, bringing a cold touch. A light flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. The Royal Beast talent, Eye of True Sight. Royal Beast, Green Wind Snake. Attribute, Wind. Level Awakening Layer. Skill, Wind Teeth. This spirit beast of his was none other than the wind-type Green Wind Serpent. Right now, the Green Wind Serpent was only awakening, and only when it reached transcendence would Lin Tian's Eye of True Vision be able to see the evolutionary materials and evolutionary route. At this time Lin Tian can be said to be in pain and happy. Pain because the king-level Imperial beast cub rations are a bit expensive. The little money he saved to buy the best estimate is not enough for it to eat for a month. The joy was of course still because of the base of the Green Wind Serpent, which could be cultivated to form a battle force quickly. Lin Tian, I didn't expect you to be so lucky as to be able to obtain the cub of a king-level spirit beast, but this little guy's evolutionary materials aren't that easy to obtain, so don't let me surpass you. Linya looked at the Green Wind Snake with some disdain in his eyes. In his last life, Lin Tian chose the fire lizard and was still able to cultivate it. This time it was the Green Wind Snake. He wanted to see how Lin Tian could cultivate it up. Is the little money Lin Tian earns on the side enough to spend? It's fine. I'll nurture it well. Lin Tian responded with a smile. His gaze went back to the fire lizard. You should also cultivate it well. I'll take it back in the future. This was what Lin Tian had in his heart, wanting him to give up the fire lizard that had followed him for 10 years. Lin Tian didn't think it was possible. Not to mention that the fire lizard could evolve into a giant dragon in the future, just based on Linya's acute nature. If he didn't see any results, would he be able to concentrate on cultivating the fire lizard? Don't worry, I'll train it to become the strongest lava dragon. Linya's mouth carried a faint cold smile. Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu sighed inwardly. It was the truth and there was no better way for them to change it. Since Linya had chosen the fire lizard, they'd give it their full support. As for Lin Tian, they couldn't afford the rations for the king-level spirit beast cubs, so go figure it out on your own. Little Tian, come here with mom for a moment. Zhang Yu looked towards Lin Tian. She walked inside the bedroom. Lin Tian didn't know what was going on in the mind of this adoptive mother of his and could only follow her. The Green Wind Snake crawled onto Lin Tian's head, its tiny head facing forward and its tail drooping behind it. Dad, transfer some money to my bank card. I'm going to buy rations for the fire lizards. Linya said to his old man. Alas, you should have chosen the Green Wind Snake. Lin Xiaolong sighed. Linya frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. Dad, did you forget that my royal beast talent is super growth? Super growth allows the growth of imperial beasts to be accelerated. Statistically it's about 1.5 times that of normal cultivation, which is why Linya was able to become a strong person despite having his spiritual power traumatized in his last life. Since you have your own thoughts in your heart, I won't try to persuade you too much. I'll call you in a while with the money. So go ahead and purchase the fire lizard's rations. Lin Xiaolang shook his head helplessly. In the bedroom, Zhang Yu sat on the bed, looking at Lin Tian who walked in, and then at the Green Wind Snake lying on his head. Mom, is something wrong? Lin Tian stood in front of her. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and pretended to be in some pain. Xiao Tian, although you are our adopted son, we have always treated you as our own son. It's a happy thing that you were able to contract a king-level spirit beast cub, and we as parents are happy as well. But it's rations, as you know, we're afraid we can't afford it. Zhang Yu pointed at the Green Wind Snake on Lin Tian's forehead. Seeing Zhang Yu pointing at himself, the Green Wind Snake on Lin Tian's head spat out its own tongue, a fierce light in its small eyes. Green Wind Snake, what are you doing with this baby? You old lady! Lin Tian felt the inner thoughts of the Green Wind Snake and felt a burst of amusement in his heart, sighing with a sigh of relief that it was worthy of being the cub of a king-level spirit beast. It just had a ferocious nature. Zhang Yu called him out to say this thing. Lin Tian is mentally prepared. What cannot afford to support? Just do not want to give him money. It's good to get rid of it later without the psychological burden. Mom, I won't add to your burdens. Cultivating spirit beasts is originally what I, an Imperial Beast Master, should be doing. I can't add to your pressure. And I have enough money saved up from my part-time job to buy rations for it. Zhang Yu nodded. It's really hard on you, child. Your brother is just an ordinary fire lizard. In the future when you are strong, you must find him a powerful spirit beast to be his royal beast. Mom, that fire lizard of Linya's isn't simple. Maybe we can really let him train into a giant dragon. Lin Tian had a smile on the corner of his eyes. Zhang Yu frowned and said with some displeasure. He's playing with a child's temper. Why are you still like him? How can a fire lizard turn into a giant dragon? Mom, have you ever seen any fire lizard with the same dark color as Linya's one? Lin Tian asked rhetorically. Zhang Yu paused. She also had her own imperial beasts and knew quite a lot about them. When she heard Lin Tian say this and thought about the color of that fire lizard, her heart suddenly became a bit puzzled as well. Could it be that the fire lizard was really different from those crappy fire lizards? No matter what, a fire lizard is still a fire lizard. Let's hope that Linya can train into a giant dragon. Zhang Yu sighed. Mom, it's fine, I'll go back to my room first. What you said, I'll keep it in my mind. Seeing that there was nothing to do by staying, Lin Tian left from the bedroom. When he came to the living room, he didn't see Lin Xiaolang and Linya, and didn't care. Walking back inside his room, the green wind snake climbed from Lin Tian's head to his palm and looked at him with its cute head tilted. Little fellow, I should give you a name. Lin Tian stretched out a finger to touch the green wind snake's small head. How about calling Greenie? Green wind snake shook his head. Stone? Not satisfied. Sibe? Still not satisfied. Ha? Lin Tian scratched his head. In the past when he named the fire lizard, it was called Fire Dragon and people didn't object. How come when it came to the green wind snake, it suddenly didn't work well? Is it because of a good foundation and a high IQ? In that case, how about I call you Green Fury? The green wind snake cocked its head before nodding. Green Fury, that's a better name. From now on, then, you're called Green Fury. Lin Tian revealed a helpless smile. Looking at the fat Green Fury inside his hand, Lin Tian suddenly came up with an idea. He was already a junior Imperial Beast Master, and had also contracted the Green Fury, so with the Imperial Beast space, could he not test the exact effect? Chapter 3, Using Other People's Money to Raise Your Own Imperial Beasts. Green Fury, I'll take you to a place. Lin Tian looked at the fat Green Fury. The summoning spell appeared, and the Green Fury, who had yet to react, disappeared from Lin Tian's palm. A pattern of a green snake appeared on the back of Lin Tian's hand, which was a beast tattoo. After the spirit beasts were contracted, they could all be transformed into beast tattoos that appeared on the body of the Imperial Beast Master, which only facilitated carrying the Imperial beasts, and served no other purpose. These tattoos can be hidden or appear anywhere on the Sentinel's body. Lin Tian used his spiritual power to connect to the Imperial Beast space, and threw the Green Fury into the Imperial Beast space. Green Fury appeared in the Imperial Beast space in a daze. His entire body coiled up and looked at this unfamiliar environment warily. Green Fury, don't be nervous, this is the Imperial Beast space. Feel it carefully, will it help you or not? Lin Tian's spiritual energy was connected to the Green Fury, and at the same time, he felt everything in the Imperial Beast space. The Green Fury was, after all, a freshly born spirit beast cub and was still relatively timid, so Lin Tian needed to take care of it carefully. Hiss! Hearing Lin Tian's voice in the Imperial Beast space, Qingsha obviously relaxed quite a bit. Stinking Beast Master, to throw it into this place. With Lin Tian's comfort, the Green Fury's guts gradually grew as it began to crawl slowly through the Imperial Beast space, making sure that there was no danger before moving swiftly. The Imperial Beast space was a blur in Lin Tian's spiritual perception, and there wasn't much of a scene. But after Qingsha entered, he began to see the scene inside clearly, the same as exploring a game map. It was a proper small world with mountains, water and white cloudy skies, and he wouldn't even be able to find where this little guy was if he didn't pay attention to the Green Fury. After a long time, the mental feedback from the Green Fury came. Cozy, cozy, sleepy sleep. Green Fury's active spiritual energy immediately became undisturbed. Lin Tian immediately noticed where Green Fury had gone. The little fellow was seen climbing up a large tree, with his tail wrapped around a tiny branch, and just falling asleep. Through the connection of his spiritual power, Lin Tian sensed that Green Fury's body was improving in the Imperial Beast space. I guess I can't see it in a short period of time. Tomorrow I should know exactly how effective it is. Lin Tian's spiritual energy withdrew from the Imperial Beast space. Clanking sound. Lin Tian had just sat on his bed when a message tone came from his cell phone. Taking out his cell phone and seeing the familiar avatar and name on it, the corners of Lin Tian's mouth revealed a knowing smile. Gui Yuqian, his good friend. Gui Yuqian, Lin Tian. What's your Imperial Beast? Take a picture and let me see. Lin Tian, a snake. With a bit more luck. Was a king-level spirit beast cub? The wind-type green wind snake. Guayuqian, Omega Omega. Guayuqian, you're not hanging around. Your imperial beast should be a pig. It was obvious that Guayuqian didn't believe Lin Tian. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth revealed a smile. He understood why Guayuqian said that. Lin Tian, what? Is yours a pig? Guayuqian, image JPG. Lin Tian opened the picture. And the curve of his mouth became a little larger. The picture is of a little golden piglet the size of a small chamois, with a round body and a little curly tail, looking very cute. This little guy is gold and has a very earthy name, Dollar Pig. In his last life, Guayuqian's first imperial beast was the Yuanbao pig, and this time there was no mistake. Lin Tian crackled and tapped and sent over a message. Very cute little guy, and just right for you too. Guayuqian's parents owned a company, which belonged to a big company in Chao City, so he was naturally a rich second generation. However, this rich second generation of his was raised out of poverty. Until he was 16 years old, he did not know that his family even had a company. His parents are rich, in the character above, naturally with those extremely poorly educated rich second generation of some difference. This time, for the selection of spirit beasts, Guayuqian tried his best to stop his parents from giving him connections before opening such an ordinary and not so ordinary Yuanbao pig. Ordinary because this pig doesn't have combat power unless it reaches the king level. And there's only one king-level Yuanbao pig in all of Blue Star. And it's still a ING battle scum that's being raised as a mascot. Don't look at the Yuanbao pig's combat power as trash. But many merchants offer it as the god of wealth. Because with this imperial beast, it can really bring them fortune. Moreover, the Yuanbao pig is a bit strange. It is not found in the wild. It cannot be bred or evolved. It will appear when it is supposed to appear. Even in the egg of a giant dragon, this thing may appear. A proper BUG spirit beast. Guayuqian, my parents are quite happy, but it's my choice and there's nothing to regret. So choose a fighting one for the second imperial beast. Guayuqian, tomorrow the spirit beast washing pool is open. Get ready. This is the only time we have a chance to let the spirit beasts wash their roots besides the graduation exams. Guayuqian, oh, it's ordinary people. I'm a rich second generation. Asterisk. If he didn't say that latter sentence, Lin Tian would have wanted to message him back. Right now. Lin Tian just wanted to LOL. Having money is amazing. It's been nourished. However, Guayuqian's words also reminded Lin Tian that he had almost forgotten about this matter after he came back from Rebirth. Third-year students could enter the Spirit Beast washing pool once after becoming a Beast Master. This was a rare opportunity for Lin Tian. After all, he didn't have the money to buy good rations, although the last life was poor. But the good thing is that I can still get by. This time, Lin Tian lay powerless on the bed and opened his cell phone to check the balance on his card. $30,000. That's what he's been saving for the past few years. Go buy rations. Lin Tian left from the bedroom and went to purchase rations for the green wind snake. Lin Xiaolang was looking at his computer inside his study, and standing next to him was Zhang Yu. On the computer screen was a message. How about it? Did you find out any useful information? Zhang Yu inquired. Zhang Yu told Lin Xiaolang about the different skin color of the fire lizards, and asked him to consult a professional who wanted to determine if Linya's fire lizards were really different. What Lin Tian said was true. That was his first imperial beast in his previous life. No one knew his fire lizard better than him. But Zhang Yu was different. She was an adult and wouldn't easily believe Lin Tian's words. But Linya was also very sure that the fire lizard could turn into a giant dragon, which made her a bit uncertain. After asking many professionals in the field of imperial beast cultivation, they all said that fire lizards basically all have the same skin color, and that they had never seen one with a darker complexion like that fire lizard of my son's. A smile also emerged from the corners of Lin Xiaolang's mouth, and all of these people have a unified viewpoint, saying that this fire lizard may have mutated or returned to the present, so we can safely let our son cultivate it. If they all say so, of course we have to cultivate that fire lizard. We can't just let our son cultivate it alone. Zhang Yu got excited. Well, how much savings do we have left? Lin Shurong asked. 3 million is there. Zhang Yu replied. Then take out $2 million and give it to Linya to cultivate fire lizards. Use the best ones, and keep the remaining 1 million to buy him a house. Lin Xiaolang decided immediately. At this time, Lin Tian didn't know that because of his own words, Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu decided to take out 2 million to cultivate the fire lizard. Right now, he was inside the Imperial Beast shop, bargaining with the shopkeeper in order to buy more cheap rations for the Green Fury. Chapter 4: The Clear and Stupid Student. Boy, it's hard for me to make you some money. The boss looked at Lin Tian in front of him with a helpless face. Boss, Spirit Beast rations are very profitable. 31 cans? You're going to make $10 as well. Lin Tian revealed a coy smile. That's $2,700. Lin Tian paid numbly, picked up 3 boxes of rations for young spirit beasts to eat and left. He was afraid that if he left a second later, he would be killed by his boss. At $80 a can, the hard way, he cut it more than half. If he hadn't been aware of the profitability of canning, there would have been no way to hold the owner. He didn't have a lot of money now, and he needed more later on. So if he could save a little, he could save a little. This amount of money he had was also enough for the Green Fury to eat until the 9th level of awakening, and the rations for the Transcendent level in the future would be an even greater expense. What's more, he purchased the most ordinary canned food, and if he wanted to give Green Fury a good meal, the amount of money he had wouldn't be enough for a month. When they returned home, Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu, as well as Lin Yu, were not at home. Lin Tian didn't care. It was not easy for the two of them to come back for a trip. How could they not take Lin Yu to eat a little bit of good food? Sitting on the bed, Lin Tian ruthlessly rubbed his face. He couldn't go on like this. He needed to make out a little shift. Without money, a king-level spirit beast cub would be wasted in his hands. Trying to cultivate it, ration-wise, is the start. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Lin Tian got up and went to work. Damn! More pressure with the first Imperial beast. In the Imperial beast space, Green Fury opened his eyes. I'm going out. At this time, Lin Tian happened to be eating breakfast and directly summoned the Green Fury out. The Green Fury looked at his master in a happy mood and climbed from Lin Tian's arm to his head, occupying the highest position. Lin Tian finished the last bite of the bun and helplessly took this little guy down. Under the state of eye of true sight, he was able to clearly see the current situation of the Green Fury. It's still the awakening tier, and nothing much has changed in terms of level, but in terms of body length, it's about 2 centimeters longer. Lin Tian hadn't cultivated a snake-type spirit beast in his previous life, but he was a good student and knew that a change in body length meant an increase in strength. It was estimated that it wouldn't take much time for Green Fury to enter the second level of awakening. Here, have a can. Lin Tian took out a small can of spirit beast chubby brand rations from inside his bag, opened it and placed it in front of Qing Sha. It was chunks of meat, which Green Fury, being a snake, swallowed easily, probably a little hungry from not having eaten since yesterday. The little guy ate quickly and cleaned up the whole can in a few minutes. Shady businessman. A can has only this little bit of meat. Lin Tian cursed inside his heart. The owner of the Imperial Beast shop sneezed and wondered who had scolded him. A glow briefly appeared on the Green Fury who had eaten the canned food, followed closely by a disappearance. Lin Tian immediately used his eye of true vision to check. Royal Beast, Green Wind Snake. Level, Awakening 2nd level. Skills, Wind Teeth. Binding. Yoo-hoo. Eating a canned food awakens the 2nd layer. And there's an extra skill. It seems the boss isn't a crooked businessman. The canned food is quite good. Next time don't cut so hard. The owner of the Imperial Beast shop had successfully cleared his name with Lin Tian and expressed his willingness to buy again next time. The Green Fiend climbed onto Lin Tian's head again. His eyes closed and he slept. Lin Tian was somewhat helpless and could only go back to school with his Green Fury brand snakeskin green hat on his head. At the Chao City Imperial Beast School, all the 3rd graders were unusually excited, because they became a Royal Beast Master and had their first Royal Beast to show their friends and classmates. Class 3, Lin Tian's class. A teenager holds a blue-eyed husky and excitedly shows it to his friend. I'll show you my first Imperial Beast. If it isn't the head of the ING Demolition Brigade. Husky? What husky? It's a blue-eyed dog. Isn't that still husky? I am a blue-eyed dog. Fine, fine. A blue-eyed dog is a blue-eyed dog. Mine is a gray shadow mouse. How about that? Awesome. It's a darkness system. What's so great about a gray shadow mouse? Have you heard? Class 4's Zhao Hyaming is a king-grade spiritual beast pup raging inferno dog. People have money. We're just ordinary kids. There's nothing we can do. I heard from someone in class 4 that Lin Yu's brother Lin Tian's royal beast is also a king-level spirit beast cub, the Green Wind Snake. Is that true? I don't know. It's probably true. What Lin Yu said can't be false. Gui Yuqian, you have a good relationship with Lin Tian. Do you know what kind of Imperial beast he contracted? Someone suddenly said, and looked at Gui Yuqian who hadn't said anything. The chubby Gui Yuqian was looking out the window with his chin in his hand, and there was a cute little golden pig lying on the desktop, snoozing. Hearing someone call out to him, Gui Yuqian nodded and said, it's the Green Wind Snake. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it really is a king-level spirit beast cub. What kind of luck is this? Why don't I have such a good Imperial beast? Look at what you look like. Don't you guys say that first. I heard that this is Lin Tian robbing Lin Yu's. Originally Lin Yu's was the Green Wind Snake. Really? Then there's still a fake. This is what Lin Yu said himself inside the group. I still have screenshots here. The crowd looked disbelieving. Chen Dai, don't play your ing bull here. How could Lin Tian possibly rob Linya? Don't speak if you don't know how to speak. Gui Yuqian pointed at a teenager with big eyes and cursed. It was even if they didn't hear it, but they even dared to talk about Lin Tian in front of him. Each and every one of them didn't want to live. Chen Dai's face was ugly. Fatty Gua. I know you're on good terms with Lin Tian, but it's really Linya's own words, and you still won't let us talk? Gui Yuqian sneered. Linya, that is also worthy. This is Lin Tian's luck. Linya, this is jealousy. And Linya and Lin Tian originally do not deal with each other. Do not you know? One by one, they grow ears and eyes, but unfortunately they don't ing work. Damn it, I can't control the other classes, but if you dare to talk about Lin Tian for a single word, I'll make you all go on the blacklist of my company's stores. An idle one, not knowing north or southeast. Gui Yuqian gave a fierce output and took out the economic suppression. The third class closed their mouths, and Chen Daqian did not dare to say a word. Being blacklisted will make it a little harder for them to buy things in the future. The industries within Gui Yuqian's family are spread throughout the entire Chao City, and anything unrelated to the Imperial beasts is basically related to his family. Fatty, why do you need to offend the whole class? A man came over and sat next to Gui Yuqian. Gui Yuqian looked to see that it was his friend Dai Hao and grunted. Lin Tian was the one who protected me when I was bullied in the past. If it wasn't for him, I'd have been beaten to death by now. Okay. I know he saved your life. But Linya has been saying in class 4 that it was Lin Tian who robbed him of his Imperial beast. Gui Yuqian slammed the table and said angrily. That. I'm going to find him. Who are you going after? A voice suddenly rang out, and it was Lin Tian, who had a green fury on his head, who came to the class. Chapter 5, Zhao Minghai. Mr. Zhao. Lin Tian, who didn't understand the situation, was still a bit confused as he looked at Gui Yuqian. He had seen some people looking at him with strange gazes since he came to the floor where the third year was located. Now that he walked inside the class, his fellow classmates were looking at him a bit strangely, making him puzzled. I wanted to ask Gui Yuqian what was going on when I heard his angry words. When Gui Yuqian saw that it was Lin Tian, his anger subsided by a large margin. You say, he poked Daiho. Daiho let out a helpless sigh and said, Linya has been saying since yesterday that you're the one who robbed his Imperial beast. It's probably not just the third years who know about it now. I'm guessing quite a few of the first and second years do as well. And the fourth class said they want a statement from you. Lin Tian listened to this with a dumbfounded face, and in his heart, he was also tremendously speechless. This doujinshi is really afraid of him growing up so fast to give him trouble. He still want to live a period of time. However, Lin Tian thought about it differently. This was indeed Linya's style. If jealousy wasn't strong, Linya wouldn't have poisoned him in his previous life. Thinking about poisoning, Lin Tian suddenly realized that he had overlooked such important information. What kind of poison was it that was able to cut off his connection with all the Imperial beasts? In his previous life as the king of royal beasts, he had seen countless powerful spirit beasts, and he knew many spirit beasts that possessed powerful toxicity, but he really didn't know about poisons like the one that could directly cut off all spiritual connections. Fourth shift. This Lin Tian is too much of a bastard to rob Linya's Imperial beast. That's right. You're great because you're an adopted son. Damn. I wish I could catch him and beat him up. Linya, let's go. Let's go find him. Right. This place was clear of people who were verbally abusing Lin Tian and wanted to stand up for Linya. There's no need. We're family. Linya shook his head. In his heart, he kept sneering. He kept lamenting that being reborn was good. Now look at these classmates who were all so stupid and cute. No. He's just a foster son. That's a spirit animal your parents picked out just for you. It's fine. Linya kept waving his hands. I'm just unlucky. It can't just be left like that. We must get a statement from Lin Tian. A man suddenly spoke up. As soon as he spoke, the people in the fourth class quieted down, and each of them looked at him. The teenager was covered in designer labels and wore a valuable mechanical watch on his wrist. He was Zhao Minghai, the other person in the school who had a king-level spirit beast cub, and was on good terms with Linya. Minghai, let's forget about this matter. I've already contracted with the fire lizard anyway, Linya said. You can't just let it go. Bully my brother. Can't spare him. Follow me. Zhao Minghai Dao. Seeing Zhao Minghai leave, the people in class 4 pulled up Linya, who was still sitting, and hooted and hollered as they left the classroom. Lin Tian had just sat in his seat when he saw a group of people outside the window hooting and hollering over. Zhao Minghai and Linya walked at the front and came directly to their classroom in class 3. Lin Tian, get over here. Zhao Minghai pointed at Lin Tian, who had just sat down. Seeing this person in front of him, Lin Tian was still a little confused. thinking about who this person was who was so arrogant to tell him to roll over. But the time was too long ago, so he didn't even think about it for a while. Damn. Zhao Minghai, can you ing speak? Can't speak ing human language. Just get the out. Gui Yuqian originally had a belly full of anger. Seeing Zhao Minghai with a group of people blocked into the classroom, it was even more explosive powder keg. After seeing Linya, Gui Yuqian even unceremoniously cursed. Linya, what kind of dog are you? Even if you're jealous of Lin Tian, you even act as a stirrer. Take your class 4 people out of here and get the hell out of here. Being scolded by Gui Yuqian like this, Zhao Minghai and Linya's faces didn't look too good. Linya looked at Gui Yuqian and sneered. Gui Yuqian, Lin Tian is your father. Defending him so much? You Linya. Don't think that I don't know what's going on inside your head. If you want to bully Lin Tian, you don't look at yourself to see if you're qualified. Listening to Gui Yuqian's tongue-in-cheek here, Lin Tian's head was 2 sizes in one. Gui Yuqian's temper is actually quite good, but I guess he was bullied for a bit too long before, and after he became a rich second generation, he disliked all the things that upset him, and he didn't obey anyone, and belonged to the kind of people who hadn't won any fights, and hadn't lost any of their mouth cannons. Now Lin Tian also finally understood what kind of person this Zhao Minghai fellow was. Even the way he looked at him was a bit pitying. In his previous life, Zhao Minghai didn't have a good ending, letting this guy Linya get screwed over. Gua Chubby, curb your temper. Lin Tian stood up from his position and patted Gui Yuqian's shoulder. He understood that Gui Yuqian was not wanting to let himself be aggravated, but it was his business. Zhao Minghai, do you know where this place is? Before Lin Tian could speak, Dai Hao confronted Zhao Minghai. Of course I know. Zhao Minghai looked at Dai Hao with some uncertainty. You know what this place is? Why don't you take your 4th class scum and get out? What? Think we 3rd class are easy to bully? Dai Hao disliked back nonchalantly. He didn't react as much as Gui Yuqian, but he was the class president. Teenagers of this age, collective honor is still there. Class disagreement, that is class disagreement, but unanimity, that is also no hesitation. Now that Zhao Minghai had brought someone to class 3, it wasn't a matter of one person, but of the entire class. Provocation. Blatant provocation. Sure enough, as Dai Hao's words fell, the people of class 3 each looked at Zhao Minghai and Linya with an unkind gaze, and Chen Dai, who had spoken ill of Lin Tian at the beginning, looked at Zhao Minghai and Linya with the same angry eyes. What kind of person Lin Tian is? Everyone in our 3rd class knows that. Linya and him are nothing compared to each other. That's a world of difference. This I'm not wrong, right? Dai Hao first looked at Zhao Minghai, then at the people inside his own class. Brothers, what if someone bullies our 3rd class? Him. The 3rd class roared collectively. This unanimous roar shook Lin Tian's ears, and the green fury on his head opened its eyes and glared ferociously at these people. He thought to himself that it was worthy of being a young man who had just become a royal beast master. The firepower was just fierce. Unlike him, an old man who was almost 30 years old, who was thinking of meteoric development. The people in class 4 were still really shocked, and one by one, they looked towards Linya and Zhao Minghai. Minghai, let's just forget about it. There are a lot of people in class 3. Linya's eyes rolled and he whispered. Forget it? How can I forget it? I have to take this breath for you. Zhao Minghai's face was a bit unsettled. He was actually really yelled at just now. Is it okay if I say a word? Lin Tian finally found a chance to speak. The gazes of the crowd landed on Lin Tian's body, and the corner of Linya's mouth lifted into a teasing smile. Lin Tian believed that as long as he said them, the group of guys in class 3 really dared to pick up their benches and directly smash them over the head. Behind there are already a few people with a bench in their hands. There is also a ing person with a baseball bat in his hand. This is to kill. If we don't end this farce, people are really going to die. Mr. Zhao, this is between me and Linya. You, an outsider, should not interfere. Lin Tian said. Oh, me an outsider? Linya is my friend. I can't watch him be bullied. Lin Tian, now that we're both royal beast masters and we both have king-grade spirit beast cubs, I'm not going to bully you either. Let's have a royal beast battle. How? Chapter 6, Spirit Beast Washing Pool. Lin Tian had a sentence of MMP inside his heart that he didn't know when to speak or not. In his heart he admired Zhao Minghai very much. He was such a big man, but he even liked to do this kind of out-of-the-blue thing. Didn't he know that he was being used as a gun by Linya? What? Are you telling me you don't dare? Zhao Minghai sneered. It's not that I don't dare. I just don't have the time to talk to retards. I'm a smart person. Lin Tian shook his head. A thankless fight was not something he cared for, unless there was something that could seduce him. Waste. Zhao Minghai teased. You count for something, Zhao Minghai. You're the waste. Lin Tian's royal beast achievement. but the 10th in the whole year. What's your number? Seems to be the 236th, right? In the penultimate As soon as Gui Yuqian heard that Zhao Minghai dared to scold Lin Tian, he immediately became angry and said words full of mockery. Achievements don't mean anything. Zhao Minghai's face was a bit ugly. Fatty, stop talking. Lin Tian pulled back Gui Yuqian, who still wanted to continue his fire output. Gui Yuqian just wanted to continue his output and swallowed hard. Lin Tian opened his mouth, and before he could speak, some pleasant voices rang out in the classroom. What are you doing? Da-da-da-da. The sound of high heels stepping on the floor rang out as a beautiful teacher in a high-vis professional outfit walked through the crowd and walked between Lin Tian and Zhao Minghai and them. LV Chanshan frowned at Zhao Minghai and then looked at Lin Tian. Still not knowing what was going on, Daihao approached LV Chanshan and whispered a few words in her ear. Lu Chanshan nodded and looked at Zhao Minghai. Don't get into conflicts at school. The washing pool will be open soon, so you guys quickly go back and get ready. The class teacher of the third class gave the word. Even Zhao Minghai didn't dare to say much, and when he was leaving, he glanced at Lin Tian, and in his heart, he somewhat regretted that his plan had failed. Lin Ye was also a little disappointed in his heart, but the opening of the washing pool was also an important matter to him, so he didn't linger here any longer. All return to your seats. Don't look at LV Chanshan as a female teacher and pretty. But as soon as her words were spoken, all the people hooted and hollered and returned to their seats, looking at her in peace and quiet. Nothing else? Speak with strength. LV Chanshan glanced at Lin Tian and returned to the podium. The washing pool will open soon, and you have become Imperial Beast Masters. This is very important for you, so all get ready. This washing will give your spirit beasts a huge boost, so make the most of it so you can get a good grade on the graduation exam. Whether or not you'll be able to go to the Imperial Beast University in the future all depends on your graduation exam results. Well, wait for me to announce it inside the class group. LV Chanshan finished these and left from the classroom. After LV Chanshan left, the third class was in an uproar. Lin Tian, what do you think I should do? I'm a Yuanbao pig. I don't have any fighting power at all. Going to the washing pool doesn't seem to be of much use. Gui Yuqian looked at the still sleeping Yuanbao pig in distress. He really wanted to give it a slap. Just now so much commotion did not wake this guy up. Lin Tian's gaze went to the Yuanbao pig. Spirit animal, Yuanbao pig. Attribute, gold. Level, awakening second level. Skill, inviting wealth and prosperity. Seeing the level of the Yuanbao pig, Lin Tian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Obviously just a very ordinary spirit beast, but it has already awakened to the second layer. Gui Yuqian, what kind of good stuff did he give it to eat? It's fine. You'll be able to contract even more powerful spirit beasts in the future. Lin Tian comforted him. His voice suddenly trailed off as he spoke. He remembered that Gui Yuqian's second Imperial beast. Its combat power didn't seem to be very strong either. Never mind. I won't talk about it. It's easy to raise this guy's expectations by talking too much. The Yuanbao pig is a very rare spirit beast. If you want to sell it, I guess there will be a lot of big shots who want to buy it. Dai Hao turned around and said. To be honest, he was also a little envious. Presumably wanting to be dirt poor is something no one in any world would turn down. Not for sale. This is my pig. Gui Yuqian bristled. Him? No less. He? The rich kid. Hiss. Green Fury's head stuck down from Lin Tian's head. His eyes had a bright shining light as he stared at the Yuanbao pig's ass. Lin Tian. Is this your green wind snake? A king-level spirit beast cub. It's really different from ours. Gui Yuqian looked at the green hat on Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian reached out and took the Green Fury down from his head. This little guy was quite heavy, and it was a bit hard to hold on to it all the time on his head. Green Fury was still a bit upset after being taken down by Lin Tian and sulked on top of the table. It didn't take a moment for its eyes to look at the meta pig's ass, though, and to start crawling over to it. Have you fed all the knowledge from the lessons to the dogs? Even ordinary spirit beasts, as long as they are cultivated well, they are still capable of becoming the strongest emperor-level spirit beasts. Is our current Imperial Beast Heavenly King's first spirit beast the most ordinary one? And as usual, we let him cultivate it to the emperor level. So if it's fine, you should cultivate the Yuanbao pig. It's so rare in numbers that it might explode with powerful combat power when it grows up to the Imperial level in the future. Gui Yuqian hemmed and hawed. Let's go. Gather at the playground. Dai Hao glanced at his cell phone and knocked on the table, reminding the two and also reminding the people inside the class. Aki. The huffing and puffing Yuanbao pig suddenly let out a mournful scream and jumped straight up from the table, with a green ribbon crashing underneath his butt. Genpu. Green Fury. Loosen your mouth. On the way. Gui Yuqian comforted the Yuanbao pig that was constantly grunting in its arms. On its right little buttock, there were 4 tiny round holes, which were bitten by the Green Fury, but had already scabbed over. Lin Tian walked next to Gui Yuqian and touched his nose, a little embarrassed. Just now, he didn't watch the Green Fury, causing Gui Yuqian's Yuanbao pig to be bitten. And fortunately, the Green Fury wasn't a poisonous spirit beast, or else the Yuanbao pig now would probably have to be sent for treatment. Right now, Green Fury had already been put into Imperial Beast Space by Lin Tian for confinement. On Daiho's shoulder stood a small white flower with 5 white petals and a yellow center with eyes and a nose and a mouth. This was his spirit beast, Sunflower, a dual attribute spirit beast with both the wood and light systems. If it weren't for it, the dollar pig's ass would still be bleeding. Your Imperial beast is good. Cultivate it well. Lin Tian looked at the sunflower and smiled. Spirit animal, sunflower. Attributes, wood, light. Level awakening layer. Skills, photosynthesis. Dual attribute spirit beasts were indeed a bit rarer than single attribute spirit beasts, but the overall number was not that small. But sunflowers with a wood system and also a light system are rare. The number of spirit beasts with the 2 attributes of light and darkness were actually very small, and the darkness was even less than the light because it was extremely difficult to be born. I also know that the key is the dual attribute sunflower. It's also the first time I've seen it. How to cultivate it? It's not clear for now. Dai Hao smiled bitterly. He was happier than anyone to see a dual attribute sunflower. The problem was that after asking a few people, they didn't know how to cultivate it. How far sunflower can go in the future is up to him. Lin Tian patted Dai Hao's shoulder. His eyesight was too narrow in his previous life. He didn't even realize that the spirit beasts contracted by his friends around him were all stranger and rarer than one another. Arrived. Lin Tian's feet stopped. Chapter 7 Awakening to the 5th level. On the playground of the Chaocheng Imperial Beast School, the students of classes 1 and 2 had already arrived, all of them carrying their own imperial beasts with them. Strange and various ones. There were white balls rolling around, and balloon imperial beasts floating around on them, pulling their owners around. There were tree people who followed their masters around, and there were green fruits on them, and there was always some yawner who took advantage of the mess to pick a fruit off of it, and its master couldn't stop it. This is the first time I've seen so many types of spirit beasts. Gui Yuqian lamented. Blue Star can be described as a universal imperial beast, but on the road people will put their imperial beasts away to avoid causing chaos. In particular, many of the imperial beasts would become huge in size when they leveled up, and some of them were able to take over the entire road. Normally, if one wanted to see so many imperial beasts, one could only go to the Imperial Beast Master Association or a place that specialized in cultivating imperial beasts. Why hasn't the spirit beast washing pool opened yet? Dai Hao was a bit puzzled. The notice he received was that he could enter the spirit beast washing pool if he came here, but looking at the 2 classes, Class 1 and Class 2, he didn't go in either. Lin Tian carefully recalled the opening of the spirit beast washing pool once, and something vaguely came to mind inside his head, but he wasn't sure about it yet. He then turned his gaze to the 5-meter-high stone gate built into the playground, with a mighty and powerful imperial beast carved on top of the pillars on both sides of the gate. These imperial beasts are from the first generation of Imperial Beast Heavenly King. The Spirit Beast washing pool was also built by the first generation of the Imperial Beast Heavenly Kings. Just as Lin Tian was out of his mind, a breaking sound suddenly came from the sky, and the gazes of the crowd in the playground were drawn over. One could only see a greenish-yellow lightning bolt appearing in the distant sky, charging towards the Imperial Beast School at an extremely fast speed. What's that? Asterisk 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 looks like a big bird. There's someone up there. The crowd all noticed the greenish-yellow lightning. Lin Tian's gaze also looked towards the sky, and before he could see it clearly, the greenish-yellow lightning had already arrived on top of the playground. The wind howled, whipping up the skirts of the female students, and the self-aiming kicked in, causing the teenagers to blush. The student with the balloon imperator was almost scraped off the ground. In the sky above the playground, a blast falcon with a body length of over 10 meters, a body covered in greenish-yellow feathers, and sharp eyes flapped its wings and slowly fell down. On its back, there was also a middle-aged man standing with a serious expression. Sorry classmates. Something came up. The middle-aged man apologized to his classmates with an apology. When Lin Tian saw the blizzard falcon, he already remembered what it was inside his head. This middle-aged man is the school's principal Zhang Haito. The reason for being late is to make his wife angry. Kneeling on the keyboard at home, Lin Tian's gaze didn't linger much on headmaster Zhang Haito, but instead looked towards his imperial beast, the blizzard falcon. Spirit animal, Gale Falcon. Attribute, wind. Rank, king. Skill, evolutionary materials. Evolutionary route. Lin Tian scared inside his heart. The disadvantage of the Eye of True Vision was that if he was not strong enough, he was able to see the approximate level of the imperial beasts. He could not see the specifics clearly, and the remaining 3 could not be seen at all. It's a king-ranked blast falcon. How handsome. I'm going to become a super beast royal master in the future. You really know how to dream. Let's raise your own imperial beasts to the king level first. Zhang Haitao's arrival caused many students to exclaim in envy. They had all just become royal beast masters. And what they envied were the royal beast masters like Zhang Haitao who possessed powerful royal beasts. And it just so happened that Zhang Haitao was the strongest royal beast master they could come into contact with. Zhang Haitao, who was sitting on top of the blast falcon, heard the students' exclamations of surprise. His expression was a bit serious, and in his heart, he was actually a bit embarrassed. These students will probably never realize that their seemingly powerful principal is actually a wife-slave behind their backs. Blast falcon, if I own one, I'll be able to fly in the sky in the future. Guo Yuqian had envy in his eyes. Lin Tian smiled without saying anything. The blizzard falcon wasn't a rare spirit beast. On the contrary, it was very common. If the blizzard falcon was able to undergo a special evolution, then it could become rare and powerful. Alright, spirit beast washing pool, now open. Get ready guys. Zhang Haitao didn't have any nonsense. Knowing that the students were also a bit anxious to wait, he directly opened the spirit beast washing pool, accompanied by the blizzard falcon's long, loud and clear cry. A huge aura that belonged solely to a king-level imperial beast erupted out, pressurizing the spirit beasts on the playground that were still awakening-level spirit beasts that didn't dare to breathe a single breath. A king-level spirit beast already had an intimidating pressure, and spirit beasts of a lower rank than it simply couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance. Boom! The spirit beasts on the pillars of the stone gate one came alive. A colorful celestial horse rose from the pillar, spreading its wings and rushing up to the sky with its feet on colorful clouds. A tiger roared, revealing its sharp fangs, and rose into the sky. Subsequently, the spirit beasts that were carved above the pillars appeared, perfectly displaying their powerful might in front of these students. They flew into the sky and disappeared, while the stone door erupted with a brilliant light. Now, enter the spirit beast washing pool. Let's go. Let's go in. Lin Tian patted Gui Yuqian and Dai Hao's shoulders and followed the large group into the light of the stone gate. Spirit beast washing pool. Lin Ya's gaze was tinged with greed as he looked at the pool in front of him. He had actually come earlier than Lin Tian, and had never followed Zhao Minghai back to the classroom at all. As a born-again, he knew the principal would be late today, so by arriving early, you can also get to the spirit beast washing pool first. As a royal beast master who had been a royal beast heavenly king for 2 years, he still knew the secrets of the spirit beast washing pool. Don't look at the fact that he was the only one here right now, but this was actually a mirrored space that the first generation of the Imperial Beast Heavenly King had constructed with his own spatial beast royalty ability. The pool is the same pool and the place is the same place. If one is strong enough to break the mirror space, one can find another person. Moreover, the pool's energy was fixed, and if you went in early for the spirit beasts to absorb it, you would be able to absorb more than others, and the effect would be better. This was also related to the qualifications of the spirit beasts to a certain extent, with powerful spirit beast pups absorbing much faster and weaker ones absorbing slower. However, Lin Yan knew that the fire lizard would eventually evolve into a lava dragon. Its qualifications certainly wouldn't be bad, and it would absorb energy much faster than those ordinary spirit beasts. Little fire, come out. A red summoning spell appeared, and a fire lizard with crimson skin appeared at Lin Yan's feet. Go, get up inside the pool and soak. Even if it's hard, you have to hold on until the end of time. Lin Yan pointed at the washing pool and said. The fire lizard looked at the pool and slowly climbed over and inside. Lin Yan took out a bottle of red liquid from his pocket, and if you looked closely you could see that the liquid was actually burning. This is a potion that cost a lot of money. You must compete. Opening the potion, Lin Yan came to the pool and poured the liquid over the fire lizard's body. The second the potion landed on the fire lizard, it didn't merge into the pool of water, but turned into flames that burned up on its body. The fire lizard that had been comfortably soaking inside the pool suddenly let out a miserable scream, and its tiny body kept struggling up inside the pool. It hurts, all over. The flames burned, making it feel like its own cells were burning as well. What's the point of struggling? This is the bloodline potion I spent $200,000 on. You can only awaken the dragon's bloodline if you go through a painful tempering, so that you can evolve into a lava dragon faster. Lin Yan's eyes held madness in them, not caring in the slightest for the fire lizard that was constantly sending him pain through his mental connection. The fire lizard could only hold on. Even if it dipped its entire body inside the pool, the flames would only burn on its body and would not be doused by the pool of water. Lin Yan sat down next to him, closed his eyes and began to meditate. Lin Tian walked into the spirit beast washing pool and looked at the independent spatial environment. His eyes held contemplation, because the existence of the spirit beast washing pool made him very suspicious. To maintain such a spirit beast scrubbing pool required a huge amount of energy to support it, and without energy support, the spirit beast scrubbing pool would collapse in a short period of time. but after so many years, the Spirit Beast washing pool was still intact. Even if the Imperial Beastmaster Association would send powerful Space Imperial Beastmasters to reinforce this space, it wasn't as if the energy inside wouldn't be depleted. That was why Lin Tian doubted whether the first generation of Imperial Beast Heavenly King had died or not. The first Imperial Beast Heavenly King in history was killed in battle against the Abyssal Beast, and all of its Imperial Beasts were killed in battle as well. If that's the case, this piece of mirrored space is a bit unexplainable. Unless this mirror space wasn't built by the first generation of Imperial Beast Heavenly King using his own power as the core, it really didn't make sense. Being born again, there are still a lot of things I can't figure out. He had once been the fifth generation of the Imperial Beast Heavenly King, and had left nothing behind for the world, hanging up in such a haphazard manner. Green Fury, come out. Lin Tian summoned out the Green Fury. The most important thing right now was for the Green Fury to raise its strength. As soon as Green Fury just came out, he looked around and realized that there was no that golden glittering Yuanbao pig after looking a little lost. Next time don't bite its ass. Lin Tian knew what was going on inside the Green Fury's head and criticized it. The Green Fury also had a penchant for biting asses, making Lin Tian a little unsure of what to do. Thinking of this, Lin Tian touched his butt. It seemed that he would have to protect his butt in the future as well. The Green Fiend followed Lin Tian's instructions and slowly climbed into the washing pool. The Green Fury who had just entered inside was still a bit uncomfortable, and within a moment's time, he revealed a look of enjoyment, treating this place like a swimming pool. Lin Tian sat on the side, and under the state of the eye of true sight, he was able to clearly see how Green Fury's state was. Time slowly passed, and after 10 minutes of time, there was a flash of light on the Green Fury's body, and its level came to the third level of awakening. The Green Fury has also changed in length and is not as fat as it was when it was first born. However, the Green Fury didn't notice the change in his body and was still swimming happily inside. After an hour had passed, Lin Tian left from the Spirit Beast washing pool with Qingshi, Royal Beast, Green Wind Snake. Attribute, Wind. Level, Awakening 5th level. Skills, Wind Teeth. Binding, Small Wind Blade. Chapter 8 Green Fury's First Battle. Error message everyone can say. I wrote it in the morning. Haven't revised it yet. Go to work first. Thanks. Inside the principal's office, LV Chanxian and Xie Jihong sat in front of Zhang Haitao. Xie Jihong is the homeroom teacher of Class 4. Zhang Haitao took a sip of the tea in front of him and looked at the two people with a smile. The appearance of two Imperial Beastmasters with King-level Spirit Beast Cubs inside our school is a very important matter. You two should focus on it. The first Imperial Beast was a King-grade Spirit Beast Cub, an important event for the Chao City Imperial Beast School, which was established in a third-level city. They would be of tremendous help to the development of Chao City if they grew up. In all the years that Zhang Haitao had been the principal, there had never been a royal beast master who had a king-level spirit beast cub. This time two appeared, so he naturally attached considerable importance to them. Headmaster, don't worry, Zhao Minghai has a company within his family. He can still afford the cultivation materials for the king-level spirit beast cubs. I believe that in less than 2 years' time, he will be able to become a super beast royal master. Xia Jihong said with a smile. The appearance of someone like Zhao Minghai inside his class was also good for him and had to be taken seriously. LV Chanxian didn't show the same excitement as Xie Jihong. She knew Lin Tian's situation. It seemed to her that a Lin Tian who was not valued by his adoptive parents would have a difficult time trying to raise a king-level spirit beast cub. Just left the school subsidized resources. That is even more impossible thing. Imperial Beast Master in addition to the first Imperial Beast is Imperial Beast Master Association issued. The rest of the resources have to rely on their own solution. Cannot be solved. Then be an ordinary person. Can be solved. Then your strength. In the end, it's all about getting the student to face all the injustices of the world from the moment they become an Imperial Beast Master. Good. Zhang Haitao nodded. With graduation exams starting soon, he had to keep an eye on these two students as well. Outside the stone door, Lin Tian walked out with Green Fury. At this time, the Green Fury was already a meter in length and was unable to coil around Lin Tian's shoulders, so it could only wrap itself around his arm, with its head resting at the position of the arm. Lin Tian, how is the effect of the Green Fury's absorption? Gui Yuchen was already waiting outside. Lin Tian glanced at the Yuanbao pig inside Gui Yuchen's arms. Spirit animal, Yuanbao pig. Attribute, gold. Level, awakening 3rd level. Skill, inviting wealth and prosperity. Just by seeing the 3rd level of awakening, Lin Tian understood that the Yuanbao pig had not absorbed much energy and was not very effective. It had only raised 1 level. Awakening level Imperial beasts were relatively quick to raise their strength. As fast as 1 month, and as slow as 3 months, they could enter the transcendent level. Transcendent level Imperial Beasts were the end of the line that many Imperial Beast Masters were able to cultivate their Imperial Beasts to, and they had no choice but to give up when they couldn't afford the materials needed to evolve. Imperial Beasts could only step into the Commander level after undergoing evolution at the Transcendent level. However, if a Transcendent level Imperial Beast accumulates deeply, once it enters the Commander level it will be able to utilize its great potential, and there are even some Transcendent level Imperial Beasts that are directly at the 6th or 7th level of the Commander level after they evolve. There was another point, which was that their spiritual power could not continue to rise. Everyone's talent was different, and many people who became Imperial Beast Masters were unable to raise their spiritual power up instead, which even made it impossible for his Imperial Beasts to be raised as well. Right now, the Green Fury is at the 5th level of awakening, and it won't take long for it to be able to enter the Transcendent level, Lin Tian said with a smile. The speed at which a king-level spirit beast cub absorbed energy was just as fast. His previous fire lizard was only at the 2nd level of awakening when it entered the washing pool and came out. But for Lin Tian at that time, he was already satisfied. My absorption isn't very good either. The sunflower has only awakened to the 2nd layer. Dai Hao had a bitter face, and at the position of his shoulder stood the sunflower. It's fine. This is just the beginning. Lin Tian could only comfort the two people. Then he didn't move and reached out his hand, pulling the 7 inches of the Green Fury and yanking it back. While talking to the two people just now, Green Fury had already once again stared at the ass of the other's Yuanbao pig, eager to go over and take another bite to taste what it tasted like. Genpa Pig is also a heartless fellow, completely unaware of the danger that has befallen him. Lin Tian, dare you fight? The three people were just about to leave when Zhao Minghai's voice, which was full of provocation, rang out. He was seen approaching with his royal beast. It was a small dog with red fur all over its body, with a flame burning at its brow and soulful eyes, staring curiously at the green wind snake on Lin Tian's shoulder. Also as king-level spirit beast cubs, both spirit beasts could feel the threat from each other, but also because the two spirit beasts were still young now, their minds hadn't grown much. Lin Tian was a bit at a loss for words when he saw him. In his previous life, Zhao Minghai treated him as a little transparent. How come after he had the Green Fury, this guy just had to fight him? Can't figure it out. Just can't figure it out. However, he still glanced at Zhao Minghai's Imperial Beast, Spirit Animal, Raging Inferno Dog, Attribute, Fire, Level, Awakening 4th level, Skills, Small Fireball, Rage. Green Fury stared at the Raging Inferno Dog with an unkind gaze. Green Fury, big dumb dog. The Raging Inferno Dog froze, its eyes grew fierce, showing its teeth as it stared at the Green Fury, the flames at its brow rising up. It was angry. The reason why the Raging Inferno Dog has the word rage in front of it is because this guy doesn't have a good temper. He can't move without getting angry, and when he gets angry the flames on his brow will rise up. Meaningless battles. I won't accept them. Lin Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense with Zhao Minghai and turned around to leave. Cut. Guo Yuchan gave Zhao Minghai a disdainful look. After thinking about it, Zhao Minghai clenched his teeth and said, if you accept to fight me, win or lose, I can give you a green windstone. Lin Tian, who had just taken 2 steps, suddenly stopped in his tracks, and the whole person directly reversed back to his original position, with seriousness in his eyes, confirming, are you telling the truth? Zhao Minghai froze. I didn't think this trick would really work. Of course it's true. Good man. Lin Tian's eyes exploded with bright light. Green Windstone was a wind-attributed material. It was just right if it was given to Green Fury to use. A single Green Windstone could allow Green Fury to raise its strength by several levels at the Awakening level. Moreover, the Awakening level was actually a crucial moment in the cultivation of Imperial Beasts, and with this Green Windstone, the Green Fury's foundation would only become stronger, and it would be able to go farther in the future. The chances of impacting the Emperor and Imperial levels could also be a bit greater. Guo Yuchen and Dai Hao both looked at Zhao Minghai as if they were looking at him, and really couldn't figure out why Zhao Minghai was doing this. The price of Green Windstone is not cheap. This one will be 300,000. Ordinary people cannot afford. Except Zhao Minghai, such a rich second generation. What if you don't give it? Lin Tian asked. I won't not give it. Although I, Zhao Minghai, don't have a good personality, I still have this bit of credibility. Zhao Minghai said. I'm still curious. Why did you have to engage in a battle of Imperial Beasts with me? Lin Tian said. Zhao Minghai sneered. Of course it's because of Linya. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth twitched. Linya didn't even follow him over this time, and Zhao Minghai still said it was because of him. Ghosts wouldn't believe it, but no matter what it was for, Lin Tian would not give up on this opportunity. Then, battlegrounds, go, Lin Tian said. The 4 of them came to the field where the Imperial Beasts were fighting. Green Fury, get ready. we're going to have our first battle. Lin Tian stroked the Green Fury's head. Cheng Jia nodded, his gaze firm as he descended from Lin Tian's body to the top of the battle stage. Zhao Minghai had already stood aside, and the Raging Inferno Dog had also walked onto the battle stage. Chapter 9. Thank you for going out on a limb, Mr. Zhao. Gui Yuqian and Dai Hao stood on the side looking at the two people on the battle stage. There were no other people appearing at the Imperial Beast battle stage right now. Just the four of them. The third years experienced the Spirit Beast scrubbing pool and then there was nothing left to do. They had basically left and wouldn't stay inside the school for too long, because there are more important things to prepare for later. That is the graduation exam. The graduation exam was also an opportunity to improve the strength of the Imperial Beasts, and no one wanted to let it go. Anyone who was able to raise the strength of the Imperial Beasts during this time in between would try to do so by all means. Ahem. Then I'll be the referee and start when I say so. Gui Yuqian cleared his throat. Good. Both Lin Tian and Zhao Minghai agreed. Zhao Minghai's mouth was tinged with an inexplicable smile. The reason why he wanted to fight with Lin Tian was not because of Linya at all, but for his own sake. His academic performance had always been poor, and there was no hope for the Imperial Beasts University. But outside of the Imperial Beast University, there was another very special organization in the Yin-Yang Imperial Beast Kingdom, and if one wanted to join inside this organization, one would have to be overly talented to do so. His father had inquired about the news that this organization would be recruiting, and if he was able to defeat Lin Tian, then he would have a great hope of entering inside this organization. For young Imperial Beast Masters like them, the first Imperial Beast represented, in a way, the minimum achievement in the future, and if he won, it was equivalent to him being stronger than Lin Tian, who also possessed a king-level Spirit Beast Cub. The future achievements were also higher. Begin! Gui Yuqian shouted. Heavenly Flame, Rage! Zhao Minghai roared. Woof! The flames at the location of the Raging Inferno Dog's brow rose, and its aura was much stronger than the original. The Rage skill, a pre-existing skill that all fire spirit beasts will have. This skill serves to increase the spirit beast's combat power, but it will lower the spirit beast's sanity down. This skill has advantages and disadvantages. Weak spirit beasts can use the skill to defeat powerful Imperial beasts, but the key point is that the Imperial Beast Master should be able to command. An Imperial Beastmaster with enough real-world experience can turn himself against the wind against a powerful enemy. But Zhao Minghai, a rookie who had just become a Royal Beastmaster, Lin Tian did not look favorably on him. When he saw Zhao Minghai use his rage as soon as he came up, he knew that he could easily win. However, he didn't want to use the fastest speed to gain victory. At least he had to fight with Zhao Minghai for a while to create some illusion. If he was now using the same invincible fighting style that he had used in his previous life when he became the Imperial Beast Heavily King, and it reached Lin Ya's ears, Lin Tian really didn't dare to guarantee that his two-bit brother would do something. So, at least delay this fight for a few minutes. Green Fury, try to dodge if you can. Don't forget that you're a wind-type spirit beast. Your speed is a lot faster than the Raging Inferno Dog. Observe your opponent's state first. Lin Tian told Qingjia through a spiritual connection. The Green Fury cocked its head, its tiny head wondering why it was doing this oh so much, but it still listened to Lin Tian's words. This was its master, and as a royal beast it was expected to obey. Charge it, bite it, and use the little fireball. The Raging Inferno Dog took 4 legs and rushed towards Qingjia. It was now at the 4th level of awakening, and as a 4-legged canine spirit beast, its speed naturally wouldn't be slow. The area where the Imperial Beasts were fighting was at 500 square meters, and it only took the Raging Inferno Dogs 30 seconds or so to have rushed to the Green Fury's immediate vicinity. Its mouth opened and bit into Green Fury's body. Green Fury dodge. The Green Fiend didn't coil his body, but rather bowed his body, all the while waiting for Lin Tian's order. At this moment, hearing the order, the Green Fury's body powered up, and its 1-meter-long body directly catapulted up and flew out. As a wind spirit beast, it was able to use the power of the wind. Green Fury went directly from his original position to the edge position next to the battle platform, easily dodging the Raging Flame Dog fangs. The Raging Inferno Dog braked sharply and almost did a standard doggy style. Ha ha ha, holy, Zhao Minghai is your dog good. Gui Yuqian scoffed nonchalantly when he saw the scene. Zhao Minghai's face was a bit ugly, but now was the time to fight. The Raging Flame Dog using Rage Flame was very emotionally unstable, and if he was affected by Gui Yuqian again, there would be no point in continuing this fight. Fatty, keep your mouth shut. Affecting the Royal Beast Master's emotions will lead to an unfair battle situation. Dai Hao reminded Gui Yuqian from the side. Oh, I forgot. I fell asleep during this class, Gui Yuqian said shamelessly. Instead, his heart was not caring because they were all king-level spirit beast cubs. He didn't believe that Zhao Minghai would be able to defeat Lin Tian. Heavenly Flame, Continue. Zhao Minghai gave the order through his spiritual power. The raging inferno dog continued to pounce on the green fury. The two Imperial beasts played the game of you chasing me and me escaping like this, and after 5 minutes passed, the flames on the raging inferno dog's brow suddenly weakened quite a bit, and its eyes darkened a lot as well. Lin Tian shook his head at this scene, knowing that the time for anger had passed. Zhao Minghai's practical combat experience was still too little. If it was him, he would have first used the small fireball technique to block Green Fury's alignment, and then used the rage skill. With only one way out left for the Green Fury, it was really hard to say whether the winner would win or lose. Zhao Minghai, it looks like I won this battle. Lin Tian spoke to Zhao Minghai. The victory this time can only be mine. Zhao Minghai hadn't given up yet. Little fireball. The raging inferno dog opened its mouth and condensed out a fist-sized fireball. It raised its own front leg and launched the fireball in the direction of the Green Fury. Green Fury, get close to the back of the raging inferno after you dodge. Use bind to tie its waist. Then use wind fong. Lin Tian methodically gave orders to fight. The Green Fury was also obedient, and after dodging the raging flame dog's attack, it approached the raging flame dog with the fastest speed possible. The awakened 5th level Green Fury was very fast. It twisted its body back and forth like a ribbon, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at the raging flame dog's side. A faint layer of light emanated from its body and wrapped around the raging flame dog's waist position. Wind tooth. The Green Fury opened his mouth, revealing his slender fangs. The Green Fury, who had wanted to bite the neck of the raging flame dog, suddenly looked at the raging flame dog's ass and turned his head to bite it. Ow! The raging inferno dog let out a miserable shriek and ran about on the battle stage, its body twisting and turning, trying to throw off the Green Fury. The Yuanbao pig lying asleep in Gui Youqian's arms heard the sound. Its tiny body trembled, and the whole pig stopped sleeping, rushing to raise its head to see if it was the Green Fury that was going to come over and bite its ass. Upon seeing that Green Fury wasn't biting its ass, the fellow relaxed and continued to huff and puff. Still not admitting defeat? Lin Tian looked at Zhao Minghai. Zhao Minghai's face was very ugly. He could feel the pain of the raging flame dog. The previous battle had consumed too much of the raging flame dog's physical strength. I concede. Zhao Minghai's face was ugly, but for the sake of the raging flame dog, he could only admit defeat. If he didn't admit defeat, even if Lin Tian killed the raging flamehound, he could only admit it. Green Fury, let go of it. Thank you for making a generous offer. Mr. Zhao. Gui Youqian let out a loud roar of excitement. Zhao Minghai, who heard these words, had a face that darkened. Chapter 10, Brothers of Two Lives. Gui Youqian hemmed and hawed, not caring at all about Zhao Minghai's face. A loss is a loss. A willingness to bet is a loss. When will the Green Wind Stone be sent over? Lin Tian was a bit more direct. He wouldn't have agreed to Zhao Minghai's request for a battle if he didn't have the Green Wind Stone. 3 days later, I'll contact you. Zhao Minghai put the raging inferno dog back and said with a dark face, make sure you're on time. This is something of great value. If you dare to renege on your debt, I'll have my father suppress your Zhao family's industry. Gui Youqian said with a smile. Zhao Minghai grunted, didn't say anything, and turned around to leave the place. Kao Lin Tian. Why do I feel like Zhao Minghai is being tricked by you? After Zhao Minghai left, Gui Youqian did not mince his words in praising Lin Tian. Lin Tian put the Green Fury into the Imperial Beast space. The first was to recover the Green Fury's consumption as soon as possible. The battle wasn't long, but the consumption was still there, and the Green Fury's strength could be increased faster in the Imperial Beast space. As for this second, it was also worried that the Green Fury wanted to bite the Yuanbao pigs, but just now he had already sensed the Green Fury's thoughts. It was a love affair with the Yuanbao pigs, but this guy loves the naked ass of the dollar pig even more after biting the ass of the angry inflamed dog. Imperial Beast battles actually rely more on the commanding ability of the Imperial Beast Master. Zhao Minghai's command is too weak, Lin Tian said. Right now, he still didn't know why Zhao Minghai wanted to fight him, but that reason didn't matter anymore. The Green Wind Stone was already in his hands. All that was left was to wait for Zhao Minghai to deliver it to him. It's good to be rich, Lin Tian lamented. If he had the money, he would be vigorously cultivating the Green Wind Serpent right now, raising to the awakened 9th level as soon as possible. Let's go. Everyone else has left, and now we are probably the only 3 left in the 3rd year. Lin Tian led the 2 people to leave. After walking out of the school dye house separated from the 2 men, he had more important things he needed to do to consult a professional. Lin Tian looked at Gui Youqian next to him, and after thinking about it, he still opened his mouth and said, Fatty, can you lend me $20,000? Borrowing Gui Youqian's money was something Lin Tian had already thought about when he contracted the Green Wind Snake, and it was just the right time to ask. The amount of money required for the cultivation of a king-level spirit beast cub was too much. And the $30,000 he had saved from his own part-time job was completely insufficient. No need to borrow money. I'll cover the cultivation materials for the green wind snake. Guo Yuqian knew what Lin Tian was thinking inside his heart and waved his hand in a domineering manner. Lin Tian's face darkened as he slapped Guo Yuqian's ass. Not to mention, the feel was not bad. I borrowed the money to give you face. You don't know what to do. Lin Tian, I know you're over it in your heart, but I can't forget the help you gave me. And I'm not the kind of person who is ungrateful. Don't talk about borrowing money. If my family's company was mine now, I wouldn't hesitate to give it to you if you wanted it. I'm your brother. And when I say I bagged it for you, I mean it. Guo Yuqian showed his rich and capricious flair after becoming a second-generation rich man to Lin Tian. For Lin Tian, he could trust without reservation. Not to mention getting cultivation materials for Qing Jia. Even if it meant making Guo Yuqian support Lin Tian all the time, he could have done it. Lin Tian was touched inside his heart and had known that Guo Yuqian would do this. But he wouldn't really want anything from Guo Yuqian. The current Guo Yuqian still didn't understand how much it cost to cultivate a king-level spirit beast. Lin Tian himself was very clear in his heart. And it wasn't like he didn't have a way to make money. It was just that in the early stages, he wanted to train Green Fury to the transcendent level as soon as possible, so that he could better solve the problems he would encounter in the future. Since his rebirth, Lin Tian still had a sense of crisis in his heart. Linya was the first person to bring him danger, and the rest was the abyss. Linya wouldn't let him develop down after he was reborn. Lin Tian had thought of that a long time ago. Then what Lin Tian had to do was to raise his strength as soon as possible. And without waiting for Linya to make a move. He would have to make a move to solve the trouble of Linya first. I have my own way of making money. It's just that I need to improve my strength as quickly as possible right now. And when I wait for the graduation exams, I won't have to worry about money. Lin Tian said. Guo Yuqian was still a bit reluctant and a bit angry. I know you can do it, but this is something I can do for you. Why don't you let me help? Am I such a waste in your heart? The fat man was aggrieved. From the time he knew that he was a rich second generation, all he could do for Lin Tian was to stand behind him unreservedly and support him unconditionally. However, Lin Tian didn't accept it, and the fact that he was able to angrily dislike Zhao Minghai and Linya because of Lin Tian was the greatest support he could do right now. Materially, he pressed on, unable to intervene. Even he had said that he would let Lin Tian leave Linya's home, and the two of them would go buy a house to live together. But Lin Tian still refused. Fatty, do you trust me? Lin Tian suddenly stopped walking and pressed both his hands on Guo Yuqian's shoulders. Lin Tian, I'm your brother. My trust in you doesn't even compare to my parents, Guo Yuqian said. Indeed, after knowing that he was a second-generation rich man, Guo Yuqian was very happy at first, but after he was happy, he was actually quite cold to his parents, and it pained him to think of the grievances he had once suffered. He hated that his parents didn't give him enough backbone, and that they didn't step in to help when he was bullied, and lied to himself that his family was having a hard time. Luckily, there was Lin Tian standing in front of him at that time. And it was only then that there was light in his previously dark life. Even though he already knew the answer in Guo Yuqian's heart, some inexplicable touches still welled up inside Lin Tian's heart. In his last life, he had just become a super royal beast master and was preparing to contract his fourth royal beast when he came across a king-level abyssal beast. The scene where Guo Yuqian was torn apart by that abyssal beast in order to protect him was vivid in his mind. Fatty, since you believe in me, you have to believe that I can do it on my own. Pressure is what drives me to grow. You just need to remember that I will come to you when I need you. You see, now that I've come to you for a loan, that's when you're needed. Guo Yuqian's eyes were a little moist and he nodded. He took out a bank card from inside his clothes and handed it to Lin Tian. I'll take 20,000. Lin Tian was a little speechless as he looked at the card. I know but I have a lot of money This card you first take. There are $10 million inside. Use the best materials to cultivate the Green Fury. Don't care about the money right now. If you earn money in the future, then the $10 million will just be stored inside. The password for this card is 020202. Your birthday. Guo Yuqian stuffed the bank card inside Lin Tian's hand. Lin Tian's nose turned sour as he looked at the bank card inside his hand. Damn. Borrowing money almost moved Guo Yuqian to tears. But why do you want to hit Guo Yuqian so much when you hear him say he has money? Alright, then I won't push back this time. I do need this money. Lin Tian placed the card inside his pocket. Ha. That's my brother. Guo Yuqian revealed a knowing smile. There was also a smile on Lin Tian's lips. Having a brother like that makes this life worthwhile. In this life, no matter what, he had to protect Guo Yuqian. Chapter 11. Linya is the real son. After Linya left the school, he went straight back inside his room. Without any unnecessary movements, he opened the summoning spell and summoned the fire lizard. The fire lizard appeared in the room. only it was in a very wrong state, without any vigor, as if it was dead. It showed signs of having been badly burned, and there were bulges on top of the skin that only occur with burns. After being summoned, the fire lizard gasped for air. If you can't carry this, how will you evolve into a lava dragon in the future? Linya was furious in his heart when he saw the fire lizard in this state. The potion he had purchased had a very good effect, and the fire lizard was still used inside the spirit beast scrubber pool. Absorbing energy while altering one's bloodline has a much stronger effect than using a potion alone, which is proven in the future. The fire lizard's performance somewhat disappointed Linya. Linya left from the room, found a large basin, and went back inside the bedroom, picking up the fire lizard and placing it inside the basin. The fire lizard's body length was originally larger than that of the Green Fury, but the awakened 5th layer Green Fury currently had a body length of over a meter, and the fire lizard's body length was only about 80 centimeters. It wasn't high-leveled either, only awakening 4th level. Linya took out another bottle of potion and poured it inside a large basin, then brought over another basin of water and poured it inside. This bottle of potion was a healing potion. If the fire lizard died, it would also cause trauma to his mental power, which was a bit unaffordable for his current strength. If the fire lizard had an accident, he wouldn't even be qualified to become a royal beast master in the future. Moreover, the fire lizard could evolve into a giant dragon in the future, and he wouldn't give up on such a promising imperial beast. The fire lizard soaked inside the potion, and the injuries on his body gradually began to recover. Only his mental state still hadn't fully recovered yet. Linya also didn't continue to care about the fire lizard and sat down on the bed to think about what was behind him. Now that the spirit beast wash is over, all that's left is the graduation exam. There were currently 2 months left before the graduation exams, and he said he would do anything to get first place in this exam and get his reward in hand. There was also the place at the Imperial Beasts University, which he had to get his hands on. Only by entering inside the Imperial Beast University could he better cultivate the fire lizard. In his last life, he had entered the Imperial Beast University and gained many benefits within it. Chao Cheng was still too small after all, not enough for him to utilize his talents. A place like the Imperial Beast University was the only place where he, Linya, could get enough attention. Lin Tian, Lin Tian, in this life you're prepared to be a waste. Linya was lying on his bed, constantly thinking about the future inside his head. Chao City's largest Imperial Beast supermarket. This supermarket was Gui Youqian's parents' property, and it possessed many materials that Imperial Beasts could use, and they were all priced materials, low-end to high-end. Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu were pushing a cart inside this supermarket. They had come today specifically to purchase materials for Linya's Imperial Beasts. The two people's talent was no good, and they were only intermediate Imperial Beast masters now. They hadn't paid attention to the exact price of these materials after they stopped cultivating Imperial Beasts, and they only knew a general idea. Now coming to this supermarket, looking at the wide variety of goods on the shelves, as well as the not cheap prices, the two hearts are also estimating how many things 2 million can buy. But there were so many people here that the guide was basically unavailable, and there was no way to ask anyone but to wander around on their own. Gui Youqian walked in from outside, ready to pick some materials to go back and use for his Yuanbao pig. Seeing so many people, Gui Youqian didn't pull the guide to take him to get something based on his identity of being the crown prince here. He just wandered around by himself, and then he came next to Linya's parents who were only one shelf away from him. This fire-type material, Linya should be able to use it, right? $5,000. The introduction is also very detailed. Now the fire lizard is just at the awakening level. It should be enough to use. No problem to buy some. I don't know how Linya is doing in the spirit beast washing pool today. Just come home and see. Gui Youqian heard the two people's conversation and put down the things he was holding inside his hand, putting away the Yuanbao pig that was still sleeping. He pretended to be a guest and came to the side, turning his back on the two men and listening intently to their conversation. Yoo-hoo! This is running into Linya's parents. Damn it! Dare to bully Lin Tian. I won't let you guys have a good time. The corners of Gui Youqian's mouth revealed a smile, and he ran as fast as he could to the place where the guide's clothes were placed, and looked for a well-fitting dress to put on himself. The crown prince has turned into a supermarket shopper. Gui Youqian didn't dare to delay for a moment, changed his clothes and ran to the area where Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu were, then found a spot and pretended to organize the goods. Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu happened to come over from that side, and there were already some things to be purchased inside the trolley. At this time, Gui Youqian happened to arrange the things on this side and turned his head to see Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu. Hello, can I help you? Gui Youqian had a smile on his lips. Zhang Yu glanced at Gui Youqian, nodded and said, good, it's just the right time to take us around. This will also save a little bit of time. The area was just too big. and a lot of things they would have to scrutinize half a dozen times before they could understand them, and having a shopper would be a lot easier. Okay, can you tell us about your specific needs? Gui Yuqian politely inquired. We need fire materials for awakening level Imperial beasts. And food. Any recommendations? Take us there. Zhang Yu said. Yes, please follow me. This is the newest spirit beast ration inside our store. It was also just recently introduced to our Chao City. This kind of ration is usually sold in Tianjing. The price is a little expensive, but the effect is very good. Our boss is also a bit of a relationship, looking for people to apply for a batch of goods. Now the stock is not much. If you buy a larger quantity, the price will be much cheaper. I see the price tag is 5,888 a can. That's a bit too expensive. Sister, you're joking. This is only the price of buying it individually. In fact, Tianjing City sells it for more expensive. They all sell for more than 7,000 a can. Our boss has said that if we buy more, the price can be put to 5,000 a can. And an awakening level Imperial beast eating 1 can a day is enough. And a month's time is able to cultivate its underpinnings very well. It looks good. If we want a month's, can we pay 5,000 a can? In fact, the quantity is a bit low, but I can talk to the leader about it, so you can wait for a while. Gui Yuqian pretended to send a message to the leader, but in reality, he was informing the cashier in front of him, telling her how to operate later. Hello, our boss agrees. Really? 30 cans then. Okay. Gui Yuqian took the 2 men to purchase other things, and when he finally cashiered out, Lin Xiaolang paid a total of $600,000. Looking at Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu who disappeared from sight, Gui Yuqian was happy in his heart. Humph. Let you bully my brother Lin Tian. Let's see if I don't pit you all to death. He then sighed in his heart. Lin Yu was their real son. My brother. Bitter. Chapter 12, Registration of Beastmasters. With a bank card with a deposit of $10 million inside his pocket, Lin Tian's heart had a bottom line. It was just that the money wasn't his in the end, and it was still up to him to improve the strength of the Imperial beasts in the future. Moreover, the materials for the late-stage evolution of the Imperial beasts were not something that could be bought, and it also depended on the chance of obtaining them. The evolutionary routes of the Imperial beasts, in addition to the ones that had been researched and understood by now, there were actually a lot of evolutionary routes that had not been thoroughly researched. Lin Tian's lava dragon in his first life was the hidden evolutionary route, and he was the only one in the entire Blue Star world who possessed a lava dragon. As for his current green wind serpent, one of the evolutionary routes for the transcendent level had already been researched, and the second one had yet to be researched. The evolutionary route of the King's class has not yet come to fruition. It's still necessary to go to the Imperial Beastmaster Association to register and become a true Imperial Beastmaster. Lin Tian lavishly took a taxi and arrived at the Imperial Beastmaster Association in Chao City. Chao City's Imperial Beastmaster Association. The floor area was not comparable to a first-class city, but the scale wasn't too small either. It was the size of a basketball court, and there were 3 floors in total. Outside of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, there was also a heavenly horse carved, which was the first-generation Imperial Beast Heavenly King's Imperial Beast. Outside, there were the rest of the spirit animal carvings in the greenery. At this time, at the gate of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, there were many Imperial Beastmasters coming in and out. There were very few Imperial Beastmasters of Lin Tian's age, but it wasn't like there weren't any, and more of them were those who had already become Imperial Beastmasters. Lin Tian walked inside the Imperial Beastmaster Association and found the place to register as an Imperial Beastmaster. At the window was a young lady in a blue uniform with a sweet smile and a cute little white dog embroidered on her chest. Hello, are you here to register to become a Royal Beastmaster? The young lady asked with a smile on her face. Yes. Lin Tian nodded and took out his ID card and handed it to her. After receiving the ID card, the young lady looked up Lin Tian's information, and after a series of operations, she handed him the ID card again. The information has been entered. Now you need to just go and test your mental strength, as well as check your Imperial beasts. The place to test spiritual power is on the 2nd floor, and the place to check the Imperial beasts is on the 3rd floor, and after the check, the information will be entered into the system. Lin Tian first came to the location on the 2nd floor and tested his spiritual power. After seeing the results of his spiritual power, Lin Tian was a bit incredulous. His current spiritual power was on the verge of reaching the level of an intermediate Imperial Beast Master, which meant that he would soon be able to contract his 2nd Imperial Beast. Only after a period of meditation, he would be able to enter the intermediate level Imperial Beast Master. By the time Green Fury entered the transcendent level, he could also prepare for Green Fury's evolution. The last step was to inspect the royal beasts, and when the inspector saw that it was a king-level spirit beast cub, he was still a bit surprised in his heart. He was able to see Lin Tian's information. He had just contracted his own royal beast. He hadn't even graduated yet. And now he had contracted a king-level spirit beast cub. He would be a powerful royal beast master in the future as well. When Lin Tian returned to that young lady's window, he took a seat there. The young lady had then checked up on Lin Tian's information. Royal beast talent, Eye of True Sight. The first royal beast king grade spirit beast cub. The green wind serpent. Wang Lu looked at Lin Tian again with some surprise. Eye of True Vision, there are very few Imperial beast talents. And right now, there are only 1,000 people that can be checked in the system. And many of them are already powerful Imperial beast masters. This year, the number of Imperial beast masters who possessed the Eye of True Vision, Imperial beast talent was even less. And there were no more than 10 entered in the system. No, counting this Lin Tian in front of her, there were exactly 10 people. But there was still a bit of a gap between these 10 people and Lin Tian's first Imperial beast master. Such a talent is indeed worthy of attention. You are now a junior Imperial beast master. And it has been entered into your identity information. Wang Lu said with a smile. Alright, please. Lin Tian was polite and left from here. When he left, Wang Lu changed the sign on her window to no business for now and then hurriedly left the place. On the third floor of the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Inside the president's office, Li Changjian, the 40-something-year-old president of the Chao City Imperial Beastmaster Association, was drinking tea with a woman in a white lab coat. The woman wore light makeup, and her white coat couldn't stop her proud, fierce body. How many people are in your organization's quota this time? Li Changjian asked as he looked at the woman and took a sip of tea. The woman in front of him was one he wouldn't even dare to offend. This time, there are 10 slots, but there are 100 selections, so even if they can't get in, they can go somewhere else. Of course, it's also up to them to choose to stay or go somewhere else. The woman's name was Luo Qingyao, and she came from one of the most mysterious organizations in the Yin-Yang Imperial Beast Country, not under the Imperial Beast Master Association or the country's jurisdiction. However, this organization, which was established by the second generation of the Imperial Beast Heavenly King, did not have to worry about hostility. On the contrary, there are a lot of things that are solved by their group. The number of places this time, it's really quite a lot. The previous years didn't add up to 10 people. Li Changjian had a contemplative look in his eyes. This organization has suddenly absorbed so many people. It seems that something big is happening and there is some shortage of manpower. It's just that their little Chao City is afraid that it's hard to have people who can enter this organization. Knock knock. There was a knock on the office door. Come in, Li Changjian said. The door opened and Wang Lu walked out from outside, first glancing at Luo Qingyao with suspicion before looking at Li Changjian. Chairman, a teenager just came over to register as a junior royal beast master. His royal beast talent is Eye of True Sight, and the first royal beast he contracted was the king-level spirit beast cub Green Wind Serpent. Moreover, his mental strength, he's about to reach medium Imperial Beast Master, and his Green Wind Serpent is currently at the 5th level of awakening. Wang Lu Good reported. A strength like Lin Tian's was worthy of her finding Li Changjian alone to report. Li Changjian had also said that if there were some special geniuses, they could approach him individually to report. Eye of True Sight, S Imperial Beast Talent, a king-level spirit beast cub. Our Chao City has actually seen such a teenage Imperial Beast Master. Li Changjian's eyes lit up. Originally, he had thought that Chao Chang didn't have any Imperial Beast Masters who were able to enter this organization. But he didn't expect one to come so soon. Li Changjian understood very well what kind of Imperial Beastmaster this organization needed. It must be the most talented Imperial Beastmaster. And if one possessed the Eye of True Sight Imperial Beastmaster talent, that would be a big plus. Moreover, it was still a king-level spirit beast cub, and its spiritual power was about to reach intermediate-level Imperial Beastmaster. Didn't that mean that the talent was powerful? Then those who enter this organization are already more than 80% sure. What exactly is this person's situation? Tell me about it. Luo Qingyao looked at Wang Lu. Before Li Changjian could say anything, Luo Qingyao had already come to be interested. It's amazing how coming over here for a round of fun can have a windfall. It's okay to recruit into the organization early if the person's talent is okay. Chapter 13. There was an area on the first floor of the Imperial Beastmaster Association that was a quest hall. Individuals or organizations can post tasks for the Sentinel to do. The Imperial Beastmaster who completes the quest will be rewarded accordingly. Lin Tian had registered as a Beastmaster just to take on the quests here. Just after arriving here, Lin Tian saw many Imperial Beastmasters watching the quests scrolling above the large screen. The source of these quests was not just one place, Chao City, but the quests of the entire Yin-Yang Imperial Beast Kingdom cities would all be synchronized to this big screen. There were some quests to collect materials, and this kind of quests belonged to the long-term quests, which basically could be picked up by the Imperial Beastmasters in every city. Lin Tian looked at the big screen. His goal was clear. First of all, it was something he could do with his level, and also it was only possible in Chao City. If it was too far away he couldn't go. There are enough screens in the lobby and the tasks are compartmentalized. Since this is Chao City, there will be a separate screen partition for local quests. Lin Tian was easily able to find quests that he could take on. Task number CC02370923, irrigate 100 acres of farmland. Task reward 2,000 yuan. Dozens of takers? Imperial Beastmaster level beginner. Quest number CC23792362, delivering goods. Quest reward 500 yuan. Number of people required 1 person. Imperial Beastmaster level beginner. Lin Tian had just seen the second quest, which disappeared in the blink of an eye, with a taken message appearing behind it. The latter task is a gopher cleanup task, showing that the number of people needed is 3 and the pay is $3,000. Lin Tian decided to just take on this task and walked over to the window location, handing his ID card to the staff. The location will be posted on top of your cell phone via a message at that time, but this mission requires 3 people, and right now we're still too short, so you might have to wait a while for that to happen. The staff said. First I'll help me cancel this quest, then I'll call 2 of my friends to come over. Exactly 3 of them. Lin Tian said. Yes. The staff member nodded. There is an advantage to taking this kind of quest with a large number of people. If the number of people required for the quest is relatively large, one person can take it first, then call out to their friends to come over, and just register a sufficient number of people on the back. Of course, one must be a Beastmaster to do so. Lin Tian took out his cell phone and notified both Guo Yuqian and Dai Hao. Not long after, Guo Yuqian and Dai Hao both appeared at the same time. Lin Tian. What's so urgent? Guo Yuqian jogged all the way over. Yeah, why do you still have to come to the Imperial Beastmaster Association? Dai Hao was also a bit puzzled. I've taken on a mission, but it takes 3 people to do it, so you 2 hurry up and go register as Junior Beast Royal Masters. Then the 3 of us will go together to complete this mission. Lin Tian said. Good. Just in time for me to register. Dai Hao nodded. Guo Yuqian followed Dai Hao. It didn't take long for the 2 men to return here and register their information, and this mission message appeared on top of all 3 of their cell phones at the same time. Task number, CC2930972230. Mission location, Begonia Town. Mission, clear the spirit beast gophers from the 3rd to the 7th level of the awakening level. Remuneration for the mission, 3,000 yuan. Number of people on mission, 3, Lin Tian, Guo Yuqian, Dai Hao. Task contact, Xiaoya Zhang. Telephone, 633765442. Begonia Town. It's not too far from our place. Take a taxi there? Guo Yuqian looked at Lin Tian. It didn't matter if he took this quest or not. Anyway, his Yuan Bao Pig didn't have any combat power right now, and if he faced the gophers, he might even be surrounded by those guys. Dai Hao's Imperial Beast was again a sunflower, and the only skill he knew now was still photosynthesis, going in the direction of healing, and not having any combat power. The only one with a fighting chance was Lin Tian, so Guo Yuqian understood why Lin Tian took this mission. It was to make money. There's no need to take a taxi over there. Let's just take the bus. Lin Tian shook his head. Going tomorrow or today? Dai Hao asked. If he went tomorrow he could still prepare. If he went today he would need to send a message to his parents. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Let's go back now, Lin Tian said. Guo Yuqian and Dai Hao nodded their heads and agreed down. But Lin Tian didn't follow them to leave first. He planned to look at other missions. In his memory, a major event would occur in Chao City after a while, and the cause of the event was that a few Imperial Beast Masters had taken up a mission. The mission specifics are a bit hard for him to remember. He might remember them when he sees them. Lin Tian looked for half a day, but still didn't find that mission and turned around to leave from here. That matter, he had to go and dabble in it this time before he could do so, and he had to go over there for the sake of the Green Fury's evolutionary materials as well. Besides, the Green Fury's evolution materials weren't the only ones available there. The Fire Lizard's evolution materials could also be obtained. While walking on the road, Lin Tian's thoughts inside his head were about the Green Fiend's evolution, the evolutionary route of the Green Wind Snake. He wanted to go differently from the others. Let's see if we can get the Green Wind Snake out of the way in this way. Boy, you stepped on my broom. A somewhat hoarse voice interrupted Lin Tian's thoughts. Lin Tian came back to his senses and saw an old man with white hair looking at him with a somewhat angry expression. Lin Tian looked down and saw that his feet were on top of the broom. I'm sorry old grandpa. I was a bit lost in thought just now. Lin Tian smiled in embarrassment. It's fine. Just pay attention next time. Don't think about things when you walk in the future. It's easy to fall down the stairs. Seeing that Lin Tian's attitude was surprisingly good, the old man didn't blame him. Instead, he kindly reminded him, "Alright, I'll definitely pay attention," Lin Tian hurriedly assured. Lin Tian withdrew his own feet and left the place. "Young man, wait," the old man's voice suddenly rang out. "Ah, is there anything else, old grandpa?" Lin Tian turned his head in some confusion. The old man pondered for a moment and said, "Do you know about the Imperial Beast University?" "I know." Lin Tian nodded his head a little uncertainly. "You have a good talent for royal beasts and a good royal beast. You can go around to the Royal Beast University, where you'll have a broader stage." After the old man finished speaking, he took his broom and left, leaving behind Lin Tian, who was dumbfounded in his spot. As a reborn person, Lin Tian could be sure that this old man was not someone very powerful. He had not even met him in his previous life when he became a royal beast heavenly king. But strangely enough, this old man saw right through him. The old man just didn't explicitly say what kind of talent an imperial beast he had, but Lin Tian believed that this old man knew. Could it be the president of the Chao City Imperial Beast Master Association? No, I remember that the president is Li Changjian, not this old. Lin Tian was puzzled. Despite his knowledge, he was confused at this moment. Could it be that this old man is a sweeper? With such doubts, Lin Tian left. The old man took his broom and walked to a place where there was no one else. His body slowly changed. His appearance became younger, and his chest bulged where his breasts were. This old man was clearly Luo Qingyao. Doodle at her side. A small purple orb appeared, two glowing eyes dribbling around. It's indeed nice to have a chance to get into the organization, but it's still a good idea to make contact. Luo Qingyao looked at Lin Tian's disappearing back. Doodle. The purple orb touched Luo Qingyao's cheek, and a thread suddenly reached out from her tiny body and circled around her neck. Then without controlling his body, he slammed straight down. Duong Duong. Chapter 14, Imperial Beast Cultivator Zhang Xiaoya. Royal Beasts University? Sitting on the bus, Lin Tian looked out the window at the city, his thoughts returning to his last life. In his last life, he didn't have a good imperial beast or enough money, and his graduation exam scores were poor, so he didn't go to Imperial Beast University. This time he had money and a better imperial beast, so this Imperial Beast University, he should be able to go. Just now, is there any need to go to Royal Beasts University? Lin Tian was a bit confused. He's just a fatherless orphan. If Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu really treated him as their own son, the Imperial Beasts University was something he could have gone to in his previous life. Only, he didn't go, and neither did Linya. Despite the fact that he had very few imperial beasts and good imperial talent, his grades were too poor. It wasn't that he couldn't get good grades, but he thought that since he had a king-level spirit beast cub, the Imperial Beast University should have invited him in. But what was the Imperial Beast University? It was a concentration camp for talented Imperial Beast Masters, where the least of them were medium Imperial Beast Masters, and everyone had superior strengths. Linya only possessed king-level spirit beast cubs, and his Imperial Beast talent was honestly not bad when placed in Chao City, but it really wasn't enough when placed in the Imperial Beast University. I didn't go to the Imperial Beast University in my last life, so I must make a trip this time. Lin Tian made a decision inside his heart. The Imperial Beast University was able to expose the current him to more things, especially since there were some resources that could only be accessed at the Imperial Beast University. If he wanted to quickly improve his strength, he had to go to this Imperial Beast University to do so. What I didn't accomplish in my last life, I might be able to accomplish this time. Lin Tian thought of something and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When he returned home, he was a little surprised to see the materials piled up in the living room. Completely not expecting Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu to be so willing to put down blood money to buy more materials for the fire lizard. His heart was a little happy. Wouldn't that be better? Awakening level imperial beasts with a good base could be more powerful in the future as well. The fire lizard was originally because he hadn't cultivated it properly in the first place. His strength hadn't been able to rise, and his bloodline hadn't been able to further purify. If it wasn't for that relic in the first place, how could the fire lizard have evolved into a lava dragon? Now it seemed like he didn't need to worry about the fire lizard. He only needed to worry about the green fury. When the time was right, he could retrieve the fire lizard. In the evening, Lin Tian gave Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu a heads up that he was going out for a few days tomorrow. Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu didn't care too much and didn't ask too many questions. This was good for Lin Tian instead, and he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself, especially Linya. However, in his previous life, he had also gone out a lot, looking for various jobs to earn ration money for the fire lizards, and now he was just as likely to go out to work, only in a different way, which shouldn't arouse Linya's suspicion. The next morning, Lin Tian went out. The job of unloading goods for the supermarket was one he no longer went to. and for the rest of the time he would concentrate on cultivating the Green Fury and trying to get a good rank in the graduation exam. Guo Yuqian and Dai Hao both came to the station on time, and the three of them sat on the bus and headed to Begonia Town. Begonia Town, so called because this town has a special forest of begonias, and there is also a jellyfish that is shaped much like a begonia and is called the begonia jellyfish. There were not many of these jellyfish, and they were also the unique spirit beasts of Begonia Town, and there were many royal beast masters who loved begonia flowers who came here in admiration, wanting to contract a begonia jellyfish, but they often come with hope and end up disappointed. The bus left the area of Chao City and after half an hour, it finally arrived at the town of Begonia. This is Begonia Town. Ah, I heard that the begonias here bloom 10 months a year. It can't be true, right? Guo Yuqian looked around curiously. Of course it's true. Don't you see that the flowers are still blooming now? Dai Hao said as he pointed at a begonia tree. Ha ha ha. Looks like it's true. I heard that begonias wouldn't bloom for such a long time in the past. Guo Yuqian smiled. Yeah, after the arrival of the abyss, everything has changed. There were no imperial beasts before, but now we can all become imperial beast masters. I heard that in the past, there was a game or anime that had a type like imperial beasts, and many people wanted to become imperial beast masters just like us. Dai Hao summoned his sunflower. This is the kind of environment that sunflowers will really enjoy. Let's go. The gold master has been contacted, Lin Tian said as he put down his cell phone. Lin Tian opened the summoning spell formation and released the Green Fury. The Green Fury that had just come out was not yet confused. It had been sleeping well inside the Imperial beast space and was suddenly called out. It's very unhappy and hasn't woken up yet. However, seeing that Lin Tian had already walked ahead, it could only follow. Then its gaze caught sight of Guo Yuqian. It remembered that this was the little golden pig's Imperial beast master. It was just that the Green Fury was a little disappointed that it didn't see the little golden pig. Green Fury. Lin Tian had a head full of black lines. He was able to sense some of what was going on in Qing Zhao's mind. Despite having criticized it, it doesn't do much. Lin Tian used the eye of true vision to take a look at the current state of the Green Fury and realized that it was already at the 6th level of the awakening class. This growth rate was really fast. It wouldn't take long before the Green Fury should reach the 9th level of awakening. If he dragged his feet, Green Fury's strength would not be raised instead. Is that young lady the Gold Master? Guo Yuqian suddenly said. Not far ahead, there was a young girl in a white dress standing, and beside the young girl, there were 2 begonias circling around her. The 3 men came closer and finally got a good look at the young girl. Are you the Imperial Beast Masters who came to deal with the gophers? The young girl inquired as she looked at the 3. Yes, I'm Lin Tian. He's Guo Yuqian, and this is Dai Hao. Lin Tian introduced all 3 people. However, his gaze lingered for a long time on the 2 suspended white begonias. If he was not mistaken, this was the begonia jellyfish. If you don't look carefully, you really can't tell them apart from begonias. Spirit animal, begonia jellyfish. Attribute, water. Level, awakening level 9. Spirit animal, begonia jellyfish. Attribute, ice. Level, awakening level 9. After seeing the basic information of these 2 begonia jellyfish, Lin Tian was still a bit surprised inside his heart. I didn't realize that these 2 begonia jellyfish had different attributes. Hello, my name is Zhang Xiaoya. I'm engaged in the cultivation of imperial beasts. These 2 are the begonia jellyfish I cultivated. This one is called Dot, and this one is called Circle. Zhang Xiaoya made a brief introduction. This is the first time I've seen a begonia jellyfish. Why do the 2 of them have different attributes? Could it be that begonia jellyfish have many more attribute classifications? Lin Tian asked with some curiosity. How did you know that the circles are different attributes? Zhang Xiaoya was a bit shocked. Lin Tian smiled and said, my royal beast talent is the eye of true sight. That's why I can see. You have the eyes of true sight, talent of sentinel beasts. Zhang Xiaoya was visibly agitated and came in front of Lin Tian, her big eyes flickering as she stared at him. Chapter 15 Begonia Jellyfish. Being stared at so closely by Zhang Xiaoya, Lin Tian stepped back for a moment to distance himself from her. Young bodies, a little out of control. Is it really the eye of true sight, talent? Zhang Xiaoya asked again. Lin Tian nodded. Yes, is there a problem? Great. I didn't expect you to possess the eye of true sight. There's no hurry about the gopher. Please follow me, Zhang Xiaoya said. Lin Tian was a bit unsure. Having taken on the gopher's quest, how come this quest wasn't in a hurry now instead? The 3 people could only follow Zhang Xiaoya inside the town. The town wasn't large in extent, but it wasn't small either. And there were still many residents here. Some people don't like the life inside the city and are living inside the town. Of course, the children inside the town could go to school, or they could go to the Imperial Beast School inside the town and just rent a house next to it. Zhang Xiaoya brought 3 people to her home. It was a very large yard filled with begonia trees, blooming with various colors of begonias. After Zhang Xiaoya walked into this courtyard, these begonias shook one by one, under the shocked gazes of Lin Tian, Gui Yuqian, and Dai Hao. Most of these begonias flew up, reaching out with their own tiny tentacles to surround Zhang Xiaoya. These are begonia jellyfish. Lin Tian looked at the begonia jellyfish surrounding Zhang Xiaoya in shock. How could he not expect to see so many begonia jellyfish here? Didn't he say that these jellyfish were very rare? Spirit animal, begonia jellyfish. Attribute, wind. Level, awakening 9th level. Spirit animal, begonia jellyfish. Attribute, wood. Level, awakening 9th level. Looking at the information of these begonia jellyfish, Lin Tian's entire body went numb. These begonia jellyfish, heck, they had a lot of attributes, and they were all at the 9th level of awakening. None of them had a low rank. These begonia jellyfish, why are they all at the 9th level of awakening? Lin Tian asked with some curiosity. He only knew that there were begonia jellyfish in Begonia Town. He really didn't know anything about this kind of spirit beast. Zhang Xiaoya sighed and said, actually, the begonia jellyfish haven't appeared for a long time, and their growth to the 9th level of awakening is already the limit, but I want to make them break through and evolve. However, my sentinel beast talent is affinity, which doesn't help much with their evolution or breakthroughs, so I've been wanting to find a sentinel beast master with the Eye of True Sight talent. This quest has been posted for a long time, but for some reason, no one has ever taken it. I wanted to ask you if I could see if they have an evolutionary path. Didn't you say that the Eye of True Sight can see the evolutionary paths of spirit beasts? There was anticipation in Zhang Xiaoya's gaze. So that's how it is. I thought it was something big. You can rest assured. There's absolutely no problem with Lin Tian making a move. Trust me, brother. Before Lin Tian could say anything, Gui Yuqian took the first step and said. Dai Hao pulled Gui Yuqian, trying to stop him from saying that. Because this was Lin Tian's matter, it was a bit impolite for them to decide. Lin Tian didn't care about Gui Yuqian because right now he couldn't actually help much. I'm sorry to say that I'm only a primary Imperial Beast Master right now, not an intermediate Imperial Beast Master yet, and my Imperial Beast talent doesn't allow me to see their evolutionary paths clearly, and the Eye of True Sight isn't really that powerful. The information I can see is just a reference for their evolution. The chance of failure still exists. Zhang Xiaoya, however, shook her head and said, actually, I'm not concerned about the matter of failure. It's not bad to have a reference. Not all spirit beasts can evolve, and not all spirit beasts can be powerful all the time. She was telling the truth. Some spirit beasts could only reach the 9th level of awakening in their lifetime and could not evolve. Some could increase in strength but could not evolve. The Yuanbao pig was like that. You can stay and help me for a while, and if it works, I'll give you something that can help the green wind snake evolve. Zhang Xiaoya's gaze looked towards the green fury. The green fury that followed Lin Tian had been quiet and did not try to catch these begonia jellyfish. Do you have any materials? Lin Tian's interest was piqued. Now that the green fury wouldn't take long to ascend to the 9th level of awakening, it wouldn't take long for his spiritual power to break through, and then he would be an intermediate Imperial Beast Master. And the green fury would have to evolve as well. Lin Tian would be happy if he could obtain the same evolutionary material here. As long as he reached the rank of intermediate Imperial Beast Master, he would be able to see the evolutionary path of the begonia jellyfish, and it wouldn't be much of a hassle. A wind-attributed crystal stone, which my grandfather obtained in a relic, Zhang Xiaoya said. The wind-attribute crystals obtained from the relics, that only existed in the world fragments brought from the abyss. It was an unrivaled treasure for the Blue Star's Imperial Beast Masters. After all, the danger in the relics, no one can predict. Some are safe, some that is to go in and hang. All depends on luck. In Lin Tian's previous life, in order to make the fire lizard stronger, he hadn't broken into many relics, and he had broken into even more of those developed relics. For the Green Fury's subsequent evolutionary materials, Lin Tian was also planning to go to the relics to obtain them. After all, although the Blue Star had changed somewhat, the rare materials were still too few. Let's do it after a while. I'll take a look for you when I reach intermediate level Imperial Beast Master. I happen to need to find evolutionary materials for the Green Fury as well, Lin Tian said after thinking about it. Okay, no problem. Zhang Xiaoya happily agreed. But I have a question. Why are there so many begonia jellyfish inside your house? And there are begonia jellyfish of various attributes? Lin Tian inquired. I'll go in and tell you all about it, and I'll take care of it with you all at night. Go for. Zhang Xiaoya brought the three of them inside the room again and sat down. Those begonia jellyfish didn't follow them in and landed on the begonia tree after Zhang Xiaoya left, disguising themselves as begonia flowers. What a strange spirit beast, Gui Yuqian lamented. There are already many types of spirit beasts. What we know is still only part of it. There are still many that we haven't explored. Dai Hao said. There are still many spirit beasts in the space fragments brought by the Abyss. When you explore these space fragments in the future, you'll see all sorts of spirit beasts, and maybe you'll even get to see a bunch of Yuanbao pigs, Lin Tian said with a smile. His said yes, but whether or not there were a bunch of dollar hogs, he didn't know. He had explored too many space fragments in his previous life, and the meta pig had never really seen one. Walking inside the room, Lin Tian's eyes were drawn to a photograph. It was a middle-aged man in a military uniform with a serious gaze. Zhang Xiaoya and this middle-aged man had a few similarities. Behind him, there was a ferocious white tiger. This is your father? Lin Tian asked. Guo Yuqian and Dai Hao also saw this photo and were simultaneously shaken inside. This person. Not only did Lin Tian recognize him, but the two of them did as well. Looks like you guys know my dad too. Zhang Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. General Wei Hu, can we not recognize each other? 2 years ago the abyssal beast suddenly appeared near Chao City, but he was the one who took action to solve it. I didn't expect him to be your father, Lin Tian said. That time, it was also because dad happened to be home on vacation, so he stepped in to take care of that abyssal beast. Zhang Xiaoya explained. So it is. The three nodded. Actually, the fact that there are so many begonia jellyfish in my house has something to do with the appearance of the abyssal beast that time. Zhang Xiaoya looked at her father's picture and said slowly. Chapter 16 Solving Gophers, with begonia jellyfish reference chart. Lin Tian's three people didn't bother Zhang Xiaoya. They were also curious about this matter. Otherwise they wouldn't have asked. Of course Zhang Xiaoya's father didn't die in that battle. People's strength wasn't something they could compare to right now, and the strength of that abyssal beast wasn't even pressed enough to make this mighty tiger general give his all. After that abyssal beast dies, it leaves behind an abyssal crystal. You guys should be aware of that. The three men nodded. The core of the abyssal beast's power was the abyssal crystal, which contained pure energy. Whether it was used as an energy source for a thermal weapon or as a material for the Imperial beast to level up, it was all very suitable. And there are many more things that the abyssal crystals can do that just haven't been discovered yet. Lin Tian was more familiar with the abyssal crystals. The Imperial beasts could only rely on the abyssal crystals if they wanted to rapidly increase their strength after they were powerful. But as a frontline Imperial beast master, he wasn't too clear on how the abyssal crystals were researched in the back. The only thing that had ever caught his attention was a potion that was researched later on through the abyssal crystals that could allow Imperial beasts to briefly enter the abyss. At that time, that abyssal crystal was placed inside the home by my father. And as the night passed, the number of begonia jellyfish here increased. Because I'm an affinity, sentinel talent, all those newly born begonia jellyfish came inside my yard. That's why I also started specializing in begonia jellyfish 2 years ago. And as for the problem of their diverse properties, I think it's also due to that abyssal crystal. Of course these are still just my guesses and can't be completely sure down the line. Zhang Xiaoya said. Lin Tian, does the abyssal crystal really have this kind of effect? Wei Youqian's person went numb after hearing this, and in his heart, he really didn't want to believe that there could be such a thing. Dai Hao, a good learner, is not sure that this is a real thing? Completely unheard of. Lin Tian shook his head and said, actually, I'm not too sure. But the abyssal crystals do have many magical effects, but these things are out of our reach for the time being. Only those specialized researchers know about them, but it's also good for us if such a thing appears. In case the abyssal crystals can really allow the same kind of spirit beasts to be born with many different attributes, then in the future, the evolution of the spirit beasts might be able to be changed through the abyssal crystals as well. Yes, I've thought about this aspect as well, but the experimentation needs to continue, Zhang Xiaoya said. The four of them chatted for a while longer and waited until the evening before Lin Tian and the others walked out of Zhang Xiaoya's house. Their mission here was to clean up the gophers. The matter of the begonia jellyfish was just an interlude. And for Lin Tian, the reward was the most important thing. The town of Begonia is planted with many begonia trees, and the large number of gophers has destroyed the ecological environment here. And there were very few Imperial beast masters inside the begonia town. It was still mostly ordinary people. And although Zhang Xiaoya could communicate with many of the begonia jellyfish, she was unable to control so many spirit beasts, so the only way to help her is to get outside help to take some of the pressure off. At night, those gophers will come out, so we just need to wait here and those gophers will come out on their own. Zhang Xiaoya brought the three of Lin Tian to the begonia grove. There were many holes in the ground here, holes big enough for a full-grown rabbit to get in, so it was clear that these gophers weren't small either. There's no need to be so troublesome. Xing sure. I'll leave this matter to you. Lin Tian shook his head. Green Fury nodded and directly drilled inside this hole. Just wait outside. Let the Green Fury deal with these gophers, and if there are a lot of them, you can then step in to take care of them. Lin Tian said to Zhang Xiaoya. Gui Yuqian and Dai Hao were both incapable of fighting, and Lin Tian had no intention of letting the two of them fight. The main reason for letting Dai Hao come over was because he was worried that the number of gophers was too high, and if the Green Fury was injured, he could let the Sunflower heal and increase the time that the Green Fury could continue to fight. Green Fury entered inside the first hole and soon found a gopher that had just woken up. The gopher was brown-furred with 2 large slate teeth, and when he saw the Green Fury, he directly exploded, had no desire to fight, and directly fled. Mice are supposed to be the snake's ration, and it's the strangest thing that food doesn't run when it sees its natural enemy. However, the Green Fury didn't give this gopher any chance to escape. The Green Fury, which was originally of the wind system, was very fast, and when it saw this gopher escaping, it had already rushed over. In a matter of seconds, though, it firmly wrapped itself around the gopher, and a small wind blade went over, ending the gopher's life. Green Fiend didn't eat this gopher either, and directly dragged it out from inside the hole and placed it in front of Lin Tian. Good job. Turn around and reward you with 2 more canned food. Lin Tian smiled, signaling Qing Jia to continue. In the time that followed, the Green Fury traveled back and forth inside this grove of begonias, and one by one, the gophers were forced out of their holes by it, and before these gophers could react, the Green Fury had already killed it. The 4 men could only watch as the gopher bodies grew in number, and by the end of the hour, the 4 men could only go and pick up the gopher bodies themselves. Even Zhang Xiaoya used her talent to call out all of the begonia jellyfish and began to carry the gopher's corpse. It took until after 3 in the morning for the Green Fury to return. Lin Tian immediately took out the canned food, allowing Green Fury to replenish his expended strength. So many gopher corpses, they should be able to fetch a good price. Lin Tian looked at the corpses of over 200 gophers piled up in front of him. Of course you can. Just sell it directly to my house. I'll make a call and have someone come to collect it. But who will this money go to then? Gui Yuqian asked. Gophers were originally spirit beasts, and their corpses were a material that could be used to make rations for spirit beasts, and their bones could be used to make other things. All these gophers were eliminated by you guys, so naturally they are yours to deal with. Zhang Xiaoya said with a smile. She wasn't interested in whether or not the gopher's body could be sold for money. Actually, I didn't contribute much. It's better to give all the money to Lin Tian. Dai Hao shrugged. He hadn't put forth any effort at all except to stay here with Lin Tian. That's it then. I'll take 80% and you two will take 10% each. No comments? Lin Tian looked at the two of them. He had sent the two on this mission, and the gopher corpses did count as extra income. Lin Tian is not the kind of person who likes to keep it all to himself. Gui Yuqian is not bad, he has to share out a little bit. Dai Hao's of course cannot be less. After all, he also wants to cultivate his own sunflower. Okay, no problem. Dai Hao nodded. I'm not poor, but the feeling of earning money by my own hands is still good. Gui Yuqian hemmed and hawed. He had already contacted the factory at home. Wait until tomorrow when someone comes to pull these gopher bodies. I'll transfer the money for this mission to you, so you guys can go inside my house to rest first today. Zhang Xiaoya said. Lin Tian didn't refuse. It was already this time and they should indeed rest as well. Chapter 17 Leaving, with Sunflower Reference Chart. The next day, Lin Tian stretched and got up to wash. Then he went to Gui Yuqian and Dai Hao's room and woke up the two. Lin Tian, Gui Yuqian, Dai Hao. Good morning, come eat first. Zhang Xiaoya had already gotten up early to prepare breakfast. 4 or 5 begonia jellyfish all had a plate with bread and milk on top of their heads. Go, eat. Lin Tian led the two people inside. They had originally come to do the mission, and now that the mission was completed and the payment had arrived, they didn't expect that they would have to have someone else. Zhang Xiaoya, take care of the 3 big old men. If this matter were to spread out, Lin Tian felt a bit embarrassed about his face. Yummy. Gui Yuqian just took a bite of the sandwich and his eyes erupted in radiant light. He finished one sandwich in 3 bites and grabbed the other sandwich on the table. After eating this, he was still a bit unfulfilled and looked up to Zhang Xiaoya, who was still taking small bites of her sandwich next to him. If you're not full, I'll give you this one of mine as well. Zhang Xiaoya froze and pushed the sandwich in front of her over. No, Sister Xiaoya, did you make this sandwich yourself? Gui Yuqian asked. Zhang Xiaoya nodded and said, yes. A smile appeared at the corner of Gui Yuqian's mouth. Dai Hao didn't understand this smile. Zhang Xiaoya didn't understand it even more. Only Lin Tian understood what he meant by this smile. That's Sister Xiaoya. Can you tell me the recipe for this sandwich? If I can launch this sandwich, I believe that in less than a year's time, this sandwich will be on fire throughout the entire Yin-Yang Imperial Beast Kingdom. Gui Yuqian said with some excitement. Gui Yuqian family is doing business. Very sensitive to some things that can make a fortune. Now this world is not only the royal beasts need to eat, Human beings throughout the ages are to eat before they have the strength to work. Just by taking a bite, Gui Yuchen judged that this sandwich was better than the vast majority of sandwiches on the market. If capitalized, he was 90% sure that the sandwich would become most people's breakfast of choice. Of course I can tell you the recipe. It's not a valuable one anyway. Zhang Xiaoya didn't care. Thank you so much Sister Xiaoya, leave this matter to me. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Lin Tian, Dai, how do you two want to get involved as well? The expenses of cultivating imperial beasts in the future will not be small, and the income from the sandwiches can relieve some of the pressure on you. Gui Yuchen looked at Lin Tian and Dai Hao again. You have said so. Of course I agree. Dai Hao also a piece of it. Let Xiaoya sisters shares account for a large part of the big head. She is, after all, the technology into the shares. We three fat people, you look at it. Lin Tian said with a smile. Alright, leave it to me. Gui Yuchen said excitedly. He wouldn't be too good in the area of imperial beasts, but in the area of business, Gui Yuchen was still certain that he had talent. Lin Tian believed that Gui Yuchen could do it well, purely because in his previous life, Gui Yuchen, this guy was quite successful, not to mention that he also had imperial beasts like the Yuanbao pig. Wasn't that properly the future richest man in Chao City? I'll go get something over here. Zhang Xiaoya finished her first sandwich and left. It didn't take long for her to bring over 3 portions of food. Let your imperial beasts come out to eat. This is the food prepared for them. Zhang Xiaoya placed the imperial beasts' rations on the ground. Thank you, Sister Xiaoya. Gui Yuchen nonchalantly summoned his Yuanbao pig out. Go eat. Yuanbao pig. You actually have a Yuanbao pig. Zhang Xiaoya exclaimed in shock at the sight of the Yuanbao pig. As a royal beast cultivator, she had a curiosity for all spirit beasts, and a rare spirit beast like the Yuanbao pig was something no royal beast cultivator could refuse. Hey, good luck. Gui Yuchen smiled. Dai Hao also summoned his sunflower to eat the food prepared by Zhang Xiaoya. Why don't you summon the Green Fury? Gui Yuchen and Dai Hao both summoned out their royal beasts. Only Lin Tian did not summon out his own royal beast, causing Zhang Xiaoya to be a bit puzzled. Lin Tian looked at Yuanbao pig, who was humming and puffing and eating his meal, shook his head and said, "It's better to let Yuanbao pig finish eating first." He. Sister Xiaoya, Lin Tian's Green Fury likes to bite the Yuanbao pigs, but, so when the Yuanbao pig comes out, Lin Tian usually doesn't let the Green Fury come out. Gui Yuchen explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Although Zhang Xiaoya felt a bit strange, she understood. After all, every imperial beast had its own special personality. After eating, Gui Yuchen contacted the people from his factory to take away all the gophers' corpses. As for how much money he didn't give to both Lin Tian and Dai Hao, the money from these gopher corpses will be their entry money. Since things are already done, we'll be leaving, Lin Tian said. Zhang Xiaoya looked at Lin Tian and said, "Are you really not going to stay and help me out a bit? There's still more than a month before your graduation exams anyway. You've been in contact with the begonia jellyfish for a longer period of time, and when you break through to become an intermediate imperial beast master, you'll be able to be more accurate in the evolutionary path you see using your talent. Lin Tian, if you stay, I can pay you a salary. How about $300 a day?" Lin Tian had just wanted to refuse, but when he heard this generous reward, he was still a bit moved. He went back to take on various quests as well, trying to make money to support Green Fury, the king of big appetites. It would indeed be nice to have a steady job right now. Zhang Xiaoya had also said that helping her find the evolutionary route of the begonia jellyfish would give him a wind attribute crystal. With such lucrative conditions, it would be a lie for him to say that he wasn't moved. Since that's the case, then fine, but I'll be leaving after I break through to become an intermediate level Imperial Beast Master, and at that time, it's estimated that the graduation exams will start, so I'm going to go back early to prepare, Lin Tian said. Okay, no problem, I definitely won't stop you. Zhang Xiaoya cheered up. I'll go back first, get some clothes and come back this afternoon, Lin Tian said. After saying goodbye to Zhang Xiaoya, the three of them retraced their steps back to Chao Chang. Lin Tian returned to the place he was staying in just as he entered. He saw Linya feeding the fire lizard. The moment he saw the fire lizard, Lin Tian didn't hold back and used his sentinel beast talent to check on the fire lizard's condition. Spirit animal, fire lizard. Attribute, fire. Level, awakening 8th level. Seeing the rank of the fire lizard, Lin Tian couldn't help but stare. Isn't this leveling up a little too fast? The fire lizard's base wasn't thick to begin with, and leveling up that fast would have serious consequences later on, and it wouldn't even be able to evolve. You forcefully raised the level of the fire lizard? Lin Tian asked with some doubt. Forced elevation. Lin Tian, have you forgotten what my royal beast talent is? Is there something wrong with my royal beast leveling up fast? Or is it that your green wind snake hasn't been elevated to this level yet now? And are you envious of me? Chapter 18, Lighting the Second Star. Lin Tian didn't say anything. Of course he knew what Linya's sentinel beast talent was. His talent was well placed in any powerful spirit beast, but the drawback was also very obvious. That is, it was not suitable for Imperial beasts with a weak foundation. The fire lizard's underpinnings were already poor, only containing a trace of dragon bloodline, and even if Linya now fed the fire lizard with good rations, the increase would only be in the underpinnings. For the fire lizard, thick and thin was the correct method, and it wasn't a normal situation for the awakening level to increase so quickly. Lin Tian was a little cold inside his heart. He understood that Linya had overdrawn the fire lizard's bottom. It would be much harder for the fire lizard to grow up in the future. As the Imperial beast that had accompanied him for 10 years in his previous life, Lin Tian had a hard time inside his heart and now wanted to kill Linya. But he couldn't do that now. I'm not envious of you. The fire lizard's base is already weak. It's better for you to be cautious and level up now, Lin Tian reminded and turned around to go back inside his room. Linya snorted coldly, not caring in the slightest. He was the master of the fire lizard. Didn't he know what the current situation of his own Imperial beast was? How could a spirit beast that could evolve into a lava dragon in the future have a weak base? After some simple packing, Lin Tian packed a suitcase and walked out of the room. He didn't see Linya, informing him on his cell phone that he had a job to leave the house. Not caring whether Linya would reply or not, he took his suitcase and left the place. Begonia Town. Lin Tian had just cleaned up his room when he saw Gui Yuqian walk in from outside. Why are you back again? Gui Yuqian smiled and said, Sister Xiaoya is going to give me the formula. I came over to sign the contract with her. And yours. Gui Yuqian shook the two contracts inside his hand. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth twitched, not expecting Gui Yuqian to be so fast. Sign it. This is the contract for the capital shares. In the future the four of us will be the shareholders. Of course Sister Xiaoya is the biggest shareholder. Gui Yuqian handed Lin Tian a contract. At the top of the contract were the words funds and written in large letters. What's Sister Xiaoya's share? Lin Tian didn't even look at it and signed his name. 40%. Gui Yuqian said. Lin Tian nodded. Gui Yuqian was this kind of person. Since he decided to do this, he would never let anyone suffer. Right. Don't forget about that green windstone that Zhao Minghai lost to me. You can keep it for me first. I've already notified him and will send it over tomorrow. Gui Yuqian hemmed and hawed. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth revealed a smile. It was still the fat man's work that made him feel at ease. Gui Yuqian had Zhang Xiaoya sign another contract before leaving Begonia Town to prepare for what he was going to do. Lin Tian stayed here completely, taking care of the begonia jellyfish during the daytime and training the Green Fury in the meantime. And at night he began to meditate and improve his spiritual power. Green Fury had the help of the Imperial beast space and leveled up quickly, reaching the 8th level of awakening in a week's time. Lin Tian was just pure misery. The improvement of his spiritual power could only rely on himself. If he wanted to have the Imperial beasts feed back on him to raise his spiritual power, he needed to become a super Imperial beast master and have 2 of his Imperial beasts be of the king level to do so. Time passed slowly. A month had passed in the blink of an eye, and Green Fury's level had already reached the 9th level of awakening as early as 10 days ago. The one who was dragging his feet was this guy Lin Tian, because his spiritual power had never made a breakthrough. That night, Lin Tian internalized his spiritual sea and looked at a star suspended above. Carved into the top of the star was a small, green-colored serpent, the very image of the Green Fury. Then, his spiritual sea began to churn up, and the first star began to rotate. The churning of the spiritual sea indicated one thing: Lin Tian's spiritual power was going to break through. He was about to become an intermediate-level Imperial Beast Master. Rumble! Lin Tian even heard the sound of waves crashing as the spiritual sea churned and lifted up. It's finally a breakthrough. There was some excitement in his heart. After the breakthrough he would not only be able to increase the strength of the Green Fury, but he himself would also be able to contract a second Imperial Beast, a position he had reserved for the Fire Lizard. The scope of the spiritual sea was slowly expanding with the churning, only to slowly stop when it expanded to twice its original size. But that wasn't the end of it, because the second star hadn't been lit yet. Under Lin Tian's expectant gaze, the landscape of the dragon sucking in water appeared in his mental sea. His spiritual energy formed a vortex and was pouring into the second star in a steady stream. On the contrary, Lin Tian did not feel his spiritual power weakening. The lighting of the second star was instead enhancing his spiritual power. As the second star absorbed more and more spiritual energy, the originally dim star began to emit light, and after a blinding light appeared, the second star was completely lit up. Lin Tian had a feeling of spiritual penetration, and his entire essence changed. Even though he had experienced many level-ups in his previous life, each one still gave him a different feeling. In his previous life, he was more looking forward to getting stronger. Now it was more like he was walking the same path he had once walked, with a big change in mindset above. Green Fury, come out. Lin Tian summoned the Green Fury out of the Imperial beast space. At this time, the Green Fury was already over 3 meters in size, and had long since become more than the small snake it was when it was just born. After Lin Tian's level was raised, Green Fury's level also changed. Royal Beast, Green Wind Snake. Attribute, Wind. Grade, Transcendental Grade 1. Skills, Storm Fangs, Terrorizing Snake Eyes, Wind Blade, Steel Tail. Evolutionary materials, Phonine by Grass, Platinum Spirit Grass, Green Wind Stone, the blood of King-level wind attribute spirit beasts, etc. Well, too lazy to write too much. These are just for reference. Don't worry too much about the back. Evolutionary Route 1. Stormtooth Serpent, Evolutionary Route 2. Sea-Bay Serpent June. Seeing these 2 evolutionary routes, Lin Tian was quite satisfied. The first one had already been researched and the second one had been evolved by someone. The evolutionary route seen by the Eye of True Sight's talent was ultimately just a reference, and what it would ultimately evolve into would still depend on what kind of materials he was able to provide. For the evolution of the Green Fury, Lin Tian actually had arrangements. Among the materials provided by the Eye of True Sight, he would pick out the best ones and then let the Green Fury absorb and evolve, and he wasn't sure what it would evolve into in the end. But everything can be gambled on, and a bicycle becomes an airplane. Green Fury came to Lin Tian's side, and his body went limp. Lying on his lap, the corner of Lin Tian's mouth twitched. Now that Green Fury had gained a lot of weight, his meal size was incomparable. Get back to bed and get off my leg. Lin Tian directly put the Green Fury into his royal beast space. Just let the Green Fury stay inside the Imperial beast space, and it would also increase its strength. The next morning, Lin Tian woke up to take care of the mini begonia jellyfish. Zhang Xiaoya came out of the room and looked at Lin Tian, who was surrounded by the begonia jellyfish. She glanced at him with some suspicion. Then her eyes glittered with a leaping light. You broke through. Chapter 19 The Evolutionary Route of the Begonia Jellyfish. Yeah, Lin Tian responded with a smile. As the same Imperial Beast Master, Zhang Xiaoya's level was still higher than his, so it was normal to notice. Then is it time for you to take a look at the evolutionary route of these begonia jellyfish? Zhang Xiaoya quickly came to Lin Tian's front. In order for the begonia jellyfish to be able to evolve, and even more so, in order to raise these begonia jellyfish, she had spent a lot of effort. Now that Lin Tian had broken through to become an intermediate royal beast master, it also gave Zhang Xiaoya hope. As long as the begonia jellyfish could evolve, she would have fulfilled one of her wishes. It's reasonably possible, but I'll warn you, the evolutionary route seen by the Eye of True Vision is ultimately just a reference, and the chance of evolutionary failure still exists, so be prepared. There are also materials. These begonia jellyfish have so many attributes that they definitely require different materials, so be prepared for that as well. Some of them aren't that easy to find. Lin Tian said. Imperial beast evolution was not something that was 100% successful in the first place, and the chances of failure were high, especially with the materials. Some of the materials were actually quite ordinary but were enough to affect the evolution of the Imperial beasts, but some of them were so precious that they needed to be found at a great cost. Zhang Xiaoya nodded. She certainly knew this knowledge. Don't worry about the materials. It doesn't matter if the begonia jellyfish fails to evolve. You're coming with me. Zhang Xiaoya pulled Lin Tian's clothes and went to the back of the yard. Lin Tian knew that there was another building behind Zhang Xiaoya's house, only that he had never gone in and just thought of it as a room for miscellaneous things. This room is filled with materials and a little bit of what I've been saving up, and what my parents have sent over. A lot in general. Zhang Xiaoya said and opened the door to this room. Lin Tian followed Zhang Xiaoya inside, and what he saw at first glance was a shelf with many boxes on top of the laminate, some of which existed in transparent glass bottles. Seeing so many materials, the corner of Lin Tian's eyes twitched. It was the first time he had seen how abundant the materials of a royal beast cultivator were. Just the ones he was able to directly see. There were quite a few that were worth a lot of money. Some basic materials were even more numerous, and there was also essence blood among them. Just one drop of the essence blood of these spirit beasts of a high grade costs $100,000. That's a lot. Lin Tian was a bit greedy. It would be great if all these materials were his, and selling them for Green Fury's evolutionary materials would get him so much more. These materials should be enough for the begonia jellyfish to evolve without fear of failure. A very confident smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Xiaoya's mouth. These materials are her bottom line. It's enough, but let me first look at the evolutionary path of the begonia jellyfish. I didn't look at it when I got up this morning, Lin Tian said. Let's start by looking at circling their evolutionary paths. Zhang Xiaoya summoned the begonia jellyfish she had contracted. Circles of 2 white begonia jellyfish appeared and surrounded Zhang Xiaoya. Lin Tian used his eye of true vision to look at these 2 begonia jellyfish. Spirit animal, begonia jellyfish. Attribute, water. Level, awakening level 9. Skills, ripple, bubbles, explosive balls. Evolutionary route, begonia jellyfish. Evolution material, 3 copies of water heartgrass. 1 turquoise blue crystal. 1 drop of transcendent water spirit beast essence blood. Spirit animal, begonia jellyfish. Attribute, ice. Level, awakening level 9. Skills, ice spike. Frost, ice armor protection. Evolutionary route, frosty begonia jellyfish. Evolutionary materials, 100 years ice crystal. 5 ice lotus petals. 1 transcendent ice spirit beast bone. See, but there's only 1 evolutionary route. There's no second one, Lin Tian said. Really? I'm actually satisfied with having an evolutionary route. Zhang Xiaoya perked up when she heard Lin Tian's reply. As for the begonia jellyfish possessing several evolutionary routes, she didn't care as long as it could evolve. At one time she had thought that the begonia jellyfish couldn't evolve, but now that she knew it could, she was much more relieved. You quickly tell me what materials. I'll go look for them and see if there are any here. If not, I'll go and purchase them quickly. Zhang Xiaoya couldn't wait to get up. Good. Lin Tian told Zhang Xiaoya about the materials. After listening to the materials required for the evolution of the 2 begonia jellyfish, Zhang Xiaoya's brows furrowed. These materials weren't that rare. 4 of them she had here. The only thing she didn't have here were crystals. It seems that there are still materials to be purchased. Zhang Xiaoya set aside the materials she found. Well, we need to purchase materials anyway, so why don't I look at 2 more begonia jellyfish and purchase evolutionary materials piece by piece? Lin Tian proposed. Alright, I'll go find 2 begonia jellyfish to come over. Zhang Xiaoya agreed down. Anyway, evolving 2 is still evolving. Evolving 2 more isn't impossible, and she doesn't lack money, as long as she can evolve successfully. In the future, these begonia jellyfish evolutions she can get on her own without bothering Lin Tian to help. Soon, Zhang Xiaoya brought over 2 begonia jellyfish. Lin Tian had only used the eye of true vision to look at it for a moment, and the materials required for the evolution of these 2 begonia jellyfish were already known to him. After telling Zhang Xiaoya about the materials, Lin Tian did not continue to worry about the materials. Lin Tian, wait. Zhang Xiaoya walked out holding a box and handed it to Lin Tian. What is this? Lin Tian was a bit puzzled. This is a wind attribute crystal. Thank you for helping me solve the problem of the evolution of the begonia jellyfish. Zhang Xiaoya revealed a smile. If it wasn't for Lin Tian, she still didn't know when she would be able to figure out the way the begonia jellyfish evolved. Hearing that it was a wind attribute crystal, Lin Tian wasn't polite at all and took it over, unable to wait to open the box, only to see that it was a cyan-colored translucent crystal that looked just like a heart, which contained a strong wind attribute power. It's a wind heart crystal. At the first sight of this crystal, Lin Tian recognized it. Wind heart crystals were no ordinary material. This thing had a price without a market, because the quantity was too rare and only existed in those world fragments. An ordinary person would not be able to obtain such a precious material at all. Moreover, the wind heart crystal stone was a good material for the wind attribute Imperial beasts to evolve. As long as they had this crystal stone, they could safely and boldly let the Imperial beasts evolve in other directions. Lin Tian had been a little worried about accidents during the Green Fury's evolution, but now he didn't have to worry about it at all. With the wind heart crystals, he was still afraid of nothing. Sister Xiaoya, thanks a lot. I really needed this. Lin Tian was not polite and accepted this valuable gift. There's no use in keeping it here with me. Wouldn't it be adulting if you need it? Zhang Xiaoya laughed. Chapter 20, Witnessing a Miracle. With Zhang Xiaoya's words, Lin Tian's burden of accepting this gift was much smaller. However, he had already decided in his heart that when he became a super Imperial Beast Master, he could just come over and solve the problem of the next segment of the evolution of the begonia jellyfish. After all, it was a spirit beast that had just appeared not much longer yet, and it was certain that the evolutionary route was not clear. Just because he could only see one evolutionary route now didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to see another evolutionary route when he reached the king level. Zhang Xiaoya went to prepare the materials needed for the evolution of the 4 begonia jellyfish, while Lin Tian went back inside his room to release the Green Fury. Changzhou looked up at Lin Tian and issued his own protest. You still know to let me out. Your strength improves faster in the Imperial Beast space. You won't be able to improve much outside. Lin Tian smiled sarcastically. As the Green Fury grew, its mind also matured, but now it was still like a child, just a little smarter. Green Fury indignantly came to Lin Tian's box and used his tail to roll out a can from inside, hooking his tail around the pull ring and gently prying the seal open. Then roll up the can and just eat this can clean. In 5 minutes. Though, Green Fury finished 6 cans. Lin Tian shook his head helplessly. His little bit of money had long been spent cleanly. The rations that he was now purchasing for Qingshi spent all the money inside the bank card that Gui Yuqian had given him. Lin Tian, I've prepared the materials. Come over and take a look. Zhang Xiaoya knocked on the door of Lin Tian's room. This is coming. Lin Tian walked out of the room. The Green Fury followed behind. And Zhang Xiaoya wasn't afraid when she saw the Green Fury. She had seen Green Fury's growth in size over the course of the month. 4 begonia jellyfish surrounded Zhang Xiaoya. Start. Lin Tian laughed. The two came inside the courtyard. And Zhang Xiaoya prepared the 4 materials. The jellyfish to be evolved this time had a total of 4 attributes. Namely water, ice, wood and wind. The colors of these begonia jellyfish were all the same. Just by looking at their appearance they couldn't tell what attributes they actually had. And Lin Tian was curious to know if there was any change in the color of the evolved begonia jellyfish. After preparing everything, Zhang Xiaoya looked at the circles and dots of her contract and looked at Lin Tian and asked, which one should I first chemicalize? Evolve in one piece. The chances will be quite a bit higher that way. Lin Tian said. The same Imperial beasts evolving at the same time can actually increase their chances of evolving. Okay, listen to you. Zhang Xiaoya looked at his 4 begonia jellyfish, taking out the materials and placing them in different locations. Circle. You two come here. You two come here. Under Zhang Xiaoya's command, each of the 4 begonia jellyfish landed on top of their evolutionary materials, absorbed the energy inside. The 4 begonia jellyfish obediently dropped their tentacles and touched the materials needed for evolution, and a stream of light flashed through their bodies. This is them absorbing the power contained in the material. Zhang Xiaoya's heart was tense, both hands grasping the corners of her own coat, her eyes tightly staring at the 4 begonia jellyfish, fearing that something unexpected might happen to them. Lin Tian was very calm. Although he used his talent to see that there was a possibility of failure in the route, the chances weren't great, and it was basically possible to evolve successfully. So as long as nothing too big happens in the middle, the Imperial beasts can all evolve successfully if they don't have injuries. As the 4 begonia jellyfish continued to absorb the power contained in the materials, the light on their bodies grew more and more intense. Those materials were also losing their luster, and all the energy inside had been absorbed quite a bit by the begonia jellyfish. When the first begonia jellyfish absorbed the energy from these materials cleanly, an evolutionary glow was the first to erupt from its body. It's Dot! Zhang Xiaoya shouted excitedly. Lin Tian's gaze also gazed over, and to be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that he had glanced at the material on the ground, he really wouldn't have been able to tell which one was a dot and which one was a circle. As dots of evolutionary light appeared, Circle followed closely behind, and a dazzling evolutionary light erupted from its body as well. The 2 remaining ones erupted with evolutionary light at the same time. Neither one closed their eyes. The moment of the Imperial Beast's evolution was full of charm and equally a miracle. Neither one wanted to miss such an opportunity. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he saw the dot size had gotten much larger, and the tentacles were also increasing. The tentacles that had originally looked like wool were now about as thick as an adult's finger if he looked at them. It was just that the evolutionary glow hadn't faded yet, and he couldn't see what Dot would evolve into. Is this a success? Zhang Xiaoya's heart tensed. Lin Tian nodded and said, it should have succeeded, but we still have to wait a bit. Just as the two were talking, the evolutionary glow on Dot's body was strong again, and the intensity of the glow far exceeded the evolutionary glow at the beginning, and even the color changed. What was originally a white glow turned into a golden color, and it wasn't Dot herself who had this change in her. Circle and the other 2 jellyfish had it in them. What's going on? The sudden change made Zhang Xiaoya tense up. Sister Xiaoya, don't panic. Maybe this time the 2 of us are really going to witness a miracle. Lin Tian suddenly said. Zhang Xiaoya was unsure, but she could only watch. There was nothing she could do to stop this from happening. The golden light grew stronger and stronger, and Dot and the other wood attribute begonia jellyfish miraculously fused under the golden light. The 2 begonia jellyfish turned into a single begonia jellyfish, further increasing in size. What's going on here? Zhang Xiaoya couldn't help but ask. She hadn't been an Imperial beast cultivator for much longer, and she was not clear about this situation at all. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth revealed a hint of a smile as he said, Sister Xiaoya, this time, I really have to congratulate you, not only for discovering the evolutionary route of the begonia jellyfish, but also for the emergence of another possibility. What? Zhang Xiaoya froze, looking at Lin Tian's meaningful smile. She suddenly had a feeling that Lin Tian was not what she saw. He didn't look like an 18-year-old, more like someone who had been through a lot. Circle and the other jellyfish were similarly fused together. Only now the evolutionary glow hadn't dissipated enough to see exactly what was going on. The two waited here for 5 minutes before the golden evolutionary glow disappeared. Are they fused? Zhang Xiaoya looked at the two begonia jellyfish whose size was comparable to a face basin. This is fusion evolution. The chances of it appearing are very small. I didn't expect that I would see it in a begonia jellyfish. It's incredible, Lin Tian said. Fusion evolution doesn't only happen between the same race, it can also happen between different races, but the probability of such an evolution is really too small, and there is basically a huge element of luck involved. It was normal that Zhang Xiaoya hadn't heard of fusion evolution by now, as it was only within that research institute that such a situation had occurred a few times now, and hadn't spread out. This small chance of evolution had a small benefit, and the strength of the fused and evolved spirit beasts would undergo a skyrocketing change. Chapter 21, Sword Bureau Luo Qingyao. Zhang Xiaoya looked at the two large jellyfish after the fusion and evolution of the 4 begonia jellyfish, and there was a bright light in her eyes. Lin Tian, take a quick look, Zhang Xiaoya urged. A new Imperial beast appeared, albeit an evolved one, but this was very precious to Imperial beast trainers. Why were there Imperial beast cultivators, who existed to explore a whole new evolutionary path for spirit beasts? For the begonia jellyfish to be able to undergo a fusion evolution, for someone like Zhang Xiaoya, who had just become a royal beast cultivator, it was truly an unparalleled honor. Lin Tian first looked at the large jellyfish after and that would attribute begonia jellyfish had undergone fusion evolution. The color of this jellyfish appeared blue above, as if the sky mapped the color of the sea, but its tentacles were turquoise and full of life. The appearance of the breath of life was not because of this color, but Lin Tian felt very comfortable just by standing beside it. Spirit animal, life jellyfish. Attributes, water, wood, level, transcendent level 8. Seeing that the original 2 begonia jellyfish had turned into life jellyfish after fusion evolution, Lin Tian was more or less shocked inside his heart. There were 2 more attributes of spirit beasts after fusion evolution. Even he had never seen them. Generally speaking, when 2 spirit beasts undergo fusion evolution, they will only possess 1 attribute, and a second attribute will not appear. Now the appearance of the begonia jellyfish is a complete break from the original practice. Lin Tian also didn't know just how long Zhang Xiaoya had cultivated these jellyfish. After fusing and evolving they were transcendent level 8. Wouldn't this be a direct move to the next level if he cultivated them for a while longer? However, the water attribute and wood attribute are actually a bit weaker in terms of attack power compared to other attribute spirit beasts, and generally take the auxiliary route. Of course, these 2 attributes of strong attack power of the Imperial beasts is not unheard of. It all depends on the Imperial beast master how to cultivate them. It's just that most Imperial beast masters who have these 2 types of Imperial beasts will cultivate them in a supportive direction, allowing them to heal their other Imperial beasts. This increases the ability of the Imperial beasts in your own party to fight in a sustained manner. Lin Tian looked at the 2 fused and evolved begonia jellyfish of the ice attribute and wind attribute again. Unsurprisingly, this jellyfish also has 2 attributes. Unlike the life jellyfish, this jellyfish was covered with a layer of ice crystal-like armor, while its tentacles possessed 2 colors, ice blue and cyan. The temperature around it was relatively low, perfectly fitting its ice attribute spirit beast's characteristics. Spirit animal, storm ice armor jellyfish. Attributes, ice, wind. Level, transcendent 9. The moment he saw the rank, Lin Tian's mouth twitched. This was even higher than the rank of the life jellyfish, and the name is, honestly, really full of offense, bringing out both attributes in full force. Your dot is now a life jellyfish, so it should be good to go the auxiliary healing route in the future. As for Circle, it's a storm ice armor jellyfish now, and it's good to go the attack route later. The 2 of them aren't weak either. 1 transcendent level 8 and 1 transcendent level 9. Wow! Zhang Xiaoya let out a gasp like a little girl, her eyes shining brightly. Right, you should check the contract first. The contract between the Imperial Beastmaster and the Imperial Beast will change a little after the fusion evolution, Lin Tian said. Zhang Xiaoya sniffed and first checked her contract with the 2 jellyfish before shaking her head. Her contract was not affected right now. Just don't get affected. I'll take a look at the evolutionary path of the remaining begonia jellyfish. After staying here for a month, it's time for me to leave, Lin Tian said. Leaving so soon? Zhang Xiaoya was still a bit reluctant. With Lin Tian here during this period of time, the home was much more lively. Well, I also need to prepare for the graduation exams behind me, and I also need to find the evolutionary materials for the Green Fury as soon as possible, Lin Tian said. Okay. Zhang Xiaoya nodded. Lin Tian rubbed his brow after reading the rest of the begonia jellyfish's evolutionary route. Continuously using the Sentinel Beast talent was still a bit of a drain on his mental energy. Packing his bags, Lin Tian was ready to leave when Zhang Xiaoya called out to him. Lin Tian, this is the salary, a total of $30,000. Zhang Xiaoya was holding an envelope inside her hand, which was bulging. It won't take that much, and shouldn't you have given me a salary, Sister Xiaoya? Lin Tian was a bit puzzled. Zhang Xiaoya has already given him his salary, and here comes $30,000. What is it? Do you want him to sell his body? No, this is the salary for helping me look at the evolutionary route of the begonia jellyfish, and the wind heart crystals are what I had originally promised to give you, Zhang Xiaoya said. I'll be polite then. Lin Tian didn't make any pretense. Right now he was very short of money. He could earn a little more if he could. If he owed a favor, he owed a favor. It didn't matter. I'm leaving, Sister Xiaoya. I'll be back when I become a king-grade Imperial Beast Master. Lin Tian waved his hand. Zhang Xiaoya watched Lin Tian leave before turning around and going back inside her own home. Linya forcibly raising the level of the fire lizard is also a threat to me, as well as that guy Zhao Minghai. Lin Tian pulled his suitcase and walked towards the station. The graduation exam was conducted in a secret realm of virtual space, and Linya and Zhao Minghai weren't much of a threat to him. The key was still the various situations he would encounter during the exam. He couldn't have gotten first place if he wasn't strong enough. It's better to raise the strength of the Green Fury as soon as possible, just in case. As Lin Tian pondered, he completely failed to notice that the path under his feet had changed. Originally he was still inside the town, but at this moment, he was already walking into the woods. Danger! In the Imperial Beast space, the Green Fury suddenly stood up the upper half of his body, his eyes alert, and his snake's letters continuously spitting out. Being reminded by Qing Jia, Lin Tian was instantly alert. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, he instantly cursed himself for not really relaxing. After being reborn, he relied on the fact that he possessed his previous memories and knew that he wouldn't encounter too much danger in Chao City, and his mind was much more relaxed, but he didn't expect that he would encounter danger today. Lin Tian's gaze blazed up, his eyes constantly looking around as his brain raced to judge the current situation. The unfamiliar environment indicated that he was now inside the realm of a royal beast. A royal beast that possessed a domain. That was a royal-level existence, already belonging to the top battle force of the royal beasts. Just what kind of person would appear here and also possess a royal-level royal beast? What person? Come out! Lin Tian shouted. Now that the man wasn't coming out either, he couldn't tell exactly what the other man was trying to do. The worst idea was that an abyssal sentinel had appeared here. If these guys, Lin Tian didn't think there was any possibility of him surviving. You are quite vigilant. A somewhat cold voice rang out. The scene in front of Lin Tian set off a ripple as Luo Qingyao in a white lab coat appeared not far away. Someone from the Sharp Sword Bureau. Just by seeing the white coat, Lin Tian recognized at a glance where Luo Qingyao came from, but he didn't say anything about it. Chapter 22, Two People Who Don't Speak of Martial Virtue. The Sword Bureau was an organization established by the second generation of the Imperial Beast Heavenly King, and regarding this organization, Lin Tian's understanding was actually very limited. The main thing for their group was to explore the world fragments brought by the Abyss, and suitable space fragments would be transformed into secret realms by them, offering them to Imperial Beast Masters to conduct trials, improve their strength, and search for materials for the evolution of Imperial Beasts. As for those that don't fit, these people will choose to block them. Of course, if there are world fragments that contain great dangers, they will deal with them themselves if they can, and if they can't, they will look for someone who can. In his last life, Lin Tian had helped the people of the Sword Bureau to solve the dangers in the world fragment once, and it was only that time that he had gained some understanding of this organization. As far as he knew, except for the first generation of Imperial Beast Heavenly Kings who didn't leave any organization behind, the later Imperial Beast Heavenly Kings all established an organization. The second generation of Imperial Beast Heavenly Kings left behind the Sharp Sword Bureau. The third generation of Imperial Beast Heavenly Kings came up with the Research Institute, and the fourth generation of Imperial Beast Heavenly Kings came up with an Abyssal Army. But the organizations left behind by the third and fourth generations of Tenno are open and transparent, with the exception of the second generation Sharpshooter Bureau, which is a bit of a mystery. They don't appear in front of ordinary people easily, much less like this. So as to why this member of the Sharpshooter Bureau had appeared in front of him, Lin Tian had no idea what was going on. Abyssal Imperial Beast Master? Lin Tian pretended not to know and asked testily. If I was an Abyssal Imperial Beast Master, you'd be dead by now. Luo Qingyao let out a light laugh as a white light flashed around her. A cute white fox appeared by Luo Qingyao's side, wagging its tail as it looked towards Lin Tian. Beat me and you can leave here, Luo Qingyao said. Hearing Luo Qingyao's words, Lin Tian's mouth twisted and his temper suddenly came up. Originally wanted to go home to think about how to cultivate the Green Fury, but it was halfway to kill out a douchebag. Although this is quite good looking, but this is not the reason that she can stop her own way without any reason. That condescending attitude. as if he owed her $2.5 million. Don't think that just because you're good looking, I should listen to you. This is Chao City. If you dare to kill me, the powerful Imperial Beast Masters in the Imperial Beast Master Association won't spare you, but you shouldn't be able to kill me either. So tell me what you want, and I'll cooperate if I can. If I can't, I won't cooperate with you. Lin Tian bristled. He wasn't a clayman. How could he not have fire? It's not up to you to decide whether to cooperate with me or not. Little White, attack! Luo Qingyao didn't have much of a reaction to Lin Tian's words and decisively told her Imperial Beast to attack. You don't talk about martial virtues and don't follow the rules. Lin Tian's entire confused face. Luo Qingyao's Imperial Beast didn't give Lin Tian a chance to dawdle here and rushed over as a white light. Green Fury, get it killed for you. Lin Tian was also fuming as a summoning spell appeared. With a flash of green light, the Green Fury ferociously rushed out from the Imperial Beast space. A light flashed through Lin Tian's eyes as Luo Qingyao's information about this white fox was visible in his eyes. Spirit animal, Snow Spirit White Fox. Attribute, Ice. Level, Awakening 9th level. Skills, Ice Spirit Storm. Explosive Snowflake. Flying Ice. Ice Shield. Green Fury. Terrorize it. Lin Tian commanded the Green Fury through the contract. Green Fury's eyes radiated a red glow as he twisted his body and glared at the Snow Spirit White Fox that rushed over. Luo Qingyao's eyes narrowed in recognition in her heart that Lin Tian was able to react so quickly, but she had no intention of letting Lin Tian's plan succeed. White, close your eyes. Use the Ice Shield. And charge over. The Snow Spirit White Fox closed its own eyes and didn't bother to look at the Green Fury's eyes as it let out a long whistle, and the temperature of the air around it instantly dropped to below zero as a white circular ice shield came out. Against the ice shield, the Snow Spirit White Fox slammed into the Green Fury's body. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth revealed a smile. A pediatric combat technique. If it was a different Imperial Beast Master who had not experienced combat, there might not really be a way. But unfortunately, he was the future Imperial Beast Heavenly King. Reborn brought nothing with him, but his combat experience hadn't diminished at all. Green Fury, Steel Tail dodges through, then uses Wind Blade. The red glow of the Green Fiend's eyes disappeared, and its tail emitted a metallic glow as if it was plated with a layer of steel-like armor, and it watched as the Snow Spirit White Fox was about to charge over with its shield on top. The Green Fiend's tail slammed the ground, and with a loud boom, a crack appeared on the ground where its tail slapped and sunk in. The Green Fiend's body catapulted away at an extremely fast speed, and a wind blade formed from its mouth, and along with the Green Fiend's flung head, the wind blade tore through the air and rushed towards the Snow Spirit White Fox. White, get out of the way. All of this happened too fast, so fast that Luo Qingyao, a powerful beastmaster, didn't even react, and the moment she saw the wind blade, she knew that she was still too careless. Ow! The wind blade struck the Snow Spirit White Fox's body, sending it flying out. The tiny white fox rolled on the ground several times in a row before it could control itself. It gritted its teeth and stood up with difficulty. Green Fury, Teeth of the Storm, terrorized Snake Eyes. Lin Tian was not giving Luo Qingyao any chance at all, directly letting the Green Fury continue to attack. Since he wanted to be a chaperone for him, Lin Tian would not let go of such an opportunity by any means, and it was Luo Qingyao who blocked the way first. Even if he killed the Snow Spirit White Fox, Luo Qingyao would have nothing to say. Of course Lin Tian couldn't really kill the Snow Spirit White Fox, otherwise he might not be able to leave himself. He didn't want to die yet. White, Ice Shield. Luo Qingyao's command was ultimately a step too slow. The Green Fury glaring with red snake eyes had already arrived in front of the Snow Spirit White Fox. Because of the intimidating snake eyes, the Snow Spirit White Fox's entire body couldn't help but tremble, pressing the idea of fighting, let alone releasing its skills. The Green Fiend naturally understood what was going on inside Lin Tian's mind, so he didn't intend to leave a life for the Snow Spirit White Fox either, and the teeth of the storms bit over towards its neck. Holy, Green Fury, you're so obedient. Hurry up and stop. Green Fury's actions had startled Lin Tian himself. If the Snow Spirit White Fox really died, he wouldn't be able to live either. Stop. I admit defeat. Luo Qingyao hurriedly shouted. However, everything was a bit too late. The Green Fury was already close to the Snow Spirit White Fox, its sharp snake teeth only 3 centimeters away from the Snow Spirit White Fox's neck. Green Fury, come back. In a moment of urgency, Lin Tian directly opened the summoning spell. The Green Fury disappeared in a ball of light and was finally thrown into the Imperial Beast space by Lin Tian. Suddenly arriving in the Imperial Beast space, Qing Zhao was in a daze, and then cursed. Wasn't it you who said you were going to get that little Tai White Fox killed? How come when I'm about to get it, you throw me in here? You're a bit of a misanthrope. Chapter 23, The Big Bang. Little White, are you alright? Luo Qingyao rushed to the snow spirit white fox's side and picked it up. The snow spirit white fox with tearful eyes lay in Luo Qingyao's arms and hummed, her head still rubbing those two big balls non-stop. With a flash of purple light, the small purple ball hanging in the middle of Luo Qingyao's neck unhappily smashed the snow spirit white fox's head, as if asserting his sovereignty. This is my turf. How dare you kid take advantage of my woman in front of me? Looking for death. Lin Tian saw this scene. People are stupid. The feelings of this snow spirit white fox is a man and that purple small ball. So a look is a royal beast and is still very rare ability body royal beast. Is it possible that good-looking female Jioji? Even the contracted Jioji are horny. Now that I've won, can you let me go? Lin Tian said as he looked at Luo Qingyao. He didn't know why Luo Qingyao had stopped him, but he had won this battle, so it was time to go home and get some rest. After this actual battle, he also saw some of Green Fury's shortcomings, and went back to be properly coached to avoid this from happening again in the future. Luo Qingyao stood up with the snow spirit white fox in her arms and looked at Lin Tian with a pair of beautiful eyes. She was indeed a bit careless in the battle just now. How much practical experience could a teenager who had just become a royal beast master have? So she didn't take it seriously, and didn't even think that she would lose the battle. But now the results were in front of her, so she couldn't help but revisit Lin Tian from the bottom of her heart. Possessing a wealth of practical combat experience, as well as a talent for royalty like the Eye of True Sight, and possessing a king-level spirit beast cub, this was properly a genius. You passed the test. Luo Qingyao said. Ha? Test? What test? Lin Tian looked at Luo Qingyao with a confused expression. He really wanted to pry open this woman's brain to see if the brain inside was broken. However, this thought flashed through Lin Tian's mind. He couldn't beat this woman. By way of introduction, I'm Luo Qingyao of the Sharp Sword Bureau. Fighting you just now was just a test to see if you have the qualifications to add the Sharp Sword Bureau. Luo Qingyao organized herself and said slowly. Sharpshooter Bureau. Haven't heard of it? I know I'm a genius, but it's not like any trashy organization can recruit me into it. I'm the one who will become the heavenly king of the Imperial beasts in the future. How could I possibly join in a small, unknown organization like yours? Lin Tian skimmed his lips and said, his eyes filled with contempt and his tone was even more unconcerned. Garbage. Organization. Luo Qingyao's brain went numb. It was the first time she'd ever heard someone say from someone else's mouth that the Sword Bureau was a small organization. But thinking carefully about what Lin Tian had said, Luo Qingyao surprisingly couldn't find a single rebuttal. Because the Sharp Sword Bureau was known to all but some powerful people, ordinary people really didn't know about this organization of theirs. If we want to talk about the number of people in the organization, the Sword Bureau doesn't even have 500 people, and it's not even comparable to a small company, so it doesn't seem to be a problem to talk about it as a small organization. Alright, you've lost as well. I won't let you give me any more money. Hurry up and let me get out of here. Lin Tian pulled up his suitcase and was about to leave. Wait, let me explain. Luo Qingyao stopped Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned. He really didn't want to continue pestering Luo Qingyao right now. Joining us will allow you to get the best materials, the best resources for your Imperial beasts, and you will be able to increase your strength much faster than others. I'm not interested. It's only meaningful if you put it together yourself, and I now have reason to suspect you of fraud. Be careful, I'll sue you. Lin Tian hurriedly stopped Luo Qingyao from continuing. Joke? Was he Lin Tian this kind of person? Without the help of the Sharp Sword Bureau he could just as easily become the Imperial Beast Heavenly King. Joining an organization was bound to have some limitations, and Lin Tian considered himself to be a freedom-loving person who didn't like this kind of organization too much. Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky that shook the ground. What's going on? Lin Tian frowned as he looked not far away. The loud noise, which was also within his memory, didn't bother him at the time, but now it sounded a bit off. It wasn't the sound of any explosion, nor was it the attack fluctuation generated by the Imperial beasts releasing their skills. The loud noise was more like it came from underground and passed into the air. Luo Qingyao's face changed when she heard the loud noise. Lin Tian didn't know what was going on, but she was clear about it. She didn't come here for fun, but specifically to take care of business. The surrounding scene changed over and Lin Tian looked at Luo Qingyao in a somewhat strange manner. After the voice came out just now, Luo Qingyao. This woman's face was a bit unnatural. Will it? What does it have to do with her? What the hell is this group of sharpshooters up to? Lin Tian didn't want to get involved too much, and since the domain had already been unlocked, he had to go back. Not far from Chao City, 800 meters underground. In the huge underground space, there was a powerful Imperial beast, and among them were 3 people in white coats. Only their appearance is a bit miserable. The white coat appeared to be torn in several places, hair covered with mud, and one's eyes are red. It's not right. It shouldn't be. We should be able to get in. Zhang Mingyu wiped the dirt on his glasses, holding the tablet with one hand and operating it back and forth with the other. Holy, Zhang Mingyu, did you make a mistake in your calculations? We've already minimized our strength. How come we still can't get into this world fragment? Xiao Zichen cursed and looked at Zhang Mingyu. The one next to him didn't say anything. His eyes were a bit glazed over. Obviously he hadn't slowed down yet. Zhang Mingyu shook his head decisively. How could he calculate wrongly? There must be a problem somewhere. Ji Yang, why don't we beat him up? We got punked once last time, and we got punked again this time. Xiao Zichen poked Ji Yang, who was still dazed, with his elbow. Let's just forget about it. In our line of work, these things are unavoidable. Ji Yang rubbed his face. The explosion that happened just now almost killed him, and it was fortunate that he ran fast and had the Imperial beasts by his side to protect him. There is no way to go in with the strength of a senior Imperial beast master. It should be the remaining rules of this world. It seems that we can only find an intermediate Imperial beast master, but we don't have any newcomers in the Sharp Sword Bureau right now. What should we do? Zhang Mingyu rubbed his eyebrows and said, what else can we do? Of course it's to find someone to come over and help. Isn't Qingyao still outside? Tell her to go to the Imperial Beastmaster Association and pull someone over to help. A few more will do, Xiao Zichen said. It can only be done. Another troublesome aftermath. Zhang Mingyu shook his head. Not being an official member of the Sword Bureau, they really didn't want to use it until they had to. The point is that this world fragment, which is still very critical, is related to the research of thermal weapons. Good. Luo Qingyao hung up the phone and looked towards Lin Tian, who was already about to disappear in her eyes. The summoning spell appeared and a huge black and gold eagle appeared. Luo Qingyao rolled over and sat on its back before pointing a finger at Lin Tian, and the black and gold eagle rushed over at a speed that exceeded the speed of sound. Chapter 24, You're kidnapping. Put me down. Put me down. What the hell do you people want? In the sky, the black and gold eagle had Lin Tian's collar in its beak and his luggage in its claws. Lin Tian continuously growled, but he didn't dare to struggle. At this moment, Lin Tian was in mid-air. He didn't dare to be reckless at all. Chao Cheng could see the outline in his eyes, and he was even able to vaguely see the location of the school. He wanted to struggle very much, but for the sake of his own little life, he didn't dare to move, because this dress he actually wore for 3 years, and the black gold eagle's beak was unusually sharp. In case he moved, his clothes were torn to shreds, and what if he fell to his death? However, Lin Tian's person didn't dare to move, but his mouth didn't stop for a moment. Originally walking nicely, he was suddenly taken into the air by the black and gold eagle, and his heart was very upset. The words inside his mouth didn't stop for a moment, interfering with Luo Qingyao. Get off me. You're kidnapping. I'm telling you, if anything happens to me, the Imperial Beast Master Association won't let you go, and neither will the teachers at my school. So it's not too late for you to let go of me. I'm not going to bother you because you're a woman, so hurry up and put me down. Shut up. Luo Qingyao's pretty face was covered in frost. She tried to block Lin Tian's mouth several times, but there wasn't a single thing she could do about it. She could only listen to Lin Tian continuously cursing him. Little gold, be faster. Hurry up and get to the place. I want to beat him up, Luo Qingyao said to the black golden eagle. The black and gold eagle nodded and fiercely increased its speed. Dowdu. Lin Tian had just opened his mouth and the air poured right in. His cheeks fluttered up and down and he couldn't say a word. And now he was in a high air. The black and gold eagle accelerated violently, almost freezing him to death. Lin Tian had the sense to close his own mouth and look downwards. It was better to give up resisting now. He really wasn't suited in the aspect of mouth cannons. If something hadn't happened, Luo Qingyao shouldn't have had to arrest herself. The people from the Sharpshooter Bureau wouldn't have done so yet. So what exactly had happened that Luo Qingyao had to bring herself there? Lin Tian thought about it and couldn't figure out what had happened. This whole thing is a memory gap from the last life. In his last life, he was still looking for a job on the side and running around trying to feed the fire lizards. So where did he find the time to care about such things? The speed of the black and gold eagle slowed down and Lin Tian looked downwards. This was a natural park near Chao City where people would normally play. Is there anything strange here? Lin Tian didn't see anything strange here. However, the black gold eagle was aiming for this place, bringing Lin Tian down. As he landed, Lin Tian finally realized that something was wrong. The trees in front of him disappeared and were replaced by a large, bottomless hole and a large, green tree next to him that was looking up at him. ****** illusion. No, it's a domain. This big tree is also an Imperial-level Imperial beast. Lin Tian was inwardly shocked. Luo Qingyao had an Imperial beast, and now there was another Imperial beast here. The Sharpshooter Bureau wasn't weak. Moreover, just now, he didn't see any abnormality here in the air. but after falling down, he realized that there was a big hole here, which was obviously covered up by this Imperial royal beast. With a clang, the black and gold eagle threw down Lin Tian's luggage. "Hey, I said can you slow down? You'll buy me my suitcase if it breaks," Lin Tian said with some irritation. The black and gold eagle let go of its beak and Lin Tian fell down. Luckily it wasn't much higher and Lin Tian landed right on the ground. Luo Qingyao jumped down from the back of the black and gold eagle and looked at Lin Tian with unkind eyes. "Come with me. I'll gladly kill you here if you don't behave." He, then you kill me." Lin Tian completely swung for the fences, standing still and not moving, with a casual look of killing or dying. Luo Qingyao's head was covered in black lines. She understood Lin Tian's attitude, but now there was no extra time to explain. It wouldn't be too late to wait to see the other three guys and then explain. "Come with me first." After saying these words, Luo Qingyao didn't care about Lin Tian and walked inside this cave herself first. Lin Tian breathlessly rubbed his brow, lamenting that Luo Qingyao must be on her aunt's period. After all, women are in a state 4 weeks a month, 1 week at a time, crazy for a week, annoying for a week, flirty for a week, painful for a week, 4 weeks a turn, forever, unless she's pregnant. Lin Tian could only follow Luo Qingyao inside. Holy, such a big centipede. Just after entering this place, Lin Tian saw a huge centipede that was staring at him with a pair of eyes, while Luo Qingyao was standing on the back of this centipede. "Come up here." Lin Tian obediently climbed up. This centipede climbed out and dropped its head to re-enter the cave. Just from the size above, Lin Tian could tell that the strength of this centipede was definitely at the king level. It couldn't possibly be at the emperor level. If everyone in the Sharpshooter Bureau had an Imperial beast, he would have to re-evaluate what this organization actually did. After all, having such a strong strength, but has never been to the abyssal battlefield, and is only active above the blue star, there are too many doubts. It was also unknown what exactly the second generation of the Imperial Beast Heavenly King was trying to do by establishing this organization. The centipede's crawling speed was very fast, but it also made Lin Tian feel that this hole was really deep. After a minute, Lin Tian finally saw the underground. It was a huge cave that was obviously dug out by people, and there were several powerful Imperial beasts here. When he saw these Imperial beasts, Lin Tian's entire body was numb. Isn't the powerful Imperial beasts inside the Sharp Sword Bureau a little too much? In front of him were 4 Imperial beasts, a rock giant, a long sword that emitted light, a scorpion with electric light on its body, and the last one was a flaming lion. These 4 Imperial beasts are Imperial level. Lin Tian man was a bit numb. He was seeing a few Imperial level Imperial beasts today. Luo Qingyao definitely had an Imperial level Imperial beast. There was a big tree outside that was also Imperial level. There were 4 here. Damn, 6 Imperial level Imperial beasts. Although there were no Emperor level Imperial beasts. But this strength was not to be underestimated when placed on the Imperial Beast battlefield, able to change the pattern of a small battle. The strength of the Sword Bureau is as terrifying as it is. Lin Tian thought back to that time in his previous life when he had helped the Sharpshooter Bureau to solve that matter. He hadn't seen so many Imperial level Imperial beasts. Qingyao, you're here. Did you bring over someone? The centipede stopped. Luo Qingyao jumped down, and Lin Tian followed. The 3 men rushed to meet them. "Are the 3 of you unable to see a living, breathing person like me standing here?" Lin Tian pointed to his nose and looked at the 3 people with slight irritation. When the 3 people saw Lin Tian, they were a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Just now, they really only saw Luo Qingyao and didn't notice Lin Tian. This is great. 3 people were called blind at the same time. Don't mind him. He was kidnapped by me. So he's a little short-tempered and his mouth is a little foul. Luo Qingyao glanced at Lin Tian. Lin Tian heart really but there is no way. Have come here, resigned to fate. Chapter 25, Entering the World Shard. Zhang Mingyu, Ji Yang, and Qiu Zichen looked at each other in dismay. And in their hearts, they were simultaneously a bit speechless. No wonder people had such strong opinions. Little brother, don't be angry. We are also looking for you because there is a very important matter. Zhang Mingyu said. I'm not interested. I don't even know what you guys are. In case you guys do something that threatens ordinary people, wouldn't I become a murderer if I help you? Lin Tian laughed. The 3 people looked at Luo Qingyao once again, and the latter's face flushed. I haven't explained to him what we do. Ugh. Speechless. Qiu Zichen patted his head. Don't be angry for now, little brother. Let me introduce you. I'm Zhang Mingyu. This is Qiu Zichen. He's Ji Yang. And as for the one who tied you up here, she's Luo Qingyao. The 4 of us are all from the Sharpshooter Bureau that we belong to. You may not know what the Sharpshooter Bureau is, but you must know about the second generation of the Imperial Beast Heavenly King. The organization, Sharp Sword Bureau, was established by the second generation of the Sentinel Heavenly King, and our main mission is to explore the world fragments. We are not an evil organization. Zhang Mingyu spoke about his organization in general so that Lin Tian, the teenager, could understand in detail. Sharp Sword Bureau, the organization established by the second generation of the Imperial Beast Heavenly King. Really? Lin Tian feigned disbelief. Of course it's true. Zhang Mingyu smiled bitterly. Then what are you guys looking for me for? You guys are so strong. Is there anything you can't handle and you still have to let me? A person who just became a royal beast master. Solve it? Lin Tian's expression was skeptical. The three men were speechless, and they realized that this was being underestimated. Let me tell you, when the world fragments are not developed, there will still be remnants of the world rules. Our strength is too strong. We are blocked by the world rules. We can't get in, so we can only look for someone who is weak to get in. Of course, this time it was an accident. Usually the rules remaining from broken world fragments aren't strong. Only this one doesn't know how. Zhang Mingyu explained. Oh, so that's how it is. I still won't do it. Lin Tian laughed. Joke, letting him enter the world fragments. Looking for death. God knows what kind of dangers are inside. He was an intermediate royal beast master who didn't even have the strength to defend himself. So how could he go in rashly? You don't have to worry about the danger. In fact, we've already explored this world fragment and there isn't much danger. If you're willing to help us, the Sharpshooter Bureau can provide you with evolutionary materials and funds. Zhang Mingyu said. Don't care if he's willing or not. He has the Eye of True Sight talent of Sentinel Beast, and his first Sentinel Beast was a King-grade Spirit Beast Cub. Now he's already an intermediate Sentinel Beast Master, so he can be directly absorbed into the organization. Luo Qingyao said from the side. The Eye of True Sight talent of the Imperial Beast? Zhang Mingyu froze, and Xiao Zichen and Ji Yang's eyes changed as they looked at Lin Tian. Little brother, since your talent is so good, as long as you are willing to help us, from now on, you will be a member of our Sharp Sword Bureau. And you don't have to worry about the resources for the evolution of the Imperial Beasts, Xiao Zichen said as he patted Lin Tian's shoulder. Lin Tian thought that he couldn't go on like this. If he was really just an ordinary person, maybe he really wouldn't go into this world fragment. The key was that he wasn't so he was trying to figure out what to say. Well, what are you exploring this world fragment for? Truth be told, we're working on a heat weapon that can destroy the abyssal beast. And to research such a weapon, one must use the knowledge left behind by the rest of the world. Have you heard of the mechanical world? Zhang Mingyu spoke without hesitation. Hearing the mechanical world, Lin Tian's heart jumped. How could he not have heard of this world? The only one that relied on the power of machinery to fight the abyss for hundreds of years. Unfortunately, the world still didn't win and eventually perished under the power of the abyss. Alright, don't say it. Since it's for the purpose of destroying the abyssal beast, how can I, as a great man of the Yin-Yang Imperial Beast Kingdom and the future Imperial Beast Heavenly King, back down? Leave this matter to me. Lin Tian said righteously with a serious expression, causing the four people to not know what to say. However, what's the situation inside the world fragment? Will it be extremely dangerous? Lin Tian asked again. The strength is too weak to enter or try to have a means to save your life. You can rest assured that since only intermediate level Imperial Beast Masters can go in, it means that the scope of this world fragment isn't very large and there isn't much danger. And you don't have to worry. We'll give you something to save your life. Zhang Mingyu said with a smile. Lin Tian being able to go in was something they were all happy to see. Otherwise they could only go and find another person. The most important thing was that Lin Tian's talent was something they all valued. And absorbing Lin Tian directly after this matter was over would save a lot of trouble. Killing two birds with one stone. Okay, give me the life preserver first so I can feel somewhat safe. Lin Tian reached out for something to save his life. Zhang Mingyu took out a small orb from inside his own pocket, made of metal that was very radiant and had only one button. This is a spatial shield that lasts for half an hour when turned on, and it can withstand the full force of 3 Emperor-level Imperial Beast attacks. Lin Tian took it as soon as he could. His eyes were on fire. This is a good thing. He had never seen it in his last life. He didn't think that the Sharpshooter Bureau had such a good thing. Is there any more? Give me one more. I'm afraid I don't have enough time. Lin Tian asked. Zhang Mingyu said with a bitter smile. How can there still be The production of this thing is very troublesome. Only 2 can be made in a year. Right now there are only 15 inside the entire Sharpshooter Bureau, and we only take one with us when we are exploring the world fragments. Alright. Lin Tian was a little disappointed inside his heart. Such a good thing would be great if it could be mass-produced. However, from above this spatial shield, Lin Tian could also see that the Sword Bureau had researched very deeply above black technology. Let me give you another thing. Xiao Zichen took out a bright green leaf. This is the leaf of the Tree King. Even if your Imperial beast is in a state of near death, you can instantly cure it, but of course it's limited to Imperial beasts below the Imperial level. Good stuff. Lin Tian's eyes lit up as he picked it up. The Tree King was presumably the Imperial level tree outside, and I didn't expect its healing ability to be so strong. The entrance is there. Now that I'm frighteningly strong, I can definitely explore this place for you plainly, Lin Tian said arrogantly. The three men moved out of the way, revealing a white crack over a meter long. The white crack was like a scratch on top of the paper, connecting it to the blue star so that the inside could not be seen from the outside. I'm ready, I'll do the rest. Lin Tian took a step over and extended his hand to touch the crack, his entire hand not entering. Okay, I'm going in. Lin Tian walked in and his entire body disappeared in front of the four people. The four people hadn't reacted until Lin Tian went in. Have we not told him how to break the remaining world rules? Ji Yang suddenly said. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 26, Welcome to the Mechanical Kingdom. Here, the light was a bit harsh, and it took Lin Tian a while to get used to it. There is no very bright light here. The sky is instead as colorful as the aurora borealis. It was the edge of this fragment of the world, and the barrier, the substance that protected the world that still existed. The blinding white light just now was entirely due to the illusion caused by the traveling rift. He took a step forward and felt a hard sensation under his feet. This is... Lin Tian looked down, and underneath his feet was a piece of metal. The ground here was strewn with many oddly shaped metals. Only then did Lin Tian carefully survey this world fragment. A half-collapsed mechanical city. Just by looking at the scale of the collapsed city, Lin Tian understood how glorious this world's civilization had once been. The entire ruins of the city were constructed of metal, including the buildings that had not collapsed. Lin Tian looked into the distance, his gaze slightly condensing. Tower? At the center of the city's ruins was a collapsed metal tower. It wasn't because of how shocking this tower was, because Lin Tian had seen buildings that were even more shocking than this tower. Could this be the Mechanical King City? An idea involuntarily emerged from Lin Tian's mind. The Mechanical King City, the core of the entire mechanical world. The iconic building was a high tower, which was built in the center of the King City. Is it really Mechanical King City? Lin Tian got excited. What he hadn't researched in his last life, he might be able to do so here. In his last life, Lin Tian had studied a lot of information about the mechanical world, and he wanted to research out mechanical Imperial beasts, or mechanical armor, to protect the Imperial beasts. But because of conditions and technology, he never researched it. Later, he knew that the Mechanical King City contained a very precious thing that could help him research it, but he never found it. He had thought that the Mechanical King City had completely shattered and disappeared into the void. Unexpectedly, the world fragment of the Mechanical King City would be in the vicinity of Chao City, and it had long been discovered by the people of the Sharpshooter Bureau. Since this is the Mechanical King City, there must still be dangers present. We can't venture in. Lin Tian calmed down. If it was an ordinary world fragment there might not be any danger, but this was the Mechanical King City, so there might be some danger hidden. Lin Tian's knowledge about machinery surfaced in his mind as his gaze continuously swept towards the ground. In addition to normal life in the Mechanical King City, there are also many highly intelligent cyborgs, which are not humans, but they have intelligence and their own lives, though their lives come from the energy core. Green Fury. The summoning spell formation opened, and Green Fury came out of the Imperial beast space. Seeing a ruin, Green Fury was also taken aback. What is this place? Green Fury looked left and right, a little nervous inside. The unfamiliar environment could not bring it enough security. In the eyes of the Green Fury, this place revealed itself to be strange. Green Fury, follow my side. Don't run around. It's dangerous here. Lin Tian admonished. Green Fury obediently followed Lin Tian's side, not daring to run around. Lin Tian led Qin Shi towards the core of the royal city while observing everything here. It was just that now that half an hour had passed, and still nothing unexpected had appeared, Lin Tian estimated that this place had really been destroyed very thoroughly, and there wasn't even a single mechanical life that was still alive. This is mechanical life? Lin Tian looked at a few small orbs not far away and walked over. These little orbs were covered in a metal that was covered in signs of age and had long since lost its original smoothness. It wasn't the fact that they themselves were truly attractive to Lin Tian, but the fact that one of the small orbs was very much intact, and apart from some wear and tear on its surface, it didn't have any particularly serious injuries. By all rights, this mechanical being should not have died. Lin Tian, a mechanical being the size of a soccer ball, moved aside and felt around its body for a while, and when he felt a bump, he pressed hard. With a click, the orb suddenly popped open with a small lid, and a pile of crumbs fell out from it with a clatter. So it's just the energy source that's shattered. Lin Tian checked around and didn't find any major injuries to this mechanical life. It was just the core that provided the energy that was shattered. He took apart a few more of the other mechanical beings and didn't find a single working energy core. If we find an energy core that still works, this mechanical life can still come to life. Lin Tian continued to search up here. This mechanical life he found would be of great help to him in exploring the Mechanical King City if it could come to life. Soon, Lin Tian, who had been busy for almost 2 hours, brought the energy core he had picked up to this mechanical being. Energy cores were not pure crystals, but a combination of machinery and crystals, and a single energy core could be divided into 8 smaller pieces. These energy cores that Lin Tian had found were all small pieces. There were no complete ones. He knew enough about mechanical life and how energy cores should be used and assembled. For him, as long as the mechanical life was undamaged and still had an energy core to use, this mechanical life he could save. It's been a long time since I've done this job, and I really can't do it without tools. Lin Tian searched through the ruins for a long time again, and in the end, he was able to assemble the energy core only after dismantling some tools from the corpses of those few mechanical beings. The assembled energy core was a square, but no fluctuations of energy appeared. Green Fury, use a very, very small wind blade to hit one of these. Lin Tian looked at Qingsha next to him and handed over the energy core. Green Fury nodded and coalesced out a wind blade only the size of a fingernail cap, striking above the energy core. With a snap, the energy core that had been hit by the very small wind blade did not react at first, but Lin Tian felt the thing tremble a little. Buzz! The energy core let out a vibrating sound and a blue glow appeared as the entire energy core lit up. Looks like the craftsmanship still hasn't dropped too much. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth revealed a hint of a smile as he walked over to the intact mechanical life and stuffed this energy core in before closing the lid. Alright, the next step is to see when this guy can wake up. Lin Tian clapped his hands and sat next to the mechanical being. After 5 minutes of time, the mechanical being next to him suddenly moved. Lin Tian heard a soft sound coming from its body, as if the sound of gears turning. The mechanical life levitated, and a few white lines appeared on its bodies as well. 2 mechanical arms suddenly stuck out from his body, and then 2 round eyes emerged from the top of his head, only the eyes were underneath. Now this mechanical life, it's upside down. It seemed to be seeing the world upside down as it hurriedly turned itself around and looked at Lin Tian with its 2 eyes. Honorable guest, welcome to the Mechanical Kingdom. This is Mechanical King City. Number 2345 sends its regards. Chapter 27 Location of the Mechanical Core. The reaction of the mechanical life frightened the Green Fury into trembling, and the entire snake hid next to Lin Tian, only daring to reveal a head to survey the orb. Look at your little outburst. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Tian gave Qingsha a look without any good humor, and then looked at this mechanical being that had come to life. Malfunctioned? Hearing what Mechanical Life 2345 said, Lin Tian felt something was wrong. From what he knew about mechanical beings, they weren't as intelligent as the kind of robots they were programmed to be. Are you broken? Lin Tian knocked on this mechanical life metal's brain. Detection in progress. 2345 emitted a series of sounds. 30% of energy core remaining. Energy converter 20% damaged. 80% damage to wisdom chip. Functional area intact. Body intact. Turn on the auto repair program. Listening to the mechanical life's series of voices, Lin Genius came to realize that this guy just looked like he didn't have any damage on the outside. But in fact, the damage that existed was still quite a lot. 2345's eyes emitted a burst of light and began to scan the ruins. When it saw the remaining mechanical life next to it, it directly floated over, and several mechanical arms stretched out from the back of its body, and a laser flashed, directly slicing through the abandoned mechanical life. Then the scrapped mechanical being became a pile of parts. I'm rubbing. Lin Tian watched dumbfounded as this scene occurred. Lin Tian didn't disturb this mechanical life's next action. Whether he could explore and understand this Mechanical King City depended on the mechanical life he saved. After half an hour of waiting, the mechanical being brought over a single part and then began to replace the damaged areas of his body. Worthy of being a mechanical kingdom, mechanical beings can even repair themselves. Lin Tian sighed with emotion. Now Green Fury wasn't afraid of this guy. Instead, he was watching curiously. Soon, the mechanical being 2345 had all the parts on his body under repair. Lin Tian rested his chin and looked at the mechanical life that had turned back into a ball, quietly waiting for his repair to come over. Repair complete. The mechanical being prompted, its eyes rearing up. It was just that he looked at Lin Tian and didn't say anything, as if he was in deep thought. Hello, esteemed guest, 2345 said as he looked at Lin Tian before his gaze went back to the ruins of Mechanical King City. We still failed. His voice took on a mood swing, unlike the rawness of the beginning. Yes, you guys failed. and now the abyss is in my world. Lin Tian looked at 2345 and said, now that this mechanical life had returned to normal, Lin Tian instead had a strange feeling. He had a cutting sense of whether such as 2345 counted as life, or as a machine. So that's it. The mechanical being's voice was a bit heavy. What are you here for? Looking for something like what Mechanical King City was researching in the first place. Do you know where it is? Lin Tian looked at 2345 and asked. So it's a search for a mechanical core. But now that the Mechanical King City is in ruins, what's the point of having a mechanical core even if there is one? 2345's voice was bitter. Since it was researched by the mechanical world after pouring out all its resources, even if all the mechanical worlds were overthrown, it still has a big role to play. Can you take me to look for it? Lin Tian inquired tentatively. Now he couldn't figure out what 2345 belonged to and what was once the Mechanical King City. Was it an ordinary mechanical being? Or was it a soldier guarding the King City? Is that so? Come with me and I'll take you on a search, 2345 said. Lin Tian froze, not expecting 2345 to actually know where something was. 2345 walked in front, Lin Tian walked behind him, and Xingshi who followed at the end. Since 2345 was now back to normal, Lin Tian could then communicate with him. Through the chat, he knew that 2345's name was X, and that he was a member of the Mechanical King City. What exactly was his identity? Lin Tian didn't ask, and X didn't seem to be willing to say more. In the background, both sides remained silent and didn't say a word more. Be careful when you come here. This tower has collapsed quite a bit, but there are still many dangers present. When the tower was built, it was built to protect the King City, and even if it has collapsed, not all of its functions will be lost. There are some features that are still available, and now this tower, it's in a state of indiscriminate attack. Even if I'm from the Mechanical King City, if I'm not careful, I'll be attacked all the same. X reminded Lin Tian. No, this tower is still a weapon? Lin Tian was a bit confused as he looked at the iron tower that had collapsed. X nodded. Of course, the tower is a weapon in itself. The rest of its effects are incidental. It is the second best technological creation in our mechanical world. Lin Tian was secretly staggered, and in his heart, he lamented that it was worthy of being a highly technologically advanced world. The tower was the second technological artifact. So the first technological artifact, surely, was the mechanical core that X had mentioned? I just don't know what that mechanical core actually looks like. Following X inside this collapsed tower, Lin Tian didn't dare to take a wrong step and honestly followed him. Coming to the center of the room, X checked around. Are you looking for something? Lin Tian asked curiously. I'm checking to see if the teleportation device still works. X said. Teleportation device. Lin Tian was beginning to doubt his ears a little. The Mechanical Kingdom had even researched a spatial teleportation device. This was lighting up the technology tree to the apex. Get ready, X said suddenly. Lin Tian obediently stood back up, and even let green fury climb onto his body. Light shot out of X's eyes, and a circle of intricate patterns appeared beneath their feet. Lin Tian felt carefully. He didn't want to miss the feeling of this spatial teleportation. There was a flash of light and they disappeared from the area. Lin Tian looked at the scene that had changed in front of him. He was still a bit confused. To be honest, he didn't feel anything different. It was as if he had changed a place out of nowhere. Space teleportation. Flat out. Here it is. This is where the mechanical core is made, X said to Lin Tian. A huge space with a height of over 300 meters. Lin Tian and X were located right at the edge. Lin Tian could be certain that they were underground in the iron tower. The edges of the space were filled with many more grotesque statues, their eyes gazing at the very center of the place. Lin Tian counted a total of 12 grotesque metal statues, but there was nothing in the very center of this space. Instead, it was very empty. There's nothing here. Could it be that the mechanical core has already been transferred away? Lin Tian said. No, the mechanical core never left here from the beginning. We just can't see it yet. X said. Can't see? Lin Tian looked at X. Follow me. Chapter 28, Echoes. Pair of threes. Pair of sevens. Hey, King Fry. Not out. Not out. Single walk a six. Winning. Pay up, pay up. Inside the underground space, the three of them, Zhang Mingyu, Xiao Zichen and Ji Yang, were sitting around with playing cards in front of them. Zhang Mingyu and Ji Yang still had a few cards left in their hands, and Xiao Zichen no longer had a single card in his hand, and was reaching out to the two men to deign to ask for money. Next to him, was Luo Qingyao, who was sitting in meditation. Wipe, what kind of hand you have? Winning so many hands. Ji Yang took out his wallet and pulled out $1 from it. Sigh. I told you that the two of us can't beat him. Zhang Mingyu similarly took out $1 and handed it to Qiu Zichen with a somewhat lifeless expression. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Give the money numbly. Qiu Zichen put aside the money handed over by the two men. Next to him, he had already placed $2 dozen, all of which were for winning both Zhang Mingyu and Ji Yang. The four of them didn't have much to do here, so they played poker. I also don't know how the situation inside is. Zhang Mingyu glanced at the spatial crack with some worry. Now we can't get in either. There shouldn't be any problem. Just wait. There are life-preserving things. It's fine. Qiu Zichen said without a care in the world. Shuffle up and let's get on with it. Zhang Mingyu started shuffling the cards and continued his and Ji Yang's losing journey. There's nothing strange in the middle here. Lin Tian followed X to the center and didn't see anything different. It's actually right here. Need me to activate it? X said. You can activate it? Lin Tian gave X a puzzled look. The mechanical core must be the most secretive thing in the mechanical king city. And X was just a mechanical being he had rescued from the outside. He shouldn't know so much about it. Ever since X had fixed himself, Lin Tian had wondered why X knew so much. Aha! X nodded and didn't say anything more. An indentation emerged above X's body, and from it emerged a pattern much like an emblem-like design. Lin Tian was on guard. He wouldn't trust X completely with regard to X. This was an unfamiliar environment to him, including X, and now this place was even more at the heart of the mechanical world. And there was no way he was going to trust an unfamiliar mechanical being. Lin Tian took out his spatial shield. If the situation was not right, he would directly use it to save his life. I'm going to start. X gave Lin Tian a reminder. The appearance of the badge set off a chain reaction. Those huge statues on this space seemed to have come to life, their eyes emitting a red glow. A ray of light shot into X's body, penetrating him without causing damage, and finally landed on top of that pattern. Lin Tian gazed at this bizarre scene. His emotions didn't rise and fall too much. He had experienced too many big scenes. This point wasn't enough to make him have any waves. Rumble. This space suddenly trembled, and in the center above, a column suddenly extended out, and in the top position of that column, an orb full of metallic beauty was placed. Is this a mechanical core? Lin Tian froze as he looked at the column sticking out from above. No danger occurred, and the statues didn't turn into any monsters to attack him. Lin Tian had wondered inside his head when he saw X activate these statues if these things would just take him out. It doesn't look like it will be so now. The metal pillars fell down from above a little bit, but Lin Tian didn't notice that the lines on X's body were gradually dimming. It wasn't until the metal pillar completely fell that Lin Tian's gaze fell on X. X, is this the mechanical core? Yes, X said. The crystallization of the wisdom of the entire mechanical world is this one little ball. X looked to the mechanical core, his tone heavy but instead a little excited at the sight of it. If the time had been right in the first place, my world might not have perished. Lin Tian, now that your world is in the same danger of being overthrown by the abyss, take it away and hope that it can help your world. Lin Tian froze, looking at X with some incredulity. Although the purpose of me coming here, is it? But you are from the mechanical world. Are you so relieved to let me take it away? Of course, because I don't have much time left, and the mission is kind of done. X said suddenly. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Tian looked at X, but this time, he saw that the light on X had completely dimmed, and even the light coming from his eyes was not as bright as it had been earlier. What's wrong with you? Lin Tian asked with some anxiety. Thank you Lin Tian, for still letting me see a glimpse of the mechanical world again. Actually, I'm one of the guardians of the mechanical core, and I wouldn't have woken up if it weren't for you. Since you're here for it, take it with you. I've already helped you with the final step of this mechanical core. You only need to wait for a while to activate it. It is the hope of our entire mechanical world. And this is the material that helped the mechanical core grow. It contains the knowledge of the entire mechanical civilization, and it is now given to you as well. X held out his own mechanical arm and beckoned it into midair, and a metallic circular bracelet appeared very suddenly from the metal post and landed on his mechanical arm. It is? You can interpret it as a relic of the mechanical world that can be bound with spiritual power. X handed the bracelet to Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't bother to pick it up. He looked at X and said, aren't you going to finish this thing yourself? Don't you want to see how the abyss was wiped out? I don't have time for this. And the abyss, there is no way to be wiped out. As long as there is life in this universe, the abyss will not be wiped out. Lin Tian, it's in your hands. The light in X's eyes suddenly disappeared, and his body, suspended in midair, fell down. X, Lin Tian tried to pull X. He had just taken a step out, his hand halfway outstretched, when X's body had landed on the ground with a sound of metal hitting metal. The bracelet fell off his mechanical arm and landed on the ground with a crunch, rolling to a stop at Lin Tian's feet. Lin Tian suddenly had a hard time understanding what kind of mood he was in right now. He looked at the already lifeless X in a daze and bent down to pick up the metal bracelet. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Lin Tian released his spiritual energy and established a trace of connection with the bracelet. He looked at the mechanical core in front of him and reached down to remove it. X, do you think I won't be able to save you? Chapter 29, Full Members of the Sword Bureau. Outside, a fluctuation suddenly emanated from the spatial rift. The three people who were still playing cards stopped their hands at once. Even Luo Qingyao, who was meditating, opened her eyes. Lin Tian did this? Qiu Zichen asked with some uncertainty. Let me see the energy fluctuation. Zhang Mingyu looked at the tablet in his hand. A line of energy fluctuations above it had fallen back down, and it was clear that the energy fluctuations inside the world fragment were ready for them to enter it. He made it. We can go in. Quick, let's go in, Zhang Mingyu said with some excitement. And the whole person entered the spatial crack first. As they watched Zhang Mingyu disappear from their sight, Qiu Zichen and Ji Yang also rushed to get inside. Qingyao, you wait outside. Ji Yang didn't forget to remind Luo Qingyao as he entered. Luo Qingyao came to the side of the spatial crack and stood quietly. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. She was curious as to how Lin Tian did it. Why are you all in here? Why are you here? Lin Tian had already arrived at the location he had entered, and he was just about to leave when he saw a fluctuation in the spatial rift in front of him, and the three Zhang Mingyu people drilled in from the outside. The four men were wide-eyed, not knowing what to say. Lin Tian was not expecting the three of them to be able to come in, and Zhang Mingyu was not expecting Lin Tian to appear here. You lifted the restrictions so we can come in, but why are you in this place? Shouldn't you have already gone deeper into this world? Zhang Mingyu asked. Lin Tian realized that he wasn't from the Sword Bureau and didn't understand the situation. He thought that the three people had used some special method to get in, probably by mistake. I don't even know what that restriction is that you're talking about. There really isn't any danger here, but watch out for that tall tower in the center. There's danger there. Zhang Mingyu's three people looked at the ruins and their eyes changed drastically. This is the Mechanical King City. I didn't expect it to be the Mechanical King City. It looks like we can add a lot more stuff to deal with the abyss in the future. Qiu Zichen got excited. Looking at the excited three people, Lin Tian touched his nose and hid the bracelet. It's better to leave the three men out of this. He'll have use for it later. As for the things inside the Mechanical King City, they could find as many as they could. And anyway, it was impossible to get him to hand over the things he had obtained. The three men were in no hurry to explore. The restrictions on this place had been lifted, and it was fine for them to come over whenever they wanted. Bringing Lin Tian out, Zhang Mingyu looked at Lin Tian and said, now that things have been lifted, take out the space shield and that leaf. Lin Tian's eyes widened as he looked at the three people incredulously. Isn't that the payment for me? Zhang Mingyu's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Tian with the same incredulity. You brat wouldn't want to swallow these two things. Do you realize how precious that is? Lin Tian bristled. He had thought that these things were for him, but he didn't realize that they weren't. Alright, here you go. Lin Tian gave both the spatial shield and that Tree King's leaf to Zhang Mingyu. The spatial shield was very precious, and he wouldn't really keep it for himself, but he still had to put on a show if he could fight for it. Qingyao, send him over, Zhang Mingyu said. Alright, come with me. Luo Qingyao nodded and pulled Lin Tian away. Coming outside, Luo Qingyao brought Lin Tian to sit on the back of the Black Gold Eagle and headed to Chao City. You helped us unlock the restrictions of this world fragment, and from now on you're a member of the Sharpshooter Bureau. Luo Qingyao said. Stop. I didn't promise this matter. Lin Tian hurriedly stopped Luo Qingyao from continuing. He was afraid that if he kept this up, he'd somehow be on a pirate ship. Don't worry. I won't let you suffer. In addition to giving you the necessary items, there is also $30 million that you can spend however you want. And there is a $1 million payout every month. There are also material resources used for the evolution of the Imperial beasts that can be applied for. As for what needs to be done, right now you're so weak that you basically don't need to make a move. Luo Qingyao blankly glanced at Lin Tian without any good humor. If those who knew about the existence of the Sharpshooter Bureau knew that Lin Tian had actually refused to join, Spit would be able to drown him. There's $30 million? Lin Tian stretched his head to look at Luo Qingyao. Well, it's welfare. Luo Qingyao nodded. I promise. From now on I'll live as a member of the Profitable Sword Bureau and die as a ghost of the Profitable Sword Bureau. Lin Tian roared loudly, shocking Luo Qingyao's ears and hurting her. She suddenly burst out laughing and said, I thought you had a backbone. Lin Tian said without any good humor. What's that thing about backbone? Lin Tian, as a great man, can stretch and bend. Lin Tian said that is righteous. The key is still the Sword Bureau to give really too much. He needs money. It was the graduation exam right away, and after the exam he was going to go all out to start improving his strength, and also to solve the trouble that was Linya. Money is the master, and the one who pays him is the Golden Father. Lin Tian returned to his residence in the neighborhood, where he stayed peacefully with Linya for 2 days. He saw the message sent by Luo Qingyao and left the place. Ready so soon? Inside the coffee shop, Lin Tian asked when he saw Luo Qingyao, who was drinking coffee here. There's $30 million in here, and the initial password is 6 ones, which you can change when the time comes. Luo Qingyao pushed a black card in front of Lin Tian, who took it as soon as he could, placing it in his hand and looking at it carefully. Money. There's $30 million in that little card. This is the medal of the Sword Bureau, and a symbol of your identity. In some special places, there will be preferential treatment. Of course, normally your identity should be kept secret. Do not let others know. Luo Qingyao took out another round red badge with a long sword carved on it. Other than that, there was nothing special anymore. Lin Tian thought of a phrase when he saw the badge. The higher end the organization, the more unassuming the logo. This cell phone, which only official members of the Sharpshooter Bureau will have, has a software inside that you can study. Now you just joined the Sword Bureau. There is no qualification to contact others. The direct contact person is me. Of course, the contact information of those 3 people you met 2 days ago is also in here. If you encounter any situation, can't contact me, can directly contact the 3 of them, including applications for resources. They are all submitted here. And now that you've just joined, there are 1,000 merit points in there, which can be earned by completing missions. There are a few more features in the back that you can figure out by reading the primer. And if you really can't figure it out, contact me and ask me. Now, do you have any questions? Luo Qingyao looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the 2 things in front of him and asked, what kind of strength do I have to have before I can be considered ready to do a mission with you guys? Luo Qingyao pondered for a while and said, generally it is only when you need to get to a super beast royal master. But of course there are special cases where a very small probability will be encountered, just like the other 2 days. Good. Lin Tian nodded. Do well on your final exams. I expect you to do well. Luo Qingyao revealed a charming smile. Chapter 30, Second Submission. Lin Tian, are you back yet? Lin Tian had just come out of the coffee shop when he saw Gui Yuqian sending over a message. Already back. How is it? Did Zhao Minghai send over the green windstone? Lin Tian asked. Lin Tian had specifically told Gui Yuqian when he came back from Begonia town, asking Zhao Minghai to give him the green windstone, and now he didn't know what the situation was. Hey, I'm looking for you to talk about this matter. That guy has already sent over the green windstone. Do you want me to send it over to you? Gui Yuqian said back. There's no need for you to deliver it to me. I'll go over to you. Lin Tian said. Gui Yuqian sent a shared location. Begonia Gourmet. When Lin Tian saw the name, he knew that this was the store that Gui Yuqian had come up with. This guy's business acumen was strong. Lin Tian followed the navigation on the map and looked for it. This store was opened by Gui Yuqian in the center of a piece of office building. And now it was already noon and he could still see this store filled with people. Gui Yuqian, on the other hand, was sitting on a chaise longue outside the store, covering his head with a hat and the Yuanbao pig lying in his arms. You're quite relaxed, actually sleeping here. Lin Tian walked over and patted Gui Yuqian. Gui Yuqian took his hat off and hemmed and hawed. You came too slowly and I fell asleep. This is the green windstone that Zhao Minghai sent over. Gui Yuqian brought over a box from the side and handed it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian took the box and opened it to take a look. Inside the box was a green-colored stone that looked just like jade and contained pure energy. Not bad. I didn't expect Zhao Minghai to send over a green windstone of such good quality. Just by glancing at the color of the green windstone, Lin Tian was able to determine the approximate value. This green windstone, which was worth at least $1 million, belonged to the very best of the green windstones. Hey, this guy brought over a really trashy green windstone at first, and I wasn't happy about it, so I had him replace it with one for you. Gui Yuqian said with a smile. TSK, not bad for you, fatty. Lin Tian complimented. That's a must. Don't even look at who I am. Gui Yuqian hemmed and hawed. Alright, I'll leave first. You hurry up and cultivate the Yuanbao pig. If you can't, hurry up and become an intermediate royal beast master and contract the next royal beast, so you can try to get a good grade in the graduation exam. Lin Tian said. I'll try my best. When it came to raising his strength, Gui Yuqian became embarrassed. A month had passed, and now the Yuanbao pig had only just awakened to the 8th layer. Its strength was increasing very slowly, and Gui Yuqian had yet to break through to become an intermediate imperial beast master, showing how lazy he was. Gui Yuqian's talent is still good. It's just that his nature is a bit lazy. This is the card you gave me. There's not a penny less in it. I've got a new job recently, so I don't have to worry about not having enough money. Lin Tian placed the card Gui Yuqian gave him in his hand. On his way here, he had already taken out a portion of the money from the card Luo Qingyao had given him and placed it inside. Good. Gui Yuqian didn't ask and took it directly. You give me a card as well. And when the dividends are distributed, I'll give you money. Gui Yuqian laughed. He's running this store well, and his cut this month won't be small. Lin Tian gave Gui Yuqian his card number and left with Qingfengshi here. Returning to his residence in the neighborhood, Lin Tian looked at his green wind stones, as well as the wind heart crystals, and counted the remaining evolutionary materials. There are fake abyssal beasts in the secret realm of the graduation exam, and there is a chance of obtaining small abyssal crystals, so we can use this as one of the Green Fury's evolutionary materials. So what should we use for the remaining 2 evolutionary materials? Lin Tian pondered. Right now, he had $30 million inside his bank card, so he could just use some of that money to buy evolutionary materials for Green Fury, and the rest of the money could still be prepared for the fire lizard. Still staying here? Looking at the bedroom, Lin Tian pondered. He had money now, and at one time he had fantasized about leaving the family that was so dispensable to him if he had money, and he did leave later, but only to earn it. If he leaves now, the date is about a month earlier than before. When he left in his last life, it was actually after his graduation exams. Forget it, let's just leave. Lin Tian had an idea inside his heart. In this life, he possessed the Green Fury and had joined the Sharpshooter Bureau. His development trajectory wouldn't be the same as before, so if he left early, he wouldn't arouse Lin Ye's suspicion. It wasn't that Lin Tian was looking down on Lin Ye. It was impossible for a brain like Lin Ye to be able to think that he was also reborn. With a few hours to go, Lin Tian found a nice property and went to look at it, renting it for 5 months. In the evening, Lin Xiulang, Zhang Yu and Lin Ye's family, as well as Lin Tian, an outsider, sat down to eat together. Mom and Dad, I've found a job that includes housing over there, so I might not be living at home starting tomorrow. After eating, Lin Tian looked at the 2 people and said, not living here anymore? Lin Xiulang and Zhang Yu both looked at Lin Tian with some surprise. Well, I am now a royal beast master and can earn money to support myself, Lin Tian said. Lin Ye looked at Lin Tian without saying anything. The trajectory of history was different from the previous development. During this period of time, he had been busy with his own affairs and had paid no attention to Lin Tian. In the end, it was still the fact that he was now very contemptuous of Lin Tian and did not place the current Lin Tian in his eyes. Good. Take care of yourself and come back to visit when you have time. Zhang Yu didn't say anything more. In the evening, Lin Tian began to pack up his things with some relief in his heart. He is, at last, out of here. Can you survive leaving here? The door to the room was opened, and Lin Ye leaned against it with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Of course I can survive. Lin Tian froze, not thinking that Lin Ye would suddenly arrive. That's fine. Do you know what the content of this graduation exam is? Lin Ye suddenly asked. Graduation exam? Isn't it just entering into the secret realm? Did the content of the exam come out? Lin Tian asked, feigning surprise. There was definitely something wrong with Lin Ye's sudden appearance here, as could be seen from the words he said. So Lin Tian had no choice but to act in front of him. Now wasn't the time to expose himself. When the graduation exams were over, there would be good fruit for Lin Ye. No, I'm just asking you. By the way, cultivate your green wind snake well. I'm now an intermediate level Imperial Beast Master. Don't lose to me. Lin Ye's mouth revealed a mocking smile and returned to his bedroom. Lin Tian continued to pack his things, not taking Lin Ye's words to heart. It was only an intermediate royal beast master, and he was already an intermediate royal beast master as well, and he was about to gather all of the Green Fury's evolutionary materials, so it wasn't yet known who would shine in the graduation exams. The next morning, Lin Tian left the place and came to the house he rented. It was a 2-bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen house, enough for him. Simply tidying up the place and purchasing some of his necessary supplies, Lin Tian opened the cell phone Luo Qingyao had given him and tapped on one of the Sharp Sword apps to study it carefully. Chapter 31, Graduation Exam Opens. After some operation, Lin Tian finally figured out how to use the software on his cell phone. The most important thing inside the Sharpshooter Bureau is the merit points, which can be used to exchange for resources, including the eggs of some spirit beasts. But of course it's fine if you want something else, such as money. And the percentage of merit points exchanged for money was still very high. 1 point of merit could be exchanged for $1,000. Even if Lin Tian was very short of money right now, he wouldn't be stupid enough to exchange his merit points for money. He had just taken a look at it, and with regards to the green windstone that Zhao Minghai had lost to him, it was actually only a few dozen merit points if he exchanged it with merit. The value of merit points was high, but the difficulty of obtaining them was also high. He glanced at the quests on it. most of which he had no way to do because he wasn't strong enough. Some simple quests he could go for were exploring some ruins to see if there were many materials from the Sword Bureau in there. And a single quest could earn a minimum of 10 merit points and a maximum of 100 merit points. Lin Tian estimated that if the merit points were low it would be places that weren't very dangerous. And places with high merit points would be dangerous. This is just the merit points given after taking a quest. And if you do get something out of it, you can also redeem merit points, depending on the value of the item. Mission merit points are equivalent to a guaranteed salary. And the things you get in exchange for merit points, that's a commission. The more you harvest, the more merit points you get. TSK, as expected of the Sharpshooter Bureau, it's just rich and generous. Lin Tian now had 1,000 merit points, and he wanted to show Green Fury if there were any suitable evolutionary materials. What was on it, though, really startled him. The essence blood of a king-level spirit beast, the bones of a royal-level spirit beast, and many other things that he had rarely seen in his previous life were surprisingly present in the Sharp Sword Bureau. However, these were not Lin Tian's goals. The Green Fury was now at the transcendent level and was still weak. It could not absorb king-level power. At most it would be able to absorb the commander level. After some sifting, Lin Tian was finally able to find suitable materials. The scales of a commander-class wind attribute spirit beast. Lin Tian asked for a total of 10. 10 contribution points were spent just like that. And Lin Tian didn't spend the rest of the contribution points indiscriminately. Now that he had 3 materials that could provide evolution to the Green Fury, there were still 2 left. You can get 2 types of graduation exams, and now he just needs to finish them. The rest of the time, Lin Tian had nothing to do but go inside the Imperial Beastmaster Association to pick up some quests that he could do. The most he could do was to provide the Green Fury with some combat quests, to exercise the Green Fury's practical combat ability, so that he wouldn't have to command the Green Fury to fight all the time. Time passed slowly, and Lin Tian organized everything, put on his backpack, packed his Green Fury's rations, and left his home to go to school. Today was when the graduation exams opened, and he had been notified 10 days ago. This month's time passed, and Green Fury's strength went from Transcendent Level 1 to Transcendent Level 3. After the Imperial Beasts went from Awakening into Transcendence, the rate of leveling up would slow down a lot unless it was piled up with a lot of resources. Lin Tian this was because he had the Imperial Beast space to help Green Fury increase his strength. If he didn't have it, the current Green Fury would probably only just be at the Transcendent level. Green Fury possessed Transcendent 3rd grade strength. Lin Tian was already very happy. Such strength could be possessed by a few people within the school. But it was just a few people. Linya must have cultivated the fire lizard to the Transcendent level. Exactly how much he wasn't sure. That Jia Minghai guy was so rich, he must have also cultivated his Raging Inferno dog to the Transcendent level. Of the remaining few, Lin Tian estimated that they were only at the Transcendent level. In his last life he hadn't been very impressive in his final exams and hadn't paid much attention to those who had done well, so it was a bit hard to remember. Lin Tian had just arrived at the entrance of the school when he saw Gui Yuqian waving at him continuously. This time Gui Yuqian was different from the last time. There was a white cat standing on top of his shoulder, and there was a purple gemstone set in the position of this cat's forehead, highlighting it as even more precious. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth twitched. It was really the same as what he thought. Gui Yuqian's second Imperial Beast was really this cat. Is this your second Imperial Beast? Lin Tian glanced at this cat with his eye of true vision. Spirit animal, good luck cat. Attributes, ghost, spirit, phantom. Level, awakening 7th level. Skills, stacking of luck, good luck arrival. Gui Yuqian looked at the small white cat above his shoulder and smiled heatedly. I actually wanted a cat with combat power, but a good luck cat hatched inside the spirit beast egg, and it's still a very rare ghost lineage. Alright, don't get a bargain and still sell your good behavior. I really don't know what's wrong with you guy. The first Yuan Bao pig, how many people dream of it? The second one is even a good luck cat, a royal beast that millions of people want to have. You guy obtained it so easily. Damn it. Lin Tian said in a bad mood. The ghost lineage, also known as the spirit lineage and the phantom lineage, was so rare that many people who wanted to obtain a ghost lineage Imperial Beast ventured into those world fragments to take their chances. The ghost lineage was born under very special circumstances. A powerful spirit beast dies. With an unwilling heart, its soul won't dissipate for a short time. If there is another thing next to it, whether it's a branch or a stone, if its soul is absorbed by this thing, it takes a period of time as short as a few decades or as long as 1,000 years before a ghost lineage may be born. This kind of spirit beast was very peculiar, and there were very few that possessed a solid body. They were basically energy bodies. But Gui Yuqian's good luck cat possessed an entity, but it wasn't born after the death of a powerful spirit beast. It was born this way, like the dollar pig. No one knows where the good luck cat came from. very mysterious and very scrappy, with very little combat power. In the entire Blue Star, Lin Tian didn't even know of a few people who possessed such imperial beasts, and he had only seen Gui Yuqian one. Lin Tian had even wondered if the good luck cat and the Yuanbao pig came from the same place. Perhaps there was a world fragment that had this kind of spirit beast inside it. It just hadn't been discovered yet. Come on, back to class. The two came to the classroom piece by piece, and by now the classroom was already full, with only a few people left who hadn't arrived yet. Their homeroom teacher, LV Qianqian, was already sitting up there, quietly looking at her students. Today, it was her last class, and it was likely that she would not see her students again. Lin Tian and Gui Yuqian sat in their seats and didn't speak either. They all knew that LV Qianqian had something to say. Only the people hadn't arrived yet. Only when the few remaining people arrived did Lucian clear her throat and look at her students. It's almost graduation time, and you've become Imperial Beast Masters, and in 2 months' time, I think you've grown a lot and are ready for this exam. I believe in you guys and can get a great grade, because you are my students. After the graduation exams are over, you will become true Imperial Beast Masters, working to protect your families, your country, and to destroy the abyssal beasts. Boys, I wish you well. Go for it. Teacher, we'll get good grades. Teacher, can you show me your boyfriend after the exam? Vomit ho. Teacher, do you have a boyfriend? Who is it? I want to see which bull it is. Ah, which goddamned person snatched my teacher? I'm going to fight him. Chapter 32, The Secret Realm of Virtual Space. The back of the school had a huge circular phalanx, and at this moment, the entire third grade students of the school had already arrived here. And they stood on the phalanx, looking at a few people high above. One of them was the school's principal, Zhang Haitao, and the other two were not seen by any of the students here. Lin Tian, who are those two people? There's even a beautiful woman. So big. He. Fatty revealed a very lewd smile. Lin Tian's eyes twitched as he looked at the three people standing high above him. He had thought that Luo Qingyao had already left Chao City, but he didn't expect that she was still here. That's right. The beauty Gui Yuqian was talking about was Luo Qingyao. Luo Qingyao hadn't left Chao City during this period of time, and had been with Zhang Mingyu and the three of them collecting some useful things inside the world fragment that had the Mechanical King City. This time, for the graduation exam of the Chao Chang Imperial Beast School, she thought that Lin Tian was here and happened to come over to take a look. As for the other person, it was the president of the Imperial Beast Master Association, Li Changjian. The graduation exam was a big deal for Lin Tian and the other students who had just become Imperial Beast Masters. Their rankings were related to how many resources they could obtain later on. It was the same for the Imperial Beast Master Association. After all, this was Chao City's Imperial Beast Master, and the Imperial Beast Master Association naturally had to pay attention to it. And if there were some good seedlings in there, they could also enter the Imperial Beast Master Association to cultivate and nurture them. Today is the graduation exam, and for the next 3 days, you will be entering the secret realm of virtual space. Then inside this secret realm, you will meet our enemy, the Abyssal Beast. Of course, not real abyssal beasts, but the number of abyssal beasts you hunt will be related to your ranking. Next, I'll talk about the scoring criteria for this one. Rule 1, hunting and killing an abyssal beast will earn you 10 points. Rule 2, hunted abyssal beasts that drop abyssal crystals earn 50 points. The two rules above, the most explicit grading scale, are followed by performance points, and how we, the teachers, grade them. Of course, if you fight your own classmates and perform well, you will likewise earn points, a maximum of 10 points and a minimum of 1 point, all depending on your performance in battle. Inside the secret realm, there are materials and dangers. If you can make your Imperial beasts evolve in the secret realm, then you can be rewarded 10 points. Some of you have already become intermediate Imperial Beast Masters, and it's a bit unfair to those who haven't. So, you can team up to 5 of you. Now, does everyone understand? Zhang Haitao looked at the students below and shouted sternly. Understood. The student on the phalanx responded to Zhang Haitao. Next, the president of the Chao City Beastmaster Association, Li Changjian, will distribute life-preserving tokens to everyone. Li Changjian coughed and looked at the people below, his gaze resting on Lin Tian for a second before immediately moving away again. He's that Lin Tian who possesses the Eye of True Sight, Beast Sentinel talent. While thinking about Lin Tian in his heart, Li Changjian was already controlling his spiritual power to scatter all the tokens. The tokens fell one by one into the hands of the students below. Lin Tian and Gui Yuqian also took the tokens in their hands. Gui Yuqian looked at it with some curiosity, but Lin Tian did not have much curiosity. He had already seen this thing once. The purpose of the token is to save your lives. As your principal said earlier, there is danger in here. If it threatens your lives, Squeeze the token hard and you will be teleported out. Of course this also means that your exams are over. So try to hold yourselves out for 3 days. Hunt the abyssal beasts if you can. And if you can't, don't force yourself. Run if you can. Those abyssal behemoths are fake after all. They won't exceed transcendent level 5. Running is still possible. Don't be like a too little cutie. Like that. See an abyssal beast and rush over. Li Changjian droned on for another sentence or two before concluding his speech. Knowing the function of the token, everyone carefully put it away. They placed the token inside their pockets. No one would be foolish enough to place the token inside their backpacks. In the event of a special situation where it's too late to open the backpack, won't they die inside? Lin Tian, when the time comes, the two of us will form a team. Call out Dai Hao for a piece. You'll be in charge of fighting. I'll be in charge of observing. And Dai Hao will be in charge of healing. Guo Yuqian said with a smile. Lin Tian shook his head and said, the location is random. I'm not sure what location I'll appear in. If we can meet, the 3 of us will team up together. Okay, it's a deal. Guo Yuqian hemmed and hawed, then glanced at his good luck cat. He had the good luck cat. Stacking 2 luck buffs on himself, could he still not meet Lin Tian? As Li Changjian's speech ended, the spell formation was opened. Finally, everyone who had been on the phalanx just a moment ago had disappeared at this moment. There are still some good seedlings within the students this time, Li Changjian said smilingly. Yes, there are also 2 contracted king-level spirit beast cubs. They are now intermediate-level Imperial beast masters, and when they grow up in the future, they will also be the mainstay of the country, and they can face the mighty abyssal beasts, Zhang Haitao said with a smile. The 2 men were talking, but their gazes were looking towards Luo Qingyao if anything. Both of them knew that Luo Qingyao's identity wasn't simple. They still hoped that Luo Qingyao would have someone in her sights now. It was just that from the moment all the students gathered here, Luo Qingyao hadn't said a single word, and it was not known exactly what she was thinking. Were there any of these students that she was happy with, or were there any that he was not happy with? Let's take a look at the performance of these students, Zhang Haitao said. On the body of the phalanx, a huge energy screen appeared, which was divided into many parts, featuring all these students. Luo Qingyao's eyes kept looking over these screens and finally saw Lin Tian's figure on top of one of the small screens. Immediately following her gaze was a flash, a slight twitch in the corner of her eye. In the secret realm of virtual space, Lin Tian shook his head, a little dizzy. This virtual space secret realm let Lin Tian say words. Is space technology utilization is not mature enough? Not as good as the mechanical world of the people of the application of this technology, but it's adequate for teleporting them to the word. It's just a bit dizzying. Green Fury. Lin Tian summoned the Green Fury out. Hiss, what is this place? Green Fury surveyed the surroundings. Alright, get ready. The battle will begin in a moment. Lin Tian patted Green Fury's head. The location he appeared in this time was the same as the location he appeared in his previous life. In a nearby position, there was an abyssal beast. In his last life, he didn't know that he was unlucky and foolishly went over there. And if he hadn't run fast, he would have almost died at the hands of that abyssal beast. This time, he's come for revenge. Chapter 33, The Abyssal Crocodile. Yuan Bao. Don't sleep. Get up and work. Guo Yuqian slapped the still sleeping Yuan Bao pig's butt. The tiny meta pig grunted and opened his eyes, looking around and trying to go back to sleep. Meow. The good luck cat's expression was very disgusted when it saw Yuan Bao pig in this state. He walked over and swept his tail over the dollar pig's nose. The meta pig grunted and snorted. Yuan Bao, quickly help me find Lin Tian. If you can't find him, there will be no food for you today. It's so dangerous here. It's better to find Lin Tian first. Good luck cat. Quickly stack a few luck buffs on me so that we can find Lin Tian quickly. It's too dangerous here. The 3 of us don't have any combat power. So let's quickly find a big leg to hold. The good luck cat let out a lazy purr as a circle of light appeared on its body and 2 halos were placed over Guo Yuqian's body. Yuan Bao pig was in the front to open the way, grunting and walking in front, his little buttocks twisting and turning. Guo Yuqian was following behind, and the good luck cat was standing on top of Guo Yuqian's shoulder. The 2 alternative Imperial beasts, together with a chubby Guo Yuqian, began to search up Lin Tian inside this virtual space secret realm. Dai Hao looked at his surroundings and summoned his sunflower. From the time he returned to the school, he had only had time to meet Lin Tian and Guo Yuqian once, and he hadn't seen them since then. Let's see if luck finds them both. The Green Fury followed Lin Tian's side. At the moment it was already at the Transcendent Level 3, with a body length of over 2 meters and a dark green pattern on its body. Being able to fit yourself perfectly in this virtual space of grass. Those who do not recognize the green wind snake will treat it as a poisonous snake. It's going to be a battle in a little while. Be ready to fight. Lin Tian stroked Green Fury's head. That abyssal beast was still here. There was no way he would let it go. The abyssal crystals. He had to obtain them here before he could do so. Lin Tian brought Qingxia to the side of a pool of water. His body slowly squatted down, but his eyes were looking at the location next to the pool of water. There, a huge purple and black beast was lying on its back. It wasn't really appropriate to say behemoth. After all, it was a fake abyssal behemoth. Its size wasn't that exaggerated. It was a huge beast shaped like a crocodile, with a curved horn on top of its mouth, which was open, revealing sharp fangs, and was basking in the sun with its eyes closed. Its body length was more than 5 meters, and its body was covered with hard-scaled armor, especially the thick tail that could easily slap through a large tree. Lin Tian's sentinel beast talent, eye of true sight, couldn't see the abyssal beast's information, so he didn't dare to attack this big guy rashly. The abyssal beasts were actually considered a type of spirit beasts. It was just that the Blue Star's Imperial beast masters did not have the means to contract them, including the information of these abyssal beasts, which were all recorded from the constant research of humans over the past 100 years or so. The price, the death of many Imperial beast masters and the death of spirit beasts. Green Fury, prepare to work and kill this fellow. Battle intent burned in Lin Tian's eyes. Qingxia looked at Lin Tian in confusion. Kill it? Do you want to see the difference in size between the two of us? It looks strong alright. Are you out of your mind, Beast Master? What are you afraid of? If you're really in danger, you won't be able to run away? This abyssal giant crocodile's speed isn't as fast as yours, and its level isn't as high as yours, so isn't killing it a breeze for you? Lin Tian didn't have the good sense to look at Qingxia. Go on, him. Lin Tian pointed at the abyssal giant crocodile that was still resting, and Qingxia shook his head, not wanting to fight that abyssal giant crocodile. Why are you so timid? Lin Tian rubbed his eyebrows, never having thought that Qingxia would not dare to go on at this time. In that case, he would have to sacrifice himself. Lin Tian found a stone from his side and weighed it in his hand. It had a good weight. He held up his hand for the next move. The abyssal giant crocodile's eyes suddenly opened just in time to see Lin Tian and Qingxia crouching on the side. Abyssal crocodile. Lin Tian? Green Fury? Roar! The abyssal giant crocodile let out a roar and closed its mouth as it looked at Lin Tian and Qingxia with a ferocious light in its eyes. The abyssal giant crocodile moved. Originally lying down, it stood up, its height about to catch up with Lin Tian's height. Green Fury, prepare to fight. Not kidding you. Lin Tian's gaze was serious. The green fiend also got serious and stared at the abyssal giant crocodile, its snake letters continuously spitting out and its body arching up, ready to launch an attack at any time. The abyssal giant crocodile that stood up seemed like a tank. Its limbs were short and stout with great strength. At first it wasn't fast, as if it was testing whether Lin Tian and Qingxia would attack him or not, and then picked up speed. Green Fury, steel tail. Lin Tian hurriedly dodged away from the center of the battle. As a royal beast master, before becoming a super royal beast master, there was no combat power. If the battle of the royal beasts affected him, even if Lin Tian had been a royal beast heavenly king in his previous life, he would still have to account for it today. Roar! The abyssal giant crocodile let out a roar, and a black gas and a white gas appeared at the same time, intersecting and rotating in its mouth. Boom! A black and white ray of light was ejected from the mouth of the abyssal giant crocodile. Wherever the ray of light passed through, a deep gully was left on the ground, and the speed of this ray of light was very fast. Just in the blink of an eye, the ray of light had already arrived in front of the Green Fury. The Green Fury's tail had a flickering metallic light, and seeing this light, he didn't flinch and threw his tail over. Boom! The air waves rolled over, and Lin Tian, who hadn't run far yet, was directly lifted out, coming to a magnificent dog-eared mud. As he lay on the ground and looked over, only to see the green fiend's tail collide with the black and white light, with the green fiend's tail as the demarcation point. The light was split into two parts, going in different directions. Green Fury's body was stable and didn't move half as much as it should have. Abyssal rays. This fake abyssal giant crocodile can even fire abyssal rays. Doesn't that mean that there are abyssal crystals? Lin Tian's eyes lit up when he saw this light. He didn't know if there were any abyssal crystals in this crocodile's body, but seeing this abyssal ray he could already be sure. The abyssal ray skill could only be used by borrowing the power from the abyssal crystals. And even in this secret realm, there was no way to simulate a true abyssal ray. Moreover, this abyssal giant crocodile needed a period of skill forward swing when it used it just now, which meant that it was mobilizing the power in the abyssal crystals. Green Fury, him, use Wind Blade. Lin Tian got up from the ground, not caring to slap the dirt on his body. The abyssal crocodile closed its mouth, and a few wisps of smoke rose from the side of its mouth. Green Fury's bowed-up body jumped up and it began to flick its tail. With each fling, it was a wind blade over half a meter that appeared. The Green Fury's practical combat experience during this period of time was not much, but it had not been wasted. And now that it was more skillful in applying its skills, it could just as well fight on its own even if Lin Tian did not command it. A wind blade rushed towards the abyssal giant crocodile and landed on its back, but it only left shallow white marks and did nothing else. I didn't expect the defense to be this strong as well. Lin Tian cursed. Green Fury, move closer over and find a chance to use Stormbringer's teeth. Chapter 34, Crystallization. This one is called Lin Tian, isn't it? Good strength. Zheng Haitao stroked his chin and said, to be able to have one's Imperial beast fight with an awakening 9th level abyssal giant crocodile and still not lose, the strength already didn't need to be said much. Of course this was in terms of putting it inside the school. Right now, Lin Tian's strength was still weak, and there was no way Zheng Haitao would allow Lin Tian to compare himself to those super Imperial beast masters who already possessed the king rank. Li Changjian on the side very much agrees with Zheng Haitao's words. Whether a student can develop in the future or not, as long as it is to look at the graduation exam can be a glimpse or two. Lin Tian's performance was good, and the Green Wind Snake had allowed him to cultivate him well. Amongst this batch of students, he was an intermediate royal beast master, and had become one a month ago. As a teenage Imperial beast master who had caught his attention, Li Changjian would always pay attention. For example, he had paid attention to Zhao Minghai, but when Zhao Minghai became an intermediate royal beast master, there were only 10 days left before the graduation exam started, which wasn't even close to Lin Tian. This student is also a bit interesting. His Imperial beast is a Yuanbao pig. Right, and the other Imperial beast is? Li Changjian's gaze fell on the screen with Gui Yuqian on it. He looked at the white cat, a little less sure in his mind. This is the good luck cat, Li Changjian exclaimed. What the hell? Zheng Haitao was attracted by Li Changjian's cry of surprise. Even Luo Qingyao couldn't help but look at Gui Yuqian's piece of screen. Her eyes couldn't help but narrow. It's really a good luck cat. This is the second time I've seen a good luck cat. No, the question is, do good luck cats also choose their masters? Zheng Haitao froze. The corners of Li Changjian's mouth twitched as he shook his head. This he didn't know either. Those of them knew about the good luck cat because they had seen it, but they really hadn't seen anyone who had contracted a good luck cat. Perhaps like others, this good luck cat will just stay by his side for a while and leave when the time comes. Zheng Haitao didn't care. Old Zheng, it's not that I'm criticizing you. The secret realm of virtual space isn't accessible to all spirit beasts. If this little fatty doesn't have a contract with the good luck cat, how is it going to get in? Li Changjian asked rhetorically. When these words came out, Zheng Haitao froze. This was something that he had really overlooked just now. That is to say, Zheng Haitao's breath caught. That's right, this good luck cat really contracted with little fatty. Quickly ask those homeroom teachers if this little fatty is a student of that class, Li Changjian said in a hurry. In the secret realm of virtual space, little fatty did not yet know that he had attracted the attention of Zheng Haitao and Li Changjian simply because he had contracted the Yuanbao pig and the good luck cat. The special characteristics of these two Imperial beasts little fatty had never cared about, only knowing that the two of them didn't have much combat power. Hey, what luck to find a material here. Oops, this material seems to be something Dai Hao can use. Let's collect it first and find Dai Hao later to see if he needs it. Gui Yuqian had not encountered any danger along the way, but he had come across quite a lot of good things. And inside his backpack, besides the food for the two Imperial beasts, the rest was full of materials that he had picked up along the way. I also don't know where the two Lin Tian and Dai Hao have gone. Gui Yuqian looked around. He had been walking for half an hour and still hadn't found a single person, making him a little depressed. Give me another luck stack. Green Fury, use Steel Tail and break its horns for me. At this moment Lin Tian was still fighting with the abyssal giant crocodile. After such a long time of fighting, the green fiend was about to be unable to hold on. But the abyssal giant crocodile on the opposite side wasn't doing too well either. The scales and armor on its body had been shattered in many ways, and purple blood was flowing out from its body. The surrounding area was a mess. Traces left behind by the battle between the Green Fury and the abyssal giant crocodile. The Green Fury turned into a residual shadow. It was so fast that 100 meters only took a few seconds. The glittering metallic steel tail smacked against the curved horn of the abyssal giant crocodile with a crunch. The curved horn snapped off in response, and was jerked far away by the Green Fury, landing far away on the ground. Roar! The abyssal giant crocodile suffered pain and raised its head, opening its mouth to tear at Xingjia's body. It's now! Stormbringer! The green fiend's eyes erupted with a brilliant light, and the power of the wind attribute converged around it as a huge green snake appeared behind the green fiend. The green snake revealed its own sharp fangs and violently tore at the neck of the abyssal giant crocodile. The abyssal giant crocodile let out a pained roar as its neck was bitten by the green snake's shadow, the slender snake's teeth piercing through its outer skin and penetrating deep into its flesh and blood. The reason why the Stormfangs were called by this name was that there was another great feature, which was that once bitten, then a violent wind attribute power would be released from these two fangs, tearing apart the enemy's body. Roar! The abyssal giant crocodile roared in agony, its short claws flailing haphazardly as it tried to rip the green fury off of its body. But it couldn't reach it because it was too short. The power of the storm tooth had been unleashed, and the flesh and blood at the neck of the abyssal giant crocodile was tearing apart as purple blood continued to flow out. The green fury was also ruthless. As long as this abyssal giant crocodile didn't die, it wouldn't let go of its mouth. If it wasn't not long enough, the green fury would have directly wrapped itself around the abyssal giant crocodile's body. The abyssal giant crocodile struggled for 5 minutes before it finally ran out of breath. The green fiend loosened his mouth and left the abyssal giant crocodile that was about to fall, slowly crawling over to Lin Tian's side. Tough on you. Lin Tian stroked Green Fury's head. In this battle, Green Fury could be said to have done his best. The abyssal giant crocodile's level was not as good as the Green Fury's, but its combat power was not weak at all, and it also had the advantage of having a body on top. Green Fury could have easily defeated this guy if he was also 5 meters in size. Taking out 2 high-quality cans from inside the backpack and placing them in front of the Green Fury for it to eat up. It was now the graduation exam, and it was likely that there would be other abyssal beasts to be encountered in the future. So restoring the Green Fury's stamina quickly was the most important thing. It would be good if Dai Hao was here. With his sunflower here, it would be able to ease the Green Fury's fatigue. Lin Tian couldn't help but think of Dai Hao. Then he thought of Gui Yuqian. It had been such a long time. This fat man hadn't found him yet. He was probably far away from him. Lin Tian walked over to the side of the original abyssal giant crocodile. There was no body of it in situ, only a piece of purple crystallization the size of a fingernail cap, and next to it was a broken crocodile horn. This abyssal giant was still a fake, after all, with a source of power. But of course, to mold such an abyssal giant, you still had to have a part of its body. The crocodile horn in front of him now was part of an abyssal giant crocodile. Picking up the crocodile horns and abyssal crystals, Lin Tian was somewhat unsatisfied. This crocodile horn looked like it was from an awakening level abyssal beast, and so did the crystals. They were just too small. Lower ranked abyssal beasts aren't on the battlefield, but there are ways to hunt them all the same. They just don't have much value. There's still 2 more behemoths with abyssal crystals to be hunted down. 1 isn't enough. Lin Tian collected these 2 items and placed them inside his backpack. The graduation exam was watched by someone. He wouldn't expose his space bracelet, which was a technology that Blue Star didn't have yet. Green Fury, go rest in the Imperial beast space for a while after you've eaten your fill. I'll go find my next target. Lin Tian put the Green Fury away. Chapter 35, Sunflower Evolution. Not bad, not bad. Very nice fighting performance. Seeing Lin Tian take care of the abyssal giant crocodile, Li Changjian couldn't help but praise him. As a teenager who had just become a royal beast master, to be able to command his royal beasts to defeat the abyssal beast all by himself, this kind of performance could no longer be said to be good. It could only be said to be excellent. When he thought about his graduation exams back then, he hadn't managed to kill the abyssal beast alone. Lin Tian was able to manage a single kill, which was already better than most. Yeah, when I had my graduation exam, I actually didn't even make it into the top 10. Nowadays kids are really getting better and better. Zheng Haitao laughed. This person is called Lin, you're right. It seems like he's Lin Tian's younger brother. His performance is okay, even though it was an abyssal beast that was killed by a group. But it's okay. Li Changjian's gaze fell on the screen with Linya. There was another person next to Linya. It was Zhao Minghai. The 2 of them had just killed an abyssal beast. What I'm most interested in is still this Gua family's young master. He hasn't even encountered any danger along the way, and all the good stuff inside is about to be picked up by him. Zhang Haitao said with some toothache. There's the Yuanbao pig and the good luck cat. Tell me what kind of person can contract these 2 imperial beasts. Li Changjin said. These 2 imperial beasts, either one of which is very rare, are not really available to the average person, but Gui Yuqian possessed 2 at once, and if the news was revealed, it would definitely be able to attract a lot of attention. In the virtual space, Lin Tian once again resolved an abyssal beast. It was just that this time, the abyssal beast did not have abyssal crystals and only left behind a single hair. As it was an abyssal beast of around the 5th awakening layer, Lin Tian did not even leave behind a hair. The equivalent of what falls off of an awakening level abyssal beast doesn't do much. Lin Tian, I'm here. Lin Tian had just put the Green Fury inside the royal beast space when he heard Gui Yuqian's excited voice. He looked up and saw Gui Yuqian holding his stomach and rushing towards him. Behind him, there was another person, none other than Dai Hao. Gui Yuqian jogged all the way to Lin Tian's side, gasping for breath. I thought my luck would be so bad that I wouldn't be able to touch you for half a day. But I didn't expect to find you in only 2 hours. It looks like your luck is indeed good. Lin Tian smiled. He glanced at the dollar pig and then at the good luck cat. Lin Tian, don't listen to him. From the moment I ran into him, he has been chanting about you and said that he should teleport to the same location as you to be considered lucky. Dai Hao walked over and mercilessly exposed Gui Yuqian. Ha. Actually, I just nagged a couple times. Gui Yuqian hemmed and hawed. Fatty, put the Yuanbao pig away and let the good luck cat stay. I need its help next. Lin Tian suddenly said. Alright. Gui Yuqian nodded and put away the already tired Yuanbao pig. Lin Tian looked again at Sunflower, who was standing on Dai Hao's shoulder. Sunflower's was now Transcendent Level 1, and was ready for evolution, with 4 skills, 2 for healing, 2 for attacking. How about it? Are the materials for the Sunflower evolution ready? Lin Tian asked. Dai Hao shook his head and said, where is it that fast? There are materials that I simply haven't found. Materials? I have them here. I haven't encountered any dangers since I entered here. Just picking up materials, Gui Yuqian said. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Tian and Dai Hao, he removed his backpack and took out a single material from it. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* especially Lin Tian. He was here fighting the abyssal beast. And this Gui Yuqian fellow had picked up so many materials. Was this like it? This is the blazing sunstone, the evolutionary material of the sunflower. Dai Hao saw that one of them was a metal-like stone with a sun pattern on it. It really is. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth twitched. Sending it to you. Feel free to take whatever you need in here. I can't use it anyway. Gui Yuqian gave the blazing sunstone directly to Dai Hao. Thank you. So my sunflower can evolve. Dai Hao was a little excited as he received the blazing sunstone. Then why don't we evolve now? There's nothing going on anyway. Just so I can see what the sunflower looks like after it evolves. Lin Tian said. As a spirit beast with dual attributes of wood and light. Sunflower. Lin Tian was also a little curious as to what it would eventually evolve into. He had just glanced at the evolutionary route of the sunflower and didn't see the blazing sunstone. And he didn't know where Dai Hao had learned that the sunflower evolution could use the blazing sunstone. Good. It just so happens that I brought all the materials with me. Dai Hao took his backpack down and took the materials out of it. Counting the blazing sunstone, a total of 6 materials were needed for the sunflower to evolve. Once everything was ready, Dai Hao put the sunflower down. Prepare to evolve. The sunflower begins to absorb the energy from the material. As the energy in the material was absorbed cleanly by the sunflower gathered its own petals together and a white evolutionary glow appeared, enveloping the sunflower. Dai Hao clenched his fists, very nervous inside. Evolution had a certain probability of failure. He didn't want the materials he had prepared for so long to go to waste, and if the sunflower evolved successfully, it would help him a lot in this exam. The evolutionary glow faded, revealing the sunflower as it had evolved. Sunflower's size expanded several times, originally able to stand on Dai Hao's shoulders, and after evolving, it was already more than a meter tall, coming up to the crowd's chest, and its petals have turned gold, glistening in the sunlight. The leaves are too broader than the original, and the body is still slender. What had been 2 legs became 8, firmly planted inside the soil. Spirit animal, shining commander. Attributes, wood, light, grade, transcendental grade 1. Skills, photosynthesis, plant mastery, bright scrub, blazing sun ray, song of life, flare slash. Congratulations Dai Hao. The sunflower's evolution was very successful. Lin Tian said with a smile. TSK, 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 you're the first one of us to evolve, and it looks pretty good. Gui Yuqian looked at the evolved sunflower with some envy. Dai Hao was overjoyed after knowing the name and skills of the current sunflower through his spiritual connection with it. I didn't realize that the sunflower's combat power was so strong now. There were 3 attack skills alone. 1 more plant mastery and blazing sun ray. What he liked the most was still plant mastery. It was still difficult for spirit beasts of the wood system to have this skill, and many of the spirit beasts that had mastered this skill were already at the king level. But his Imperial beast, after just 1 evolution, had mastered this skill, and no one would probably believe it if they said it. Ha ha, in the future, I'll be able to bring out a stronger fighting force in an environment that has an advantage over me, Dai Hao said with a smile. Doesn't this environment work? It just so happens that your sunflower has also evolved. Our next goal is to hunt more abyssal beasts, and I have to prepare evolutionary materials for the Green Fury as well. Chapter 36 Lin Ye and Zhao Minghai. Did you two find any other students when you came over? Lin Tian asked. In all the time he'd been here, he hadn't come across a single student who'd entered the place. I ran into 7 or 8 of them. and a few of them have already left the secret realm. Dai Hao said. This secret realm wasn't that safe. Dai Hao was avoiding the dangerous places and didn't choose to go and fight with the abyssal beasts, or else the current him would probably have already left the secret realm as well. Guo Yuqian shook his head and said, I didn't run into it, but I ran into two abyssal beasts, but they both acted as if they didn't see me and didn't attack me. Grass. Lin Tian and Dai Hao both cursed in their hearts. Guo Yuqian. This fatty's luck was just too good. The abyssal beasts didn't even attack him. It was really heavenly. Hangers-on like that shouldn't exist. Alright, let's continue looking for the abyssal beast. Lin Tian shook his head. It was better to find the abyssal beast first and get a few more abyssal crystals for Qing Sha. Lin Ya, we've already hunted 3 abyssal beasts. We're way ahead of those guys. Zhao Minghai wiped the sweat from his face and said to Lin Ya next to him. Beside the two, there was also the corpse of an abyssal beast lying. Lin Ya didn't say anything. Just killing these few abyssal beasts didn't satisfy his needs. The abyssal beast's corpse disappeared, leaving a small patch of abyssal crystals and a part of the abyssal beast's body in its place. Lin Ya walked over and picked up this tiny abyssal crystal, placing it inside his backpack. Let's go. Go to the next place. Find evolutionary materials for your Imperial beasts, and if you can't find them, rob them. Lin Ya said in a salty manner. Zhao Minghai followed. From the moment he entered this place, the dominant person became Lin Ya, and he did whatever Lin Ya told him to do. From the moment the two met, Lin Ya's fighting sense made Zhao Minghai see the difference. He was inwardly fearful when he faced the abyssal beast, but Lin Ya was extremely excited. The two of them teamed up to kill the first abyssal beast, and then solved 2 more behind them, and in his heart of hearts, he realized that Lin Ya was stronger than him, and it was just that the Imperial beasts had a bit of a gap compared to himself. Lin Ya, it seems like you've been looking for something since just now, Zhao Minghai said. Lin Ya nodded and said, of course I'm looking for Lin Tian. This guy robbed my Imperial beast. I haven't gotten my revenge yet. Now that both of us have transcendent level Imperial beasts, can't we still defeat him and eliminate him? Damn. You're right. This guy we have to eliminate him. And there's also a dead fat guy. Thinking about Lin Tian and Guo Yuqian, Zhao Minghai hated his teeth. His green wind stone. Ah, that cost him 2 months of living expenses to buy. Here's a nice piece of material. It's good. Let's collect it first. When we go out we'll be able to sell it for a good price. And we can also exchange it for our Imperial beast's evolutionary materials. The two men were walking and looked at each other when they heard a voice coming from the side. Materials. The two of them had come across quite a few. The materials in this virtual space secret realm were all put in by the leaders. The number might not be much, but as long as they stayed here for a day, they would be able to find 1 or 2. Not everyone can have very good luck like Guo Yuqian. What did you two find out? Lin Ya and Zhao Minghai walked over and looked at the 3 people. It's none of your business what we've discovered. Hurry up and leave or don't blame us for doing it. The man looked at Lin Ya and Zhao Minghai. Dao. You who? Don't know who I am? Zhao Minghai revealed a teasing smile. Zhao Minghai. Lin Ya, don't we recognize you too? Kong, he said. Zhao Minghai and Lin Ya's popularity inside the school wasn't good, especially Zhao Minghai. This guy liked to bully people. Lin Ya himself wasn't a good thing. He was the same as Zhao Minghai. Give us the items and you can still stay here. Otherwise leave this space mystery realm. Zhao Minghai said as his raging flame dog took a step forward, baring its teeth as it looked at the 3 people across from him. Humph. Who's afraid if you want to fight? Kong, he wasn't afraid of 2 people, even though he wasn't very strong. But there were 3 of them. Yeah, who's afraid? The teachers are watching anyway. You're breaking the rules by doing this. Hee. Rules? What a bunch of students who haven't grown up. This is a graduation exam. But the biggest rule is strength. You guys don't have strength. What are you doing staying here? Fire lizard. Do it. Lin Ya pressed on, not giving the 3 people a chance to continue talking, and had the fire lizard next to him, which was the same size as the Komodo gargoyle, start attacking. In just 3 minutes time, the 3 Kong Hyuks were defeated, and their backpacks were rummaged through by Zhao Minghai, taking out all the materials inside. Now you guys can just quit. Zhao Minghai threw the 3 people's backpacks over and gave them a mocking smile. Or, let me help you exit this secret space. Let's go. The 3 Kong Hyuks' faces were ugly, now that their Imperial beasts had all lost their combat power, and the materials had been snatched away by Zhao Minghai and Lin Ya. Even the Imperial beasts' rations had been partially snatched away. By remaining here, they are likely to be in danger. The 3 decisively took out their tokens and the power of teleportation appeared as they disappeared from Zhao Minghai and Lin Ya's eyes. Lin Ya just quietly watched the scene unfold and didn't say anything more, because Zhao Minghai didn't do the right thing. Staying here won't get you very good grades, so it's better to leave. Let's go and find the next abyssal beast. Lin Tian clapped his hands as the 2 of them he and Dai Hao tackled an abyssal beast together. This time, his luck was better. There were abyssal crystals in the body of this abyssal behemoth. Is this the abyssal crystals? There's nothing special about looking at them. Dai Hao and Gui Yuqian both looked at the abyssal crystals inside Lin Tian's hands. They had only seen this kind of crystallization in books, and they could also check the relevant information above the network. But when they saw the actual abyssal crystallization, it didn't feel as magical as what was said above the network. Well, this abyssal crystal came from a very weak abyssal beast. It doesn't contain much energy, and the abyssal crystal is originally an energy crystal. Just to see it isn't anything special. It can't turn ordinary people into superhuman, but it's different if you use it. Lin Tian said, the abyssal crystals do a lot of things. The only thing that doesn't work is gazing at them. Forget it, let's just find another abyssal beast. We need to get some points quickly too. I can't take a countdown. Gui Yuqian lost interest in the abyssal crystals. The three continued to head deeper into the secret realm. The number of abyssal beasts encountered outside was still too low. This bit of abyssal beast, Lin Tian, was a bit unwatchable. In the outside world, Kong Yi's three people appeared on the spell formation, and by his side lay many people who had entered the secret realm. It was just that the faces of these people didn't look good, and some of them were actually injured, and the serious ones were already unconscious and were carried off on stretchers by the medical staff. What's going on here? Kong Hyuk was a bit confused. Chapter 37 Future Changes. At the top, Zhang Haitao looked at the eliminated students and shook his head. It was only half a day now and half of the students had already been eliminated. It seems that these students are also not aware enough. Students who are aware enough, even if their strength is not good, will not be eliminated out so early. Go in the virtual space secret realm, will not come out so early. We can only look at the performance of the remaining students. Zhang Haitao thought in his heart. Li Changjian was silent as he looked at the large screens above him. At first these screens were observing the actions of all the students. Now there were not so many people on the screens anymore. The remaining ones are those who haven't been eliminated yet. But Li Changjian has a premonition that after today, there will be more people eliminated out. And the remaining ones are the outstanding students of this graduation exam. Changes should be made to the way the school teaches in the future. Luo Qingyao on the side suddenly spoke up. Zhang Haitao and Li Changjian froze at the same time and looked at Luo Qingyao next to them. This was the first time she had spoken since arriving here. Ms. Luo, I wonder what you have in mind, Zhang Haitao asked. For Luo Qingyao, Zhang Haitao didn't dare to be reckless. Firstly, he didn't have the strength, and secondly, the difference in status. He was just a school principal. But Luo Qingyao was from that mysterious organization. The current way of teaching is too conservative, focusing on safety and not letting them get the real effect of training. That's why it's just a graduation exam that has eliminated so many of them. If they've been through a period of dangerous trials since they became Imperial Beast Masters, I don't think this graduation exam will be too much of a problem for 80% of those students. Look at Lin Tian. His performance in this graduation exam was excellent. Not even worse than those Imperial Beast Masters of the same age in the first-class cities. Killing the abyssal beast alone, even if you're in a group now, can be a good way to arrange how another person will fight. I think he should have had his Imperial Beasts fight a lot during the time he became an Imperial Beast Master. Or he started preparing for this very early on. Just this kind of graduation exam is not too difficult for him, Luo Qingyao said as she looked at Lin Tian, who was fighting the abyssal beast. She was speaking from her heart and was not favoring Lin Tian. From the very beginning when she saw Lin Tian, she felt that Lin Tian was not simple. A teenager who had just become a royal beast master was able to defeat her. Even if there was an element of carelessness on her part, it was still enough to show Lin Tian's excellence. She hadn't paid attention to Lin Tian during this period of time, but judging from this graduation exam, Lin Tian was really outstanding, facing the abyssal beasts in danger and even reacting very quickly to make the next adjustment. Such a young man, Luo Qingyao asked herself that she hadn't seen several. She compared herself to Lin Tian and realized that when she was Lin Tian's age, she couldn't do the same as Lin Tian with such strength. This time, she had come here to watch the graduation exams, also because of Lin Tian. Hearing Luo Qingyao's words, Zhang Haitao and Li Changjian re-examined Lin Tian. Indeed, all of Lin Tian's performances from the moment he entered the secret space could only be evaluated as very good in the eyes of the two of them. Something that these eliminated students couldn't compare to. Even the ones who were still inside were just as incomparable. The only one who could compare to Lin Tian was perhaps Linya. But Luo Qingyao had only brought out Lin Tian and didn't single out Linya. And they knew why. Linya's heart was not like Lin Tian's. Lin Tian also met other people. He didn't snatch other people's materials and even instructed them on how they should stay here for a longer period of time. Compared to Lin Tian, Linya was really far inferior. Perhaps it really should be as Ms. Luo said. The school's education style really should be transformed. Li Changjin said. What? Apply for an application from above? Zhang Haito looked at Li Changjin. It was just that if he applied by himself, it wouldn't really attract much attention, but if Li Changjin applied with him, it should be able to attract some attention. No need to apply. This matter has actually been discussed not once or twice. It's just that it hasn't been practiced because there are still a few things left unresolved. Luo Qingyao suddenly said. Zhang Haitao and Li Changjin froze. They didn't know about this matter. They didn't expect Luo Qingyao to be so clear. They even knew how many times the meeting had been discussed. Thinking of this, both of them sighed. Still too weak to touch higher things, but their talent is just sitting there. And it's not that they don't want to get stronger. It's that they don't have the chance. Both of them were in their 40s. And how could they raise the strength of the Imperial beasts if they couldn't raise their spiritual power? Tonight, start having them concentrate towards the area in the center, and enter the second step of the examination. Li Changjin said. Well, I also have this idea. Let's see who can become the first place in the end. We can't keep letting them fight with the abyssal beasts. They need to fight each other a few times as well. Zhang Haitao nodded. At this moment in the secret realm, Lin Tian was still fighting an abyssal beast. It was an abyssal beast similar to a boar, with 4 tusks and a height of over 3 meters. Its strength, equivalent to that of a transcendent mortal level 3 spirit beast, was the same strength as the Green Fury. If Lin Tian were to face this guy by himself, it would really be a bit of a struggle, but this time with Dai Hao and Gui Yuqian, Lin Tian was relatively much more relaxed. The main combatant was still Green Fury. The secondary combatant was Dai Hao's Shining Commander, and the one giving luck buffs was Gui Yuqian's Good Luck Cat. Gui Yuqian was still very qualified as a support, and with his Good Luck Cat buffing both Green Fury and Shining Commander, the matchup would be much easier. When the Abyssal Tusked Pig used its charge, it was clear that it could have hit the Green Fury, but it just missed it by so much as 0.01 millimeter. After a long battle, Lin Tian and Dai Hao finally finished off this Abyssal Tusked Pig. Ah, I'm exhausted. Gui Yuqian sat on his butt and wiped the non-existent sweat above his forehead. Lin Tian kicked Gui Yuqian without any good humor. What are you tired of? It was Dai Hao and I who fought. Neither of us said we were tired. He. I've been silently fighting this pig in my mind for a long time. My heart is tired. Gui Yuqian hemmed and hawed. Lin Tian was a bit speechless, but he didn't continue to say anything. After taking the abyssal crystals and a part of the abyssal tusked pig's body, Lin Tian gave them to Dai Hao. These 2 things you take it, can't use it can sell money, can't sell $1 million, more than 100,000 is still possible. This, why don't we split it equally after we leave? Dai Hao said. He was ultimately an aide and didn't put in much effort. If you're told to take it, just take it. Don't talk so much nonsense. We have a lot of money to spend on cultivating Imperial beasts. This amount of money won't even be enough to buy materials in the future. Lin Tian didn't care if Dai Hao agreed to take it or not. He directly placed it inside his backpack. Prepare to eat. After today, tomorrow will be a tough battle, Lin Tian said as he looked at the sky. Tomorrow was not only a tough battle, it was also a battle between him and Linya. He was determined to win the first place this time. Chapter 38 Imperial Beast Battle opens. The graduation exams have entered the second stage, and the Imperial Beast Master battle is open. The points for hunting the Abyssal Beast remain unchanged. Defeating an Imperial Beast Master earns you 30% of the opponent's points. Team up teams and split the points equally. The location will be shown in the air. Dueling ground, virtual space secret center. Fight to your heart's content. Above the virtual space, a mechanical-like voice rang out and spread throughout the virtual space. In the sky, small red dots suddenly appeared one by one. These red dots were located in different places, but it was guaranteed that everyone in the secret realm of virtual space could see them. How come no one is talking about this? What's going on? It hasn't been requested like this before. Bad. I'm so weak. Won't I be eliminated soon? Form a team. Quickly form a team. Only by forming a team can we stay here. No. Why is there a location marker on this? Is this fear that we won't be discovered? After the battle between the Imperial Beast Masters opened, those teenagers who were still meeting panicked one by one. Most of them were relatively weak and the Imperial Beasts didn't have too much fighting power. Some of those that were able to defeat an Abyssal Beast also had a large element of luck involved. Inside this space, the number of transcendent level Abyssal Beasts was still sparse, and most of them were still equivalent to awakening level Abyssal Beasts. As long as the strength wasn't very weak, you could basically hunt one. Of course, there are also those who are weak and have an iron head, and have to fight those powerful Abyssal Beasts. Lin Tian, the 3 of us are quite close to each other. There are people in our neighborhood. I don't know if those guys will come over. Gui Yuqian didn't have much of a reaction to such a change. Now that he was walking with Lin Tian and Dai Hao, the two of them were enough to keep him safe. He can just watch from here. He doesn't have to make a move. Lin Tian, how come there are still battles between Imperial Beast Masters? Did the school make an adjustment? Dai Hao was still a bit curious about this matter. I don't know. It might be because they want to see our strength. Lin Tian shook his head. Of course he knew what was going on. The graduation exams had changed from this time. But Zhang Haitao hadn't told anyone. Even the teachers didn't know about it. And they, the students, naturally didn't know about it either. Except for Lin Tian, the one who hadn't died through. Just hunting the abyssal beasts wouldn't be good enough for the students to develop a sense of combat. But battles between Imperial Beastmasters were different, and could develop an Imperial Beastmaster's sense of combat, as well as increase their experience in real combat. In his last life, he was weak and left this virtual space directly after being found. But this time, no one should dare to do anything to him. Except for Linya, that second little cutie. Those guys are coming over, Gui Yuqian said, pointing upwards. Lin Tian and Dai Hao looked up and realized that it was really true. Just a little while later, some of the small red dots had already disappeared. Yi Qilan was followed by 3 people, and the 4 of them girls formed a team to hunt the abyssal beasts in this secret realm of virtual space. Now that the battle between the Imperial Beast Masters had begun, they had wanted to find the abyssal beasts to hunt, and after looking up, they realized that there were 3 of them right next to them, and Yi Qilan decided to bring her people over and defeat the 3 next to them first to gain their points before doing so. Elaine, how many points do you think we'll get if we beat them? The young girl with freckles on her face said excitedly. I don't know. Right now none of us can see the points. We can only see them after the exam is over. But the 3 of us have also hunted quite a few abyssal beasts. The points shouldn't be very low. The 3 of them are still staying here today. So I guess the points won't be less. Enough for the 4 of us to split. Yi Qilan said. These 3 people didn't even leave. I really don't know if they are confident in their strength or they didn't notice us. The girl with long hair next to her said. Let's go. Just go over and take a look. Summon the Imperial Beasts first. Yi Qilan said. 4 summoning spells came out, and 4 Imperial Beasts appeared at their sides. Yi Qilan's Imperial Beast was a green-colored bird about the size of a faceplate. The freckled girl's Imperial Beast was a white puppy, and the long-haired woman's was a turtle. As for the other person, she had long white hair, and the Imperial Beast that followed her around was also very peculiar. A wolf with lavender fur. Close, Yi Iron said. The figures of Lin Tian's 3 people appeared in front of them. You guys are so slow. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. Gui Yuqian saw that it was 4 girls. A smile appeared on his face. Only his tone was more or less contemptuous. Looks like we have the same idea. Yi Qilan didn't expect Lin Tian to be waiting for them, so she was a bit hesitant in her heart. Now that the 2 sides had run into each other, there was no way for them to leave if they wanted to. Let's fight quickly. Don't waste time, Lin Tian said. So what if it was a girl on the other side? This was a graduation exam and he pressed on with no thoughts of pity. Yes. After 5 minutes had passed, Yi Qilan looked at the spell with a confused expression, her spirit in a bit of a trance. Now she hadn't reacted to how she had lost. Aren't they the ones who have the upper hand? How come they're the ones who lose in the end? It's not right. Next to them, the freckled girl and the girl with long hair appeared at the same time, followed by the girl with white hair. That's right. The 4 of them left the secret space almost simultaneously. What happened? How did we lose? Yi Qilan looked at her 3 partners next to her in some confusion. We don't know, the freckled girl said. Luang, do you know what's going on? Luang was the young girl with white hair, who also shook her head, stating that she had appeared here without knowing what happened. Strange. Yi Qilan was even more confused. From the beginning to the end, it never occurred to them that it was caused by their own lack of strength. I thought how strong the 4 of them are. They are all awakening level spirit beasts. They are really giving us points for nothing. Gui Yuqian laughed. Lin Tian, it's still you who's smart enough to know to attack a royal beast master. Not bad at all. Well, as an Imperial Beast Master, you have to protect your own safety at all times. If you can't even protect yourself, no one cares if you die, Lin Tian said. TSK, Lin Tian, can't you say something nice? Gui Yuqian said. I think Lin Tian is right. As a royal beast master, of course we have to protect ourselves. Otherwise how can we let the royal beasts fight on? The situations we will face in the future will only be more dangerous than this. Dai Hao said. Well. All of you are here to destroy the abyssal beast later on. Only I'm a poser. Gui Yuqian gasped. That girl with white hair, do you 2 know each other? Lin Tian asked as he looked at the 2 people. He had noticed the girl with the white hair during the fight earlier, and he vaguely remembered meeting her, as well as the Thunderwolf. I just can't recall exactly where I've seen it. The memory is very vague. What? Do you fancy her? Guo Yuqian squeezed his eyebrows. No, it seems like I've seen it somewhere, but I've forgotten. Lin Tian shook his head and said, I remember it's from the first class. Seems to be called Yu Lang Lang. There seems to be quite a few suitors. Guo Yuqian said, Yu Lang Lang. Yu Lang Lang. Lin Tian recited the name twice. It was very familiar, but he just couldn't recall it. Chapter 39. After thinking for half a day, Lin Tian still didn't remember where he had heard this name from, nor did he think of where he had seen this person in his previous life, so he simply didn't think about it. Don't think about all the things that bother you. In his previous life, after becoming a royal beast master, it took 8 years before he became a royal beast heavily king, and with all the people he had seen and experienced, it was impossible for him to think of it all at once. The human brain's memory would have been automatically deleted, and a lot of insignificant things would have slowly faded away with the passage of time. Like if you've been greenlit, you remember the person who greenlit you, but you may have forgotten bits and pieces of what happened with that person. Let's go. Continue to hunt the abyssal beasts, then find some people to fight against, and let's close in on the center area as well, Lin Tian said as he glanced at the map above. Lin, yeah, we're in the same class. Aren't you hitting a little too hard? A class? Ha, this is a graduation exam. I'm treating this place like a battlefield, and you guys are talking to me about feelings. I'm not a kind person. Linya sneered, sending this person out of the secret realm of space in passing. Zhao Minghai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A class of people. He also didn't think it was necessary to hit so hard. Linya was good. Not only did he make other people's imperial beasts incapable of fighting, he also gave them serious injuries. Let's go. Let's go to the center area. I think Lin Tian shouldn't have been eliminated yet. Linya looked at the map above and let out a light smile. In this life, he's going to snuff out all the elements that are working against him. Ruthlessness is his modus operandi. Once again after a day, the three of Lin Tian found a place to rest. Now they were not much farther away from the center area. They would be there in an hour's time tomorrow. And there were some small red dots around them, gathered in 2s and 3s. These people did not approach over. After a day of competition, the strength of the remaining people was not to be underestimated. And they were not little darlings. Going over to provoke others now would attract more people to surround them. Human nature. The human heart is the last thing you can gamble on. Tomorrow is the last day. And this graduation exam will finally be over. Guo Yuqian lay on the ground, looking at the small red spots on it. Lin Tian took out many canned goods from inside his backpack and placed them in front of Qingshi. After the battles of the past 2 days, the Green Fury level had once again risen by 1 level, and was now at Transcendent level 4. It was reasonable to say that the current Green Fiend was already ready to evolve. It was only because Lin Tian hadn't found all the materials until now that he had been delayed. Now Lin Tian only needed to get one last material before the Green Fury could evolve. The last evolutionary material that Green Fury needed was for Lin Tian to wait until he became number 1 and have the school reward him. If he could not spend his own money, Lin Tian was absolutely saving it. Not being in charge and not knowing how expensive it was, Lin Tian didn't have as rich a family as Guo Yuqian. Lin Tian, do you think that guy Linya will also be next to us? Guo Yuqian suddenly said. Lin Tian thought of Linya's style of doing things and said, he'll definitely be nearby, but don't worry about it. His strength is ultimately a bit inferior to mine. He. This guy, I've long seen him in a bad light. If I'm able to defeat him here, let's see how arrogant he'll still be in the future. Guo Yuqian hemmed and hawed. You too, not so much, Dai Hao said. Although Lin Tian and Linya weren't really blood brothers, they grew up together. Just by looking at Linya's attitude towards Lin Tian, he was able to sense that these two people didn't deal with each other very well. Lin Tian's life inside the home was miserable. To Linya's parents, Lin Tian was a babysitter. It's just that Lin Tian's temper is good. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to endure it a long time ago, Guo Yuqian said. So it is. Dai Hao nodded. He didn't know much about Lin Tian's life, and the relationship between the two could only be described as friends. It hadn't reached the point of friendship, and there was no way to compare it with Guo Yuqian. Guo Yuqian could know a lot of things about Lin Tian that he didn't. Take an early rest. We still have to fight tomorrow. Get in good spirits. Tomorrow is the final battle, Lin Tian said. It was late at night, and the Green Fury lifted up his own head to look next to Guo Yuqian, and didn't find the Yuanbao pig in his heart. It remembers that the dollar pig came out to eat as well, so why isn't it here? There was no meta pig in sight, and Green Fury slept in peace. The Yuanbao pig did come out to eat, but Lin Tian reminded Guo Yuqian to avoid what happened last time, and Guo Yuqian took the Yuanbao pig away again after it had eaten its fill. On the last day, there were only 2 people on the high stage, Zhang Haitao and Li Changjin. Luo Qingyao did not arrive today. She had some things she said she had to take care of today. People were supposed to come over to take a look. It was normal to have important things to deal with, and the 2 of them didn't dare to stop them. Today is the last day. How many people are left now? Li Changjin asked. There are still 24 people left now. 3 or 4 people form a team. It's quite a bit more cautious, and the gap between their strengths won't be very big. The ones who can still stay now are basically intermediate level Imperial Beast Masters. Now these people, they are the strongest Imperial Beast Masters of the same age inside the school this year. Ah, I'm sure their battle will be very exciting, Zhang Haitao said with a smile. Also, right, how many points is Lin Tian now? Li Changjin asked. I don't know the specifics, but if I roughly estimate it, there should be more than 200 points. There are still quite a lot of people eliminated from their squad, and there are a lot of abyssal beasts hunted. It looks like the first place this time is Lin Tian, Zhang Haitao said. Although the virtual space secret realm was something he could open, he couldn't manage the calculation of points. It was all automatically detected by the virtual space secret realm. He still estimated it based on Lin Tian killing a few abyssal beasts. This score, it really isn't low. The previous year's first place winner only scored over 190 points. Li Changjin laughed. Zhang Haitao nodded. Luo Qingyao was sitting inside a coffee shop with a laptop in front of her, her slender fingers resting on top of the mouse, sliding the scroll wheel on it and checking the information on it. This information, it's Lin Tian's. After reading Lin Tian's profile, she clicked on another profile, which was not Lin Tian's, but Lin Ya's family. Since she came back yesterday, she had her people investigate Lin Xiulong's family. Just after reading Lin Tian's profile, she didn't find anything, but after reading Lin Xiulong's profile, her eyes gradually turned suspicious. Lin Tian's parents, who came out of the same town as Lin Xiulong. The 2 were very good friends, even said to be brothers. The 2 then married and had children, and neither Lin Tian nor Lin Ya were born much differently. Originally, Lin Tian and Lin Ya could have been very good friends as well, but the 2 hadn't seen each other much since they were born. Then there was the death of Lin Tian's parents, and Lin Xiulang and Zhang Yu received Lin Tian inside their home. Luo Qingyao saw from the information above that Lin Tian's parents' deaths were a bit strange, to the point that she seriously suspected that it was because of something Lin Xiulong had done that the 2 people had died. But right now, she wasn't sure, and this was something she planned to wait until the end of the day before telling Lin Tian. Lin Tian hadn't had a good time in this family, and now that he was an adult, it was still his own business, and he had to figure out any decisions on his own. Chapter 40, Lin Ya vs Lin Tian. The 3rd day had just begun and Lin Tian and his team had eliminated 2 teams, making a total of 6 people. There weren't many people left now, and Lin Tian and the others could see it through the map above. Excluding the 2 teams they had already eliminated, there were 6 teams left. One of these 6 teams, a team of 2, was rapidly approaching a team of 4 next to it. Who are these 2 people? They are really bold enough to dare to challenge that team of 4. Guo Yuchen looked at the small red dots above and became even more curious about those 2 small red dots. It's most likely Lin Ya and Zhao Minghai, Lin Tian said with a smile. Really? The 2 of them dare to challenge those 4? Guo Yuchen was a bit surprised. If these 2 people were both intermediate Imperial Beast Masters, and the Imperial Beasts were both still not weak at the Transcendent level, then challenging 4 people might not be that difficult. But Guo Yuchen understood that Lin Ya's Imperial Beast was just an ordinary fire lizard, and that even if its level reached the Transcendent level, its strength wouldn't be able to increase too much. It was fine to face 1 Transcendent level Imperial Beast, but would it be a bit too risky to face 2? Lin Ya's Royal Beast talent is Super Growth, which allows the leveling up of the Royal Beasts to be faster, while other people's Royal Beasts are Transcendent level 1. His Fire Lizard is likely to be Transcendent level 3. A month ago he was an intermediate Royal Beast Master. At that time his Fire Lizard was estimated to be Transcendent level 1. Now his Fire Lizard is conservatively estimated to be Transcendent level 6. It should be the highest ranked Royal Beast amongst our group, Lin Tian explained. Hearing him say that, Guo Yuchen and Dai Hao both thought that it was something possible. Their Imperial Beast talents were ordinary and not very effective in assisting the Imperial Beasts. Lin Ya's Royal Beast talent was just different from theirs, allowing the level of the Royal Beast to increase rapidly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Those 4 people have disappeared, Guo Yuchen suddenly exclaimed. Lin Tian looked up and realized that the 4 little red dots had really disappeared. And he also noticed that 3 of the little red dots were rapidly coming towards them. Don't worry about them for now. Someone is coming towards our side. I guess they can't help it, Lin Tian said. Ha ha ha, I thought you guys didn't notice. Since you did, give us your points. Before the person could be seen, the voice had already come through. When the crowd saw who it was, there was a wonderful look on their faces. The people who came were not strangers to Lin Tian and the others. Instead, they were acquaintances from a class. Yo-ho, Chen Dai, you have quite a lot of guts, how dare you come to us? Gui Yuchen laughed out when he saw the visitor. Chen Dian also didn't expect that he would run into Lin Tian and the others here. His face was a little unsightly. Of the three of them, only he had a royal beast that had just broken through to the transcendent level. The remaining two had royal beasts that were awakening level, and they really didn't have an advantage when facing Lin Tian. Chen Dai, do you think we will beat you to elimination or you will eliminate yourselves? Gui Yuchen said with a smile. He wanted to pinch his fingers, but because he ate a little fat, he didn't pinch them out loud. But these Gui Yuchen wouldn't care. He cared more about Chen Dian's choice. This is actually a misunderstanding. Let's change the team line. Chen Dai smiled sarcastically and rushed away with his people. Watching the three people leave, Gui Yuchen shook his head. How boring. Leaving like this? I still wanted to fight them. Lin Tian and Dai Hao simultaneously rolled their eyes. Do you have a fight? Just fight someone else. Let's go straight to the center and wait for someone to come and challenge us. Lin Tian said. Oops. Good idea. Gui Yuchen's eyes lit up. Not bad. This way we don't have to wait for others. Dai Hao laughed. The three of them headed towards the center area at the same time. But halfway there they ran into another group of people. Their team consisted of a total of 4 people. These 4 people decisively chose to strike as soon as they saw Lin Tian and the others, and the end result was that they were brutally beaten up by Lin Tian and the others before choosing to withdraw from this examination. Linya and Zhao Minghai were about to leave after the two of them finished those 4 people when they ran into Chen Dai. It had to be said that Chen Dai's luck was a bit backward. Chen Dai in his heart wants to curse his mother. Just left from Lin Tian's side, and then ran into Zhao Minghai. Really is luck ah. Chen Dai, you brought this on yourself. Zhao Minghai hemmed and hawed. Damn it, count my bad luck. I just ran into Lin Tian, and here I run into you again. Chen Dai let out a low curse. You guys ran into Lin Tian? Where is he? Linya heard Lin Tian's name and looked at the 3 Chen Dais. Right over there, less than 500 meters away. Chen Dai pointed to the location he came from just now. Linya glanced at the map above. There were 3 small red dots heading towards the center. No need to think that it was Lin Tian and the others. Let's go over there, Linya said. Chen Dai's watched Linya and Zhao Minghai leave, and for a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. His luck, it seemed, wasn't all that bad. Old Chen, there aren't many people left now. Linya is in such a hurry to find Lin Tian. I guess they're going to have a fight. Shouldn't we go over and take a look? Yeah, I'm curious to see which one of them wins. Hearing the 2 companions next to him say so, Chen Daoyuan also felt that it was fine. Go, let's follow them, Chen Daoyuan said. The 3 of them followed again. Linya and Zhao Minghai's speed was very fast. Originally they weren't that far away from Lin Tian, and they used their fastest speed, but it was only a matter of 2 minutes before the 2 of them saw the 3 of them. Lin Tian, Dai Hao and Gui Yuchen. Lin Tian, you really made me look for you for a while. Luckily you weren't eliminated, Linya said as he looked at Lin Tian. The 3 Lin Tians who were still walking stopped in their tracks. Lin Tian looked at Linya behind him and pretended to be puzzled. What are you looking for me for? Oh, to find you for what? To eliminate you. Of course. I truly didn't expect that you would be able to make it this far. It seems that your strength isn't weak. Linya laughed. He didn't see a green wind snake next to Lin Tian, so there was no way to tell what level the current green wind snake was. However, he saw Dai Hao's light flare commander next to him and judged that it was the evolved form of the sunflower. It seems like there's another person in your team who can't be underestimated, to have already had his Imperial beast evolve. Linya sneered. TSK, Linya you guys still has the face to appear in front of us. So anxious to be eliminated? Gui Yuchen started spraying Linya when he saw him. No mercy at all. He didn't like Linya himself, let alone at a time like this. That really wouldn't be polite. Shut up you dead fatty. Lin Tian, dare you fight me and see which one of us is more powerful. Linya scolded and then pointed at Lin Tian. Chen Dai had just caught up from behind when he heard such a sentence, and a brilliant light erupted from his eyes. Linya was awesome. He dared to challenge Lin Tian. With the arrival of Chen Dai, the rest of the people also gathered over here, and they also wanted to see what was going on here. Now that they were the only ones left in the entire virtual space secret realm, there was nothing they could do if they didn't come over. Linya, I don't seem to have offended you. Why do you keep grabbing onto me? Lin Tian pretended to be confused. Cut the crap and just say dare. Chapter 41 Transcendent Level 7 Fire Lizard vs Transcendent Level 4 Green Wind Snake. The center area of the virtual secret space. where there was a 150-meter diameter Imperial Beast battle platform, which was constructed in order to allow Imperial Beast Masters to fight in a more formal place. However, not all Imperial Beast Masters were able to stand on the Imperial Beast battle stage to fight against each other. The Imperial Beast Masters who were able to stand on this battle stage were basically the strongest few Imperial Beast Masters at the end of the exams, and this was their battle stage as well as their podium. At this time, Lin Tian had already arrived at the edge of the battle stage. Opposite him was Linya, and around him were people who had not yet left. They quietly watched the two. No one said anything about going to look for someone else to fight. They had already understood what had just happened. Lin Tian was going to fight Linya. Lin Tian possessed a king-level spirit beast cub, and to be able to stand on the battle stage on this last day was an affirmation and recognition of his strength. As for Linya, these people had heard of it, and from Gui Youqian's conversation with them just now, they also understood that Linya possessed a fire lizard, a very common Imperial beast. But being able to get this far, the fact that his teammate was Zhao Minghai was part of the reason, and Linya's own strength was inevitably powerful. These people of theirs were well aware of their own strength, and being able to persist until now was already a large component of luck in it. If they were looking for these people to fight, they would most likely be the ones to face elimination. Lin Tian, summon out your green wind snake, Linya said as he looked across to Lin Tian. There was a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth, a mockery of Lin Tian and confidence in his own strength. The fire lizard had gone through his cultivation over this period of time. Its strength was no longer comparable to the previous life when it was contracted with Lin Tian. Even Zhao Minghai's raging inferno dog was not a match for the fire lizard. He didn't believe that Lin Tian had contracted the green wind snake in this life and was able to cultivate it well without enough financial support. According to Linya's estimation, the current green wind snake was at most transcendent level 1. Good. Although I don't understand what's going on, my green fury rank isn't low. Lin Tian responded and opened the summoning spell, because the final battle was about to take place. After Lin Tian eliminated those 4 people, he let Qingshi enter the Imperial Beast space to rest and get in good spirits to face the next battle. But he didn't expect that his first battle with Qingshi would be with Linya. The green fiend poked out a head from the spell formation, revealing sharp fangs as if in a demonstration after seeing Linya on the opposite side. This man's master doesn't like it. Find a chance to bite him. You can't bite your butt. You can bite the other stick. Lin Tian won't even let me bite that stick. Humph. Then I'll bite someone else's. Lin Tian's head was covered in black lines. He really wanted to slap Qingshi. What kind of nonsense was going on inside his head? Oh, fire lizard. Come out. Seeing green fury come out, Linya opened the summoning spell, and fire lizards over 2 meters long climbed out of the summoning spell. At this time, the fire lizard's skin color had completely turned into a deep red, and there were some slight changes in its appearance, which was still a bit different from when it was first born. When Lin Tian saw the fire lizard, he was a little shocked in his heart, and at the same time, there was anger. Spirit animal, fire lizard. Attribute, fire. Level, transcendental level 7. Skills, flaming vortex, flame cannonball, burning, reinforcement, dance of fire tongue. He was shocked because the level of the fire lizard had given him a bit of a shock. The transcendent mortal level 7 fire lizard wasn't much weaker than the transcendent mortal level 4 green fury. Anger was because the current fire lizard looked powerful, but in fact what was overdrawn was the bottom, and if it continued like this, not to mention letting the fire lizard evolve, it would probably fail to evolve in the future. It seems like I need to snatch the fire lizard as soon as possible. If this continues, my fire lizard will be ruined. Lin Tian was a little heartbroken. If a spirit beast's reserves were consumed too much, it would be detrimental to its growth in the future. And the reason the green fury leveled up so quickly was because of the existence of the Imperial Beast space, and it didn't consume the reserves. If Lin Tian didn't have a second Sentinel Beast talent, the current green fury he might have only cultivated to the transcendent level. Fire lizard. Transcendent level 7, Linya said. Green wind snake. Transcendent level 4, Lin Tian said. As the words of the 2 men fell, the battle between the 2 men started completely. Hearing that the green wind snake was a transcendent level 4, Linya was still slightly surprised in his heart, but he didn't care too much about it. Beside them, the crowd was all a bit shocked to hear that Linya's fire lizard was transcendent mortal level 7. Such a grade was definitely the highest grade when placed amongst students like them. Damn. Even if Linya's Sentinel Beast talent can make the fire lizard improve fast, it can't be this outrageous. What has this guy been feeding it? Gui Youqian let out a low curse. It should be rations that cost a lot of money. Leveling up fast. The food you eat has to be able to keep up. Size-wise the fire lizards aren't bad. Linya cultivated them well. Dai Hao said. Dai Hao didn't really know much about fire lizards. He just made a judgment from the top of the body type. My Imperial Beast is only at Transcendent level 1, but Linya's is already at Transcendent level 7. The promotion is too fast, isn't it? Who says it isn't? I'm currently an intermediate Imperial Beast Master, but the Imperial Beasts have only awakened to the 9th level, and I haven't entered the Transcendent level yet. People are more angry than people. Make a move, Lin Tian said. Did you think I would let you play first? Linya sneered. Burn. Reinforcement. Dance of the tongues of fire. The fire lizard body suddenly had flames burning up. The blazing fire wrapped the fire lizard's entire body. The fire lizard wrapped in flames didn't feel the pain, and its breath was powerful instead. After that, a circle of red light appeared on the fire lizard's body. The light only appeared for a brief moment before disappearing. These two skills, both belong to the strengthening skills, strengthen the fire lizard's defense, attack power. The difference is that burning is required to pay the price, and there is a duration. Once the time is up, the fire lizard will be weak. Reinforcement, on the other hand, is not costly. The flames on the fire lizard's body didn't disappear, and as the fire lizard hissed, the flames rose up and turned into tongues of fire that rushed towards the green fury. 3 tongues of fire intertwined in midair, the searing heat hardening the temperature of this space by a few degrees. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked towards the 3 tongues of fire in the sky above him, mentally commanding the green fury. As the tongues of fire were about to arrive, the green fury's tail was covered in a metallic color, and it slapped its own tail hard on top of the battle platform. With a boom, the sturdy battle platform let out a roar after enduring a tail from the green fury. But it didn't shatter. The green fury had disappeared from its original position, vanishing as a stump. Boom boom boom. 3 tongues of fire landed on the original position of the green fury, emitting 3 pops and leaving behind pitch-black scorch marks. Running to is quite fast. Linya snorted coldly and looked towards the green wind snake that was rushing over. The fire lizard wasn't as fast as the green wind snake, but in melee combat, the fire lizard wasn't very weak. Fiery vortex. Wind blade. Flame vortexes as high as 5 meters appeared on the battle stage and wrapped the fire lizard around it. Green fury. Use the method I taught you. Lin Tian roared. Chapter 42, You lost. These 2 little guys, Linya and Lin Tian, are actually fighting against each other. On the high platform outside, Zhang Haitao and Li Changjian were sitting on it, looking at the big screen. At this point there was only one scene above this screen, the battle stage in the center. The scene that was mapped out was also the battle between Lin Tian and Linya. Now that there weren't too many people inside the entire secret space, a single screen could give an overview of all the scenes without the need to divide them up more. Lin Tian's strength isn't weak. Linya's strength isn't weak either. Didn't the 2 of them grow up together? Why did they fight at the last minute? Zhang Haitao was a bit puzzled. He was the principal, yes, but it was impossible for him to understand every student's situation. Understanding Lin Tian was still because he had a king-level spirit beast cub, the green wind serpent, and Linya was just being understood in passing. This, I'm even more unclear about, but it's the last minute, so it should be understandable if the 2 of them want to fight for the first place, Li Changjin said. Li Changjian's perspective on the problem is different from Zhang Haitao's. In his opinion, this is an examination, and the final ranking is related to what kind of reward they can get. The rewards for first and second place are different, and the lower the rank, the lower the reward. Both of them have the strength to compete for first place, so of course they're both fighting for it. In addition to them here, there were many people below watching Lin Tian and Linya's battle. There were teachers and students who took the exam this time. Today is when the results come out, and none of them want to miss it, and they want to see who ends up with first place. Lin Tian him up, Guai Yuchen roared. The green fiend briefly hovered in midair with the power of the wind, its tail constantly whipping as a wind blade formed, chopping at the fiery vortex at an extremely fast speed. This fighting method was taught to it by Lin Tian, which allowed it to quickly release wind blades in one direction, doing continuous attacks and effectively weakening its opponents. It was just that Lin Tian used out this method at this time, not to defeat the fire lizard, but to confuse Linya's judgment. Moreover, the green fury had not used its full power, and the current wind blade was only half as powerful as the original. The wind blade landed on the fiery vortex and didn't cause any effect. The fire lizard wrapped in the vortex didn't have any problem at all, and there was light showing from its mouth. Fancy attacks, Lin Tian. It turns out that at this time, you are also so middle-aged. Linya taunted. Fire lizard. Fire the flaming cannonballs. The fiery vortex that wrapped around the fire lizard suddenly disappeared, and after the vortex disappeared, it was a burning flaming bomb that was ejected from the fire lizard's mouth. The battle scene shifted so quickly that the people watching below didn't react, and the flaming cannonballs were already close to approaching the green fury. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this the battle between the strong? It was so fast, I didn't even react. Their slow reaction speed didn't mean that Lin Tian's reaction speed was equally slow. As early as when Linya let the fire lizard use the flame vortex, Lin Tian had already calculated what Linya's next move would be. Only Linya, this douchebag, could come up with such a trashy attack. Green Fury, Storm Protector. Phew! The wind howled, and the wind took on a color at this moment, gathering around the Green Fury at an extremely fast speed, forming a flowing storm shield that wrapped the Green Fury securely. Storm Protector was a defensive skill that Green Fury had just learned when he entered Transcendent Level 4, and it was just the right time to use it. Boom! The flaming cannonballs hit the shield formed by the wind and instantly exploded. The flames swept in different directions with the wind, while the Green Fury at the back was not affected at all. It seems like I'm the one who's going to win this battle, Lin Tian said with a smile. You win? That's impossible. Flaming Vortex, Linya sneered. His words fell, but the fire lizard on the battle stage did not make any movement, and the fiery vortex did not form. What's going on? The people below froze. Ha ha ha, the fire lizard is so weak now that it can't even put out its skills. Gui Yuqian observed carefully. He saw that the state of the fire lizard was very wrong. At the moment, the fire lizard's eyes revealed exhaustion and its limbs were shaking. So it's the state that's failing. Is this the aftermath of the burn? I don't think so. The aftermath of the burn isn't that costly. Rubbish. Attack me. Linya's face was ugly, not caring about the state of the fire lizard. Lin Tian was a little heartbroken when he saw this scene, but he couldn't show it. To continue fighting me after just experiencing a battle. Do you think the fire lizard is a robot? There's still a blue bar and a CD for skills when you play a game. Not to mention the Imperial beasts. If you want to blame yourself for not taking care of the fire lizard. If it had regained its spirit, perhaps this battle wouldn't really have been that easy. Now, it's time to end this fight. Green Fury, Teeth of the Storm. The green snake's shadow emerged and tore into the fire lizard that was no longer able to put out its skills. Lin Tian looked at Linya. He wanted to see if Linya would voluntarily admit defeat. However, in the end he was disappointed. Linya didn't admit defeat and watched as the Green Fury bit the fire lizard. Green Fiend, come back, Lin Tian shouted. The Green Fiend let go of its mouth and returned to Lin Tian's side. Just now it didn't use its full strength. It just symbolically bit. The fire lizard had lost its ability to fight and was lying on the battle platform. You lost. Lin Tian glanced at Linya. He, count yourself as a winner this time. Linya laughed coldly and collected the weak fire lizard back. Ha ha, Lin Tian won. Gui Yuqian laughed out loud when he saw Linya fail. Zhao Minghai, do you want to go up and fight Lin Tian as well, to see how strong you are now and if you can defeat him? If you win, I'll contract you the evolutionary materials for your Imperial beast. How about that? Gui Yuqian looked at Zhao Minghai next to him, his tone full of provocation. Get lost, fat ass. Zhao Minghai scolded. His raging inferno dog was only at Transcendent Level 2 right now, and Lin Tian's Green Fury was at Transcendent Level 4, so how could he possibly beat it? Hey, if you can't beat it, you can't beat it. Can't we be civilized? Gui Yuqian looked like he was in need of a beating, and then looked at Dai Hao next to him. Why don't you compare yourself to this Zhao Gongzi of ours? I'm not interested. Dai Hao shook his head. It's really disgusting to anyone who sees it. Gui Yuqian shook his head. The mocking tone was all directed at Zhao Minghai. Next, does anyone want to come and challenge me? You can all come up. Lin Tian didn't take back the Green Fury, and his gaze looked at the crowd below. Since he had already come to this battle stage, he didn't think of going down easily. The crowd below looked at each other, none of them wanting to go up. As easy as this battle looks, they are no cuties. Is the Imperial Beast not strong enough to go up and get beaten? Since no one has come up, then you guys can choose for yourselves, whether to admit defeat or fight with someone else again. Lin Tian simply sat on the battle stage and looked at the people below. Chapter 43, First Place. In the end, these people still didn't engage in combat and chose to leave the secret space. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the empty secret space. Whether defeating Linya this time would arouse his suspicion, Lin Tian couldn't be sure. He needed to plan early and snatch the fire lizard as soon as possible. If he continued to delay, Lin Tian was really worried that the fire lizard would be scourged by this douchebag Linya. And in the end, now that he had completely separated himself from Linya's family and was living alone on his own without worrying about food or drink, there was no need to keep himself bottled up. After enduring for 2 months, it's time for some things to be cleared up. It's out. Did Lin Tian come out? Yes, Lin Tian came out. The first place winner of this graduation exam is him. Yeah, there's also the admission quota for the Imperial Beast University, which definitely has his share. Let's not talk about the admission quota of the Imperial Beast University. The first place reward is something we have no way to get. I'm even sadder when you say that. Ahem. There's really no need to be sad. We can still be awesome later. When the crowd on the spell saw Lin Tian disappear from the screen, they knew that he had already come out of it. Not bad. To be able to get first place, Lin Tian will be at least a super Imperial Beastmaster in the future, Zhang Haitao said with a smile. The ranking of the points hadn't come out yet, but Lin Tian's first place was already unquestionable. He was the last one to come out and had also defeated Linya. Those people in the back didn't fight with Lin Tian either, and 30% of the points of those people would end up on Lin Tian's head. Super Royal Beastmaster. I think Epic Royal Beastmaster is the only way to go. Even Legendary Royal Beastmaster is not impossible. Li Changjian laughed. Zhang Haitao rolled his eyes and said, Legendary Imperial Beastmasters have appeared a total of a few in the past 100 years. Why don't you say that he will be able to become the new Imperial Beast Heavenly King in the future? Hey, can't say, Li Changjian said. The two just joked about it and didn't take those words seriously. If Lin Tian developed well, a legendary Imperial Beastmaster wasn't out of the question. And if he didn't develop well, a Super Imperial Beastmaster would be considered a guaranteed bottom, which wasn't very bad. The point standings are out. On the large screen above, the points ranking appeared. Not everyone, only the top 20 people. These people were also the most hopeful to enter the Imperial Beasts University. First place, Lin Tian, 586 points. Second, Daihao with 378 points. Third place, Linya, with 354 points. Fourth place, Wei Yuqian, with 322 points. Fifth place, Zhao Minghai, with 314 points. Sixth place. Seventh place. Ha, I'm 12th. I can't believe I'm 11th. I'm out of this world. I can't believe I'm in the top 20. I'm going to tell my mom about this. The top 20 came out, and some people got happy and showed off to those around them. The happiest, though, was a chubby figure. After seeing that he was actually in fourth place, Guo Yuqian was about to go crazy with joy. He never thought that he could get a good fourth place. Lin Tian, Dai Hao. What kind of reward do you think my parents will give me if I tell them about this achievement? Guo Yuqian's face was red with excitement. Lin Tian's mouth was tinged with a smile as he looked at the happy Guo Yuqian. In his last life, Guo Yuqian wasn't that happy. He didn't make it into the top 20. This time he not only brought him into the top 20, but also the top 5. It was a small way of repaying his good brother a little. A big meal is definitely one less meal. But you'd better think about the rewards this time. The reward for fourth place is quite a lot, Lin Tian said with a smile. You're right. I should think about it. Guo Yuqian heatedly giggled. I'm going to ask for a Spirit Beast Egg. Lin Tian, what grade of Spirit Beast Egg would you say is good? Dai Hao looked towards Lin Tian. He never thought he could finish second and pin Zhao Minghai down. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, if you can afford to raise a king-level Spirit Beast Cub right now, you can have a king-level one. Even if you can't afford it, I would actually suggest that you have a king-level one. You're in second place. The school will give you that reward. Alright then, I'll listen to you. I'm still able to afford to raise a king-level Spirit Beast Cub, Dai Hao said with a smile. Lin Tian looked at his over 500 points. This time, he was properly memorized by all the people in the whole school. He, Lin Tian, was the first place winner in this graduation exam. Then, it was time for the rewards to be handed out. Starting with the second place, Dai Hao asked for the eggs of a king-level Spirit Beast Cub, and the third place was Linya, who also asked for Spirit Beast eggs, but they were of the commander level. He finished in third place. Just asking for a commander-class Spirit Beast egg was certainly enough. The rewards for the top 20 had all been sent out. Only Lin Tian's rewards had not been sent out. Inside the principal's office, Zhang Haitao and Li Changjian were sitting on the sofa, and sitting across from them was Lin Tian. This time you won first place. There's no problem to enter the Imperial Beast University. About the reward, what do you want? Zhang Haitao asked. Lin Tian pondered. He wasn't sure if Zhang Haitao would actually give him the reward he wanted. Say it. If we can fulfill it, we will definitely fulfill it. You are the first place. A little preferential treatment is fine. Seeing that Lin Tian was in a difficult position, Li Changjian said with a smile. His words immediately dispelled Lin Tian's concerns. I want the Divine Dragon Essence Blood Fossilized Stone, Lin Tian said. Okay, no problem. Zhang Haitao agreed with a smile, then reacted that something was wrong and the smile on his face disappeared. You just said you wanted something. Say it again. I want the Divine Dragon Essence Blood Fossilized Stone. Of course scales are fine, or anything else related to the Divine Dragon. Lin Tian added some more. Neither Zhang Haitao nor Li Changjian had drunk any water. If they had, the two would have spewed out directly when they heard what Lin Tian wanted. Something related to the Divine Dragon. Is this so easy to get? You want to cultivate a divine dragon out? Li Changjian asked. Aha. Lin Tian nodded. Think of another alternative. I'm afraid that the two of us won't be able to mess this up, Li Changjian said with some toothache. A leaf from the dragon's blood tree is also fine, but it has to be king level. Lin Tian said. This is fine. If there's no problem, that's it. We'll try our best to get you something related to the divine dragon, Zhang Haitao said in a hurry. Good. Then I won't bother the principal and president, Lin Tian said with a smile. He knew what he was proposing would be hard to get, but he wouldn't give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope. Watching Lin Tian leave the office, Zhang Haitao and Li Changjian looked at each other in dismay. This thing related to the divine dragon. Can we really get it? Zhang Haitao let out a soul-torturing question. If you ask me, who am I going to ask? It can only be a try. The reward isn't coming from me anyway, Li Changjian said very baldly. It was true that the reward for the graduation exam was not from him. It was from the Imperial Beastmaster Association headquarters. Chapter 44, Green Fury Evolution, the end of this chapter. The end of this year. Blessings at the back. Dragon. Not only was it an attribute, it was also a creature. It was also the most powerful spirit beast of the blue planet. Even the powerful spirit beasts in those world fragments had no way to compare to the dragons of the blue planet. Over the past 100 years, 3 branches of the dragon have emerged. The divine dragon of the east, the giant dragon of the west, and the earthly dragon of the mountain range. Among them, the number of eastern divine dragons was very rare, and it was extremely difficult to grow. Over 100 years, a total of only 3 eastern divine dragons had appeared, and all of them had also died in the battle with the abyss. One of the eastern divine dragons was the imperial beast of the third royal beast Heavenly King. The number of western giant dragons was a bit more than the eastern divine dragons. There were 10 in total, and there were 3 that were still alive now, but they were all at the emperor level. There were no emperor level western giant dragons. Lin Tian was able to become the imperial beast Heavenly King in his first life, also because he had a powerful lava dragon that was still at the emperor level. As for the mountain range earth dragon, it was a very special spirit beast. They were all mountain ranges turned into mountains, not found in Blue Star proper, but present in those world fragments, and there were quite a few of them. The births of the mountain range earth dragons all took tens of thousands of years, and they were naturally extremely powerful as they had the rank of emperor at birth. It's just that these guys are so well hidden, too, that when it goes to the ground, it's a mountain, and no one thinks about it being a dragon. So far, no one had ever contracted a mountain range earth dragon. Lin Tian wanted to cultivate out another eastern divine dragon to enhance his strength. The fire lizard could become a western giant dragon and was powerful, but facing an abyssal beast, an emperor-level abyssal dragon still wasn't enough to look at. If there was another emperor-level eastern divine dragon, it would be much easier to face the abyssal beasts in the future. Let's hope you guys can help me find what I'm looking for. Lin Tian returned to his rented house and took out all the materials he had obtained, especially the abyssal crystals. This was the material Lin Tian cared about the most, and the Green Fury evolution was able to use it. In total, there were 6 small pieces of abyssal crystals, which according to Lin Tian's calculations, could provide enough evolutionary energy to the Green Fury, and as for what kind of changes it would cause the Green Fury to undergo, it depended on whether or not Zhang Haitao and Li Changjian could help him get the materials he needed. You love me, I love you. Lin Tian's cell phone rang. He opened his cell phone to see that the caller was not Gui Yuqian, but Zhang Yu. Lin Tian looked at his cell phone and fell into deep thought. He was wondering if he should answer this call or not. In the end, Lin Tian still didn't answer the call. Although he didn't know what Zhang Yu's specific purpose for making this call was, she definitely knew about his first place in the graduation exam. It's just that, does it matter to them if they come in first place? A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. Lin Tian rested for an entire day, thinking about nothing and muting his cell phone. This was the most comfortable sleep he had ever had since he was reborn, and when he woke up, he only felt that his mind was relaxed and he wasn't tired at all. Lin Tian was sitting on the sofa, and lying on his lap was Green Fury. Ding dong ding dong. Lin Tian took out his cell phone, and this time it was the special cell phone for the Sharpshooter Bureau that Luo Qingyao had given him. Why is she sending me a message? Is it because there's some kind of mission? Lin Tian looked at the message Luo Qingyao sent over and instantly became interested. Luo Qingyao was looking for him. Maybe there was some kind of mission. This was a good opportunity to earn merit points. He didn't want to miss it. However, after opening it, Lin Tian did not see the message of the mission. There was only a message from Luo Qingyao congratulating him on getting first place in the graduation exam. Lin Tian replied with a thank you and didn't continue chatting with her. The headquarters of the Imperial Beastmaster Association. In a conference room, an elderly man in good spirits holding a cell phone is playing a video with a man. Okay, Grandpa promised you it would be okay. Humph. Knowing that Grandpa is good. Come back to see Grandpa when you have time. Grandpa is 85 years old this year. Okay, I'll see you in a month then. The old man hung up the phone with a smile. The smile on his face disappeared, revealing a contemplative expression. This little guy just won the first place in the graduation exam. How could he make my granddaughter take it so seriously? Could it be her boyfriend? No. If it's Yao Yao's boyfriend, isn't she an old cow eating young grass? That's not right either. My good granddaughter isn't old at all. It's this kid who's taking advantage. That's not right. My granddaughter is too good to let this kid arch her back. Ouch. It's all wrong. What with? The old man freaked out and scratched his bald head, which didn't have a few hairs in the first place. Hey, doesn't that first place Imperial Beast Master from Chao City want the Divine Dragon's Essence Blood Fossilized Stone? The power of this thing is too massive. Give him a leaf of the Imperial Grade Dragon's Blood Tree. The old man set things in motion and hung up. His gaze looked out, his eyes gradually deepening. He knew how difficult it was to cultivate a divine dragon. Even with the power of evolution, it was still only a 1 in 10 million chance. Moreover, the power contained in the Divine Dragon Essence Blood Fossilized Stone, where a transcendent level spirit beast could withstand it, it would require at least king level strength to withstand it. He was able to raise a level on top of the dragon blood leaf, and was already arranging it according to the best ideas. Let's hope he can succeed. It's been a long time since a divine dragon appeared, the old man murmured and whispered. After 3 days, Lin Tian finally brought the materials he needed from the school. Lin Tian, we didn't get the Divine Dragon Essence Blood Fossilized Stone, but we got you a piece of dragon blood leaf. And it's not king grade, it's royal grade. It was personally approved by the higher-ups at the headquarters. Lin Tian's mind was still pondering the words that Zhang Haitao had said. The top management of the Imperial Beast Master Association headquarters had personally approved it. So who could it be? Those people, they don't recognize him now, but it was not bad to give him a royal grade dragon blood leaf. It was much stronger than a king grade dragon blood leaf. Lin Tian got in his car and left Chao City. He had all the materials he needed for the Green Fury's evolution with him, but because he didn't plan to evolve inside the rented house, considering that the size of the Green Fury would increase a lot after evolving, plus with the abyssal crystals, it was the first time for Lin Tian to use this, and he didn't dare to gamble if there were any accidents. So choosing a place with fewer people and far away from the city was the most suitable. Lin Tian found an empty place and took out all the wind heart crystals, green wind stones, scales, 6 abyssal crystals, and imperial grade dragon blood leaves. The dragon blood leaf was blood red in color, and the tiny leaf contained a terrifying power. In the entire blue star, the number of dragon blood trees was very small, and the trees that survived bathing in dragon blood ended up turning into spirit beasts. That was even fewer. After arranging all the materials, Lin Tian summoned the Green Fury out. Green Fury, are you ready? Lin Tian looked at Qing Sha and said. Green Fury nodded. Ready, just come on. Okay, start evolving. Chapter 1 Evolutionary Success or Evolutionary Failure. 2 months had passed since he was reborn, and his first royal beast was finally about to undergo its first evolution as well, and there was exuberance as well as nervousness in Lin Tian's eyes. This time he chose to take a risk, taking a path that no one had ever taken, choosing a material that no one had ever used for the evolution of the imperial beasts. Abyssal crystals. These energy crystals from the bodies of the abyssal beasts, which contained the power of the abyss, a power that was terrifying, powerful, and full of unknowns. Lin Tian also didn't know what kind of changes he would bring to the Green Fury by doing this. He knew in his heart that the worst-case scenario would only be that the Green Fury would fail to evolve, but as long as the evolution succeeds, he's earned it. In addition to the abyssal crystals, the use of the dragon blood leaf was also adventurous. The power of the dragon was very strong. Even though it was only a leaf of the imperial-grade dragon blood tree, it still wasn't something all imperial beasts would be able to withstand. Lin Tian dared to use the dragon's blood leaf, or because of the Green Fury's thick underbelly, as the cub of a king-grade spirit beast, along with his cultivation over this period of time, Lin Tian believed that the Green Fury would be able to absorb it. Green Fury crawled into the middle of these materials, his eyes determined and not backing down. Lin Tian's emotions affected it, and the Green Fury understood that the Imperial Beast Master had spent a great deal of effort on this evolution, and it had to evolve successfully. The Green Fury was also able to feel that Lin Tian actually had a sense of urgency in his heart all the time. Normally Lin Tian looked like he was fine, but as Lin Tian's royal beast, the Green Fury had a spiritual connection with him, and it was able to feel some of Lin Tian's emotions. It didn't know why Lin Tian was nervous and so eager for strength, but it understood that as long as it succeeded in evolving, it could help Lin Tian share some of it. The Green Fury spat out its snake letters and opened its mouth. Coming to the Wind Heart Crystal, the first thing it needed to absorb was the energy in this crystal. A white stream of air flowed out from the Wind Heart Crystal. This stream of air was not fast and its power was very gentle, and it was slowly sucked into the body by the Green Fury. After 3 minutes had passed, the Wind Heart crystals turned into a cloud of broken pieces and dispersed with the wind. The Green Fury once again absorbed up the power in the Green Wind Stone, and this power became a bit violent, but because it had already absorbed the power of the Wind Heart Crystal Stone earlier, it didn't cause any adverse effects to the Green Fury. After the power of the Green Wind Stone was absorbed, the power of the Wind Heart Crystal Stone wrapped around it, controlling this power to stabilize in the Green Fury's body. The power of the scales was the weakest, yet it was also a key power, and after the energy in the scales was absorbed cleanly, the Green Fury even hiccuped. It felt a surge of power within itself, as if it could burst out at any time. This was the power of evolution. It was already able to evolve, just that this wasn't enough to satisfy the Green Fury's inner thoughts. Lin Tian had prepared 5 materials for it. It had to absorb them all cleanly. The Green Fiend came to the abyssal crystallization and began to absorb the power from the abyss. The purple air flow entered Green Fury's body, and Green Fury twisted up his body in some pain. The power in the abyssal crystals appeared to be very peaceful, but it actually became more violent after entering its body, and it clashed with its own power. Qing Shi, how are you doing? Lin Tian felt Qing Zha's pain and was a little nervous inside, yet Qing Zha was passing on the thought that there was no problem. One abyssal crystal was absorbed cleanly, followed by the second, and this time, it took 10 minutes for the Green Fury to absorb all the abyssal crystals. At this moment, the Green Fiend's body swelled up by a circle. Its eyes revealed a pained expression. If it wasn't for the power of the Wind Heart Crystal Stone holding back the power of the abyssal crystals, it would probably have burst into flames and died by now. Last one. The Green Fiend's gaze was firm as it looked towards the dragon blood leaf. It crawled over and didn't bother absorbing it. It lowered its head and swallowed this dragon blood leaf whole. Boom! It was also at the moment when the Green Fiend swallowed the dragon blood leaf that berserk power erupted with the Green Fiend at its core. Waves of air rolled over and the wind was out of control for the moment. The force of this outburst was so strong that Lin Tian could only arch his body to barely stand steadily in place. But his eyes did not leave Qing Shi's body for a moment. The power of the gale raged, and the Green Fiend's body kept twisting as it was in pain. Whoosh! A wind blade was suddenly thrown out by Qing Shi and rushed towards Lin Tian. The speed of the wind blade was too fast. Lin Tian only felt a coldness on the left side of his face. This wind blade had already grazed his face and flew to the back, and on his cheek, a small thin slit appeared and blood flowed out. Roar! I want to evolve. The Green Fury let out a roar that was not something a snake could make, and it used the power of its steel tail to slap the ground hard, sending itself into mid-air. Boom! A white evolutionary glow appeared, and the Green Fury's appearance began to change as it was covered in white light. However, the change suddenly appeared at this moment. Purple light appeared from within the white light, gradually appearing to suppress the white light. Green Fury, hold on! Lin Tian yelled nervously. He could sense that the Green Fury was in great pain, but it had come to this point. The evolutionary light had appeared and could not fail. I can hold on. This was the voice of the Green Fury's heart. Eventually, the white glow grew stronger and stronger, suppressing the purple glow. The berserk force released with the Green Fury as the center gradually stabilized, and Lin Tian did not need to resist the gusts of wind as he slowly stood up and stabilized his body, staring nervously at the Green Fury in the upper air. At this moment, the white evolutionary glow was growing in scope, and there was a purple glow lingering around it, and the two forces reached some sort of balance at this moment. The Green Fury's evolution took a long time, and it wasn't over after half an hour. Lin Tian's heart was once again tense. So much time had passed. Had the evolution succeeded or failed? After another 5 minutes of time, the light began to fade a little, revealing the Green Fury. 15 meters in length, a hideous head over a meter in diameter, sharp fangs, and deep sunken eyes with vertical pupils. The head was covered in fine scales, and there was a greenish-purple straight horn, but it was only 10 centimeters long. A green body with purple lines around the neck that stretched all the way down to where the tail was. The body was covered in fine scales. The tail was still that of a snake, except that there were 5 sharp bone spikes protruding from it. At the front of its body, there is also a pair of 4-fingered claws, 3 in front and 1 in the back. After it appeared, the wind around it seemed to have a leader, haunting it and lifting it up. Seeing Green Fury's brand new appearance, Lin Tian became excited inside. Royal Beast, Abyssal Devil Wind Xiao. Attributes, Dragon. Wind. Level, Transcendent Level 6. Skills, Storm Dragon's Teeth. Wind Blade. Abyssal Storm. Wind Control. Sublime Chop. Magic Sound Dazzle. Evolutionary Materials. Evolutionary Route. Green Fury. You've succeeded. Seeing Qingshi's message, Lin Tian's entire body became excited. The evolution had succeeded. Although it hadn't evolved into a divine dragon, an augur was just as much of a dragon. So for the next evolution, Lin Tian was confident that the Green Fury would completely become a divine dragon. Green Fury looked curiously at its current body, looking left and right, especially after seeing the bone spikes on its tail. It felt very handsome. And paw, would it be able to hug the little golden pig and play happily in the future? And now that it could fly, the Green Fury couldn't help but spin around twice in midair. Hey, that was fun. I love you. You love me. The lines that follow are available to you readers. Lin Tian's cell phone rang, and after seeing that it was Gui Yuqian calling, he couldn't help but want to share this joy to Gui Yuqian. Hello. Okay. I know. Wait for me there. I'll be right over. Lin Tian hung up the phone, his face gloomy. Chapter 2 Raging Linya. Before Lin Tian evolved the Green Fury, Linya carried his bag to a park in Chao City, found a clearing with no one in it, and took out all the materials. Among these materials, there was also a dragon's blood leaf. Since the end of the graduation exams, his results had made his parents happy for a while, but when they realized that Lin Tian was the first place winner of the graduation exams, Linya's results had calmed them down instead. The two of them blamed Linya for not listening to them and choosing the green wind snake in favor of this fire lizard. At that moment, Linya's resentment towards Lin Tian reached its peak. Clearly he was the one who was reborn. He was the one who held the script of the protagonist. How come he still lost to Lin Tian? He was not convinced, and in his heart he was not satisfied. He didn't intend to continue waiting, and was prepared to let the fire lizard evolve and take the first step towards a giant dragon. And for this reason, he had specially spent a large price to get a transcendent great dragon blood leaf, just to let the fire lizard evolve successfully. Come on out. Linya summoned the fire lizard. The fire lizard's eyes revealed deep exhaustion and poor mental state. After the graduation exams it had been trained by Linya for a long time. The exertion hadn't recovered yet, and it had continued the intense training, and now its body was in a state of severe deficit. I've prepared the materials for you. Don't let me down this time. Linya looked at the fire lizard, his eyes revealing madness. The fire lizard was a bit intimidated, but because of the contract, there was no way for it to retreat and it could only follow the arrangements of its own Imperial Beast Master. Bull asterisk. There's no giant dragon bloodline. Is there a giant dragon bloodline? Don't I know that? Linya cursed. Before he was ready to evolve, he specifically found a royal beast testing organization in Chao City to check if the fire lizard had the bloodline of a giant dragon. The final result obtained was that there was no giant dragon bloodline, just an ordinary fire lizard. On top of that, it's the fact that it's a higher level than the usual fire lizards. Linya scoffed at such words. Could a fire lizard evolve into a lava dragon he still didn't know? Could it be that the lava dragon he had once seen was a fake? Or was it that Lin Tian had contracted a lava dragon behind him? He knew what Lin Tian's fire lizard evolved into in his last life, especially when it evolved into a lava dragon. He was watching from the side. He just couldn't believe that the materials used by the fire lizard this time were so good that it couldn't evolve into a lava giant dragon early. Absorb it and start evolving. If you fail, just wait for death, Linya said as he looked at the fire lizard. The fire lizard looked at Linya with some trepidation, but still obediently went to absorb the materials he had prepared. Just after absorbing the two materials, the fire lizard's body couldn't help but tremble as the power from the materials raged through its body. At this moment, the already fragile fire lizard was somewhat unable to withstand the force. Linya watched coldly from the sidelines, and even though the fire lizard was sending him painful thoughts, it still didn't make the thoughts in his heart waver by half. The fire lizard's heart was ashen, so it could only continue to absorb the energy from the material. When it finished absorbing the dragon blood leaf, its body was covered by a white evolutionary glow. It's going to evolve. It was only when the evolutionary glow appeared that Linya's eyes changed, vaguely rising in anticipation. Roar! Within the evolutionary glow, the fire lizard let out a hiss of pain. Its expression was pained, blood flowing out from the corner of its mouth as the power of evolution raged inside its body, tearing apart the cells in its body. The agony felt like cutting its skin over and over again with a small knife. Pust! The fire lizard's body split open a gash which was so deep that the bone could be seen, yet the next second the wound was filled with blood. The blood in its body was flowing out little by little, staining the ground beneath it. The number of wounds was still increasing, and with each wound that appeared, it aggravated its injuries, and the fire lizard's breath continued to weaken. Because of the evolutionary glow enveloping it, Linya couldn't see the fire lizard's wounds, and the fire lizard knew that Linya wouldn't be heartbroken, so it didn't convey its current physical condition to Linya. Is it about to succeed? Linya looked at the increasingly strong evolutionary glow and became excited inwardly. In this way, he would have a lava dragon. With careful cultivation, he could become the 5th generation of the Imperial Beast Heavenly King. The white evolutionary glow faded away, and Linya's expression went from joyful to gloomy. He saw a fire lizard that had failed to evolve, its body full of wounds and blood still flowing out, staining the ground. The smell of blood filled Linya's nostrils at this moment. The fire lizard weakly opened its eyes and glanced at Linya, its eyes filled with pleading. It wanted Linya to save it. Waste. Aren't you a lava dragon? Why did you fail to evolve? Why were you able to evolve into a lava dragon by following Lin Tian? Not after me. Since evolution has failed, you're on your own. Linya stormed out and insulted the fire lizard. He directly disconnected the contract with the fire lizard, and when he wanted to leave he was still a bit angry and directly kicked the fire lizard. The already scaly fire lizard was kicked in the stomach by Linya, and a mouthful of blood was spat out again. You'll die here. Linya turned around and left without another glance at the fire lizard. So what if the fire lizard failed to evolve? Now that he had another Imperial beast, it was just a matter of cultivating it properly. And the gargoyles, they weren't unobtainable to him. In his last life, he learned of a place that was filled with dragon attribute spirit beasts, and as long as he found that place, he could directly contract a giant dragon. No, he could contract 3 heads, or even all of them. The sunlight gradually shifted and hit the trees, the shadows of the leaves casting down over the fire lizard's body. There was no more blood flowing from the wounds on its body. The blood on the ground had dried up, and there was no color in the eyes of the fire lizard. Its stomach rose and fell slightly, proving that it was still alive, but it was at the end of its rope, with less in and more out. The fire lizard let out a low growl. The park was deserted at this time, and no one had heard it. It could hear the sound of cars honking in the street, and the sound of the wind, and the chirping of birds, and the sound of other mikados communicating with their own mikados. Let's see who can run faster. Woof woof woof. Ha ha, you win. I can't keep up with you. Mom, your Imperial beast is so beautiful. I want an Imperial beast just like yours when I grow up. Okay, when you grow up. Deed a prettier one, but only if you protect it. I know Mom. Me and my sentinel partner are family. That's right, family. The fire lizard's vision was blurring. Its body was losing consciousness, and it knew that it was leaving this world. Fire dragon, don't sleep. Hold on and you'll evolve into a giant dragon. Fire dragon, go for it. I'll feel bad if you leave. Chapter 3, The Abandoned Fire Lizard. Vaguely, the fire lizard heard a voice. The voice, it was familiar. And the name, it was also familiar. The person seemed to be calling out to it. The fire lizard barely managed to fight as it saw a scene. It was a volcano, and at the top of the volcano there was a huge skeleton. It was a huge dragon, only it had been dead for an unknown amount of time. And underneath that gargoyle skeleton, there was a pool of blood-colored lava with flames burning on it. What made the fire lizard feel unbelievable was that there was a lizard similar to it in this pool, looking just like it, except that it had no injuries or bleeding on its body and its eyes were very soulful. Beside it stood a man who was cheering it on. Is it going to evolve as well? Its owner seems to be encouraging it. The fire lizard was a little envious in his heart. The fire lizard was eager to get a good look at the man, for his voice, itself, sounded very familiar, as if it had heard it often before, only it couldn't recall it. The scene shifted, and the fire lizard suddenly realized that the world he was seeing had changed. It saw a living room, a very familiar scene, as if it were the living room of its own master's house. It looked at its body, small and still inside an egg. Wow, it's a fire lizard. Before it could react, the tiny thing was picked up by a pair of hands. It tried to struggle, but it couldn't. It couldn't see the person, only a pair of eyes looking at it with joy in them. Che, it's just a fire lizard. What's there to be happy about? A voice came from the side. The fire lizard turned its head to look over. The one who spoke it recognized. It was its master. But why was it seeing something different here than what happened? It remembered that the first person it saw was its own master. Linya, not this unreadable person. Ha ha, the king-level spirit beast cub green wind snake. Lin Tian, my Imperial beast is better than yours. The fire lizard saw Linya holding a small green-colored snake. His eyes excited. The same eyes as this person holding him, except that it seemed to have such eyes that it had only seen Linya have when he was born. It looked again to the one holding itself. Lin Tian, really is such a familiar name. It seems like I've heard it somewhere before. This man seems to be his master's brother. Only after he was born, he seldom saw him. This man holding himself, is he? Why him? As the fire lizard was puzzled, the person's face gradually became clearer, and it was none other than the 18-year-old Lin Tian. From now on, you'll be called Fire Dragon. Lin Tian looked at it with a smile. The fire lizard's insides trembled. Its brain tingled a little as if something was about to spurt out. Lin Tian. Is this man my master? No, my master is clearly Linya. But this memory, what's going on? The fire lizard was confused. It couldn't figure out what was going on. Its perspective didn't switch again. It was always this fire lizard's perspective. And it did have a contract with Lin Tian. It was hard for Lin Tian to work every day to buy food for it. And sometimes Lin Tian had to share a chicken leg full of meat when he bought half a fried chicken. The rest of the bones it wouldn't even waste. It would directly eat them inside its mouth. And then it would be criticized by Lin Tian. But it's not sad or upset. It's happy. Because that's who it belongs to. And it's been treated well by its owner. This fire lizard's thoughts were both simple and pure. All of which it could feel as if they were its own. My master took me to eat beef today. Yummy. Today my host bought me a canned food that I've never had before. Yum. Avocado is not good. It's so bad. My master laughed at me. I won a battle and my master was happy. The owner seems to be making a lot of money. I can't believe he bought me so many delicious food. I have a new companion. It seems to be called Junior. Fire Dragon. Go for it. Hang in there. You can do it. I'm sure you can make it. The fire lizard suddenly felt a burst of pain, and the scene it saw changed once again, with the skeleton of a giant dragon on top of it, except that it was it that was soaking in the lava, and next to it was Lin Tian who was encouraging him. Despite the physical pain, it was strangely euphoric. Is this my first evolution? The fire lizard suddenly froze and looked towards Lin Tian who was looking at it with anticipation and nervousness in his eyes. Fire Dragon. Be careful. There are 3 emperor-level abyssal beasts on the opposite side. Try to avoid a frontal battle. The fire lizard realized that Lin Tian was standing on his shoulder. That's right, on his shoulder. And it looked down at the ground. A large rock was very small in front of it. There were no blue skies and white clouds here. Only a blood-colored sky and a huge abyssal beast on the opposite side. The fire lizard suddenly remembered that this was the abyssal battlefield. And it was fighting these abyssal beasts. It is now a lava dragon. But its owner was Lin Tian. The latter footage flashed past from its mind as if it were a movie. As it killed many abyssal beasts and flew throughout the world with Lin Tian. There was also the final battle where it suddenly lost contact with Lin Tian, but it was entangled by the 5 abyssal beasts, and there was no way for it to go and see what had happened to Lin Tian. By the time it was scarred and disengaged from the battle, it saw that Lin Tian was already lying on the ground. His heart had been penetrated by a sharp weapon and he had lost his breath. His master was dead. It roared angrily, trying to find who had killed Lin Tian, but in the end, it was unable to do so. Unable to find the culprits, it turned its gaze to those abyssal giants. As it flew away, it saw Linya, and the trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Now it knew that it was Linya, who was also its current master, who had killed Lin Tian and killed its master. The fire lizard all remembered at this moment that its master was not Linya. Its master had always been Lin Tian. Linya, the murderer of its owner. But now that it was bruised and battered, how should it go find Lin Tian? The fire lizard was having a hard time because it was dying. Feeling his breath gradually weakening, the fire lizard really wanted to look at Lin Tian one more time at the last moment. No, I can't die. I'm going to find Lin Tian. I'm going to the master. He needs my help. We still have to kill the beast of the abyss. The fire lizard was resigned to the fact that it didn't want to die. At this time it wanted to live. Very strongly. In the park, one of the fire lizard's claws moved, and it opened its own heavy eyelids, a sudden bright light in its eyes. Roar! The fire lizard roared, shaking the ground for a few moments, and at this time, its roar had the intimidating power of a dragon's roar for a few moments. Stand up! Stand up! Evolution! Roar! The fire lizard's limbs trembled violently as it growled again, barely standing up. Master, wait for me. I'll be right with you. On the roadside of the park, Gui Yuqian was walking with a beautiful woman in black silk, who was none other than his homeroom teacher, LV Qianxian. Roar! Gui Yuqian froze at the roar and scratched his head. Teacher, did you hear anything? Cynthia Louis nodded, her eyes serious. From the yell, she heard intense pain. Let's go over there. Chapter 4, Lin Tian's Anger. LV Qianxian stepped on her high heels and walked quickly towards the park. The sound of clattering was very urgent. Hey, teacher, wait for me. Gui Yuqian hurriedly followed. The two men arrived at the park's location, but did not find the source of the sound. There's nothing. Strange. Gui Yuqian looked around and didn't find anything. It was also at this time that another roar came. Over there. Lu Qianxian heard the location of the voice clearly and hurriedly followed it. Although she was wearing high heels, her speed wasn't slow at all. Much faster than Gui Yuqian's little fatty. LV Qianxian came to the inside of the green forest, and her footsteps suddenly stopped. The eyes went from serious to shock, and then some anger. Aya, teacher, why are you walking so fast? Guo Yuqian caught up, and the 2 steps away made him start panting heavily. But when Guo Yuqian saw the scene in front of him, he only felt a tingle in his scalp. A fire lizard covered in blood was standing on trembling limbs. It was covered in wounds and blood dripping down. "Teacher, what's going on?" Guo Yuqian panicked. He had never seen such a situation before. LV Qianqian's face was ugly, but she still explained. The evolution failed and was abandoned by its own master. "What? It's that. You can't abandon it even if it fails to evolve. It doesn't say that it will fail to evolve next time," Guo Yuqian said angrily. Imperial beasts were family members to Imperial beast masters, and for someone to heartlessly abandon their Imperial beasts, such a person was unforgivable. The fire lizard looked at the 2 people that appeared in front of it, especially Guo Yuqian, and it instantly remembered who this person was. This is its master Lin Tian's good friend, but it remembers that this guy died was swallowed by the abyssal beast in one bite. How is it still alive and kicking now? However, this thought only flickered in the fire lizard's mind. Now it had to hurry up and evolve successfully so that it could survive. The power of those materials wouldn't disappear because of the fire lizard's evolutionary failure. Instead, they would remain in its body and would only disappear when it actually died. Boom! The white evolutionary glow suddenly appeared. Only this time the glow was not as strong as the first time, only thin as a mist. This is an evolutionary glow. Does it still want to evolve? Guo Yuqian was shocked. Lu Qianqian was also a bit shocked. She had never seen a royal beast that continued to have to evolve after failing to do so, and it had already been abandoned by its own master. What kind of belief is it that allows it to go this way? Could it be hate? Roar! The fire lizard let out another roar, and the evolutionary glow was once again strong. It felt a change in its teeth, which were its fangs growing, some pain in its back, and some tickling in the bones above its skull. The fire lizard's feelings were ultimately vague. It was too weak now and still forcibly evolving. But this scene fell on Lu Qianqian and Guo Yuqian's hearts, but it was deeply shocking. A curved horn grew out of the fire lizard's skull, only growing out a few centimeters in height before stopping, and there were 2 bulges on its back as if something was about to grow out of it, which eventually stopped growing because of its body. "Teacher, will it succeed?" Guo Yuqian looked at Lu Qianqian with some worry, and he also had a feeling that this fire lizard he had seen before was familiar, but because fire lizards were so common, he kind of couldn't think of any. It's hard to succeed. It's all based on its own perseverance right now, as well as the fact that it's in a very bad state. Even if it has transcendent level strength, I'm afraid that it's still hard to succeed. Lu Qianqian shook her head, and right now we can't interrupt it. We can only wait for the evolution to end before we can save on it. I know. Guo Yuqian slammed his head. He finally knew where he had seen this fire lizard before. What do you know? Lu Qianqian was startled by Guo Yuqian's reaction. However, Guo Yuqian didn't answer. He took out his own cell phone, quickly found Lin Tian's cell phone number and made a call. When Lin Tian got through, Guo Yuqian hurriedly said, "Lin Tian, Linya abandoned the fire lizard. The fire lizard failed to evolve. Now it's going to forcefully evolve. Now Teacher Lu and I are in the Times Park. We can only wait until it finishes evolving to save it. Come over here and give me a hand. I'm afraid the 2 of us, the teacher and I, can't handle it." Roar! The fire lizard let out a roar when it heard Lin Tian's name. It clenched its teeth and held on, still with no intention of ending its evolution despite the fact that it was now very weak. Moreover, it had heard Lin Tian's name, and Lin Tian's voice. His own master will come over, and he will hold out until he sees him in a new light. Lu Qianqian summoned out her Imperial beast, a beautiful wood attribute flower fairy with the strength of a commander level. Once the evolution of the fire lizard was over, she would have the flower fairy start rescuing it and send it to a place specialized in rescuing it. Now she just hoped that there would be no more accidents. Just now she also heard Guo Yuqian's words and her heart was a little angry. This Imperial beast turned out to be Linya's, a student of his own school, and a top 5 finalist in the graduation exams. What qualifications does someone who abandons their Imperial beast have to become an Imperial beast master? "Mommy, there's a dragon flying through the sky." In a neighborhood in Chao City, a little girl was looking out from the window. A green shadow flew past with great speed, and the little girl cried out in surprise. "What dragon? How could you possibly see a dragon?" The little girl's mom laughed unconcernedly and assumed that her daughter had misread it. Green fury. Faster. Lin Tian sat at the neck of the green fiend, his hands holding the green fiend's head in death, his heart anxious. Right now, all he could think about was Linya abandoning the fire lizard, which was forcibly evolving. To force evolution again after failing to evolve, Lin Tian knew how hard it was, especially for the fire lizard. Lin Tian knew Linya too well. Since he was prepared to let the fire lizard evolve, he must have been prepared to do it in one step before something like a failure of evolution would occur. "Linya, If the fire dragon dies, I'll kill you today. The green fiend sensed the anger and anxiety in Lin Tian's heart and used all his strength to fly. Today, many people in Chaochang saw a dragon flying in the sky. Of course, some say it's a flying snake. None of them took pictures or videos though, so it was just for people's after-dinner conversation. Lin Tian saw the park that Guo Yuqian was talking about from afar and hurriedly let Qingshi fall down. Anon! Green fury braked sharply and landed inside the park. White mist continuously spraying out from inside his nose. It's exhausted from flying so far. Asterisk. Lin Tian, how did you fly over on a snake? Guo Yuqian looked at Lin Tian dumbfounded, and then looked at Qingshi. With 10,000 points of violent attacks inside. Where is it? Lin Tian was not in the mood to talk nonsense with him here and hurriedly walked over. That, Guo Yuqian pointed. Lin Tian looked over in the direction of his finger, his eyes instantly turning red beyond recognition. His hands clenched into fists, making crackling popping sounds. Chapter 5, Bloodbath. The miserable appearance of the fire lizard was reflected in Lin Tian's eyes. The speed of the blood flowing in his body suddenly accelerated, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Lin Tian, are you alright? Seeing Lin Tian's appearance, Guo Yuqian was a bit scared. He had never seen Lin Tian so angry before. It's fine. Lin Tian came to the fire lizard's side with a sullen face. When the fire lizard saw Lin Tian, its eyes suddenly became animated. Roar! The fire lizard let out a low roar, as if it was greeting Lin Tian, and as if it was voicing its grievances. Lin Tian's heart trembled and his heart felt like a knife. It's fine. It's fine if the evolution fails. I'm coming. Lin Tian walked over and gently hugged the fire lizard's head. The blood stained his clothes. Lin Tian didn't bother. LV Chanxian looked at Lin Tian with some surprise. After Lin Tian had appeared just now, the fire lizard's state had changed, as if the two of them were truly in a contractual relationship. The fire lizard smelled the odor of Lin Tian's body and was relaxed and happy in its heart as it saw Lin Tian once again and rejoined his side. It was just that it was too tired, and the power left inside its body was no longer enough to support it to complete its evolution. It's fine. If we fail to evolve this time, we'll evolve again next time. With me here, you'll be fine. Seemingly sensing the thoughts in the fire lizard's heart, Lin Tian softly comforted. The evolutionary glow on the fire lizard's body faded, and it lay weakly on Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian, I need to heal it, Lu Chanxian said hurriedly when she saw the evolutionary glow disappearing from the fire lizard's body. At this point, the fire lizard was already in a near-death state, and one step later and it would have died. Teacher, please, save its life first. Lin Tian nodded. The flower fairy flew to the side of the fire lizard and placed her small hand on the fire lizard's body as a soft power entered its body. The flower fairy was a wood attribute spirit beast, and this was a park, which increased its healing effect. The fire lizard felt comfortable. The injuries in his body were healing, and he was lying on Lin Tian's lap himself. Guo Yuqian also walked over and looked at the scene in front of him, and Qingxia also flew over and stretched out one of his heads to curiously look at the fire lizard, a little jealous in his heart. His own master came over in such a hurry just to find this little bug. However, at this time, there was no one who noticed this auger dragon. Green fury. With the treatment, LV Chanxian's face turned ugly. Lin Tian, its soul is very unstable. It's probably the aftermath of the broken contract. If it doesn't undergo stabilization, it will probably die. The other way is to send it to a place that specializes in healing, but it requires the hand of a spirit beast capable of healing its soul to do so, and it must be of the king level. Lin Tian's heart sank. He didn't expect the fire lizard's injuries to be so severe. If the Imperial Beast Master had taken the initiative to break the contract, the soul of the Imperial Beast would not have been damaged. But now that the fire lizard's soul was being harmed, then there was only one thing that could be accounted for. Linya chose to break the contract when the fire lizards were extremely weak and even had a deficit in their body, which was why the fire lizards were in such a state. Teacher, I know what you're trying to say. Spirit beasts that can heal the soul are already rare. Not to mention king-level ones. The Chao City Royal Beast Master Association doesn't even have any. Lin Tian said in a low voice. He looked down at the fire lizard. Are you still willing to follow me? Lin Tian released his spiritual energy and outlined a contract spell formation. Lin Tian, you have to think clearly. The fire lizard has already failed to evolve once. It will be more difficult to evolve in the future. And if you fail to save it this time, you will also suffer a backlash. Lu Chanxian saw the contract formation and already understood what Lin Tian was going to do, but she still stopped it. Lin Tian was such a good student. She didn't want Lin Tian to take the wrong path. Trust me, teacher, Lin Tian said. The fire lizard raised his hand with force, opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue to gently lick his bleeding cheek, and an extremely weak spiritual energy was released and landed on the contract spell. With a flash of light, Lin Tian and the fire lizard completed the contract. In Lin Tian's spiritual sea, a red lizard pattern appeared above the second star, and after this pattern appeared, it began to absorb his spiritual energy crazily. Lin Tian stifled a grunt, but the expression on his face was unchanged. Now that the fire lizard's soul was damaged, he could only use his spiritual power to make up for it. The fire lizard absorbed a little bit of Lin Tian's spiritual energy and stopped. Lin Tian frowned and looked at the fire lizard. Why don't you continue absorbing? The fire lizard passed on a thought to Lin Tian. Along with what he had just seen, Lin Tian's eyes held shock, followed by excitement and thrill. So you're still you. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. The flower fairy let out a sigh of relief and ended this treatment, flying to Lu Chanshan's side with a face full of exhaustion. The external wounds on its body are pretty much healed, but the internal wounds are not healing well. It's just too badly injured. Now that you have your spiritual power to stabilize its soul, there won't be any major problems in a short time, but it still needs to be fixed as soon as possible. I have things to do, so I'll go first. LV Chanshan sighed and left the place. Thanks to teacher this time, Lin Tian said. Teacher, take your time, Guo Yuqian said in a hurry. As she left, Lu Chanshan glanced at Cheng Jia, her eyes somewhat surprised. However, she didn't inquire carefully and left in a hurry. Linya abandoning her own Imperial Beast, a matter she had to report to the school and the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Even if he couldn't be deprived of his status as an Imperial Beastmaster, in the future, within the Imperial Beastmaster profession, he would be hindered by this matter. Green Fury stretched his head over to scrutinize the fire lizard, and gave it a snort. The fire lizard looked at the large head of the Green Fury and knew that this fellow was the first Imperial Beast that his master had contracted this time, and he didn't expect it to turn out like this. However, as long as this fire dragon doesn't die, even if you are the first one, you must roll back to your position. This fire dragon is the rightful palace. Thinking of this, the fire lizard even gave a smug look to the Green Fury. Green Fury looked at the fire lizard with a confused expression. What is it? What is it? What is it? Since we've started over, I'm going to give you a new name as well, Lin Tian said as he looked at the fire lizard. In his last life, the fire lizard was called the fire dragon, and then evolved into a lava dragon. So Lin Tian's skill in naming was not once or twice criticized, but it had been called for such a long time, and it wasn't like he could just change it. It's only right to change the name for this re-encounter. How about calling you Blood Fiend? Lin Tian said as he looked at the fire lizard that was covered in blood. The fire lizard nodded, even a little happy that it had a brand new name, Bloodscream. Lin Tian, what are you going to do next? Guo Yuqian asked. The fire lizard's problem was serious, and without a good solution, Lin Tian would be wasting a contract position. Lin Tian looked at Guo Yuqian and said with a smile, it's fine, I already have a solution. Chapter 6, Returning to Begonia Town. Lin Tian let the Blood Fiend return to the Imperial Beast space. This place would ensure that its injuries wouldn't continue to be severe, and it would also have a certain recovery effect. I'm going to make a trip to Begonia Town, Lin Tian said. You went to find Sister Xiaoya? Guo Yuqian said. Going to Begonia Town. Lin Tian could only go to Zhang Xiaoya, and they only knew Zhang Xiaoya alone there, and no one else's. But what could one do by going to Zhang Xiaoya now? Could Zhang Xiaoya cure the fire lizard's injuries? Without giving Guo Yuqian time to continue thinking, Lin Tian was already sitting on Qingshi's neck. Green Fury, let's go! Lin Tian patted the Green Fury's head, the gale rose, and the Green Fury flew into the air and disappeared. Guo Yuqian watched dumbfounded as Lin Tian and Qingshi disappeared, only reacting after half a day. Asterisk. Lin Tian, you can't wait for me. Guo Yuqian took out his cell phone and made a quick call. Hey, Lao Guo, arrange a helicopter for me to pick me up at Times Park, and make it fast. Not long after, a helicopter rumbled over. Guo Yuqian got on the helicopter, put on the headset and said to the pilot, go to Begonia Town, be fast and fly there in a straight line. In mid-air, Lin Tian sat on the neck of the Green Fury and watched as Chao City gradually became smaller and smaller, and then the outline of Begonia Town appeared in his eyes. Coming to Begonia Town to look for Zhang Xiaoya had just occurred to Lin Tian. Zhang Xiaoya was a royal beast cultivator and had expertise in conditioning the physical condition of the royal beasts, something that even his previous life as a royal beast heavenly king could not compare to. There are specialties in the arts. He's just strong in combat. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoya possessed a lot of materials. She might not necessarily not have any good things here that could cure the Blood Fury. And even if she didn't, not letting the Blood Fury situation deteriorate any further should be doable. Lin Tian understood that there were a total of 2 types of injuries that Bloodshed was suffering from right now. The first one was the soul, which was also the key issue. His spiritual power could only manage to stabilize and not recover. Only by finding materials that specialized in healing souls could the bloodshed soul be saved from continuing to be damaged. Either that, or they were going to look for spirit beasts that could heal the soul. But this kind of spirit beast was just too hard to find, and there weren't even a few of them in the entire Yin-Yang Imperial Beast Kingdom. Of course he could also ask Luo Qingya for help. She also had things to do. Lin Tian didn't like owing favors. There was no need to go to her now as it was not a last resort. Soon, Lin Tian arrived in the sky above the town of Begonia. Avoiding the appearance of the Green Fury to cause too much of a stir, he directly put the Green Fury inside the royal beast space. After running all this way, the Green Fury was also tired, so let it take a good rest as well. Rumble! A sound of propellers rang out from above, and Lin Tian looked up to see a helicopter hovering above him. A rope fell from above and the chubby Gui Yuqian slipped off the top of it. Lin Tian, you don't know to wait for me, Gui Yuqian complained. It's not like you don't know the location of Begonia town. Just take a taxi over. There's no need to take a helicopter to come here, right? Lin Tian looked at Gui Yuqian somewhat speechless. In his heart, he could only lament that money is reason. You're so anxious. Can I not be anxious? Come on, let's go find Sister Xiaoya. Also, tell me what's going on with the Green Fury. Is this a successful evolution? Evolved into a what? An auger? Or a snake with claws? In the face of Gui Yuqian's chatter, Lin Tian had one head and two big heads, but after Gui Yuqian's such a sense of peace, Lin Tian's mood instead relaxed a bit. The previously suppressed mood was also much more relaxed at this time. When the two came inside Zhang Xiaoya's house, a swarm of begonia jellyfish flew up from above the begonia tree and came to the side of the two, or to Lin Tian's side to be exact. Lin Tian had been taking care of them for a month here. It was normal to be familiar with him. What brings you two here? The strange movement of the begonia jellyfish drew Zhang Xiaoya inside the room out. The evolved circle was at her side and came back to Lin Tian's side after seeing him. Gui Yuqian curiously looked at the evolved circles. These two begonia jellyfish evolved in a way that he had never seen before. Sister Xiaoya, I need you to help me heal my Imperial beast. Lin Tian went straight to the point. Being able to quickly solve the problem of the blood fiend, he could also relax quite a bit. Come with me first. Looking at Lin Tian's serious expression, Zhang Xiaoya also knew the seriousness of the matter. The three men came inside a room with Circle Dot following along. This room was Zhang Xiaoya's room dedicated to research, with a very large metal bed placed in the middle, surrounded by shelves filled with bottles and jars of various colors. Release your Imperial beasts. Let me take a look. Zhang Xiaoya put on her white coat, mask and gloves, and was professional. Lin Tian released the blood fiend and landed right on that metal bed. Seeing the blood-covered blood fiend, Zhang Xiaoya's eyes were filled with shock. What's going on? How did it get so bad? It was abandoned by its owner because it failed to evolve, and it was Lin Tian who signed a contract with it to save a life. Gui Yuqian explained at the side. This kind of person deserves to be a beast royalist. Zhang Xiaoya got angry. As a royal beast trainer, the last thing she could see was a royal beast master like this. If Linya dared to abandon a royal beast in front of her, she could notify his parents to collect his body in the next second. The blood fiend opened its eyes in a daze. It was just too weak. Even though Flower Fairy had already treated most of its injuries, the weakness of its body was still unrelieved. Only the pain was much reduced. It first looked at Zhang Xiaoya and then took a look at its surroundings, much like that place where it was tested. The difference was that this time, it was Lin Tian who brought it here, and the woman in the white coat and mask always made it feel like it wanted to be close. This was the benefit of Zhang Xiaoya's beast sentinel talent. No matter what spirit beasts, when they saw her for the first time, they would have a feeling of wanting to be close to her. Even if it was a spirit beast that was very wary in the wild, it wouldn't be the first thing to attack Zhang Xiaoya when it saw her. Bloodshed. Listen. Let Sister Xiaoya check your physical condition first before we can treat you later. Lin Tian softly comforted Bloodshed. The blood fiend nodded and obediently lay down on the metal bed, waiting for Zhang Xiaoya to inspect its body. Zhang Xiaoya walked to the side and placed her hand on the blood fiend's body, first looking at the wounds that had just healed not long ago, and then checking the two bulges on its back. There should be wings here. They didn't grow because of the lack of power. A horn grew out of its head, clearly not long enough, caused by a failure of evolution. The teeth are too small and some of them are fragile. After some inspection, Zhang Xiaoya's face was ugly as she beckoned, and the life jellyfish Dot came on top of the blood fiend, landing her tentacles on different locations of the blood fiend's body. After exchanging some words with Dot, Zhang Xiaoya's face could not be more ugly. Chapter 7 Therapeutic Methods. Well, seeing Zhang Xiaoya end her examination, Lin Tian hurriedly inquired, his eyes revealing nervousness. Even the listless and very weak bloodthirster lifted his spirits, wanting to hear what was wrong with his body now. It used to be an emperor-level lava dragon. It still had a little bit of knowledge about its own physical condition. As long as it didn't have too many problems, it could accept it. Zhang Xiaoya glanced at Blood Fiend with a very serious expression. Even Lin Tian had never seen her so serious before, and she became even more nervous inside. Bloodshed now has 3 very serious problems with his body, Zhang Xiaoya said. Which 3? Lin Tian asked in a hurry. The first is that it failed to evolve and stayed in its body wounded. You are a royal beast master and you know what happens when a royal beast fails to evolve. Failure to evolve also means having evolved once. The horns on its head, the teeth inside its mouth, the cells in its body, and so on, will all change. Especially these traits that have been exhibited have had the most profound effect on it. Not only will it affect it later in life, but it will affect it in combat. Honestly, this problem is still the easiest to treat. Just get well and your life won't be affected at least. You just can't fight. Secondly, its body has a serious deficit, which is a serious overdraft. And this won't be a short period of time, coupled with the fact that it was in this situation when it evolved, which is why it has become the way it is now. If you want to cure it, it will take a long time to make up for it, and you'll need to use a lot of precious materials. Thirdly, is its soul injury? It is also very serious. I estimate that its current soul state, with your maintenance, can probably last about half a year or so. If there is something that can alleviate it, the time above can be increased a bit. After listening to Zhang Xiaoya finish talking about all the problematic aspects of the Blood Fiend, Gui Yuqian sucked in a mouthful of cool air, while Lin Tian's heart once again burned with rage. Lin Ya, this damned dog. He wouldn't let go. The most important thing now is the treatment. Sister Xiaoya, how can I treat it? No matter what price I pay, I will cure it, Lin Tian said. Looking at Lin Tian's determined eyes, Zhang Xiaoya let out a sigh, inwardly sighing with emotion that Lin Tian was truly a qualified Imperial Beast Master. If this fire lizard had signed a contract with Lin Tian from the beginning, it would have evolved successfully by now. She was a royal beast cultivator, and just by taking a look at the fire lizard's current appearance, she was able to tell that the fire lizard must be a dragon attribute spirit beast after its successful evolution. A spirit beast with a dragon bloodline was destroyed to this state. It was truly impossible to imagine what kind of Imperial Beast Master it had encountered. The problem left over from the first evolutionary failure is very well solved. Leave it with me and slowly recuperate for a period of time and it will be solved. And life in the future will not be a problem. Alright, no problem. Lin Tian nodded his head and agreed. Leaving the Blood Fiend here was also what he had in mind from the beginning. The Blood Fiend cocked his head at Lin Tian. Why didn't he ask him if he agreed with this matter? He wanted to follow Lin Tian's side. Listen, right now you need to properly recuperate. Leave the rest to me. Lin Tian calmed up the Blood Fiend. Alright, everything is at your disposal. Right now I'm still a bit confused about what's going on. The Blood Fiend passed on Lin Tian's own thoughts. The second problem would be serious, and there is a solution to it. I have a lot of materials here to make up for some of it. If you want to make up for it faster, you'll need more. The blood and flesh of king-level spirit beasts and something of a higher grade will do. Something else is likely to go wrong if the potion makes up for it. It's not very safe. The blood and flesh of a king-level spirit beast. This could be bought. It just cost a bit too much money. It wasn't that easy to hunt a king-level spirit beast, and the body of a king-level spirit beast was covered in treasures. And many of the evolutionary materials for spirit beasts came from king-level spirit beasts. He would need to spend a large amount of money if he were to purchase king-level spirit beast blood and flesh in large quantities. Leave this issue of blood and flesh to me. I'll have my father purchase it through the company's channels. And there are also some materials that I can send over. You don't have to worry, Lin Tian. Gui Yuqian patted his chest and said. He knew Lin Tian's situation. Even if he was rich, could he be richer than him? Lin Tian gratefully glanced at Gui Yuqian. Just seeing that dejected look of his, he still somewhat couldn't help but want to hit him. That's fine. But how rich is your family? The amount of blood and flesh needed for a king-level spirit beast is quite a lot. Zhang Xiaoya couldn't help but look at Gui Yuqian. Gui Yuqian hemmed and hawed and said, Sister Xiaoya, don't underestimate me. My family is the richest man in Chao City. Zhang Xiaoya looked at Gui Yuqian with some surprise, which she really didn't know. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. So now there is a third problem left. Imperial beasts that can heal souls are already rare and we can't find them. There are also materials, but they are expensive and basically won't be traded in the open. So we can't get them. But the material is also the best to get. It's just a bit dangerous. I know of a material and it's very close to our Chao City. There's just a certain element of luck involved in being able to get it. What kind of materials? Sister Xiaoya, you tell me. Lin Tian asked impatiently. Just have the materials. Even if there was danger, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. Zhang Xiaoya pondered for a moment and said, in the upper pond Great Forest, there is a spring in the center area, and the spring there has a name that I'm sure you've heard of. Life Mana. Lin Tian suddenly said. That's right. It's the life nectar. If you can get some of it, you can heal some of its soul injuries, but it's very dangerous to try to get the life mana, and if you go alone, accidents are likely to happen. Lin Tian was in deep thought as he thought of a solution. The mana of life was in the center area of the upper pond Great Forest, and there were many powerful spirit beasts guarding around it. This kind of good stuff was not only needed by Imperial beast masters, but even by spirit beasts in the wild. Getting it is not really the hardest part. The hardest part is instead how to preserve the mana of life. Once the mana of life leaves the fountain, the effect is quickly lost. The best thing to do was to take the blood fury over with him piece by piece, so that it could drink enough there and come back when it was full. But in that case, there was no way for him to protect the blood fury's safety. While Lin Tian was thinking, Guo Yuqian quietly walked out. The fire lizard was Lin Ye's imperial beast in the beginning, and even if it died, it didn't have anything to do with him, but now that it was Lin Tian's imperial beast, then it had something to do with him. He got out his cell phone and called his dad. Hey, Lao Guo. Discuss something. I need a large amount of king-level spirit beast blood and meat. Exactly how much? 10 pounds per day. Right. To be fresh. For 3 consecutive months. Not enough to say again. And I also need life mana. I haven't heard of this stuff. If I can get it, let's start with 10 pounds. Gui Yuqian, are you looking at me as an easy earner and wanting to be a loser? And life mana. Do you know how hard it is to get this? Believe it or not. I'll open a small number. The blood and flesh of a king-level spirit beast is fine, but the life nectar is hopeless. Chapter 8. Listening to the sound of his old father's hoarse growl, Gui Yuqian silently held his cell phone away from his ears for fear that his ears would be roared through. He lifted his thumb and tapped it lightly on the hang-up button, and the sound came to an abrupt halt. After doing so, he let out a long sigh of relief and placed his cell phone inside his pocket. Done. Inside the room, Lin Tian took out the cell phone of the licensee bureau and tapped on the software to check up on the materials he could exchange inside. The last time he had looked through these materials, he had noticed that the Profound Sword Bureau seemed to possess many precious materials, so materials that could treat the soul must also exist, and as expected, Lin Tian soon saw to a material that targeted the soul. It was just that when Lin Tian saw the merit points needed for these materials, he silently turned off the cell phone as if he hadn't seen anything. The materials are there, but he can't afford to replace them. Have you already thought about it? Zhang Xiaoya inquired when she saw Lin Tian put down his cell phone. Well, it's still necessary to make a trip to the upper pond Great Forest to try and see if I can get the life mana. Lin Tian already had a decision. Zhang Xiaoya sighed. Right now, if Lin Tian went to the upper pond Great Forest, it was actually very dangerous, and he might not be able to come back if he was not careful. Since you've already made your decision, I won't stop you, but don't go alone. It's best to follow some powerful Imperial Beastmasters. And in this matter, I can't help you, Zhang Xiaoya said. She still needed to take care of these begonia jellyfish, and the blood fiend was also here. She needed her to temper her body. Besides, her strength was not enough. She was only a senior beast master. There were quite a number of king-grade spirit beasts inside the center area of the upper pond Great Forest. It's alright, Sister Xiaoya. I'm already grateful that you can help me heal the blood fury. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. Lin Tian came to Blood Fury's side and stroked its head. A familiar Imperial beast companion, or the fire lizard that had followed him for 10 years. He didn't know why Bloodthirster also had memories from before he was reborn, but it didn't matter anymore. All he knew was that his partner, who had been with him for 10 years, was still by his side, and he didn't need to care about anything else but that. Now it's just a matter of healing the bloodbath. Master, I'm sorry, I still got you into trouble. Bloodshed's eyes held guilt. It had originally wanted to forcefully evolve successfully with its own abilities so that it could help Lin Tian with a lot of things, but now it was different from what it had thought. It's fine. I never contracted a second Imperial Beast when I became an intermediate Imperial Beast Master. That's why I gave this position to you. And now it's complete. Lin Tian pacified Blood Fury. I have memories from before I was reborn. Master, will they come back too? Bloodshed asked. I don't think so. Rebirth is supposed to be an amazing thing. And I'm actually surprised that you were able to awaken memories from before you were reborn, but they probably won't be. And this time we're starting over. And I want to settle things in the abyss once and for all, so I need very strong partners. Lin Tian stroked Bloodshed's head and understood that Bloodshed was talking about his other Imperial beasts. Lin Tian understood that this kind of thing was impossible to come by. Lin Tian, you don't have to worry about the matter of the blood and meat of the king-level spirit beasts. I've already asked my dad to purchase it. 10 pounds per day. I will definitely raise the fire lizards to be white and fat for you. Guo Yuqian walked in from outside, grinning his big mouth. Thanks a lot, brother. Lin Tian had gratitude in his eyes. Fortunately he still had Gui Yuqian, the little tycoon, by his side. Otherwise the blood and flesh of a king-level spirit beast would be enough to give him a headache for a while. They're all brothers. What are you thanking for? Gui Yuqian was even happier. Lin Tian suddenly grabbed Gui Yuqian's shoulders with both hands. His expression was serious. The smile at the corner of Gui Yuqian's mouth disappeared. His heart was suddenly a little nervous. Could it be that Lin Tian was moved by me? 2. Zhang Xiaoya silently withdrew 2 steps, then took out her cell phone and turned on the function of cell phone video, ready to record this beautiful moment. Fatty. Do you trust me? I've always believed in you. Raise your strength as soon as possible. I need your help in the future. Gui Yuqian opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. His emotions are here and he's talking about this? Good. As long as you need it, I will always stand behind you. The corner of Gui Yuqian's mouth revealed a knowing smile. The blood fiend silently said in his heart, I guarantee that you won't be eaten by the abyssal beast like last time. It's not even enough for someone to stuff their teeth. Master, you seem to have a lot of secrets. In mid-air, Lin Tian sat on Green Fury's neck and flew towards Chao Chang. Well, there are some things that you'll find out in time, and you might not believe it if I give it to you all at once, but you're all my partners, and I'm not giving up on anyone. If you were in the same situation as Bloodscream, I would have tried my best to save you, and Bloodscream would have done the same. Lin Tian explained that Imperial Beast Masters not only had to fight, they also had to deepen their relationship with their Imperial Beasts, especially after there were more Imperial Beasts. It was even more important to do so, to avoid any disharmony between the Imperial Beasts. So am I getting better or worse now? Green Fury asked. It didn't know much, but it was still able to vaguely sense some of it. It's gotten better, and it's going to get better. Lin Tian smiled. That's good. Green Fury suddenly perked up. Lin Tian was able to do this for Blood Fiend. What did it have to worry about? It was its greatest fortune to have met a good master, and it didn't really need to worry about anything else. When he came to the position at the edge of Chao City, the Green Fury landed, and under Lin Tian's dumbfounded gaze, the Green Fury turned into a small snake that was only 10 centimeters long. No! How do you know the skill of shrinking? You haven't had your second evolution yet. Lin Tian really couldn't figure it out. The giganticization and shrinking of the Imperial Beast's body sizes were both mastered after performing a second evolution, and some of them were mastered after becoming Emperor and Imperial levels. Green Fury was only a transcendent level spirit beast now. It shouldn't be. I don't know. It will after evolving. It seems to be standard. The Green Fury wagged its tail and came to lie down on Lin Tian's head, hiding its body inside its hair and only revealing its head, using itself as a pendant, so that I can continue to stay on your head. Lin Tian silently sighed. This was quite good. The Green Fury could usually come out. It is lying on the head of this habit. Forget it. Green and purple, but also better than all green. At least it will not let people misunderstand. As for being misunderstood, there is no special female clothing fetish. Misunderstanding on misunderstanding. There is nothing to do. Arriving at the Imperial Beast Master Association, Lin Tian looked at the tasks above, looking for a quest here, and one that has to go to the Upper Pond Great Forest. The strength of those who were able to take on the Upper Pond Great Forest quest was usually not much lower. He was weak, but he could spot hidden spirit beasts and avoid too many dangers. Soon, Lin Tian saw a suitable quest. The content of the quest was to go to the Upper Pond Great Forest to capture a king-level spirit beast cub. It was very difficult, but it could be of use to him. The mission required 5 people, and now that there was still one person missing, Lin Tian decisively chose to take on this mission. Chapter 9, Still playing COS? Are the things you said true? Zhang Haitao sat on the sofa and frowned at LV Chanqian. It's true. Gui Yuqian and I saw it. And in the end, it was Lin Tian who arrived and signed a contract with that fire lizard to save one of its lives. Lu Chanqian said, I know about the matter. Abandoning one's royal beast. This is not something a true royal beast master should do. I will deal with it after investigating clearly. Zhang Haitao said, such a thing should be heavily punished and should not be spared. I hope the principal will deal with it in a fair and just manner. LV Chanqian spoke out her thoughts, did not continue to disturb Zhang Haitao, and left his office. Zhang Haitao sat alone on the sofa with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The matter of abandoning the Imperial beasts was very serious. If Linya was still a student at the school, he would definitely be heavily punished, even expelled from the school, and there would be many restrictions on punishment behind him. But now that Linya has graduated from school, what he knows is also LV Chanqian's side of the story. The specific situation still needs to have the results of the investigation before making a judgment. Determine if Linya had truly abandoned his Imperial beast before making a decision. When LV Chanqian said that Lin Tian had signed a contract with that fire lizard to save its life, Zhang Haito believed it because it was in line with Lin Tian's character. Through the graduation exam, Zhang Haitao was able to see that Lin Tian, this child, is indeed good. Lin Ya's heart and character would not be as good as Lin Tian's, and it is not impossible to do such things as abandoning the Imperial beasts. He came to his desk and took out a stack of already organized recommendation letters from inside the drawer. Finding the envelope of Lin Tian's and reopening it, got another piece of paper, rewrote something, organized it and put it back in. AI. Lin Ya hoped that you really didn't do such a thing, or else you're just eating your own words. Zhang Haito sighed. They were all students from his own school, and he really didn't want this to be true. Lin Tian walked out from the Imperial Beast Master Association. A message reminder popped up on his phone. Lin Tian took out his phone and found that he had been pulled into a group with 6 people. Counting him, there were 7 in total. Clicking on this group with doubts, Lin Genius realized that this was the quest he had just picked up, and the publisher had built a group specifically for it. The name of the publisher's group is also interestingly called Handsome Little Prince. After Lin Tian entered inside this group, the people who had dived popped up one after another. Thousands of beautiful girls can't get a handsome man. Welcome to the last person of our mission. Hope money hits me. Welcome, welcome. There are enough people. Let's get going. I'm scared of myself when I mean, hey, welcome. I hope you're not a rookie. Momo, how to talk upstairs. Welcome handsome guy. Don't need to take care of him. Lin 10. The people inside this group. How are they all abnormal? It can't be the descendants of the old 2 secondary left behind in the past. Secondary Lin Tian didn't understand what it was, but so many people had come to welcome him. He would look like he was being impolite if he didn't reply. Kimmy, thank you. And please take care of it. Thousands of beautiful girls can't get the handsome man. The circle of friends is so clean. Surprisingly, you kid is not a primitive man, right? Momo, it's still true. It doesn't seem to be much of a friend zone. Lin Tian was speechless again. Didn't they know that they couldn't look at their friend's circle if they weren't friends? Although it was true that his friend's circle was nothing, but it was a bit rude to say that he was a primitive. Handsome little prince, ha ha ha, here comes this prince. Handsome little prince, everyone is here. Come and pay your respects to this prince. The handsome man that thousands of beautiful girls can't have. Meet the prince. I hope the money kills me. The prince is so handsome. I'm scared of myself when I mean, the little prince is good. Momo, prince, look at me. Lin Tian looked at the group chat message. People are numb, thinking that this group of people are already two-dimensional enough. I did not expect that this task publisher, even more than them, to be two-dimensional. Playing up Koss over here. Kimmy, good day prince. Lin Tian cooperated. Handsome little prince, we'll meet here tomorrow. Arrive at 8:30 sharp, and my bodyguard will pick you up and bring you over. Handsome little prince shared a location. Lin Tian clicked on this location and took a look. It was a large hotel. It looked like the task publisher wasn't a local person, but definitely had money, because this hotel is Gui Yuqin family property. Is the best hotel in Chao City, the most common room, a night or $5,000. Properly rich people can afford to live in the hotel. People also said that the bodyguard came to pick them up. All have bodyguards. That status is not simple. Moreover, capturing a king-level spirit beast cub was not a simple matter in itself, and those without some strength dared to threaten to capture it? It was getting late. Lin Tian returned to his rented house, and the green fury flew away from his head, skillfully opened the cabinet, grew a little bit bigger his body, and rolled up a few cans from it and flew away. Now it didn't need Lin Tian to open the can itself. AI. This bit of ration won't be enough for you to eat in the future. Lin Tian shook his head. Green Fury pretended not to hear Lin Tian's words. It was fine if the canned food wasn't enough. It would be fine to eat those weak spirit beasts in the future. Just eat a little more. After a night's rest, Lin Tian simply ate some breakfast and brought Qingshi to the entrance of the hotel. This was the first time he came to this hotel. He had never seen it in his last life. Looking at the splendid hotel door, Lin Tian lamented that Gui Youqian's family is really rich inside. A hotel door are built so luxurious. Inside is not better. Just compared to the real luxury. Lin Tian thought that it was still almost interesting. There were many magnificent and luxurious palaces in the world fragments. When Lin Tian arrived here, the rest of the people hadn't arrived yet, and he didn't go in, so he waited outside and teased Qingshi in the meantime. Green Fury hadn't entered the Imperial Beast space for a day already, and his strength was still at the Transcendent Mortal level 6, and hadn't improved much. After the Imperial Beasts reached the Transcendent level, the rate of strength increase would drop a lot. The speed of his mental power increase was also not as fast as it was when he was a primary Imperial Beast Master. Primary was the foundation after all, and it was only after intermediate that he grew. Beginner Imperial Beast Master's spiritual power enhancement looked fast. In fact, it was equivalent to the amount of a cup of water. But if an intermediate Imperial Beast Master wanted to break through the spiritual power, it would not be the amount of a cup of water, but the amount of 10 cups of water. By the time one becomes a senior Imperial Beast Master, the rate of mental power increase is even slower, and it usually takes 2 or 3 years to become a Super Imperial Beast Master. The promotion of a Super Imperial Beast Master, that was even slower than a snail, so a large portion of Imperial Beast Masters were unable to become Epic Beast Masters. Lin Tian's cell phone suddenly had a message alert sound. Open a look as thousands of beautiful girls cannot get handsome sent a message, said he has arrived, and sent a picture of the hotel entrance, but also asked when they arrived. Lin Tian wasn't far from the front door of the hotel. He put the Green Fury inside the Imperial Beast space, and went to the front door of the hotel. A burly young man stood in the doorway, his upper body clad in short sleeves, his exposed arms covered in muscle mass. Are you the handsome guy that thousands of beautiful girls can't get? Lin Tian inquired. The youth's eyes lit up when he heard these words, and he nodded his head in a hurry. That's right, it's me. My name is Zhang Yang. What is your name, brother? Group name Moo Moo. Just call me Lin Tian. Lin Tian said. Good, looks like only the two of us are here. I see you're not even 20 years old. Isn't this mission a bit dangerous for you? Chapter 10, The Luo Family's Youngest Master. Luo Tian Yu. Well, just graduated. Intermediate Imperial Beast Master. Lin Tian said. Zhang Yang nodded and said with a smile. I have graduated for 2 years. I was the 12th in the beginning, and now I am a senior Imperial Beast Master. You just graduated as an intermediate Imperial Beast Master. Your strength should not be too weak. How many places did you take? First place. Zhang Yang's face froze. He thought that Lin Tian would take at most 20 places after that, but he didn't expect it to be the first place. He had failed in pretending to be a cup. You two are also the ones who took the mission? At this moment, another person arrived and saw Lin Tian and Zhang Yang inquiring. The man wore one eyeglass and was somewhat short. I'm Lin Tian. Zhang Yang. Hello guys, my name is Tian Qiyuan, Senior Imperial Beast Master. After some more time, the remaining 2 people also arrived one after another, and the 5 people familiarized themselves with each other, saving themselves from getting along awkwardly in the time to come. Lin Tian now had a general understanding of these people. Out of the 5 people, only he was an intermediate Royal Beast Master, and all 4 of them were advanced Royal Beast Masters. Zhang Yang Senior Imperial Beast Master. Both Imperial Beasts are commander level. One of them is still awakened and has just been contracted not long ago. Tian Qiyuan had 2 Imperial Beasts, and he had taken this quest because he also wanted to go and contract a third one. The group named as I Am Ruthless and Afraid of Myself is the oldest, already 27. His real name is Zhao Licheng. His 3 Imperial Beasts are all commander level. He took this mission to make money, and he is about to become a Super Imperial Beast Master. The last person, the hope to kill me with money, whose real name was Zhao Chengza, had 2 commander-grade Imperial Beasts, one of which was Transcendent grade, and had taken the quest in order to find materials to evolve the Imperial Beasts. Little brother, your strength is a bit weak. Why don't you just give up on this mission? Zhao Licheng frowned at Lin Tian. He was arguably the strongest of the group, and Lin Tian's strength was too weak and would drag his feet. I know what you guys are worried about. If you really encounter danger, you don't have to worry about me. I'll definitely run faster than you. Lin Tian revealed a coy smile. No, I don't have such an idea. Zhang Yang hastily waved his hand and said, in fact, you guys don't have to worry too much. If you have me around, you can avoid most of the dangers. My Royal Beast talent is the Eye of True Sight. There are many hidden dangers in the Upper Pond Great Forest, especially those Royal Beasts that are good at hiding. My talent can easily see them. At these words, the 4 men froze. Asterisk. Brother, your talent can be quickly help me look at my Imperial Beast's evolutionary path. No, let's both add a friend first. In the future, if you need me, just ask. The payment is to help me look at the evolutionary route of the Imperial Beasts. He. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up when he heard about Lin Tian's talent for Royal Beasts, and he took out his cell phone to add a friend with him. Zhao Chengza put on a coy smile and walked over, wanting to add a friend as well. Tian Qiyuan similarly walked over, thinking the same as the 2 of them. Zhao Licheng suddenly became a little embarrassed. 3 people had run to add Lin Tian's friends. Shouldn't he also go and add one? Having a friend with the Eye of True Vision, Sentinel Beast talent, face didn't seem to matter, so he butted in as well. Little brother, I was also thinking about your safety just now, but don't worry, if you run into danger, I will definitely take you and run first, Zhao Licheng said with a smile. Lin Tian looked at the 4 add friend prompts on his cell phone and could only tap accept one by one. At this moment, he became the most important one of the 5. With the eye of true vision, Imperial beast talent of the country, only so many people, those who open the door to do business to see the evolutionary path of an Imperial beast, charges a minimum of 100,000 yuan, but also need to queue up. Ordinary people cannot afford it. These people of theirs were generally cultivated to evolve along the lines made public by the Imperial Beastmaster Association, saving them a lot of trouble. Normally, meeting someone with the eye of true sight, royal beast talent, was harder than contracting a king-level royal beast cub, and they, the royal beast masters, certainly wouldn't waste such an opportunity in vain. If you make a good relationship now, you'll all be brothers later, and you can whore yourself out for nothing. Right. Your safety is the most important thing. This mission is secondary instead. We just need to ensure your safety, Zhang Yang immediately said. Lin Tian was sweating for a while. The reason why he hadn't thought about completely disclosing his talent for beast royalty was because it would lead to a lot of trouble. Just like at this moment. Let me make it clear that you guys shouldn't publicize my beast sentinel talent. Lin Tian looked at the four people and admonished. Don't worry, we know. The four men hemmed and hawed. If Lin Tian's royal beast talent was made public, those who hadn't contracted a royal beast yet would probably contract a new royal beast, and then come to Lin Tian with their asses in the air to look at the evolutionary path. Not only would people from Chao City come over, but even people from other cities would come over without stopping to kill. Even those powerful Imperial beast masters, they wouldn't let go of the possibility of befriending a young Imperial beast master who possessed the eye of true vision, Imperial beast talent. Lin Tian, you're already an intermediate level royal beast master. You haven't contracted a second royal beast yet, right? If we go to the upper pond Great Forest this time, we'll help you choose a king level spirit beast cub? Zhao Liqing said. Whether it was yesterday in the chat group, or just now, his words were a bit unkind to Lin Tian, and in order to be able to get along with Lin Tian, he was going to try his best to make up for it. Lin Tian shook his head and said, no need, I have my own arrangements. The five of them talked here for a while longer, and when the time of 8:30 came, a bald bouncer walked out from the front door of the hotel and saw the five of them at a glance. You're the ones who took the mission this time? The bald bodyguard asked. Well, we are, Zhao Liqing said. Since he was the oldest and had experienced more, the matter of dealing with him was unanimously decided to be handed over to him. And Zhao Liqing didn't push back and agreed. Come with me, the young master is waiting for you, the bald bodyguard said. The crowd followed the bald bodyguard inside the hotel and took the exclusive elevator to the top floor of the hotel. The four people TSK exclaimed the hotel construction of luxury, open eyes and so on. Lin Tian is a little reaction did not. The brain inside is full of Gui Yuqian family and the yin how rich? Soon, the bald bouncer led them to the room. Young master, they're here. The bald man said to the teenager lying on the couch. The young man sat up and saw the five of them with a hint of excitement in his eyes, raising his hands and saying, come and pay your respects to this prince. The crowd was speechless for a while. Inside the group did not show his face to send a message even if, now in the meeting, but also so play how embarrassing let me introduce to you all. This is our Luo family's young master, Luo Tianyu, the bald bodyguard said. Lin Tian was a little bit slightly surprised after seeing this little guy. Because this little young master he really did recognize. What's this little guy doing here if he's not at home? Chapter 11 Will you be my cousin's husband? Hey, that Uncle Li, take them to change their clothes. Seeing that no one took care of himself, Luo Tianyu smiled awkwardly and immediately changed the topic. Yes, young master, the bald bodyguard, old Li, bowed and then turned to look at the five people. Please follow me. The five people followed the bouncer, old Li, to another room here. The bodyguard, Lao Li, opened the cabinet, revealing more than 10 sets of black clothes inside. Hiss, it's actually field combat clothes. Zhao Liqing sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw these clothes. It's really a combat uniform, and it looks like it's of good quality as well, Zhang Yang said. Bodyguard Old Li nodded and said, that's right. These clothes are made from the pelts of king-level spirit beasts and can withstand the full force of a commander-level spirit beast's attack. In addition to these clothes, the matching weapons are also the latest alloy materials currently available. And although it's impossible for everyone to fight spirit beasts, they can serve as a good self-defense. Then this dress, if it breaks, does it still need us to pay for it? Tian Qiyuan asked carefully. If such an expensive dress breaks, they can't afford to pay for it in a short period of time. Bodyguard Old Li shook his head and said, no need. These clothes are given to you by the young master, and after the mission is over, you can dispose of the clothes as you please. Hiss, 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 hiss. Apart from Lin Tian, the four people simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. A combat suit made from the fur of a king-level spirit beast. This was not a low value in the market. The cheapest one was also worth $10 million. Worthy of being the young master of a rich family, he is rich and generous. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth twitched, thinking that Luo Tianyu's defeatism was really from childhood, giving away such expensive equipment at the drop of a hat. The people he was teaming up with didn't know what they were talking about, but Lin Tian still knew the price of this equipment. $30 million for one suit. The value of the combat suits placed here had exceeded a small goal. How many ordinary people couldn't earn money for their efforts? Please change your clothes. The bodyguard, Old Li, finished speaking and left from inside this room. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and change. Zhang Yang got excited. The crowd is here to pick up the right clothes to wear on their bodies. Worthy of being made from the fur of a king-level spirit beast, it's just comfortable to wear. Zhao Qingze briefly moved his body and took out the alloy dagger that was placed at his waist and spun it again. This gold master we have to provide for. We can't piss off. Zhao Liqing said. The three men all nodded their heads in succession. Of course they wouldn't offend such a rich man. Lin Tian shook his head, thinking that if you don't offend him, he will play you to death. Luo Tianyu is not a peaceful master. If he is restless after entering the great forest of Shangtong, Lin Tian won't spoil him, and if he angers him, he will castrate him with the alloy dagger on top of his combat suit. There was no one present who knew Luo Tianyu better than him, and he guessed that this little guy had also sneaked out without his parents knowing. Go! The crowd walked out of the locker room, and the bodyguard, Lao Li, was waiting outside, and when he saw a few people walking out, he led them back to the living room. Young master, it's ready to go at any time. Bodyguard Old Li bowed. Luo Tianyu glanced at a few people, revealing a satisfied look and said, let's go. This young master will bring you to experience what is called life. His one sentence ignited the curiosity of Zhang Yang's four people and followed Luo Tianyu down from the hotel. Outside the hotel there was a bus with a dark appearance parked. It looked plain. Luo Tianyu directly walked up. Lin Tian and the others followed. After they got on the bus slowly started. Inside the bus, a group of people who hadn't seen the world were once again shocked. Refrigerator, big TV, sofa, curtains, etc. That's everything. Feel free to sit. We still have half a day to get to the Great Forest. First sit and relax. Luo Tianyu seemed to like them like this, with a satisfied expression on his face. The four of them sat, all a little nervous, afraid that if they made one move, they would break the couch. Lin Tian was very casual and just sat on the sofa, striking a very comfortable pose, just about to have a guyulai. Zhang Yang poked Lin Tian. Brother, let's be careful. We can't afford to pay for it if we break it. It's fine. This is all made from the fur of a commander-grade spirit beast. It won't be damaged that easily. Lin Tian explained. Hiss. His words once again made the crowd suck in a breath of cool air. What kind of family is this? The sofa is made from the fur of a commander-level spirit beast. No wonder it is so comfortable to sit on. Lin Tian's words attracted Luo Tianyu's attention. He took out a bottle of happy water from inside the refrigerator, opened it and took a sip, smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be able to recognize it. Marvelous. I think you must be very strong. I'm not strong at all. I'm an intermediate level Imperial Beast Master. Lin Tian said with a smile. What? Intermediate level Imperial Beast Master? Luo Tianyu was shocked and thought he had heard wrong. He turned his head to his bodyguard, Old Li, and asked, when I posted the quest, did I not specify the level of the Imperial Beast Master who would be receiving the quest? Bodyguard Old Li pondered for a moment and nodded. Luo Tianyu was struck by thunder. Before he came, he knew that there were many king-level spirit beasts in the great forest of Shangtong. When he released this mission, he thought that he only needed a minimum of senior Imperial Beast Master. Because of his own mistake, he mixed in a mid-level Imperial Beast Master. After consoling himself for a while, Luo Tianyu thought clearly, people have come. He can't really drive them away. Having Uncle Li's protection should be enough. Young Master Luo. In fact, don't underestimate Lin Tian. His talent of royal beast can avoid most of the dangers for us. Zhao Liqing said, trying his best to salvage a bit of rank disadvantage for Lin Tian. Does he still have a royal beast talent like shield or probe? Luo Tianyu asked. It's not these two kinds of. Zhao Liqing looked at Lin Tian, wanting to ask him if he could say it, only to see Lin Tian nod. Zhao Liqing was then relieved. It's the eye of true vision. Oh, this Imperial Beast talent What? Luo Tianyu didn't care at first, but his voice directly raised an octave behind him, his expression looking at Lin Tian as if he had seen a ghost. With a swish, Luo Tianyu came to Lin Tian's side with a sliding knee and hugged his calf to death, his eyes twinkling with little stars. I have a cousin who is very pretty, and I wonder if you would like to marry my cousin and be my cousin's husband. Of course my cousin may not agree, but it doesn't matter. I can get my brother to convince her with his fists to make you my cousin's husband. If you're not interested in her, you can also come to my house, and you can have whatever resources you want, with a salary of 100 million a month. How's that? Listening to the words coming out from inside Luo Tianyu's mouth, the crowd rubbed their ears in disbelief. Was this the young master of a rich family? Lin Tian harvested envious looks from the four people. In order to pull in someone with the eye of true vision, gift of the sentinel beast, he directly sacrificed his own cousin and gave back $100 million a month in salary? Can you give me half? No. $30 million is fine. Tian Qiyuan spoke tentatively. Chapter 12 Lin Ya's ambition. Lin Tian's corners of his eyes twitched madly, almost kicking Luo Tianyu out. Thinking of his current status, he still collected his feet. The bodyguard next to him, Lao Li, wanted to remind the young master to pay attention to his image. There are still so many people watching here. It's a bit humiliating, and ultimately he didn't open his mouth after a brutal mental struggle. Pulling in such a royal beast master with an extremely rare royal beast talent was a matter for the Luo family. He was just a bodyguard and had no qualifications to intervene. I'm sorry, I don't want to go. And with the Luo family's position in Tianjing City, they shouldn't need an intermediate level Imperial beast master like me. Lin Tian shook his head and said, how do you know that I'm from the Luo family in Tianjing City? Luo Tianyu was a bit surprised. It seemed like he had never revealed which family he came from. The Luo family. Zhao Liqing and the others were shocked once again. They had never connected Luo Tianyu with that Luo family in Tianjing City. After all, there were many people with the surname Luo in Yin-Yang Imperial Beast Country. Luo Tianyu being rich didn't mean that he was that Luo family. And now after Lin Tian had pointed out his true identity, several people looking at this bus weren't that shocked. Money is nothing in front of the Luo family anymore. It's actually very easy to guess. Combat uniforms are the same as ordinary clothes to you. Saying that you'll give them to us. I really find it hard to imagine that Luo family being so rich and generous. Lin Tian pointed at the combat uniform on his body. So that's how it is. Luo Tianyu nodded and continued. My family can indeed afford to hire a powerful Imperial Beast Master who possesses the eye of true sight. But who would mind having too many good things? Zhao Liqing and the others thought that Luo Tianyu's words were very reasonable. A beast master like Lin Tian was indeed very sought after. It's like the suitors of those beautiful women who have one suitor that's too little and two that aren't enough. Preferably they can have a bunch of lickspittles and pick the best one out of the bunch. There's no need to talk about this matter now, and I won't join the Luo family, but we can be friends, Lin Tian said with a smile, pulling Luo Tianyu up. If he got involved with the Luo family now, he would be embarrassed to come down hard in the future, but he was looking forward to the day he met with Luo Tianyu's brother. It's okay to be friends. Luo Tianyu was a little disappointed that he didn't abduct Lin Tian into his house. Lin Ya was inside the room looking at the brand new spirit beast he had just contracted. It was a bat with a pitch-black body. In its juvenile form it was the size of a normal bat, and there was also a ghostly face on its belly. Ghost Knight Bat. Darkness Spirit Beast. I didn't expect there to be a surprise inside this commander-class spirit beast egg. The corners of Lin Ya's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Darkness-type spirit beasts themselves were incredibly rare, and the likelihood of a darkness-type spirit beast appearing inside a spirit beast egg was even smaller. A good seedling that can be cultivated to the emperor level. Lin Ya opened the summoning spell to put the Ghost Knight Bat away. Now that he didn't have the transcendent level fire lizard, the Ghost Knight Bat had only just been contracted and had only awakened to the first level. So if he wanted to utilize his strength he would have to wait until he was at the transcendent level. He still had a lot of things to do, and lacking imperial beasts that could fight, the fastest way was to go and contract another transcendent level spirit beast. Lin Ya left his home and found Chao Cheng's breeding base, where many spirit beasts were kept, and many imperial beast masters who didn't want to go out into the wild to contract spirit beasts basically chose this place. It just cost a bit of money. Awakening level spirit beasts were the most popular here, and imperial beast masters cultivating imperial beasts would basically choose awakening level ones as well, while transcendent level imperial beasts were not very popular instead, and the number of them being bred was very small compared to awakening level ones. Hello, may I ask what kind of imperial beast you would like to contract? Lin Ya had just walked over when a specialized breeder came over to ask. I'll just take a look for myself. Lin Ya didn't let the breeder follow and strolled around on his own. The imperial beast he was looking for had to be powerful in its attacks, preferably a transcendent mortal grade 9, so that when he became a senior imperial beast master, his strength could quickly follow suit. As for how long he would cultivate this imperial beast, that would also depend on the rate of his strength increase. Abandoning imperial beasts was something that others couldn't do. He didn't really think so. Trash imperial beasts were just abandoned and stronger ones were cultivated. Soon, Lin Ya found a transcendent great imperial beast that matched his goal. It was an Ice Plains wolf that had already evolved and didn't need him to purchase materials to evolve it. This time, Imperial Beast, I'll take it, Linya said as he found the breeder. The breeder looked at this Ice Plains wolf and was a little surprised that Linya would choose such a spirit beast. Because of his professionalism, he didn't ask anything and gave Linya the price. After Linya completed the relevant formalities and paid the money, he completed the contract with this transcendent level 9 Ice Plains wolf. At this point, his selection of Imperial beasts was complete. Linya returned inside his home and was about to summon the Ice Plains wolf out when the door to his room was knocked on. What's the matter with you guys? Linya opened the door and was a bit puzzled to see two men in uniform. Why would someone from the Beastmaster Association come here? Hello, we are investigators from the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Here are our credentials, please take a look. The investigator took out his credentials and let Linya take a look at them. Well, what's to be investigated? Linya asked. It's a simple matter of asking for your cooperation. The investigator said. Please release your Imperial beasts for us to see. Linya frowned, still releasing his 2 Imperial beasts. When you first registered your information, the first Imperial beast was a fire lizard. Why isn't it there now? The investigator asked. Linya said as if nothing had happened. I released an Imperial beast. Was it released, or abandoned? The investigator's gaze got serious. Linya frowned. Of course it's a release. I'm a royal beast master. How could I possibly abandon my royal beast? Okay, excuse me. The investigator turned away and went to the top. Linya narrowed his eyes at the two men, a foreboding feeling in his heart. Inside his memory, the investigators of the Imperial Beastmaster Association had never come to his door. Could it be that his abandonment of the fire lizard had attracted the attention of the Imperial Beastmaster Association? Thinking about where he was when he abandoned the fire lizard, Linya also realized that it was his own problem. Even if he wanted to abandon the fire lizard, he should have chosen the outside of Chao City. Even if someone saw it, it wouldn't have been discovered by the people from the Imperial Beastmaster Association. But inside Chao City, the people from the Imperial Beastmaster Association could easily track him down. Oh, exposure is exposure. It doesn't matter. He didn't need anyone's approval. He only needed strong strength. And in front of strength, any voice of questioning wouldn't exist. If his current strength was sufficient, he would not hesitate to kill the current Imperial Beast Heavenly King and replace him. Of course, before that, destroy Lin Tian. Linya restowed his Imperial Beast and closed the door to his room. At the same time, the phone in Zhang Haitao's office rang. Chapter 13, Fragrance. The Great Forest of Shangtan was located in the northwestern corner of Chao City, and there was another tertiary city to the north of the forest called Shangtan, because the city of Shangtan was relatively close to the location of the Great Forest, and that was how this forest got its name. Originally, the Upper Pond Great Forest was not a forest, but a lake. Because the abyss descended and the giant beasts came raging, all the lakes here disappeared, and only after the powerful imperial beasts of mankind pushed the giant beasts back did the place turn into a forest. The current Upper Pond Great Forest had long since become a paradise for wild spirit beasts, and the outside areas were generally for the weaker ranked awakening and transcendent levels, with the commander and king levels being in the deeper areas. There were also some spirit beast clans where the powerful clan leaders would choose to live on the periphery in order to protect their young counterparts. After the increase in the number of human Imperial Beast Masters, this place became a trial ground for the nearby Imperial Beast Masters, and many freshly graduated Imperial Beast Masters would come to the outskirts to engage in Imperial Beast matchmaking, where they would kill spirit beasts and sell the corpses for money. Of course there were also Imperial Beast Masters who had completely fallen into a long sleep, their corpses being torn apart by wild spirit beasts. The Imperial Beastmaster Association was trying to protect the spirit beasts in the Upper Pond Great Forest in the early stages. And when a beast tide broke out later, the Imperial Beastmaster Association didn't care, and it wasn't a big deal for the Imperial Beastmasters to kill some of the spirit beasts. It would help with the ecological balance. A black bus slowly came from the distance and stopped at the edge of the Upper Pond Great Forest, and Lin Tian's group of people got down from the top of the bus. Is this the Upper Pond Great Forest? It's really spectacular enough. This time I must find the king-level spirit beast cubs. Humph! Luo Tianyo's eyes flashed with excitement. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't become a royal beast master yet, he would have run in long ago. Lin Tian got down from the car and took a breath of fresh air. In his last life he really hadn't come to the Upper Pond Great Forest. He didn't expect this forest to be so beautiful. In the future, when the matter of the abyss was settled, he could bring his royal beasts over here to live in seclusion for a while, listening to the insects and birds coming out from inside the forest, as well as the cries of some inexplicable spirit beasts. Zhao Liqing and the others were actually nervous in their hearts. Inside this forest, there were many unknown dangers. Their target this time was still a king-level spirit beast cub, and it was likely that they would face a king-level spirit beast directly, so they had to be careful. Ha ha ha, Come on, let's go in and take a look, Luo Tianyu said. Brothers, release the spirit beasts. We all have commander-class spirit beasts. Those weak ones won't dare to come over, Zhao Liqing said, and had already released all 3 of his spirit beasts. The crowd nodded and released their spirit beasts as well. For a while, all around the group of them were all commander-class spirit beasts. Lin Tian also released the Green Fury, but the crowd didn't see it because at this moment, the Green Fury was already hidden inside Lin Tian's hair. Still awake, let me sleep some more. Qingshi yawned and hid inside Lin Tian's hair, not minding the smell of Lin Tian's hair that hadn't been washed for days. The crowd didn't wonder why Lin Tian didn't release his spirit beasts. His biggest role wasn't to fight. It was to spot those hidden spirit beasts and lead them away from danger. Lin Tian looked at the spirit beasts of the crowd, and the Imperial beast talent of the Eye of True Sight unfolded. Looking at the strength of these Imperial beasts pretty much as they were, the strongest of the 5 was Zhao Liqing. His 3 commander-grade Imperial beasts were all rank 9. The rest of them were about the same strength, with only one Imperial beast being a commander grade 9, and the team's fighting strength was quite respectable. As for the bodyguard Old Li, he did not release his royal beast, but Lin Tian was sure that he was a super royal beast master, and at least had a king grade royal beast. As for what grade, he had not seen it yet, and he was not very clear. Just entering inside the big forest, Luo Tianyu pointed up and said excitedly, "It's a little lark, a wind attribute little lark. So cute." The 3 round little larks above looked at the shouting Luo Tianyu with their heads tilted, only feeling that this guy was a little cutie, as if he had never seen such a cute little bird like them. "Young master, try not to make any noise when you enter this place. It will attract danger," bodyguard Old Li said. "Okay." Luo Tianyu was not happy. Lin Tian moved closer to Zhao Liqing and said, "Brother Zhao, when we enter the depths, we must be careful. Many of the spirit beasts here have a sense of territoriality. Once they think that we're a threat to it, it's likely to cause a chain reaction." "Good. Don't worry. I'm an old man." Zhao Liqing smiled. "I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about him." Lin Tian pointed at Luo Tianyu. "What happened to young Master Luo?" Zhao Liqing was a bit confused. "This guy comes out once in a while. He won't be honest. If he gets restless, you have to remember to tie him up in time. Don't let him run around," Lin Tian said. Luo Tianyu was still afraid of the sky and the earth. When he was afraid of his brother, the upper pond great forest was just like a playground in his eyes. He was really worried that this guy would not be honest, and would anger a few king-level spirit beasts. "He's the issuer of our mission this time. It's not good to tie it up." Zhao Liqing was a bit hesitant. "Is life important, or is money important?" Lin Tian said. "Lives matter." Zhao Liqing thought that what Lin Tian said was very reasonable and immediately agreed. In front of life, not to mention the young master of the Luo family, even if the son of the royal beast Heavenly King came, it would not be good. It should be kidnapped away or kidnapped away. The reason why Lin Tian asked Zhao Liqing to bind Luo Tianyu was because he was the only one who had a wood-attributed commander-grade Imperial beast. And in this kind of environment of a large forest, wood-attributed spirit beasts, all of their strengths would be partially boosted. Several people went deeper into the large forest, being careful along the way. "Do you guys smell anything? It smells so good. It smells like roasted meat." Luo Tianyu, who was walking in front of him, shrugged his nose, greedily inhaling the fragrance in the air. "I don't smell any roasted meat, but there's a floral scent, much like the scent of orchids." Zhong Yang sniffed and said, "Not good. Hold your breath." Lin Tian's face changed just as he smelled the fragrance. What's strange?" Tian Qiyuan was a bit puzzled. The scent they all smelled. And now that they were inside a large forest, there didn't seem to be anything strange about smelling the scent. The bodyguard, Old Li, also nodded approvingly and didn't find it strange. On the contrary, it was Zhao Liqing who very obediently held his breath. He. There is delicious." Luo Tianyu suddenly let out a burst of weird laughter, then hugged the grass next to him and nibbled it. He made a sudden move that scared the crowd. "Young master, what's wrong with you?" Bodyguard Lao Li anxiously pulled Luo Tianyu. "Let me go. I want meat. I want to eat meat," Luo Tianyu shouted. Luo Tianyu's sudden move caused a chain reaction, and the 3 of them, Zhang Yang, Tian Qiyuan and Zhao Chunzi, also fell into this state, hugging their imperial beasts and kissing them madly. The bodyguard, Old Li, felt his body a little weak and his consciousness a little fuzzy, and he also knew that the situation was not right. They were mentally confused by that scent. "Little brother Lin Tian, is there a way to crack it?" The bodyguard, Old Li, bit through his own tongue, barely staying conscious. His heart was shocked. He was a super beast master. This scent could not even be carried by him. What kind of strength should the spirit beast releasing the scent be? Could it be king level? "Brother Zhao, tie them all up," as well as their Imperial beasts. Don't spare any of them. Lin Tian's face was ugly, and then everyone gets a whip on their ass. First, Chapter 14, Cracking. When Lin Tian said this, all of them were in a state of disorientation except for the two of them, him and Zhao Liqing. The Imperial beasts were in a little better shape, but some of them couldn't hold out. Qing Shi, don't sleep. Use the wind to blow the scent away, Lin Tian said. Forest Frog, tie them all up and don't let them move around. Zhao Liqing looked to his Imperial beasts. Quack. The Forest Frog was Zhao Liqing's wood attribute Imperial beast, and this scent had the least effect on it, which was still awake at the moment. A green vine appeared from the Forest Frog's feet and rushed towards the disoriented crowd with great speed, binding them firmly. The green fury rubbed out of Lin Tian's hair, and the surrounding area was suddenly filled with gusts of wind. The leaves of the trees were blown and rattled, and some fragile leaves were directly blown down. Lin Tian took a deep breath, feeling that he had survived. Roast, roast. Luo Tianyu was tied up, still persevering towards those shrubs, arching and arching, just like a caterpillar. Zhang Yang and the others weren't much better, with inexplicable sounds coming from inside their mouths, especially Tian Qiyuan, who might be a bit of a foot fetishist, actually licked his Imperial beast's feet frantically. Lin Tian and Zhao Liqing both had a shuddering feeling when they saw it and moved away from him. Do we really have to beat them? Zhao Liqing looked at Lin Tian with some uncertainty. Fight. Let them disobey. Now that they are in a state of disorientation, they won't know that we hit them, Lin Tian said. Alright, Forest Frog, whip their asses, one person at a time. Zhao Liqing very decisively listened to Lin Tian's words. Pop. Ow. Pop. Oh baby make it hard. Pop. Vomit roar. Pop. Ah. The roast bit me in the ass. Lin Tian listened to the strange screams of the crowd and had a black line. What kind of people are they? Can't they just scream properly? Green Fury wandered over to Forest Frog, eyes full of curiosity. What are you? Can I have a bite? The Forest Frog's large eyes stared at the Green Fury, both eyes turning into cock eyes as its mouth snapped open and a tongue rushed towards the Green Fury at a speed faster than a cannonball. Green Fury's body tightened and swished away, leaving the Forest Frog, who hadn't eaten any mosquitoes, fuming in place. Are all mosquitoes, nowadays, that fast? The inside of Forest Frog's head was full of question marks. Your Imperial beast, so fast. Zhao Liqing marveled. He knew how fast the Forest Frog's tongue was. Very few Imperial beasts were able to dodge it, and the fact that Lin Tian's Imperial beast had dodged it really opened his eyes. Zhao Liqing felt something licking his feet and looked down to see that it was Tian Qiyuan, kicking him away before reacting to the fact that this was not the time to be asking those useless things. No, what's going on here? What should we do? Soul mesmerizing flower. A spirit beast that can put both spirit beasts and people into a state of confusion. Capable of mesmerizing super Imperial beast masters. Its strength should be at the commander level, Lin Tian said. The spirit vertigo flower. A spirit beast I haven't heard of. Zhao Liqing shook his head. It doesn't belong to the upper pond great forest. It should have come from somewhere else or been abandoned by the Imperial beastmaster. That's why it's here. In times of insecurity, the psychedelic flower releases its floral scent to protect itself. The fragrance of this flower can last for a very long time. Once you inhale too much of it, your spiritual energy will dry up, and by then people will die. So you have to find it quickly. What you need to crack the fragrance of the vertigo flower is its nectar. There will be an antidote within 3 steps. Since we've already smelled the fragrance of the flower, then this bewitching flower isn't too far away from us. Does your Forest Frog have any scrying type skills? Lin Tian looked at Zhao Liqing. No. Zhao Liqing let out a bitter smile. Alright. It's better if I take care of it. Lin Tian looked towards the Green Fury that was on his shoulder and said, Green Fury, use the method I taught you to find it. The Green Fiend nodded and flew over Lin Tian, the surrounding wind with the Green Fury as the center. Regular rhythm, spread out in all directions. The wind in this moment has its own consciousness. Touching something will first scan once. Zhao Liqing didn't say anything and looked at Lin Tian in silence. Letting one's Imperial beast control the power of the wind and explore the surroundings. Was this really something an intermediate Imperial beast master just out of school could do? Even an old geezer like him, who had been in the wilderness for a few years, wouldn't be able to do that. Zhao Liqing was a bit confused. At this moment in front of Lin Tian, it seemed like he was only a small rookie who had just stepped out of school. Of course Lin Tian didn't know Zhao Liqing's inner thoughts at this moment. His spiritual energy was already highly connected to Qing Shi, and the two were exchanging information. Found it. And don't forget what you promised me. Okay, I know. I won't forget. The wind around him suddenly turned into its original form, and the Green Fury re-entered Lin Tian's head, hiding inside his hair. However, this time it didn't sleep. when it sensed its surroundings with the wind just now. It found many spirit beasts that were even more powerful than it, and it wanted to protect Lin Tian. If Lin Tian died, it wouldn't have any canned food to eat in the future. And there were also things that Lin Tian had promised that he hadn't honored yet. Found it. Brother Zhao. Need to borrow your power. Lin Tian said. Okay, no problem. Zhao Liqing nodded repeatedly. The two men took the forest frog and Zhao Liqing's other ice attribute Imperial Beast, the Ice Armor Beast, to another place, and as for Zhao Liqing's other commander-class Imperial Beast, it stayed in place to protect the crowd, so that these few people wouldn't be eaten by any wild spirit beasts when they returned. See? Lin Tian pointed at a large tree underground. There, sitting right in the middle of it, was a large, very brightly colored flower with arms and legs that looked kind of cute. Because of the green fury blowing away the surrounding scent, the two were not affected by anything. See, this is the first time I've seen a spirit beast like this, Zhao Liqing said. The defense of the bewitching soul flower is weak, just knock it out before it notices. Don't kill it, Lin Tian said. Not that he's a saintly mother, but it's about reducing unnecessary fighting. Now that they were sort of at the edge of the depths, the sounds of battle would draw the attention of other spirit beasts. Leave it to me, Ice-Armored Beast, Giant Ice Hammer, roar! The Ice-Armored Beast let out a low roar, and the temperature of the air around him plummeted, but Lin Tian didn't feel anything in his combat suit. An ice hammer with a diameter of more than 3 meters formed in the midair of the bewitching flower and slammed down towards it. Hannah Vertigo Flower jumped up in fright as she sensed the danger coming. Its petals suddenly lit up with light. Only its reaction speed was ultimately a step too slow, and the huge ice hammer had already fallen. Flowers, flowers, flowers. Vertigo fainted, with a bit of crushed ice still lingering on her petals. Lin Tian walked over with the small bottle he had prepared and found the bit of nectar in the flowers of the Vertigo flower and filled it. Go! After doing this, Lin Tian and Zhao Liqing returned the same way, leaving behind the already unconscious Vertigo flower. There's still a residue of its floral scent around here, so it won't be in danger for a while. Chapter 15, Falling into Another Pit. Hiss! Why does my ass hurt so much? Luo Tianyu rubbed his ass. Me too. It hurts so much. Tianqi Yuan, do you have this feeling? Zhang Yang touched his butt and a sharp pain hit him. Not only does my butt hurt, my face also hurts a bit, as if I've been kicked. Tianqi Yuan was a little confused. What is it? How come he doesn't know anything? Zhao Liqing silently turned his head when he heard this and didn't dare to look at Tianqi Yuan. Zhao Chengze rubbed his butt, stood up and looked at Lin Tian and asked, Lin Tian, were we hit by some spirit beast skill just now? When the scent appeared, it was Lin Tian who had the fastest reaction time, telling everyone to hold their breath, but none of them listened. Hearing him say that, the crowd also turned their gazes towards Lin Tian. Yeah. Lin Tian, did you find out? Luo Tianyu nodded his head repeatedly and looked at Lin Tian. It should be the Vertigo flower. The bodyguard, Old Li, suddenly said, then looked at Lin Tian in a pleading manner. That's right, it's the bewitching soul flower, and it's a commander class one, Lin Tian said. No wonder even I was trapped. I didn't think that the soul enchanting flower would exist here, bodyguard Old Li said. His mental power was stronger than everyone present. It was impossible for him to be easily mesmerized. And since it was a soul mesmerizing flower, there was no surprise. What's a Vertigo flower? Luo Tianyu looked at the crowd full of curiosity. Lin Tian explained the mesmerizing flower to Luo Tianyu again, seemingly explaining it to Luo Tianyu, but actually letting all the people listen to it, so that they wouldn't know what to do if they encountered such a situation in the future. Lin Tian, you're awesome. Luo Tianyu revealed an adoring look. You can also understand it if you read more spirit beast books in the future. Lin Tian laughed. I'll definitely watch it when I get home, Luo Tianyu said. The bodyguard Lali looked deeply at Lin Tian. His own young master he still knew very well. Studying for him that was no different from killing him. The book could not be read. Otherwise he would not have come all the way from Tianjing City to come here. He didn't expect that Lin Tian's mere explanation of a spirit beast would make Luo Tianyu curious about this knowledge. Little brother Lin Tian, I hope you can explain more about these imperial beasts to the young master on the way. Bodyguard Old Li came to Lin Tian's side and whispered in his ear. Why? Lin Tian looked at bodyguard Old Li with some bewilderment. In fact, the young master is a bit anorexic. This time he sneaked out, but also because he had a conflict with his family, and he was afraid that the eldest young master would beat him, and came to avoid the wind. Bodyguard Old Li said with some embarrassment. After all, he was the young master of the Luo family, and although the young masters of other families also hated learning, they were not as bad as Luo Tianyu. And after many comparisons, Luo Tianyu appeared to be uneducated. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Tian nodded. I'll try my best. Lin Tian then remembered that Luo Tianyu had always disliked studying. The people in his family had put in a lot of effort to make him study properly, but this kid was rebellious. Thinking about the first time he met Luo Tianyu in his previous life, Lin Tian wanted to laugh a little. At that time, Luo Tianyu was beaten by his brother and cried out, covering his red ass all over the street. He thought at that time that Luo Tianyu was being bullied by a person he didn't know and made a move to stop it, only to realize later that it was a misunderstanding. The group continued on, and encountered a few troubles on the way, but they were all solved by the group without causing too much commotion. During this period, Tian Qiyuan had contracted a good awakening great royal beast with the help of Lin Tian's use of his talent, and as long as he cultivated it properly, becoming a king grade royal beast in the future would not be a problem. At night, the people got their tents and started to rest. The bodyguard Lao Li was on guard outside. He was the strongest and didn't have any problem not sleeping for a few days. For several days in a row, the crowd was wandering around inside the forest, and so far, Luo Tianyu hadn't found any king-level spirit beast cubs. Not to mention cubs, they hadn't seen even king-level spirit beasts, but they had seen many other spirit beasts, and some that were unique to the upper pond great forest. Zhao Qingzi didn't hold back and contracted an awakening-level spirit beast cub, almost causing them to be chased by over a dozen commander-level wild spirit beasts. The sun has already risen to 3. The crowd only came out from inside the tent. Everyone's face is much more scruffy. The bodyguard Lao Li's bare head, there is a layer of fine hair came out. Zhao Liqing's beard had also grown out quite a bit, and was letting the forest frogs use their leaf blades to fix his beard. And when his bodyguard, Lao Li, saw this, he butted over and fixed his hair. After the repairs, he once again resumed his shiny bald look. Aya, when will we be able to find a king-level spirit beast cub? Why is it so hard to find? Luo Tianyu was already a little impatient. Young master, the king-level spirit beast cubs were originally well protected. It's normal that we haven't found them now. Just be patient. After turning around in the depths for so many days, we've already seen most of the places, and we might run into a king-level spirit beast cub if we're lucky next. Bodyguard Oldly comforted Luo Tianyu. Okay. Luo Tianyu picked up a small stone in boredom, aiming in a random direction. Small rocks were thrown at him. The small stone traveled through the thick woods, completing a perfect parabola, before finally hitting a branch and changing the direction of its motion to fall below. A muffled boom hit the bottom. Kiki! A brown-furred ape suddenly drilled out from the side, in both eyes, full of anger. Inside his hand was holding the very small stone Luo Tianyu had just thrown over, while the other hand was scratching his head. Its head, just now, was hit by this rock. The brown ape was angry. It had been sleeping well, but there was a stone hitting it. Unforgivable. It was going to find the guy who threw the stone. The ape sensitively climbed the tree, its slender arms swinging back and forth between the branches, driving its body back and forth through the woods. It's packed. Let's go, Oldly said to the crowd as he packed the tent and placed it inside his backpack. Go, Luo Tianyu said excitedly. Lin Tian and the others followed and continued to head deeper. Luo Tianyu's eyes were looking around, full of desire for knowledge. These few days down Lin Tian had taught him many knowledge of spirit beasts, completely opening his desire for learning. Not only did Zhao Liqing and the others admire Lin Tian, it was the bodyguard Oldly who was also impressed with Lin Tian. There were some spirit beasts he didn't even know about, but Lin Tian was able to say it in one breath, allowing him to see Lin Tian's terrifying knowledge reserves. Aya, Lin Tian, look, what kind of spirit beast is that? It's so fast. Luo Tianyu suddenly pointed up and said. Lin Tian looked up and recognized it with a glance and said casually, Angry Ape, Earth System, King-level Spirit Beast Cub. Lin Tian regretted when he said the King-level Spirit Beast Cubs, wanting to smack himself in the mouth. King-level Spirit Beast Cub? Ha ha ha, finally I found it. It's it, Luo Tianyu said excitedly. No, Lin Tian yelled, but it was still too late. Luo Tianyu had already picked up a random stone from the ground and smashed it towards the angry ape. It's over. Lin Tian's mouth twitched madly, and his gaze toward Luo Tianyu was filled with knife intent. Bears, be damned. If you Luo family can't manage your children, then I'll manage them for you. Chapter 16, An Army of Angry Apes and Monkeys. The small stone landed on the angry ape's head with precision and accuracy, and the forward-moving angry ape suddenly stopped as if it had gone down. A little more pain. Feel the same. As accurate as. A piece of information flashed past inside the angry ape's mind. The anger in its eyes suddenly grew even stronger as it turned its head to look at Luo Tianyu. That's him. The angry ape locked onto the target and directly rushed over, pouncing on Luo Tianyu. His two paws clasped in front of his body. The earth-colored energy gathered, forming a stone ball and throwing it at Luo Tianyu. It's coming over. Oldly, catch it for me. Luo Tianyu shouted excitedly. Young master, be careful. Oldly rushed over and blocked in front of Luo Tianyu as a summoning spell formation appeared. Roar! A giant bear with flames burning all over its body appeared and slapped this rock ball to pieces. Spirit animal, Red Inferno Bear. Attribute, Fire. Level, Commander level 6. Spirit animal, Angry Ape. Attribute, Earth. Level, Awakening 6th level. Lin Tian's Eye of True Vision took in the information of the two spirit beasts, but his heart was cold. The sudden appearance of the red flame giant bear, the weak and angry ape did not approach, but the anger in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger, and was about to be transformed into flames and sprayed out. Young master, I'll catch it for you, bodyguard Oldly said. The red flame giant bear walked over step by step, the ground trembling a few times with each step forward of its massive body. Old Li, knock it out, don't let it call out. Lin Tian said hurriedly. Things had already reached this point, so he would make the mistake, but he couldn't let the mistake continue to grow. For what? The bodyguard, Old Li, didn't understand, but he still let the red flame giant bear do so. But everything, it seems, is too late. Ow ow ow. The angry ape screamed out in anger, his voice resounding inside the forest and carrying further away. At this moment, Zhao Liqing's face also turned ugly. When he saw the angry ape, he thought of something, he just didn't think of it, and now that he heard the angry ape's voice, he completely thought of it. Red flame giant bear gently slap over. Will be the strength was not strong. The height is not yet a meter of angry apes and monkeys slap fainted. With 2 fingers gently lift up it, sent to the front of the Oldly. Oi, caught it. Luo Tianyu hugged the angry ape and jumped up excitedly. It's over. Lin Tian's face was pale, and at this moment, he only wanted to wipe his feet and quickly escape. You two's face, why are you so white? Luo Tianyu asked with some curiosity when he saw that the 2 people's faces were not right. It's going to get you killed. Lin Tian said angrily. There is no way to not get angry. If they can't escape behind them, several of them will have to be accounted for here. I only hope that the strength of the bodyguard Laoli can carry it. This angry ape monkey is an awakening level. There must be other angry ape monkeys in the vicinity. The roar just now was pulling help over, Zhao Liqing said in a very fast speech. Moreover, angry apes and monkeys are group spirit beasts. If there's one nearby, then there's a group of them, and their strength won't be low, and it's still in the deep area, which means that there are king-level spirit beasts inside their group. After hearing Zhao Liqing's explanation, except for Oldly and Luo Tianyu, none of the remaining people's faces looked good. Obtaining a king-level spirit beast cub was certainly a happy event. It meant that a few of them had accomplished their mission and were able to obtain a good reward. But when you have money, you have to have a life to spend it. Go now. Lin Tian's face was ugly. It's fine, Oldly, but he has a king-level 5-star Imperial beast. There's no need to be afraid. Luo Tianyu didn't care. Ha! Lin Tian laughed twice without saying anything, and the person directly ran away. Zhao Liqing saw Lin Tian run away, and he followed right after. The 3 Zhangyangs looked at each other and ran after them. Young master, why don't we go too? Bodyguard Laoli was a bit worried. He was powerful, but the first thing was still to protect Luo Tianyu. It's fine. I believe in your strength. Luo Tianyu didn't take it to heart at all. Humph. A bunch of cowards. Turn around and have their mission pay. Help! Help! The voice of the angry ape monkey was transmitted out, and not far from Lin Tian and the others, an angry ape monkey suddenly popped its head out, roaring. The sound was a plea for help, a very weak homunculus pleading for help. In a flash, all of the angry apes' eyes grew angry, and among them, there were angry apes that were over 2 meters in size, which were transcendent level angry apes. Ow! Suddenly, 2 apes over 3 meters in size appeared and let out a loud cry. Their size was even larger than the transcendent level. They were covered in muscles, and they looked a lot different from the angry ape, which was the evolved form of the angry ape, the violent ape. The voices of the 2 violent apes were anxious and kept calling out. The violent apes that had children just now were answered by their own children. Only the children of the 2 of them didn't respond, and that was their own children in danger calling for help. All of a sudden, the entire community of angry apes and monkeys suddenly became violent. Boom! Boom! 2 violent apes over 5 meters in size suddenly appeared, and when they landed, the ground underneath their feet was covered in cracks as if they were spider webs. Roar! One of them roared, and the apes above the awakening level shouted. The 2 largest violent apes rushed out directly, followed by many commander-class violent apes, numbering over 20, and followed at the very back by transcendent classes, numbering over 100. These were still only a portion of the angry ape tribe, and there was another portion that stayed in place to guard the weaker clansmen. A large number of angry apes and monkeys were out, and the spirit beasts around them quieted down, not daring to move or even breathe a single breath. The king-level spirit beasts living here heard the roar of the king-level violent ape and only raised their heads without making a move. And in their hearts, they were even gloating. It's not nice to mess with anyone but these monkeys who are extremely prone to anger. They really don't know what they're doing. Young master, let's go. I feel there is danger. Bodyguard Lao Li's expression turned serious. It's fine. Luo Tianyu was still immersed in his joy of catching the angry ape. The earth suddenly shook violently, and it felt stronger and stronger. There was even the sound of trees being broken. The red flame giant bear suddenly growled and looked in one direction, his eyes alert, and in his heart, he was even afraid. Oldly looked in the direction that the red flame giant bear was staring at, and the next second scared him so much that he almost died. Only an angry ape was seen charging towards the two of them. The two at the forefront were the largest in size and exuded an aura unique to the king level. Young master, go! Oldly yelled. The summoning spell appeared and a white giant tiger appeared. Oldly picked Luo Tianyu up and sat on the back of the white tiger. When the two commander-level violent apes saw Luo Tianyu and then the unconscious child, they screamed angrily and rushed over even faster. Oldly, hurry up! They're coming after us! Luo Tianyu's small face was white at this time, hurriedly urging. The white tiger roared and turned into a gust of wind rushing back towards the outside of the forest. The red flame giant bear roared, and the blazing flames formed a high wall of flames to block these angry apes, burrowing itself into the summoning spell formation to leave. Chapter 17, Escape. Looking at the burning trees, the violent apes became even more enraged. To destroy the home they lived in was unforgivable. The two violent apes slammed the earth. Huge rocks wrapped all the surrounding trees, and the flames faded out, leaving nothing at all. Roar! The two king-level violent apes roared and looked at the departing white tiger, becoming even more enraged as they directly chased after it with the fastest speed possible, leaving the clansmen behind by a large margin. Lin Tian, is it really good for us to do this? Zhao Liqing sat on the body of the ice armor beast, and the forest frog and his other imperial beast were put away. Luckily, now that he was wearing a combat suit and the weather wasn't winter, he was able to resist the cold from the ice-armored beast, or else Erdi would have frozen off for him. You can turn back if you want to die. Lin Tian sat on the body of a black gold spider and said calmly. This imperial beast was Zhang Yang's, pounding away quickly on its 8 legs and sitting very smoothly. The roar of the angry ape came over, causing the faces of the crowd to change. How many is this? Zhao Chengze was a little nervous in his heart and looked back, not seeing the shadow of the angry ape. I think, a lot of them. Can Oldly handle it? Zhang Yang was also a bit worried. The gazes of the crowd once again gathered on Lin Tian's face. Lin Tian's face did not look good. The angry apes and monkeys he had seen in his last life, but he had never thought that there would be so many of them in the upper pond Great Forest. Just by listening to the commotion, the number of violent apes was over 100. He was already so strong at that time that even if there was a king-level violent ape, it couldn't do anything to him. The ground trembling suddenly came over, and Lin Tian's face became completely ugly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Tian let out a low curse. Little brat, I'll have to beat you to death this time. Let your Luo family owe me a huge favor. You guys go ahead. I'll get them. And remember, don't look back. Lin Tian still decided to go to Luo Tianyu. If this little guy died here, how could he face Luo Tianyu's brother in the future? This damn brother who had fought side by side with him for several years. You guys run. Many monkeys are coming after us. Just when Lin Tian wanted to go to Luo Tianyu, a white giant tiger suddenly appeared beside them. It was Oldly and Luo Tianyu. Why are you still carrying this little angry ape monkey? Lin Tian was furious when he saw that Luo Tianyu was still holding the angry ape monkey in his arms, already in such a dangerous situation. This fellow even didn't know to let go of this king-level cub. Was this looking for death? I caught it with great difficulty. How could I throw it there? Luo Tianyu said. Now that they were some distance away from the group of angry apes, Luo Tianyu wasn't as scared as he was just now. Roar! A loud roar came from the two king-level violent apes that suddenly appeared behind them. Not good. Lin Tian's face changed. Little brother Lin Tian, you guys take the young master and go first. I'll stop these two king-level violent apes. Oldly suddenly threw Luo Tianyu to Lin Tian. The white tiger turned around and blocked behind the crowd, facing the two king-level violent apes alone. Little brat, put the angry ape here and we can still leave. Lin Tian's face was ugly. No release. Luo Tianyu was being stubborn at this time. Roar! The two king-level violent apes stopped, and the commander-level violent apes behind them followed closely behind. Master, they're going to kill us, not leaving a single one of us behind. The green fiend transmitted a message to Lin Tian, really not giving a way out. Lin Tian said angrily, in that case, don't blame him. If you want to chase after the young master, pass me first. Oldly snorted coldly, and the white tiger's king-level pressure suddenly spread out. The wind around them suddenly became violent, as if it were a sharp blade, cutting through the bodies of these violent apes. The two king-level violent apes hammered the ground violently, a layer of rocky armor sheathing their bodies as they rushed towards the white tiger. Looking at old Lee's fading figure, Lin Tian looked at the crowd and said, "Run separately, pay attention to avoiding dangers. These violent apes won't keep chasing you. Rendezvous when it's safe." "What about you?" Zhao Lixing said. "I have my own way." Lin Tian hugged Luo Tianyu and jumped up from the black gold spider's body. Green Fury! Anan! With a roar, the green fiend's body suddenly grew huge, turning into its original size, holding onto Lin Tian and Luo Tianyu, carrying the two of them and running away. With a swish, the crowd could only feel a green-colored shadow slashing past, and Lin Tian had already taken Luo Tianyu and ran out 100 meters away. Crowd! What kind of spirit beast was that just now? Zhang Yang asked dumbfounded. Don't care what that is, listen to Lin Tian and run separately, Zhao Liqing said. The four split into four directions and ran away as fast as they could. The 20 or so commander-level violent apes that were chasing after them saw that they suddenly ran apart and also split into 5 directions to chase them. The violent apes that were chasing after Lin Tian were the most numerous. There were 8 of them, and among them were the angry ape's parents. Wow! Lin Tian, is this your imperial beast? Is it a dragon? That's not right. Dragons have a pair of horns. It only has one straight horn. Could it be a one-horned snake? Luo Tianyu sat on the back of the Green Fury, fascinated by its appearance. You're still in the mood to care about my imperial beast by now. Why don't you think about what we should do if we can't leave? Lin Tian said angrily. If it wasn't for the fact that escaping was important right now, he would have to hang this little brat up and beat him up. With old Li blocking them, we won't be in danger, Luo Tianyu said. And do you really think that old Li is the only bodyguard by my side? There are other people present. It's just that I'm not in a life and death crisis right now. They won't show up. When you came, how did you get here? Lin Tian asked. Sitting on old Li's imperial beast Takuma? Luo Tianyu said as a matter of course. After saying that as if he realized something, his face suddenly changed. It's over. I didn't use my identifying information. And the family probably doesn't know I'm here yet. I knew it would be like this. Lin Tian had a head full of black lines. Then what should we do? You are only an intermediate level imperial beast master. If they catch up, we will be dead. Luo Tianyu completely panicked this time. With Lin Tian's strength, it was simply impossible to preserve him. Don't talk nonsense. The Green Fury's speed is very fast. It's unlikely that those violent apes would want to stop the Green Fury, Lin Tian said. Boom boom boom. Lin Tian's words had just fallen, when a sharp rocky thorn suddenly appeared in front of him, and a tall stone wall suddenly rose up, blocking Lin Tian's path. The Green Fury hurriedly dodged the rocky sharp spikes and circled around another stone wall, thus reducing its speed. The violent apes that followed behind them gave chase. Their intelligence was already high, and when they saw that this had an effect, the other violent apes began to use the same method. In a moment, many stone walls suddenly appeared around Lin Tian, surrounding him. Chapter 18, Dragon's Might. Green Fury, stop, Lin Tian said through gritted teeth. Green Fury braked sharply and stopped in midair. Master, what should we do? We can't run away. The Green Fury was also out of options. Now it was blocked on all sides by stone walls, and there were stone walls above it, and the only place where there were no stone walls was the direction where those violent apes were chasing after it. Lin Tian, why did you stop? Hurry up. If we don't leave we'll be too late. Luo Tianyu looked at the violent ape that was getting closer and closer, nervously pulling Lin Tian's clothes. Shut your mouth and don't speak, Lin Tian said angrily, projecting a very threatening look over. The majesty of the Heavenly King, displayed at this moment. Although he was angry, his heart was very calm. He was just being Luo Tianyu, the second little cutie. He was annoyed by the noise. Luo Tianyu was instantly quieted down by Lin Tian's yelling. He didn't dare to say a word. His breathing was small. The current Lin Tian was more powerful than his own brother in his eyes. Green Fury, charge straight through and bypass these stone walls. I trust you, Lin Tian said. Anan, look at my master. Green Fury turned around and rushed towards those chasing violent apes as fast as he could. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer as these violent apes stopped and started releasing their skills to knock Lin Tian down. A sharp thorn appeared in midair, densely packed. More than hundreds of them rushed towards the Green Fury in unison. If they were pierced by any of the rock-sharp thorns, the Green Fury would be seriously injured and fall down from the air. Green Fury nimbly dodged these rocky thorns, and several times, those rocky thorns were so close that they brushed against Green Fury's body. Finally, the Green Fury ran out from the range blocked by the stone wall. Just after it came out it quickly drew up its current flying height. Because of carrying Luo Tianyu, the Green Fury kept flying at a height of 5 meters, not even exceeding the height of the forest trees. Roar! However, just as the Green Fury was about to charge out, a violet ape suddenly appeared on top of it, holding a rocky stick in its hand and smashing it against the Green Fury. Lin Tian's pupils shrunk, completely not expecting a violent ape to appear here. Wind Blade. With his rich combat experience, Lin Tian had Green Fury unleash an attack. A huge wind blade appeared and collided with the rocky baguette in the violent ape's hand with a muffled sound. The rocky baguette shattered, but it also gave the violent ape in the back the chance to raise its fist and slam it down. Green Fury only managed to get the storm wind shield in front of him, but the violent ape's immense strength still shattered the wind shield, but it also gave Green Fury a chance to dodge it. The violent ape that could not borrow strength in the air fell down. The Green Fury wanted to rise, suddenly felt a tightness in its tail, and its body descended at an extremely fast speed. It looked down, and it saw that the violent ape grabbed it by the tail, and there was a smug smile on its face. Green Fury, finish the ball. Lin Tian also didn't expect this to be the case, and was somewhat powerless in his heart. His strength, after all, was still a bit too weak. Boom! Green Fury fell down from the sky. Lin Tian held Luo Tianyu and rolled several times on the ground. But fortunately, with the combat suit, the two people just had a little bit of dirt on their faces and were not injured. The Green Fiend hurriedly shielded Lin Tian and Luo Tian as it coiled around the bodies of the two, using its own body to protect the two, and with a ferocious light in its eyes, it stared at the 8 violent apes in front of it. What to do? Are we going to die here? Luo Tianyu got scared and his tears started to spin. I'll give it back to you. Don't kill us, okay? Luo Tianyu was completely scared, and he loosened the angry ape he was still holding. The red flame giant bear's slap was really not light, and at this time, this little angry ape had not woken up and was still in a comatose state. Roar! The parents of the angry apes roared as they saw that their child had not yet woken up, their anger clearly on a higher level. No need to give it back to them. Now I'll give you a knowledge of the violent ape. It's a kind of spirit beast that is extremely easy to get angry, and it's very vindictive. Once you mess with them, you'll face an attack from their colony. In the future, if you don't have enough strength, don't mess with them. Lin Tian said with a smile. What time is it now? We are all going to die. You still have the mood to lecture me. Luo Tianyu cried out with a wow. That's not necessarily true. Even if I have to fight to get hurt, I still have to bring you out. Otherwise how will I face him in the future? Lin Tian said. Only the last words. Only he himself could hear. Green Fury, prepare to fight for your life. Lin Tian looked towards Cheng Jia. Roar! Green Fury nodded. The 8 violent apes rushed up at the same time, their ferocious expressions as if they wanted to tear Lin Tian and the others apart. Boom! It was also at this moment that a divine, powerful, violent, and terrifying aura was suddenly released from behind Lin Tian. Begonia Town. The blood fiend was lying on its back inside the courtyard with a cozy expression, and there was a single thunder attribute begonia jellyfish floating on its back. The tiny tentacles released a weak electric current that electrocuted the bloodthirster's body. Bloodshed didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he enjoyed it very much. These electric shocks fell on his body with a kind of tingling sensation. Very comfortable. I heard from the female doctor who was treating it that it was electric shock therapy, which kept the muscles of its body active at all times and helped it recover. For the current life, the blood fiend that was very satisfied. Every day he could sleep for a long time. And there was also the blood and meat of a king-level spirit beast to eat. Every day it was 10 pounds. Think about the last life following Lin Tian's hard life. What kind of life is that? Every day is to eat cheap canned food. Eat a fried chicken is the most exciting time, which has the current small life comfortable. Such a life made Bloodshed couldn't help but feel that he was finally living a rich life in this life. I am also able to fight the battle of affluence. However, the blood fiend would still think of Lin Tian. He hadn't seen Lin Tian for so many days, and he didn't know how his master was doing now, whether he had found the mana of life or whether he had encountered any danger. If you really can't find it, just come back. It will just become strong again later. It had to be said that Bloodshed's trust in Lin Tian was something that even the current Green Fury couldn't compare to. One was a partner who had accompanied him for 10 years in his previous life, and the other was a partner that Lin Tian had chosen after he was reborn. It's just that this thought always suddenly disappears when a tingly sensation appears in the body. The tingling sensation came again, but instead of showing an expression of enjoyment, Bloodshed opened his eyes, and boundless anger suddenly rose in his heart. It sensed that Lin Tian was in danger, and just after the sensation suddenly appeared, the Blood Fiend suddenly saw Lin Tian sitting on the back of the Green Fiend as he traveled through the forest, with a stone wall appearing in front of him to block the way. Then the Green Fury turned around, and it finally got a good look at the enemy, which was a group of violent apes. Green Fury ran upwards, A violet ape suddenly appeared and dragged Green Fury down. Green Fury protected Lin Tian, and in front of him were 8 violent apes. Master is in danger. The blood fiend suddenly stood up, and those thunder attribute begonia jellyfish left from its side. I'm going to save him. Because of the contract, it was able to clearly feel Lin Tian's mental state. At this moment, Lin Tian was extremely nervous. Roar! Bloodthirsty growled, his muscles bulging and his voice shaking the entire town. A powerful pressure that only belonged to a giant dragon suddenly appeared. Chapter 19, Secondary Injuries. The spirit beasts in the entire town of Begonia fell into silence, hiding in the arms of the Imperial beast masters and shivering, not even daring to emerge with their heads. What's going on? What's going on? Gui Yuqian would now come to Zhang Xiaoya's place to meditate to enhance his spiritual power whenever he had time. Lin Tian had said that he needed himself. Gui Yuqian didn't dare to relax even for a moment for fear that he wouldn't be able to help when Lin Tian needed himself. Usually the dollar pig and the good luck cat were released by him to play here. At the appearance of the dragon's might, the snot bubble blown out of the Yuanbao pig's sleep exploded, and it violently opened its own eyes, quickly climbed up, burrowed into Gui Yuqian's bosom, and kept arching inside, its body shivering and very afraid. The good luck cat was elegantly licking its own paws. When Long Wei appeared, the whole cat directly exploded and also ran to Gui Yuqian's side. The tiny body could not stop trembling. Gui Yuqian looked at his 2 imperial beasts with a dumbfounded look on his face, and sensing their fear, he could only open the summoning array and take in all the 2 little ones. Even so, he could still feel the fear in the hearts of the 2 little ones. Sister Xiaoya, what's going on here? Gui Yuqian hurriedly ran out and found Zhang Xiaoya. Zhang Xiaoya's expression wasn't good either, and the circle beside her went straight to the ground, its entire body shrinking by 1/10, its soft body shivering like a vibrating machine. Go to the back and take a look. Something might have happened to the blood fury. Zhang Xiaoya had just heard 2 roars from the blood fiend. The 2 men hurried over to the scene in front of them, which shook them to their core, not daring to take a step closer. When the dragon's might appeared, the begonia jellyfish that were still trying to give the blood fury a massage shrank into balls one by one and fell down. The weak ones couldn't face the powerful pressure and had already fainted from fear. The blood fiend's eyes were red, its muscles bulged, and a fierce and ferocious aura was continuously erupting from its body. Originally, the scales covering the top of its body were few, and at this time, there was still blood constantly seeping out of the cracks of those scales, and its body was once again covered in blood. Sister Xiaoya, what's wrong with bloodshed? The 2 people who witnessed everything were a bit at a loss for words. Gui Yuqian was even more nervous and asked Zhang Xiaoya, this is Lin Tian's royal beast. Now he hasn't come back yet. It's just to find something for the blood fury that can cure the soul. The blood fury mustn't have any accidents at this time. Zhang Xiaoya shook her head and said, I don't know. Bloodshed's physical condition is already reasonably stable and shouldn't be in such a situation. Could it be because the aftermath of the failed secondary evolution has broken out? No, an aftermath outbreak shouldn't look like this. There must be something else going on. Zhang Xiaoya only just thought of this possibility before vetoing herself. If this was the aftermath of the secondary evolution, then all the future imperial beasts that failed to evolve would not have to live. This power that erupted from the blood fiend was so terrifying that even she had never experienced it from her father's imperial beast. A thought suddenly flashed past Zhang Xiaoya's mind. The power that the blood fiend was releasing at this moment was too similar to the pressure of king and emperor level spirit beasts. Then what bloodshed released at this moment was most likely the pressure. But the blood fiend was a transcendent level imperial beast, so how could it possibly release its might? Bloodshed's current state was not right, and neither of the 2 dared to approach the past. They were likely to be injured by mistake if they rushed over. Roar! In the upper pond great forest, an earth-shattering roar centered on Lin Tian and spread wildly in all directions. The bodies of the 8 violent apes rushing towards Lin Tian suddenly lurched, and after being impacted by this violent force, their eyes rolled over and they directly fainted, their bodies falling down helplessly with a few muffled sounds. Lin Tian's entire body froze, his insides trembling madly. The sound was a dragon's roar, and it came from the blood fury, but now the blood fury was in Begonia town. How could it appear here? There was also this tremendous pressure. That was emperor-level dragon might, and the current blood fiend was at the transcendent level, so he couldn't release it at all. Lin Tian turned his head somewhat incredulously and looked behind himself. A huge red shadow stood behind him. The height of the shadow was more than 50 meters. The appearance was illusory and blurred. It was impossible to really see. A pair of wings that spread out more than 100 meters, firmly protecting Lin Tian behind him. Lin Tian raised his head and looked towards the head of the shadow, and vaguely, he could clearly see that those eyes contained intense anger and killing intent, as if it was about to destroy the entire world in the next second. It seemed to sense Lin Tian's gaze, and the moment it lowered its head, The killing intent and anger in its eyes disappeared, and its eyes even blinked continuously, looking playful and cute. Is this a giant dragon? Luo Tianyu looked at the huge red silhouette behind him. His heart shook wildly. He couldn't see exactly what kind of creature the void was, but he had seen pictures of gargoyles, and this void looked too much like a gargoyle. Roar! Green Fiend raised his head to look at the gigantic silhouette and let out a low roar. It's not provocation. It's not fear. It's worry. This silhouette was formed by the Blood Fiend, and it sensed the same power, as well as the spiritual connection that was just like it and Lin Tian. What confused the Green Fury was how the Blood Fury had such a strong power. It had also lost to itself. Roar! The silhouette let out a low roar, seemingly displeased with the Green Fury. After roaring this roar, the huge silhouette began to fade away. Roar! The Green Fury looked at the red silhouette with some displeasure and let out a roar. Roar, roar, roar! The Green Fury's expression gradually scratched up as he let out a series of loud roars. Who are you saying can't? Come here. You and I will fight again. Come here. Come here. Don't you lie down inside the yard. Don't you just have dragon might? What are you arrogant about? How dare you dislike me for not being strong enough? The Green Fury's tone was a bit exasperated. The scales on his body exploded, and the right angle on his head emitted a faint glow. Anon! When the silhouette was about to completely disappear, the straight horn on the Green Fiend's head emitted a brilliant light, and a dragon's might that belonged solely to it was released at this moment. The Green Fiend's level had once again risen by 1 level, becoming Transcendent Level 7, and it was infuriated that it directly had its own auger pressure. It was just that it was more than 100,000 miles short of the dragon's might just now, until the red shadow disappeared. Lin Tian didn't say a single word, but his eyes held complex emotions. He didn't know how the Blood Fiend managed to unleash the Emperor-level dragon might, but right now its body wasn't in a good state, and bursting out with such power would cause secondary damage to it. Lin Tian wasn't even sure if the Blood Fiend could save his life. At this moment, he was suddenly afraid, and his inner heart was filled with self-blame. The Blood Fiend must have sensed that he was in danger, and only then did he disregard his own life and burst out with such a powerful force. Master, don't worry. I'm just a little tired and need to rest and relax. You need to come back safely. Lin Tian's mental consciousness resounded with Bloodshed's voice, causing him to blame himself even more. Chapter 20 Lin Tian's Anger. Young Master's Beatings. Lin Tian revealed killing intent in his eyes, pulled out the alloy dagger that was placed on his waist, stood up and looked at Luo Tianyu. With just a glance, Luo Tianyu was too frightened to say anything, his eyes filled with fear. Lin Tian, it's not going to kill me, is it? Luo Tianyu couldn't help but tremble. With only endless fear in his heart, Lin Tian came in front of him. Luo Tianyu became even more fearful. His mind went blank, only tears streaming down his face. Cheng Jia looked at Lin Tian with a crooked head, then looked at Luo Tianyu, and silently ran to the side. Lin Tian walked straight past Luo Tianyu and came to the side of a violent ape. His hand rose up and chopped off the head of this violent ape. There was anger in his heart, but not enough to kill Luo Tianyu to vent his anger. But these violent apes, there was no way he could stay. Slash after slash, the heads of all 8 violent apes were chopped off by Lin Tian. Green Fury, eat them! Lin Tian wiped the blood on top of the dagger and looked at Chingshi. The Green Fury nodded, and opened its mouth wide, and the wild winds rolled up all the corpses of the violent apes, and the tiny wind blades split them into small pieces, and the wild winds rolled up, and the corpses of the 8 violent apes were all eaten by the Green Fury. Hiccup dash. Green Fury burped and licked his lips. I'm going into that space. Lin Tian nodded and put the Green Fury inside the Imperial Beast space. Entering the Imperial Beast space, Qing Jia's gaze shifted and looked towards a large mountain in this space. It was still too weak to even protect its own master, and it had to let a sickly man step in to settle the matter this time. It can't forgive itself. It has to get stronger. And the sickly one, sooner or later it's going to get its revenge. Lin Tian, who had finished handling everything, turned his gaze back to Luo Tianyu before landing on the vines wrapped around the trees. Old Li, who was tangling with the 2 king-level violent apes, heard this earth-shattering roar and fear rose within him, and the white tiger spirit beast underneath him went limp and slumped down, not daring to make a sound at all. The 2 violent apes that had wanted to attack the white tiger were even more frightened and almost peed, their bodies shaking like sieves, with nothing but fear in their eyes, even more so than the white tiger's fear. They could hear the killing intent in the loud roar that was directed at them. It was a roar from a spirit beast that was far too powerful than them, warning them that if they dared to act recklessly again, they would incur a killing curse. The 2 king-level violent apes were scared and at the same time, they were very confused in their hearts. When did such a powerful spirit beast come to the Upper Pond Great Forest? And they hadn't offended this never-seen-before Grand Master. How come they were somehow warned? Bodyguard Lowly looked at the two fearful violent apes in silence, with infinite speculations in his heart. Just by virtue of a roar, let the 3 king-level spirit beasts prostrate themselves on the ground, not daring to make a single sound. Then the existence that made the sound. How terrifying a strength should it possess? Emperor level? Or is it emperor level? He also wondered what kind of spirit beast was making that roar. Not a tiger. His white tiger couldn't make that kind of sound, and neither could a lion. The roar of the tiger and the lion compared to this roar full of majesty. That's the cry of the beast of prey. That's a cat's cry. Then what is it? The sound of a giant dragon was never something Old Lee thought about, and he had never heard it before. It wasn't until the voice had disappeared for a long time that the bodyguard, Old Lee, felt his mental power relax. The 2 king-level violent apes stood up and looked at each other. Then at Old Lee, already understanding each other's meaning. Old Lee's heart sank as he looked vigilantly at the 2 violent apes. Both of them were very strong. He only had 1 king-level spirit beast. It was a bit of a struggle for him to fight against them, and the slightest carelessness would most likely lead to his death here. His king-level white tiger still had injuries left over from the battle with the violent apes. If these 2 violent apes were determined to kill him, he really couldn't leave, and could only stay here and turn into fertilizer for the trees. In the next second, the 2 king-level violent apes turned around at the same time and quickly disappeared in front of Old Lee's eyes. What's going on? Several question marks surfaced above Old Lee's bald head. These 2 king-level violent apes, how did they run away? Bad. Young master. Without bothering to think about it, Old Lee hurriedly told White Tiger to turn around and leave. These 2 king-level violent apes had already left, but there were still a lot of commander-level violent apes going after Luo Tianyu and the others. Those violent apes were not weak at all. Lin Tian and the others might not necessarily be able to withstand them. White Tiger dragged his injured body and rushed to the outside of the upper pond Great Forest to look for Luo Tianyu. Hey, Old Lee! The white tiger that was moving forward stopped, and Old Lee, who was sitting on its back, looked in the direction from which the voice came, only to see a person covered in dirt and leaves running towards him. Why are you here? Where are they people? Bodyguard Laoli looked at Zhang Yang and asked. We ran separately, and Lin Tian took young Master Luo with him. Zhang Yang said. It's also fortunate that there was that loud roar that stunned all those violent apes, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to escape. Come up here. Old Lee took Zhang Yang with him and left together. The two behind them met other people and the group went to look for Lin Tian and Luo Tianyu together. Stop! Zhao Liqing's ears twitched as he heard some sounds. The crowd stopped and listened carefully to the sounds coming from around them. It seems like someone is screaming, Tian Qiyuan said. Everyone nodded, except for Old Lee whose face changed. Young master! The white tiger left with a flash of speed. Just as Zhao Liqing wanted to follow him, he saw that the white tiger, who had already rushed out 100 meters, suddenly stopped and didn't move a step closer to the past. Zhao Liqing and the others were curious and followed. As a couple of the men approached, the sounds of screaming grew louder, along with the sound of snapping. This voice they heard out. It was Luo Tianyu's. Just who bullied Luo Tianyu so badly? Of the four, only Zhao Liqing fell silent as he stole a glance to make sure he hadn't misread the situation. At this moment, now, 6 people surrounded a scene, and none of them bothered to interrupt, so they watched in silence. Even Old Lee silently put away his white tiger and stood by the side to secretly watch. Luo Tianyu was entangled in the vines and hanging from the tree. Only his bare buttocks were exposed, but at this time, there were a few red marks on top of his buttocks. On the opposite side of his ass, stood Lin Tian, holding a vine inside his hand. Brother, I was wrong. I won't dare next time. Woohoo! Don't dare. All of us were almost killed by you today. You say you should be beaten. Pop. Ah. Are you the young master of the Luo family? I think you are a. Pop. Ah. Today, even if your parents, your grandpa, your cousin, your own brother come here in person, I'll still beat you up. Pop. Ah. Let's get you to grab hold and disobey. What a pisser. If there's something wrong with my Imperial beast, no one can save you. Next time you wander off, I'll castrate you. You really don't know how dangerous the outside world is. Little brat, I'll whip you to death today. Chapter 21, The 7 Strongest King Spirit Beasts of the Upper Pond Great Forest. Deep in the Great Forest of Shangtong, there was a spring, only about 1 square meter in size, which was turquoise and full of a strong breath of life. This was the purpose of Lin Tian's trip, the Mana of Life. Next to the Mana of Life, there is a large tree with a height of more than 50 meters. The position of the main trunk of the tree reveals a pale face, the bark of the tree folded over the ears, forming a beard. Boom boom boom. The ground trembled violently as a terrapin over 20 meters in size with green plants growing on top of its back armor arrived and nodded its head towards the large tree, showing enough respect. What followed was a huge purple scorpion that stood next to the land turtle. its large hooks showing a deep purple luster, in which there were also lines of thunder and lightning that appeared from time to time. Behind them, a black snake with a body length of over 100 meters and a tiger with black fur and white patterns arrived one after another. The wind was blowing furiously, and a big white bird landed and stood on top of a branch of a big tree, and on its head sat a little man in a green dress with a little blue flower on his head. The 7 of them, they were the strongest king-level spirit beasts in the entire Upper Pond Great Forest: the scaled earth tortoise, the underworld thunder scorpion, the dark night evil snake, the moon god shadow tiger, the green lark, the 100 flower fairy, and the strongest and oldest forest tree king, tree elder, grandpa tree. The 6 strongest king-level spirit beasts greeted the big tree in unison. With the exception of the 100 flower fairy, their conversations were through a spiritual connection, and they could not yet open their mouths to speak. The forest tree king's closed eyes opened, and with deep eyes, he looked at these king-level spirit beasts before finally looking at the green lark and the 100 flower fairy. At the sight of the 100 flower fairy, a smile appeared on the tree king's pale face, and his eyes became gentle, as if he was looking at his granddaughter. Little 100 flowers, you're here too. The forest tree king's pale voice rang out, his tone full of favor. Unlike these spirit beasts, Tree Elder was able to spit out human words. Grandpa Tree, just now really scared me to death. The 100 flower fairy's small mouth pouted, her appearance somewhat aggrieved. Yeah, Tree Elder, just now that pressure was really too strong. It scared me so much that I went soft straight away, and was even disliked by my daughter-in-law Moon God Shadow Tiger said. Ha, trash, the underworld thunder scorpion taunted. Dead scorpion, are you looking for death? Moon God Shadow Tiger said angrily. Enough, it's not for you two to argue. The 100 flower fairy furrowed her brows and looked at these two fellows. The Moon God Shadow Tiger and the underworld thunder scorpion immediately quieted down, not daring to utter a single word. The 100 flower fairies were not only the little children favored by the tree elders, but also their group favorites. I know what you guys are wondering about. That pressure just now, it was from an emperor-level dragon. That's why you guys didn't have the slightest thought of resisting, Tree Elder said. But don't worry too much. It's just a warning. It should be those 2 little monkeys that have angered it. Listening to the words of the Tree Elder, they suddenly remembered the roar of the violent ape. Those 2 little monkeys. What on earth did they do to be able to anger such a powerful dragon? The scaled earth turtle said. Because of a person. There is something that needs your help. Go find the person who caused the dragon might to descend. I want to talk to him. The forest tree king did not elaborate as it looked in the direction where Lin Tian was. Everything, still, starts with this one. We're on our way. The 6 king-level spirit beasts nodded and turned to leave. The old tree looked into the distance and shook itself helplessly, its bright green leaves clattering. This guy, why is he here again? Brother Lin Tian, stop fighting. If you keep fighting, my young master will be ruined. Seeing that the time was almost up, Old Li rushed out and blocked Lin Tian, grabbing the vines that Lin Tian was about to draw down. His eyes blinked frantically. Lin Tian immediately understood what he meant and said angrily, "Get out of my way. Don't say you're his bodyguard. Even if someone from the Luo family comes, I'm going to smack this little bastard to death today. He almost killed all of us." Brother Lin Tian, my young master is still young. Let him go. Old Li pleaded. Luo Tianyu choked. Brother Lin Tian, I really know I'm wrong. I won't in the future. Really? Lin Tian lent a hand. Really? Luo Tianyu nodded repeatedly. Next time, I'll whip you to death. Lin Tian threw the already broken vines inside his hand aside. He had long seen Old Li and a few of them, just to see a few people did not come over. Lin Tian did not care. Continue to fight. Who knew that Old Li was so dramatic, picking a time to come over at about the same time. Not ashamed to be in the big family to do the bodyguard of the people. A little later, Luo Tianyu would probably have been smoked to death by him. Young master, is everything alright? Old Li untied the vines that bound Luo Tianyu and took out the potion in his hand and sprayed it on Luo Tianyu's butt. Ah, Old Li, you're gentle. It hurts. Young master, this is medicine. Spray it to get better faster. I know, but it hurts too much. Luo Tianyu grimaced in pain. Lin Tian, young master Luo, are you guys alright? What's going on? Zhao Liqing and the others hurriedly walked out, looking at the two with concern. Their eyes couldn't help but aim at Luo Tianyu's reddened ass. When Luo Tianyu saw so many people staring at his ass, he suddenly felt that he might as well let Lin Tian beat him to death. Lin Tian shook his head and said, "It's fine. You guys don't have any problems, do you?" "Well, nothing happened, just fell on my arm. It was also that roar that saved us. The violent apes that surrounded us were directly stunned," Zhao Liqing explained. "Yeah, that roar was really terrifying. I didn't even dare to take a big breath. Let's just leave quickly." I'm afraid there are even more powerful spirit beasts here. Zhang Yang said. Hurry up or you'll probably die here. Tian Qiyuan and Zhao Chengza nodded repeatedly. Alright, the mission has been completed. We should leave. Lin Tian nodded, but in his heart, he didn't feel good. Right now he didn't know if there was anything wrong with bloodshed, and he hadn't gotten his hands on the mana of life yet. Luo Tianyu covered his ass. Knowing the whole time he didn't dare to say a word out. Lin Tian had warned him long ago that no one could say anything about what had just happened. His own brother hit himself at least is to stay hand, but Lin Tian hit him that is under the hard hand. He estimated that his ass without a month's time is not good. The future can only lie down to sleep. Let's leave once we've packed up. Don't look at me with this very aggrieved look. Lin Tian glared at Luo Tianyu. Luo Tianyu scrunched his neck and nodded. Zhao Liqing and the others were worried in their hearts. Luo Tianyu was the young master of the Luo family. Lin Tian had fought like this, and he didn't know if he would run into trouble. However, in his heart, he also admired Lin Tian. After all, this little guy had almost killed all of them. A group of people left the great forest of Shangtong. Luo Tianyu's hand was carrying an angry ape that was tied up. From time to time he would give it a slap on the head to vent out the aggression in his heart. Wait. Chapter 22, Unexpected People, Police Day Extra. The 100-flower fairy sat on the head of the green lark and flew through the large forest, looking around at the leaves of the trees, which were all pointing in one direction. The 100-flower fairy knew that that was where the person Grandpa Tree was looking for was located. Soon, the 100-flower fairy saw the location of Lin Tian's few people. Little Yuner, let's go down and stop them. 100-flower fairy said. As the green lark flew down, the 100-flower fairy looked at them and said, "Wait a minute." The wind stopped and the green lark landed behind the crowd as the 100-flower fairy looked at a few people. The sudden sound caused the crowd that was just about to leave the upper pond great forest to stop their steps and turn to look behind them at the same time. Only when they saw the green lark and the 100-flower fairy, they were directly dumbfounded. And Old Li came to the front of the crowd and held out his hand to block them. "You guys be careful. These are 2 king-level spirit beasts." Old Li's gaze was vigilant, and his heart secretly cried out in pain. These 2 king-level spirit beasts were even more powerful than those 2 violent apes, and were not something his king-level white tiger could deal with. They just captured a king-level spirit beast cub angry ape. How come they just drove away 2 king-level violent apes, and then such a powerful king-level came? "You guys don't have to be nervous, we won't kill you." The 100-flower fairy could see their nervousness and hurriedly explained. The crowd had a vegetable face. The king-level spirit beast actually opened its mouth and spoke, and said that it wasn't here to kill them. Should it be so bizarre? Lin Tian's gaze landed on the 100-flower fairy's body. His beast sentinel talent had lost its effect at this moment, and he couldn't tell the true level of the king-level spirit beasts yet. It was just that humanoid spirit beasts that could open their mouths to speak were really rare, and the general Imperial beasts that could open their mouths to speak also needed to be at the Imperial level of strength. It was also true that he didn't sense any malice from these 2 spirit beasts. Roar! The moon god Shadow Tiger roared and suddenly landed in front of the crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhao Liqing exclaimed in shock at the sight of the tall and powerful lunar god Shadow Tiger and silently took a step backward. Immediately following it, the dark night evil snake of over 100 meters appeared, a pair of vertical pupils staring at the crowd, spitting out its own scarlet snake letters, and following it over behind it was the underworld thunder scorpion. 5 king-level spirit beasts appeared in front of the crowd. Even Lin Tian, who had the strongest mental quality, couldn't help but feel a little scared at this time. Not enough strength. There is no way to do it. It's time to wimp out or wimp out. It couldn't be because the dragon's might emitted by the blood fiend had attracted their attention and wanted to strangle him here in advance. Could it? Lin Tian didn't have the mind-reading technique and didn't know what was going on in the hearts of these spirit beasts. He didn't dare to guarantee it. Before the crowd's shock wore off, another large turtle arrived, rolled its eyes a bit, and lowered its head to look at the crowd. 6 king-level spirit beasts surrounded them, and the scene was a little too intimidating. "Young master, it seems that there is no way for me to protect you this time." Old Li let out a bitter smile. With 2 king levels he could still put up a fight, but now there are 6 king-level spirit beasts. He still fights for a hairline. Directly choose a cemetery here to die. Could it be that they are also because of this little monkey? It's always okay if I let it go. I don't want it, and I won't come out in the future. Luo Tianyu was scared in his heart and couldn't help but put the angry ape down. I didn't realize that today would be my last day living in this world. A wave of sadness rose within Zhao Lixing's heart. "Hey, do you guys have any regrets?" Zhang Yang suddenly said. Instead, he relaxed in the face of a rank 6 king-level spirit beast. He was going to die left and right anyway, so he might as well relax a little and chat with each other. "What I regret the most right now is running out, and even dragged you guys to accompany me to die. Luo Tianyu lowered his head and choked. Don't talk about this matter, and we won't really blame you. Zhang Yang smiled. My biggest regret is that I won't be able to see my beautiful neighbors. Tian Qiyuan sighed, his tone containing endless regrets and lingering feelings. No wonder you guys like to lick other people's feet. Zhao Lixing said. Zhang Yang, Tian Qiyuan, Zhao Chengza. No, Lao Zhao, are you sure what you just said? Is it possible to say it directly? Is not it a little oldly? Luo Tianyu. Zhang Yang and Zhao Chengza's gazes simultaneously looked at Tian Qiyuan. I don't have this fetish, Tian Qiyuan said with a reddened face. We didn't say you did either. Why are you so anxious? Zhao Chengza revealed a smile that I understood. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. The meaning was in the words. Tian Qiyuan secretly said that it was over. His reputation for a lifetime was destroyed at the last moment. But how could Zhao Liqing know about his fetish for licking his feet? Tian Qiyuan touched his face, thinking of the time when he had just entered the great forest and lost consciousness. And when he woke up, he found that his face was a little sore. Tian Qiyuan's special fetish made the crowd's mood relax quite a bit, and no one noticed a leaf lightly falling down and finally landing at Lin Tian's feet. That's him. The 100-flower fairy's eyes lit up as she pointed at Lin Tian. The crowd froze and looked at Lin Tian in unison. What the hell? Lin Tian looked at the 100-flower fairy with a dumbfounded expression. What a hilarious scene. 6 King Grade 9-star spirit beasts are actually bullying our human royal beast masters here. Isn't it a bit of bullying the few with the many? The 100-flower fairy was just about to say something when a very powerful voice suddenly came from the sky. A black light fell. Boom! The black light landed in front of the crowd, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Cough cough cough. It's a bit choking. Out of the smoke came the sound of a man coughing. The 6 king-level spirit beasts and Lin Tian and the others were all a little confused as they looked at the person who was constantly flapping his mouth and nose. Oops. Sorry, didn't get the force right. The person who came was wearing a pitch-black and incomparable combat suit, with a half-black mask that only revealed his nose and below, and with an apologetic look in his eyes. He looked towards Lin Tian and the others. The surrounding king-level spirit beasts he didn't place in his eyes at all. Next to him was a pitch-black lance, the tip of which had completely disappeared into the earth. What on earth is this man doing here? Appearing suddenly and very pretentiously falling from the sky? This was the only question in the crowd's mind. Pretending to be a bully also depends on the situation, right? The masked man didn't explain either, and directly faced the 6 king-level spirit beasts with a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. You fellows are really dishonest. How dare you want to kill our human Imperial beast masters? Do you want the Imperial beast heavenly king to come here and exterminate you? This person said very arrogantly, pulling out his black lance in his hand. The 6 king-level spirit beasts looked at the masked man in a daze, confused as to what was going on in this guy's head. Was he not a little bit abnormal? Where they wanted to kill these human Imperial beast masters. If they wanted to kill, they would have done it just now. They wouldn't have waited until now. Lin Tian's gaze looked towards the black lance that the masked man had drawn out and his pupils shrank, his eyes filled with shock. The lance he had seen before. The Emperor-level Imperial beast soul-chasing ghost spirit lance. Only one person had such a lance spirit beast. Yen Yang Imperial Beast Kingdom's 4th generation Imperial Beast Heavenly King Nangong Yangming. Chapter 23, The Chatty King. Lin Tian wondered inside his heart. Nangong Yangming should be on the abyssal battlefield, leading the human royal beast masters to fight against the abyssal beasts. How could he appear inside the upper pond great forest? Roar! The moon god Shadow Tiger let out a provocative cry. You're a crazy person. When did we have to kill them? Master, it scolded you. A human voice came out of the black lance and pointed at the moon god Shadow Tiger. The lance suddenly spoke, and all but Lin Tian, who knew the situation, were confused. They had already seen 100-flower fairy speak human, but it at least looked like a human and looked like it could talk. But a lance can talk. What is this situation? Could it be that this lance is a royal-level spirit beast? As if to confirm the crowd's thoughts, Nangong Yangming raised his spear and gently dropped it down. A terrifying pressure descended, directly pressing down on the body of the moon god Shadow Tiger. Roar! The huge moon god Shadow Tiger was directly pressed down, unable to move, looking at Nangong Yangming with fear in its eyes. The leaves clattered around them as if to say something. Fine, I know, Nangong Yangming said. The pressure disappeared and the lunar god Shadow Tiger stood up. Only its tail was pinned and it didn't dare to be reckless at all anymore. This tiger, what a too little cutie. If it weren't for Tree Elder, this guy would probably be wasted. I really can't understand why such a stupid guy can have such strength. The few remaining king-level spirit beasts exchanged spirits, all of them mocking the moon god Shadow Tiger. I'll give Tree Elder face and say what the situation is. Nangong Yangming looked towards the 100-flower fairy. Yes, we've come to find him. The 100-flower fairy pointed at Lin Tian. Him? Nangong Yangming glanced at Lin Tian with some surprise, not seeing anything different. The strength is very weak. Intermediate Imperial Beast Master. One shot can zap it. Well, there are some things that may not be convenient for so many people to hear. The 100-flower fairy communicated with the lance through her spirit. Nangong Yangming then revealed a second look as his spear turned to face and an invisible barrier appeared, wrapping Lin Tian and the 100-flower fairy in it. You guys talk. Nangong Yangming said. Grandpa Tree asked me to take you there. We really aren't here to kill you, the 100-flower fairy said as she looked at Lin Tian. This Grandpa Tree you're talking about, I don't recognize him, and right now I have something very important that I need to go back quickly, Lin Tian said. Now that Bloodshed's situation was still unclear, he had actually given up on life mana in his heart. The big thing when he went back was to seek Luo Qingyao's help. Even if he was asked to sell his body, he wouldn't hesitate for a moment. Grandpa Tree said that if you don't go over, he'll tie you back up. 100-flower fairy said somewhat timidly, and also glanced at Nangong Yangming on the side. Lin Ten. No, is Tree Elder so rogue now that he's learned to kidnap? Nangong Yangming looked at the 100-flower fairy in dismay, then glared. You'd better say it clearly, or I'll have you arrested. Hearing Nangong Yangming's naked threat, 100-flower fairy shrunk her head. It's the dragon wick from earlier. Grandpa Tree said it had something to do with you, and it had some things it wanted to talk to you about, so it sent us to find you. Don't worry. We really mean you no harm. As long as you go back with us, you can ask for whatever you need and Grandpa Tree will agree. The 100-flower fairy's little mouth blathered, afraid that she would be arrested. The masked human Imperial Beast Master in front of him was too scary to look at. Hearing the 100-flower fairy finish her words, the face of Nangong Yangming on the side turned brilliantly, his eyes looking oddly at Lin Tian next to him. The dragon's might he felt in midair just now was surprisingly related to this intermediate royal beast master. Funny, isn't it? That is the dragon power of the emperor level. Thinking through his head, Nangong Yangming was unable to connect the emperor-level dragon might with the Lin Tian in front of him. Lin Tian was silent for a long time. Sure enough, it was because of what happened to Long Wei. And now that Nangong Yangming was still here, so could this guy have been attracted here because of Long Wei as well? Lin Tian didn't want Nangong Yangming to know about this matter in his heart, and now it seemed that there was no way out. Outside, Luo Tianyu and the others watched 100-flower fairy's little mouth crackle with something, but they couldn't hear any sound at all, and they were all puzzled in their hearts. But with so many king-level spirit beasts watching here, they didn't ask, except for Luo Tianyu who was a cutie, who had changed now that he had been smacked by Lin Tian. Everyone else was smart and there were some things that were not for them to know. There was also this guy with a spear in his hand, who was so strong that if they weren't allowed to overhear the conversation, it might have been this guy who made it happen. Only bodyguard Old Li fell into silence, glanced at Nangong Yangming, and lowered his head again. This person, he already knew who it was. It was just hard to figure out why this great man would appear here. Could it be that there was a problem with the abyssal battlefield, and that they wanted to capture all the Imperial Beast Masters who had been on the abyssal battlefield before? Lao Li is a little worried inside. If it is really like this, he goes or not. His parents are old. He really do not want to go. No one knew that bodyguard Old Li had so much inner drama. If Nangong Yangming had known, he would have poked a shot from that hole in the back of Lao Li to that small hole in the front, and then asked Lao Li fiercely if he was that kind of person. You guys go back first, I'll leave after them. As the barrier disappeared, Lin Tian looked at the crowd and said, but brother Lin Tian, what if you are in danger? Should I let Old Li follow you? Luo Tianyu said with some worry. Old Li on the side stared with wide eyes, and howled angrily in his heart, young master. You can't play like this. I'm going in to send death to the share. He. You're Luo War's youngest son, aren't you? Didn't your father tell you about me? Nangong Yangming looked at Luo Tianyu and laughed. Luo Tianyu looked at the masked man and shook his head honestly. Nangong Yangming's face under the mask was suffocated red, gritted his teeth and said, Luo War that, when I go back I have to teach him a good lesson. Old Li bowed his head and didn't say anything, silently mourning for his own master. It's your youngest son who pits. It's not that I don't want to stop it, it's that I don't dare. Alright, all of you go back, with me here. If anything happens to him, I'll exterminate the upper pond great forest. Nangong Yangming said. Go back, Lin Tian said. You be careful, we'll go first, I'll buy you a drink when it's safe. The crowd said goodbye to Lin Tian and left the place. Let's go. There are still some things I'm more curious about and I happen to want to ask you about them. Nangong Yangming saw them leave and looked at Lin Tian with a fiery gaze. Lin Tian held his forehead with his hand, and inside his mind, he couldn't help but recall the painful memories he had once had. If Lin Tian was given a choice right now to shut up Nangong Yangming forever, he would absolutely choose this without any hesitation, because this guy is a talker. This guy was also the last person Lin Tian wanted to run into too early since he was reborn. Chapter 24, Tree Elder's Request. Your name is Lin Tian, right? Hello? We'll be brothers from now on. My name is Nangong Yangming. I'm quite a bit older than you. You can call me Big Brother from now on. Don't worry. Recognize me as your big brother. Definitely won't let you suffer. No one in the entire Yin-Yang Imperial Beast country dares to bully you. Even if those strong people from other countries want to bully you, they have to think carefully. I see you're a freshly graduated Imperial Beastmaster, right? You're not too old. Do you have a girlfriend yet? And what place did you come in on your graduation exam? And that long way that these little creatures were talking about just now, does it really have anything to do with you? This is something I'm really curious about. Can you tell me what's going on? Don't worry. I'm very tight-lipped. As long as I don't want to say anything, I'll never say anything. Geez, don't go so fast. Wait for me. Lin Tian covered his ears and quickly stepped away from Nangong Yangming's side. The veins on his forehead rippled. The irritation in his heart had gone up to the highest level, and all he could think about inside his head was how to draw out the alloy dagger and seal Nangong Yangming's mouth. However, Nangong Yangming seemed as if he didn't know, chasing after Lin Tian and asking questions all the time. The rank 6 king-level spirit beasts behind them looked at each other in dismay and could only slowly follow them over. And you haven't been to the abyssal battlefield yet, have you? Do you want me to tell you what it's all like there? I'll tell you, those abyssal beasts are really big to no bounds. You see that little black snake back there? Don't see it is now 100 meters quite long, but with those abyssal beasts compared to the others, even their sticks can't be compared to the sticks. That tiger is a kitten in front of the abyssal behemoth, adorable beyond measure. Lin Tian turned his head and looked angrily at Nangong Yangming. So you're not one of the thousands of children of the abyssal beasts, in your size? What the hell? I'm the descendant of an abyssal beast. Your kid is insulting me. I can beat those guys into grandchildren, Nangong Yangming said. Then, reacting to the fact that Lin Tian's words were a bit wrong, he blushed and said, "How dare you kid scold me? He. A mocking sound rang out, not from Lin Tian, but from the long spear inside Nangong Yangming's hand. Nangong Yangming's entire face darkened as he looked at the lance in his hand and snorted coldly. You tell me, what should I do to make you shut up? Lin Tian looked at Nangong Yangming somewhat helplessly. Nangong Yangming's eyes lit up, and with a hefty smile, he said, tell me about it, that long way. I'm really curious. Actually, I don't know. Lin Tian sighed and said, what the hell? You don't know? How could you not know? The tree elder couldn't possibly be lying. Otherwise, why would it be looking for you? Nangong Yangming said angrily, I really don't know. I'm only an intermediate level Imperial Beast Master. What can I know? Lin Tian said. The matter of the dragon might. He really didn't know about it. Reasonably speaking, Bloodshed only had the memories of his last life. His strength had completely disappeared, and it was even more impossible for the Emperor-level dragon might to be exerted. But the truth was right in front of his eyes. The Bloodshed had really cast out the dragon might. Lin Tian also wanted to go back and ask Bloodshed what was going on. He always felt that Bloodshed's rebirth was strange. You really don't know? Nangong Yangming looked at Lin Tian suspiciously. I really don't know. Lin Tian was helpless. Alright, then I won't ask. Nangong Yangming was a little disappointed. Why did you come back from the abyssal battlefield? Is that side entering a truce now? What if you're not there in case those bastards from the abyss sneak in? Lin Tian blurted out a sentence off the top of his head. After he finished speaking, he froze himself and turned his head to look at Nangong Yangming, only to see that he was also looking at himself incredulously. You seem to know my identity? Nangong Yangming's gaze blazed. Lin Tian's brain was down for a moment, and when he heard this, he hurriedly said, I just did a fortune telling for you, and I know that you're a very powerful person, able to deter the abyssal beasts, so I'm just asking you. Nangong Yangming thought carefully for a while and nodded. Then you calculate for me if I can save Blue Star. The Nangong Yangming who said these words had a faint pressure on his body that enveloped Lin Tian. Lin Tian knew that if he didn't find a way to solve the problem, he was afraid that Nangong Yangming would really poke him with a gun. This guy was not a reasonable person. Lin Tian raised his hand and pinched it in a pattern, and only said after a long time, I can't. 3 years later you'll still run into a death robbery. If you can't avoid it, you're dead. If you avoid it, you'll be seriously injured. Nangong Yangming's eyes narrowed as the intimidating pressure on his body disappeared and the corners of his mouth reared up in a smile. Ha. The math is pretty accurate, but I won't die that easily. The threat of the abyss hasn't been completely eliminated yet, so how can I possibly die? Lin Tian inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. In the back, Nangon Yangming didn't continue to say anything and kept thinking about what Lin Tian had said. Will he really be able to avoid the death penalty 3 years from now? The matter of the death robbery was not something that Lin Tian alone had told him about. There were 2 other people who had told him about it. One being the president of the Imperial Beastmaster Association's headquarters. The other one, the grandson of this president. Both men had the gift and the ability to foretell the future with their Imperial beasts. And now an additional intermediate Imperial Beastmaster had told him that he had a death wish. Lin Tian arrived at the depths of the Upper Pond Great Forest, and when he saw the so-called Tree Elder, there was some surprise in his eyes. How could a wood-attribute king-level spirit beast be so senile? Lin Tian's gaze then went to the mana of life. It was a good thing that could cure bloodshed. He had to bring it back. You have returned. The Tree Elder gently shook the leaves to show that the 2 were welcome. Tree Elder, these top-tier king-grade spirit beasts, can you lend them to me and return them to you in 2 years? Nangon Yangming looked at Tree Elder and said, the first thing he wanted this time when he came over, was to ask for king-level spirit beasts, so that Blue Star's side could increase its strength a bit. The second unexpected thing that happened was Dragonwick. And look what happened. Now that the second thing is out of the way, that leaves this last thing. As soon as the 6 king-grade spirit beasts heard Nangon Yangming's words, they instantly quieted down, not daring to say a word, and looked at Tree Old Man in unison. Tree Elder sighed and said, I have no way to make a decision on this matter. If they want to go, they will naturally go. Upon hearing this, the 6 king-level spirit beasts quieted down. You old tree, don't think I don't know that they all listen to you. You've rejected me so many times. You really don't give me any face. Be careful, I'll knock them all unconscious and take them away. Nangon Yangming said, Yang Ming, I have more important things to discuss with this little brother. You can evade for a while and I'll give you an answer afterwards. How about it? The Tree Elder looked at Nangon Yangming and said. Nangon Yangming looked at Lin Tian, and then at the Tree Elder, and with a cold snort, he disappeared as a black light, and in an instant, the person had already arrived at the outskirts of the Upper Pond Great Forest. Only then did Tree Elder turn his gaze towards Lin Tian, revealing a kind smile. Little brother, I have a favor to ask and a request. Chapter 25, The Clueless Heavenly King. The Tree Elder's words had just fallen, and the leaves around him clattered, forming a forest barrier. Nangon Yangming, who was waiting outside, snorted coldly, knowing that there was no way for him to eavesdrop. I'm just an intermediate-level Imperial Beastmaster. I can't give you much help. Lin Tian looked at the Tree Elder with a calm gaze and continued. The formation of this forest should have a lot to do with you. If you can't break through to become an Imperial level, I'm afraid you can only live for 100 years. Tree Elder smiled, not caring about his lifespan. I originally appeared to form this forest, and now that my mission has been accomplished, as for how much lifespan I have, I don't really care. Grandpa Tree, you'll only live for 100 years? The 100-flower fairy looked at Tree Elder somewhat nervously. As a 100-flower fairy who had been taken care of by Tree Elder, it was a bit hard to accept that Tree Elder only had 100 years of life left. Don't worry, after becoming an Emperor level, my lifespan can be restored for 100 years. There is still hope. The Tree Elder glanced at the 100-flower fairy. The other 5 king-level spirit beasts were silent. The reason why they listened to the Tree Old Man was because the weak ones, who accepted the Tree Old Man's protection, slowly became powerful. As for how much life was left in Tree Elder had once told them, but they just didn't expect Lin Tian to be able to see it at a glance as well. Little brother, does that Emperor-level dragon pressure have anything to do with you? Tree Elder inquired. There is a relationship, Lin Tian admitted with a big smile. I've lived for more than 100 years. I've seen real dragons, and I've felt this kind of powerful pressure. But how could I have never expected to be able to feel this kind of powerful pressure again from an intermediate-level Imperial Beastmaster here? Tree Elder let out a sigh of emotion. Lin Tian frowned as he looked at Tree Elder. He really wasn't sure what Tree Elder had found himself over for. Its soul power is unstable, and the dragon power it releases is also unstable. It should have suffered a serious injury to its soul. This is a leaf of my tree. If you need life nectar, you can come here to get it. A turquoise leaf fell down and stopped in front of Lin Tian under the control of the Tree Elder's power. Lin Tian was silent and received this turquoise leaf. He didn't expect that this Tree Elder would be able to sense that something was wrong with the Blood Fiend's soul through the pressure. This was a bit scary. If it wasn't for this forest, I'm afraid that Tree Elder would have long since broken through to become an Emperor level. It's just that this forest has dragged it down. With Lin Tian's eyesight, the moment he saw the Tree Elder, he realized that this forest was connected to the Tree Elder, and all the spirit beasts' every move here. It could see whenever it wanted to. It is not a single individual, but a group. You can ask whatever you want. I will tell you if I know, Lin Tian said. He had taken all the favors from others, so naturally he had to give a little back. Actually, I want to find a way for them to continue upwards. Tree Elder's gaze looked towards the 100-flower fairy and the other king-level spirit beasts. The 6 king-level spirit beasts were confused at the same time, looking at Tree Elder with some confusion. Lin Tian was only an intermediate-level Imperial Beast Master. How could he show them the way to go upwards? Similarly puzzled was Lin Tian. The words of the Tree Elder were just too strange. He was a bit confused. Little brother, don't need to be puzzled. This is what a person told me. The future of the Upper Pond Great Forest will suffer a destruction. In order to avoid this destruction, I have to do something. There is no hope for me to break through to the Imperial level in a short period of time. I can only rely on them. Tree Old Man explained. What? The 6 king-level spirit beasts were simultaneously startled and looked at Tree Elder incredulously. This matter was something they really didn't know. You want me to save the Upper Pond Great Forest? Also, what person told you that the Upper Pond Great Forest would meet destruction? Lin Tian looked at the Tree Elder. The Upper Pond Great Forest suffered destruction that didn't even happen in the last life. So how could it happen this time? It couldn't possibly happen in the situation that it was in. Was it because of his rebirth that caused the butterfly effect? And who was that person that Treehugger mentioned? This person. You will see later. I can't tell you now. Tree Old Man said. Tree Elder, what should we do? The scaled earth turtle looked to Tree Elder. Yeah, we can't let our home be destroyed. I still have so many wives and children. Moon God Shadow Tiger said. Its words caused a blank stare from the king-level spirit beast. Little friend, what should be the path of their emperor level? The Tree Elder looked towards Lin Tian. If you want to reach the emperor level, you must sense the laws, and the best way to sense the laws is to experience life and death. The abyssal battlefield they must go. I don't dare to guarantee anything else. At least within 3 years, one of them will definitely break through to the Imperial level. Lin Tian said. With your words, I'm relieved that they can all return. Tree Elder said with a smile. Lin Tian was once again confused. The way things were going was completely different from what he had expected. Just now, Nangong Yangming had said that this fellow had come many times, and the Tree Elder had not let these king-level spirit beasts leave. So how come the Tree Elder was relieved when he said this instead? All of them returned, and Lin Tian fell silent, realizing what Tree Elder meant. It was wanting all of these king-level spirit beasts to come back alive in the end, not die on the abyssal battlefield. But can it really be done with just his word? All of you will have to leave the forest for the abyssal battlefield in the future. So enjoy the rest of your time. Tree Elder looked at the 6 king-level spirit beasts and said. The 6 king-level spirit beasts were silent. The Tree Elder was now no longer stopping them from traveling to the abyssal battlefield. Yang Ming, you can come in now. The Tree Old Man's voice was transmitted to Nangong Yangming's ears. Nangong Yangming, who was waiting outside, appeared in the form of a black light, glaring at the Tree Old Man and opening his mouth to say something. They will go to the abyssal battlefield. I'll determine the time, so you don't have to rush. Tree Elder said. Cough cough cough. Nangong Yangming's words that had just reached his mouth were swallowed hard as he looked at Tree Elder incredulously. No. Why did you suddenly figure it out? Tree Elder? Nangong Yangming was really confused. He had come so many times, and Tree Elder did not agree to let the king-level Imperial beasts from the Upper Pond Great Forest go to the abyssal battlefield. So how come in this moment of time, he agreed? His gaze looked towards Lin Tian, and a thought that he didn't even want to believe popped up inside his head. It was because of Lin Tian that the Tree Elder had agreed. Well, they've been comfortable here for too long, and they need to see some danger. Tree Elder said. Alright, since I've decided to go, I won't say anything more and thank Elder Tree for his help this time. Nangong Yangming spoke solemnly. Little 100 flowers, prepare some life mana and give it to this little brother. Tree Elder said. The 100 flowers fairy flew to the side of the life nectar and used her power to condense a flower in midair, loading it with some life nectar, and the flower's petals automatically closed, wrapping the life nectar in it, with the power of the little 100 flowers to maintain it. The power of the mana of life will not dissipate for half a month, so if you still need it, you can come again. Tree Elder said. Thanks a lot. Lin Tian said. This is my meager return gift. It's not worth mentioning. Tree Elder smiled. Lin Tian was silent, and the Heavenly King was confused. Inside Nangong Yangming, Riddlers deserve to die. Chapter 26, Healing the Blood Fiend. In Begonia Town, the Blood Fiend who had unleashed an Emperor-level pressure fainted. Its body collapsed and its breathing became weak. Zhang Xiaoya and Gui Yuqian hurried over. Sister Xiaoya, what should we do? Zhang Xiaoya broke open Bloodshed's eyes and looked at them, and checked some other places. Her face was a bit ugly. The outburst of that pressure just now had obviously overdrawn the Blood Fiend's soul power, and now its soul power was definitely very weak. Circle. Dot. Zhang Xiaoya shouted. Circle and Dot waddled over. The dragons might still had a bit of an impact on the two of them, and they hadn't completely recovered yet. Circle came to the top of the bloodthirster, and the tentacles dropped down and attached themselves to the bloodthirster's body, and began to examine it. After some time, the Circle's tentacles retracted. Zhang Xiaoya's face became even more ugly as she looked at Guo Yuqian and said, "Right now its soul power is extremely unstable. It needs materials that can consolidate its soul. Can your father find them in the fastest time possible?" After the examination just now, Zhang Xiaoya had been able to determine what condition the bloodshed soul was in. "This, need to call," Guo Yuqian said. "No need to call. I have it here." The sound of high-heeled shoes rang out, and LV Chanqian arrived with a suitcase and a bag, and when she saw that bloodshed was unconscious, there was worry in her eyes. "Teacher, why are you here?" Guo Yuqian looked at LV Chanqian in surprise. "Just when I arrived here, I felt a very terrifying force. I didn't expect it to be released by it." Lu Chanqian's eyes were complicated. Zhang Xiaoya looked at LV Chanqian, and after realizing that she was Guo Yuqian's teacher, she nodded and said, "You have soul consolidation materials? Well, inside this box are two very ordinary soul-restoring grasses." Lu Chanqian passed over the box inside her hand. The soul-restoring grass was found by her own connections, and she had just gotten her hands on it and sent it over. Lin Tian. This child was already pitiful, and now he had contracted the fire lizard that had failed to evolve. As a teacher, she didn't want to see Lin Tian being slowed down from becoming stronger because of these things. So a few days ago, she asked Guo Yuqian for the address, and sent it over the first time after getting the materials, and even she didn't think that it would be such a critical moment. "Leave the rest to me." Zhang Xiaoya took the box and went inside the room to start getting the potion. "Where did Lin Tian go?" Lu Chanqian looked at Guo Yuqian and asked. "Lin Tian went to the upper pond Great Forest. Sister Xiaoya said that there are materials there to cure the blood fury soul." Guo Yuqian said. "So dangerous, and he's all alone." Lu Chanqian's voice drew up a few points. "I know that too, but when he went, I couldn't stop him at all." Guo Yuqian said bitterly. "And don't worry, teacher. Lin Tian definitely won't be reckless. He will definitely come back." Lu Chanqian was a little worried in her heart, and took out two file bags from inside her own bag and said, "This is the acceptance letter from Royal Beasts University. Hand it over to him when he comes back." "Good." Guo Yuqian took the acceptance letter and a smile appeared on his face. It was two acceptance letters. Not only was there one for Lin Tian, there was also one for him. In other words, he could also go to the Imperial Beast University with Lin Tian. "I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. If there are any more materials of this type, I'll send them over." Lu Chanqian said these words and turned around to leave. "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Guo Yuqian waved his hand. After Lu Chanqian left, Zhang Xiaoya walked out with a purple potion and slowly fed it to Bloodshed. Drinking the potion, Bloodscream's breathing was much smoother, and she let Circle check again to make sure her soul was stable before she sighed in relief. "Let it rest. The soul has stabilized for now," Zhang Xiaoya said. "Well, I just don't know when Lin Tian will return," Guo Yuqian said. "If he finds the life mana, he will definitely come back," Zhang Xiaoya said. An hour later, a black light descended from the sky and landed in front of Zhang Xiaoya's house. This pose of falling from the sky, handsome or not, Nangon Yangming fiddled with his flirty hairstyle and said. However, Lin Tian's figure was long gone from his side. "How dare you not wait for me? What's the hurry?" Nangon Yangming grumbled in anger and followed him, walking inside Zhang Xiaoya's house. "Sister Xiaoya, I got the life mana," Lin Tian shouted as he came inside the courtyard. At the back, Zhang Xiaoya and Guo Yuqian rushed out. "Lin Tian, you're finally back." Guo Yuqian hurriedly ran over. "How is the situation with the Blood Fiend?" Lin Tian asked. Right now, he was most worried about Bloodshed's physical condition. Now that it's stabilized, that power that the Blood Fiend erupted with, is it related to you? Zhang Xiaoya asked as she looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. He encountered danger in the Great Forest. "Let's talk about this matter later. First give me the life mana. The Blood Fiend has just awakened. It's just the right time to feed it and drink it," Zhang Xiaoya said. Lin Tian took out the life mana and handed it to Zhang Xiaoya as he followed along to the back. Guo Yuqian looked at the disappearing two people, scratched his head, and was about to go over, when the rest of his eyes suddenly saw a person wearing a mask walk in. "Who are you?" Guo Yuqian asked. Nangong Yangming, who was looking around, turned his head at the word. His eyes lit up when he saw Guo Yuqian. He laughed. "My name is Nangong Yangming. What's your name? Ah? Do you want to recognize me as a big brother? Ah? Don't worry, as long as you agree, no one will dare to bully you in the future," Nangong Yangming said as he put his arm around Guo Yuqian's shoulders. Nervous, Wei Yuqian rolled his eyes and removed Nangon Yangming's hand from his shoulder and went to the back of the courtyard. Nangon Yangming froze and looked at Wei Yuqian, cursing as he followed him in. The blood fiend looked at the sky listlessly, thinking in its heart when Lin Tian would be able to come back. When it heard Lin Tian's voice, it instantly came to life, and its eyes became animated. He was ready to stand up to greet Lin Tian, but because of his body's weakness, he slumped down once again. Soon, the figures of Lin Tian and Zhang Xiaoya appeared in front of its eyes. Roar! Blood Fury let out a low roar. Master, you're back safely. Blood Fury, I brought back the life mana. Drink it. Lin Tian came to the blood fiend's side and squatted down. Stroking its head, Zhang Xiaoya squatted down and opened the bud, revealing the emerald green life nectar inside. Bloodshed lowered his head and took a big gulp of life mana. As the last drop of life mana was licked clean by the blood fiend, only then did the blood fiend raise his head again to look at Lin Tian. Much more comfortable. That's good. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. As soon as the life mana entered its body, it sensed that its injured soul was gradually recovering, only to lose its effect after recovering halfway. The only way to truly heal it is to go to that relic and find the body of that dragon. Holy, how did it get hurt so badly? Nangon Yangming arrived and exclaimed in shock upon seeing the blood fiend. The blood fiend also saw Nangon Yangming and was first stunned before extending his own claws to cover his ears. Here comes the chatterbox. Chapter 27 Heavenly King is a little angry. Aya, what's wrong with it? Even its soul is injured. Is it you kid mistreating it? If it's really you, I'll poke you to death with one shot. No wonder you're going inside the upper pond great forest. You should be looking for the life mana for it. But although the life mana can heal the soul's injuries, it can't cure its injuries at all. This little thing's soul injuries are too severe. Do you need my help? I can help. That's not right. Why are there still 2 bulges on the back of this Imperial beast of yours? This is a failure of evolution, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, this is a fire lizard, isn't it? With 2 buns growing on its back. Is it going to grow chicken wings? Aya, I've said so much. Why don't you answer me a bit? Lin Tian? And how did it fail to evolve? You couldn't have caused it. It shouldn't have. I don't think you're that stupid. Nangon Yangming chattered on and on. Lin Tian, Zhang Xiaoya and Wei Yuqian simultaneously threw over gazes that wanted to kill. And only after sensing that the atmosphere around them was not right did Nangon Yangming shut his own mouth. If you shut up and chat properly, we can chat properly. If you can't chat properly, you can leave, Lin Tian said. Who is this guy? Zhang Xiaoya asked as she looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian had just come back and this guy came in. It could only be someone Lin Tian knew. Usually the ones who came to find her were the people of Begonia Town. There would be no outsiders. Well, he's a talker, Lin Tian said. Lin Tian, how do you talk? How am I a chatterbox? Little girl, my name is Nangon Yangming. You can call me Big Brother Nangon. I'll cover you in the future. Nangon Yangming glanced at Lin Tian somewhat unhappily and revealed another smile to Zhang Xiaoya. She is the daughter of General Mighty Tiger. Lin Tian said stiffly. Ahem. Then it looks like you can't call Big Brother. You should call me Uncle Nangon. Handsome is right. Nangon Yangming hurriedly changed the topic. You know my father? Zhang Xiaoya looked at Nangon Yangming in confusion. Well, recognize. The 2 of us are good comrades. That you have water in your house. After talking so much, I'm a bit thirsty. Nangon Yangming said. Go sit inside the room. Zhang Xiaoya said as she pointed to a room off to the side. Nangon Yangming walked in with his lance, and as he entered, he didn't forget to ask Lin Tian to follow him over. You rest here first, just don't go in. I'll deal with this guy. Lin Tian stroked Bloodshed's head. Master, you are invincible. Blood Fiend encouraged Lin Tian, taking advantage of the fact that his body was now almost recovered. Bloodscream stood up and slipped away. It didn't want to see Nangon Yangming or it would go crazy. Lin Tian walked inside the room and made a cup of tea for this current Imperial Beast Heavenly King and poured a cup for himself. Kid, this Imperial Beast of yours, it's not simple, and your ambition is not small. Nangon Yangming had wanted to take a sip of tea. He had just stretched out his hand and retracted it. The water was a bit hot. Well, that's right, it can evolve into a giant dragon. But its first owner wasn't me, it was my younger brother, who failed to evolve and was abandoned by my brother. Lin Tian said. What the hell? Abandoned? Nangon Yangming looked at Lin Tian with some dismay, successfully ignoring the point. There's no need to make a fuss. You should have seen quite a few of them. Lin Tian glanced at Nangon Yangming, and in his heart, he sighed that the 4th generation Heavenly King was still quite a bit smoother when he was serious. You're right. I've seen quite a few of them, but every time I see them I'm still a bit angry. What are those guys from the Imperial Beast Master Association doing? And they don't know to improve the law. Nangon Yangming said angrily. Can you manage it? Lin Tian said. Nangon Yangming was silent. He knew that he couldn't control it, but those people from the Imperial Beast Master Association, did they ever control it? Even if the Abyssal Battlefield held the main force of the entire group of Imperial Beast Masters, it wouldn't take up much energy to manage these things. Inside every city, there are at least a few king-level Royal Beastmasters, and there are many senior Royal Beastmasters as well. If a king-level Royal Beastmaster can't manage it, can't a senior Royal Beastmaster manage it? This matter, it seems that it still needs to be strengthened. If it continues like this, and everyone abandons their royal beasts, I'm afraid that we, the human race, are truly doomed to extinction. Nangon Yangming sighed. Just so you know, Lin Tian took a sip of tea. In his heart, he knew that even if Nangon Yangming decided to severely arrest this matter, it wouldn't be of much use unless the crisis in the abyss had been resolved. I can help with its soul injury, but I have no way to help with the evolutionary legacy. Nangon Yangming looked at Lin Tian and said. Speaking of this, Nangon Yangming froze and asked, did you just say that it can evolve into a giant dragon? If this fire lizard was able to evolve successfully, it would mean that a giant dragon spirit beast would appear in the Yin-Yang Imperial Beast Kingdom, and when it became powerful in the future, it would be an emperor-level giant dragon. The pressure of an emperor-level dragon alone was not something that could be compared to an ordinary emperor-level imperial beast. Lin Tian nodded. Asterisk. You kid wants to go to heaven. Nangon Yangming looked at Lin Tian in shock. A giant dragon. He doesn't even have one. Lin Tian was silent for a moment and nodded, while releasing the green fury. The green fiend that had just appeared immediately shrunk his body and flew to Lin Tian's side. This is. Nangon Yangming rubbed his eyes and looked at them uncertainly. With a right angle on its head and a pair of claws. How is this little thing so similar to a dragon? Asterisk. Nangon Yangming was horrified. It's a scaly dragon. What kind of luck are you, kid? The first royal beast is actually a Jiaolong. The second royal beast has a chance to evolve into a giant dragon. You kid can't be trying to become the new royal beast Heavenly King. Nangon Yangming looked at Lin Tian with wide eyes. Lin Tian nodded and said with a smile, that's why you need to step up and work hard to improve your strength. In the future, the position of the Imperial Beast Heavenly King will most likely be mine. Nangon Yangming sighed and said, if you really have an Eastern Divine Dragon and a Western Giant Dragon as Imperial Beasts at the same time, and you don't want the position of the Imperial Beast Heavenly King, I'll give it to you as well. Only that's until you grow in strength. Or it's all bull. But you have 2 dragons. Can you get me one too? Nangon Yangming eyed it. Dragons. Who wouldn't want them? Especially the Eastern Divine Dragon. How handsome that is. I'll try my best. Lin Tian laughed, and in his heart, he belabored the words, thinking about fart eating. I believe you kid can do it. Come on, memorize my phone number. I'll contact you later when I've found a suitable Imperial Beast. First things first, if you hang up on me, I'll skewer you with one shot. Nangon Yangming took out his own cell phone. The two men exchanged numbers with each other. Really don't need my help? Nangon Yangming inquired once more. With his help, Lin Tian's Imperial Beasts could recover their souls faster. There's really no need. I have my own arrangements. Lin Tian shook his head. If the Blood Fiend couldn't hold out, he would definitely agree. Right now there was no rush. If he wanted the Blood Fury to completely evolve into a giant dragon, he still had to look at the relics. That was where the Blood Fury would truly metamorphose. And it wouldn't take much longer now until the relics opened. Chapter 28. Hello, my name is Luo Tianming. With a depressed mood, Nangon Yangming disappeared as a black light under Lin Tian's gaze, which was filled with reluctance. It wasn't until the black light completely disappeared from his eyes that Lin Tian breathed a complete sigh of relief. This chatterbox, finally gone. For Nangon Yangming, Lin Tian's feeling was that it was appropriate to place in the battlefield to fight all the time, and that he could not clear out. 3 years? 3 years? Will I be able to possess my first Emperor-level Imperial Beast? Lin Tian's eyes were deep. For the first 3 years of his last life, he wasn't really even too outstanding, and he really showed off his strength when Bloodshed broke through the king level and evolved into a giant dragon. At that time, he went straight to the abyssal battlefield, and it was only after he arrived there that he truly became powerful. Logically speaking, he only possessed a king-level Imperial Beast and was not supposed to head to the Imperial Beast battlefield. But who let Nangon Yangming hang in the situation on the battlefield, which was evenly divided, took a sharp turn for the worse, and only then did he let them, these super Imperial Beast Masters, take the top. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed. Luo Tianyu obediently stood inside the living room of the hotel room. The bodyguard Laoli stood quietly at one side, not saying a word. In front of Luo Tianyu, there stood a young man with sword brows and starry eyes, very handsome, only at this moment, his eyes contained anger. He was Luo Tianyou's brother, the Luo family's eldest young master Luo Tianming. Just for a king-level spirit beast cub, you almost killed 5 people. Luo Tianyou, you've grown. Luo Tianming looked at his brother, his teeth itching with anger. If Old Li hadn't informed him, he wouldn't have known that his brother had snuck out so that he wouldn't have to study. Brother, I really know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Luo Tianyou lowered his head, not daring to speak loudly. If you really know that you're wrong, go back and study hard, and strive to become a royal beast master as soon as possible. Become a super royal beast master, and enter the abyssal battlefield to go and fight. Both of your parents are fighting in the abyssal battlefield, and you prefer to want to be a dude. So how will those people from the big families look at us? Luo Tianming raised his hand and wanted to slap Luo Tianyou. Seeing his pathetic look, he still held back from doing it. Eldest young master, after this incident, young master has grown a lot. You can give him a chance, and young master has already been taught a lesson. Old Li said from the side. Luo Tianming looked at Old Li and said, Uncle Li, he's not a child anymore. Why are you following his nonsense? If you continue to be like this, don't blame me for being merciless. And what does it mean that Tenshou has been taught a lesson? Luo Tianming first warned the bodyguard Laoli and then asked about this matter. Ahem. It's actually one of the people in the team this time who was very knowledgeable and explained a lot of knowledge about spirit beasts to the young master, who now has a strong thirst for knowledge. Of course, because of the young master's recklessness, he hung the young master up and beat him. Bodyguard Old Li said. Luo Tianming froze and gave Luo Tianyou an odd look in his eyes. Does he know whose family you are? No, knowing that you're a member of the Luo family and beating you up. So raw? Brother Lin Tian is different from the others. He actually takes care of me. In fact, when he was in danger, he was planning to fight for his life to protect me. Brother Lin Tian? You still call him brother? Luo Tianming looked at his brother in dismay. Luo Tianyou's temperament he still understands. This kid that is not afraid of anyone. In the past he was afraid of himself. Now it seems that there is another person he is afraid of. This Lin Tian brother of yours. I should thank him properly for saving your dog's life. Luo Tianming said. Yes. I also want to say goodbye to brother Lin Tian before I leave. Luo Tianyou's eyes lit up. Do you know where he is? I'm going to ask. Stand up and let's both fight. The green fiend returned to its original body size and stared at the blood fiend with defiance. I'm a wounded man now, and I'm too old to talk to children. Blood Fury was as steady as Mount Taishan, and when he glanced at Green Fury, his gaze was just like looking at a small child. Even with a little bit of coddling, it now had memories of its past life, and its character was gradually transforming, especially now that it was living in retirement in general, which still had a relatively large impact on its character. A life I never enjoyed in my last life, but now I'm finally enjoying it. Pissed off. I'm going to duel you. Green Fury twisted back and forth in the air in anger. The Blood Fiend just looked at the Green Fiend with a smile in his eyes, unperturbed. As long as I don't die, you can only be the Crown Prince. The Green Fury glared, completely out of temper, and with a grunt of anger, he shrunk his own body and plopped down on top of the Blood Fury's head. On the side, Lin Tian and Gui Yuqian were sitting on a plate while meditating to raise their respective spiritual power. Young Imperial Beastmasters were the fastest to raise their spiritual power through meditation. The speed of raising spiritual power would decrease when they got older. The difference between Super Imperial Beastmasters to Epic Beastmasters wasn't just the raising of spiritual power, it was more the use of spiritual power. 2 hours later, Lin Tian opened his eyes. His spiritual power had improved a bit, but there was still a long way to go before he was a senior Beastmaster. Fatty, how is it? Lin Tian looked at Gui Yuqian who was at the side. The promotion is a bit slow, but don't worry, I'm definitely able to keep up with you. Gui Yuqian hemmed and hawed. 3 months if it's fast. Half a year if it's slow. It's enough for you to become a senior Imperial Beast Master. Lin Tian said with a smile. Why can't we raise to senior Beast Royal Master in 2 months? Gui Yuqian asked as he looked at Lin Tian. It's better to daydream less. Lin Tian laughed. The two men stood up, ready to go back to their room and get some rest, and had just come to the front when 3 men walked in from outside. Brother Lin Tian, I've come to find you. Luo Tianyou, who was walking at the front, waved his hand happily after seeing Lin Tian. Old Li in the back flashed a smile. The person in the center was Luo Tianming. Lin Tian was slightly stunned after seeing Luo Tianming, and in his heart, he belabored a sentence. The 18-year-old Luo Tianming was actually so handsome as well. It was worthy of being a face that wreaked havoc on young girls. Ready to go back to Tianjing City? That little monkey nah? Lin Tian looked at Luo Tianyu and asked. Well, my brother came to pick me up and take me back. The cubs are inside the hotel, Luo Tianyu said. At this moment, Luo Tianming took a step forward and arrived in front of Lin Tian, extending his hand. Hello, my name is Luo Tianming. Lin Tian stretched out his hand and shook Luo Tianming's hand and said with a smile, Hello, I'm Lin Tian. Thanks to your help this time. Or else my brother probably wouldn't have survived. Luo Tianming laughed, his gaze glancing if anything at the Green Fiend and Blood Fiend. Through his talent, he was able to tell that these two Imperial beasts were not simple. I originally took the mission. Protecting him is also within the mission. There's no need to say thank you, Lin Tian said. Luo Tianming was silent for a moment and asked, In any case, thank you. Will you go to Imperial Beast University in the future? Lin Tian hesitated for a moment and nodded his head. Not sure yet. I haven't received an acceptance notice from the Imperial Beast University. The acceptance notice was sent out some time ago. You shouldn't have not received it? Luo Tianming looked at Lin Tian with some consternation. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly and Lin Tian hadn't been admitted to the Imperial Beast University? Lin Tian froze. He wasn't accepted. Chapter 29, The Truth. No. Both of us have been accepted. Gui Yuqian, who was at the side, hurriedly said. Luo Tianming and Lin Tian simultaneously turned their heads to look at Gui Yuqian. Luo Tianming was surprised that this person next to Lin Tian had also been accepted. And Lin Tian was asking why Gui Yuqian hadn't told him in the first place. You know the situation at that time. I forgot to tell you. Gui Yuqian hemmed and hawed. Since you'll be entering the Imperial Beast University, I'll see you too then. You can send me a message when you arrive and I'll pick you up. This is my business card with my contact information on it. Luo Tianming handed Lin Tian a business card of his own. Lin Tian took the business card and glanced at it. It had Luo Tianming's name written on it. Then a phone number, 101-860-4538. Other than that there was nothing else. Good. I'll remember. Lin Tian smiled. The two people chatted briefly and Luo Tianming left the place with Luo Tianyu. For the next few days, Lin Tian was here at Zhang Xiaoya's place to improve his spiritual power. And occasionally, he would let the Green Fury have a battle with Zhang Xiaoya's Imperial Beast to improve its practical combat ability. Gui Yuqian wouldn't be here all the time. He made a trip back to Chaocheng from time to time, not knowing what he was going to do. The opening of the Imperial Beast University was 1 month after the new year, counting half a year, so long enough for him to raise his strength to Senior Imperial Beast Master, and even complete the second stage of Blood Fury's evolution. However, the most Lin Tian is still the opening of the relics. According to reason that relics should be opened now, he remembers that it is the time of these days, the specific day he really cannot remember. All in all, on this trip to the ruins, he had to deal with the issue of Bloodshed Soul, as well as Linya, a bomb full of uncertainty. The reason he didn't tackle Linya at first was purely because he didn't have the time. Linya was still inside Chao City all the time, so it wasn't good for him to make a move. But entering inside the relics, even a god couldn't save Linya. Lin Tian was sunbathing with his Imperial Beast when his cell phone suddenly rang with a ringtone. I look up to see. The moon chants, how many people dream and fly with chicken wings? The sudden ringing of the cell phone caused Blood Fiend and Green Fiend to turn their heads at the same time to look at Lin Tian. Who sings this song? How come they've never heard it before? How come it's so awful? Won't they have nightmares if they hear it at night? Lin Tian smiled embarrassedly, took out the cell phone Luo Qingyao had given him and connected the call. Lin Tian, I'm sending you a document. As for what to do, it's all up to you. Luo Qingyao's voice rang out from inside the phone. What documents? Lin Tian was a little confused. It's about your parents, Luo Qingyao said. Lin Tian's breath stuttered and his entire body became serious. About his parents' documents. Why did Luo Qingyao want to investigate his parents? Was there something going on? Right. There's one more thing. We found a sealed space. We just haven't unlocked it yet. After we unlock it and take you in, when will you probably be able to become a Senior Imperial Beast Master? Luo Qingyao asked. It might take 3 months, Lin Tian said. Not really interested in this sealed space, but he was still very interested in the merit points. Good. There's enough time. There's something strange about this space. We don't have a clue at the moment, but of course you take care of your own business first. I'll support you in whatever you do, and I'm sure you know how to do it. After Luo Qingyao said this, the phone was hung up. Lin Tian was a bit puzzled, a bit confused as to why Luo Qingyao was saying this, but he still clicked on the file that Luo Qingyao had sent over. Seeing more than 100 pages of PDF, Lin Tian sucked in a breath of cool air. The Sword Bureau, this is his parents investigated. Lin Tian had just thought that this was a simple investigation document, but about him, there were actually only 5 pages of content. The rest of the content, which was about his parents, took up more than 50 pages. Further back, it was about Lin Xulong and Zhang Yu and Linya. Lin Tian's gaze was gloomy as he read it, killing intent surging in his heart. Master, what's wrong? Bloodshed looked up at Lin Tian. Did something happen? Qing Jai also looked up at Lin Tian. Lin Tian took a deep breath, easing his mood filled with killing intent, and shook his head at his two partners. It's okay, it's something about myself. Lin Tian returned to the room, took out his cell phone, opened the photo album, saw the family of 3 photos inside, his eyes a little moist. Lin Tian resembled the man by 7 parts, while the other 3 parts resembled the woman. And these 2 people were Lin Tian's biological parents. So, that's the truth. Lin Xiaolong, Zhang Yu, you guys are really good at this. If it wasn't for the investigation by the Sharpshooter Bureau, I'm afraid I would have been kept in the dark all this time. Lin Tian turned off his cell phone, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Since he was reborn, all he wanted was to raise his strength as soon as possible, solve the trouble of the abyss, and by the way, solve the matter of Linya. Not to say kill him, at least waste this guy, which was also considered to be for the sake of Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu who had raised him for 8 years. But now it seems that he was the one who thought wrong. The cause of his biological parents' deaths he only knew was an accident. But now it seemed that the people who killed his biological parents were not the 2 people, Lin Xulong and Zhang Yu. Lin Tian had to admire both Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu. For what kind of reason did they still raise themselves? Was it guilt? Aren't you afraid that someday he'll know the truth and kill them himself? In that case, I'll take back a little interest first. Lin Tian took a deep breath, found a piece of paper and pen, and wrote down a letter. The next day, Guo Yuqian came to Zhang Xiaoya's place early and Lin Tian gave him this letter. Help me find someone and send them inside Linya's house. Lin Tian said. Guo Yuqian took it and then pinched it to make sure that it was really just a piece of paper inside, and then nodded his head. Going to draw the line? It's not just about drawing a line, it's about settling scores. Lin Tian said flatly. That's fine. It's better than keeping the relationship delineated. Guo Yuqian said with a smile. By the way, have you heard anything rumored about the Imperial Beast-Master Association? Lin Tian asked. I haven't heard about it. Why? Is it something important? Guo Yuqian was puzzled. It's fine. If anything really happens, I'll definitely bring you along. Lin Tian said with a smile. That's a must. The 2 of us are brothers. Guo Yuqian heatedly smiled. He then made a phone call and asked a person to come over. Lin Tian then said the time to send out this letter before that person left. The 2 cultivated here again, raising their spiritual power. At this moment, inside the Chao City Imperial Beast-Master Association, the president's office, Zhang Haitao hurriedly walked in from outside, and as soon as he entered, he saw Li Changjian sitting there, his face full of anxiety. What's going on? Zhang Haitao inquired. A relic has appeared, and there are several Imperial Beast Masters trapped inside. Chapter 30, Opening of the Relic. Ruins? Ruins can still appear around Chao City? Zhang Haitao looked at Li Changjian in confusion. His expression like, are you kidding me? How could there be relics appearing around Chao City? A small 3rd-grade city. It wasn't like he hadn't quietly explored it in the first place. I don't have to lie to you. It's true. Now that this relic has been opened, it's estimated that quite a few Imperial Beast Masters have already discovered it. It's just 30 kilometers to the south. Li Changjian rubbed his eyebrows and said, surprisingly, there really are relics appearing. I didn't expect it at all. But this is a good thing. There should be quite a few resources present inside, and there's no particular danger. Zhang Haitao also got serious. Relics and world fragments are essentially the same. They just appear at different times. The world fragments were brought over by the Abyss 130 years ago, and the relics were fragments of worlds that had appeared before 130 years ago, and because of some special reasons, they had fused with the Blue Star long ago. Compared to the world fragment, which was full of unknown dangers, the ruins were much safer, as the creatures inside were almost dead, and even if there were any surviving creatures, they wouldn't be very strong. Moreover, if a world fragment wanted to go in, it could be broken open with violence outside, but the relic would open on its own, and it was not even a thought to try to break it open through violence. There was also a restriction of strength to enter the relics, and if you were too strong, you wouldn't be able to enter at all. A good thing is a good thing, but we Super Imperial Beast Masters can't get in, Li Changjin said. Ha? We can't get in? Zhang Haitao was confused. He was also thinking that he would be able to go in so that the resources inside could also be exploited to the greatest extent reasonably. And now that they couldn't get in, it was a bit difficult. The relics appeared suddenly, and if it wasn't for those few Imperial Beastmasters who mistakenly got trapped in them and had no choice but to let their own Imperial Beasts pass on the message, I wouldn't have known about the relics until now. I went over there when I first received the news. I couldn't get in, but the association's senior Imperial Beastmasters can get in, with the upper limit of strength being a senior Imperial Beastmaster. If you want to rationally develop this relic, you can only allow high-level Imperial Beastmasters to enter it, but according to the news they passed over, the scope of this relic isn't small, and it contains a lot of resources. Since it appeared in our Chao City, then we can't let other city Royal Beastmasters take advantage of it here. It's best to let all of our Chao City's Royal Beastmasters enter it. Li Changjian rubbed his brow and had a bit of a headache. He couldn't enter it. It was just that a lot of things that could not be controlled would happen when a senior Imperial Beastmaster entered it. Old Li, although your idea is good, there are some things that we can't control. Zhang Haitao frowned. I also know that, but it was originally something that couldn't be controlled. Since I decided to let go of this relic, I was already prepared to accept the result. Old Zhang, your blood is a bit cold. Li Changjian's gaze was stern. Zhang Haitao didn't deny that his blood was indeed a little cold. I'm going to spread this matter so that more Imperial Beastmasters will know that they want to become powerful to go to this relic to grab the chance. By the way, issue a quest to rescue the trapped Imperial Beastmasters. The quest reward will be in materials, and it doesn't matter who saved them in the end. Li Changjin said. The news of the discovery of the relics in Chao City began to spread throughout the entire Chao City area like the wind. But in just a short period of time, the entire city's high-level Imperial Beastmasters were restless. These Imperial Beastmasters were like hounds seeing their prey and began to move. Even the less powerful Imperial Beastmasters didn't dare to say that they didn't have any thoughts about the relics at this time. The materials they obtained from the relics they might not have the means to use, but it was fine to exchange some materials that they could use themselves, and without money they could exchange those materials for some money. At the same time, there were also many senior Imperial Beastmasters and intermediate Imperial Beastmasters posting about forming a group. A group of people entering inside the ruins was always much better than one person entering inside the ruins. Lin Tian and Gui Yuqian, who were in Haitang town, also received the news of the relic's opening. Prepared to depart. Lin Tian put on his combat uniform and organized what he needed. He also had a spatial bracelet that he had brought out from the world fragment, which contained the materials of the mechanical world, and was huge enough for him to store a lot of things, only that he had never exposed it. At this time, only Gui Yuqian was beside himself, and there was no need for him to hide. Don't tell anyone else. In case they find out, they'll probably kill for the treasure. Lin Tian still reminded Gui Yuqian. Gui Yuqian watched as a large pile of things disappeared from his eyes and froze as he nodded his head in agreement. At this time, Gui Yuqian also got himself a combat uniform, which rounded out his round belly. Just the two of us going in? Gui Yuqian asked back. The highest the relics could be was for a senior Royal Beastmaster to enter them. The two of them were only intermediate Royal Beastmasters. Wouldn't they be dead if they encountered a senior Royal Beastmaster? Ask Dai how if he's going. His Lightshine commander is able to increase the combat time of the Imperial Beasts, and with his help, we can make it much easier. Lin Tian said. Gui Yuqian took out his cell phone and started to contact Dai Hao. Lin Tian walked outside and looked at the Green Fiend and Blood Fiend, who were still arguing, and revealed a smile. Knock it off and get to work. Green Fiend and Blood Fiend looked at Lin Tian at the same time, and Blood Fiend's eyes were especially bright. Lin Tian had mentioned a long time ago that the relic was about to open, and now it should be the relic opening. Alas! I should have known not to forcefully evolve, or else I would have some fighting power now. Bloodshed sighed. This time it's all about healing your soul injuries. Let's not talk about evolution for now. After laying a good foundation, you can evolve again. Lin Tian stroked the Blood Fiend's head. The Blood Fiend's summoning spell appeared, and it directly drilled into it, entering inside the Imperial Beast space. Gui Yuqian walked out from inside the room and looked at Lin Tian. Dai Hao said he's going too. I told him to meet up outside. Good. Let's set off as well. Lin Tian said. Zhang Xiaoyao walked out from her room. She had heard about the relics but had no thoughts of going. Seeing that both of them were ready, she also took out the things she had prepared. Here are some medicines. If you are wounded, you can be healed quickly with these, but of course a poked heart won't cure it. Sister Xiaoya, do you expect the two of us to go in and GA? Gui Yuqian stared at Zhang Xiaoya with wide eyes, but still took the medicine in her hand. Be careful with everything. Especially pay attention to the Imperial Beastmasters. Zhang Xiaoya said. Good. Both men nodded. Zhang Xiaoya watched as the two people sat on the back of the Green Fury and flew into the air, gradually disappearing. Dai Hao was already waiting for them outside and was shocked to see the two of them, Lin Tian and Gui Yuqian, coming down from the sky. No! When did the Green Fury become like this? He remembered that Green Fury wasn't like this when he took his graduation exams, so how come he could suddenly fly now and had claws? Explain on the way. Let's go to the ruins first. Lin Tian said. The The three of them sat on Green Fury's back at the same time and made their way to the direction of the ruins. Chapter 31, I'll kill him. Son, be careful when entering the ruins. It's not as safe as inside the city. Zhang Yu looked at Linya, who was ready to set off, and kept admonishing her. Mom, don't worry, I'll be fine, Linya said with a smile on his lips. The relics had already opened. Of course he had to make a trip, and this time, Lin Tian would definitely go to the relics as well. So how could he let go of a good opportunity to kill Lin Tian? There are also a lot of senior Imperial Beast Masters going inside the relics this time. You're only an intermediate Imperial Beast Master. You still need to be careful with everything. Of course you can also move with those senior Imperial Beast Masters piece by piece. And you can ask for a little less for things. Lin Xiaolang said. You guys don't worry. I'm going this time just to go with a piece of senior Imperial Beast Masters. I won't encounter any danger. And my strength isn't weak. The two Imperial Beasts are now transcendent level instead. Linya didn't put too much stock in senior Imperial Beast Masters. The only thing he was missing right now was that his spiritual power hadn't been raised up. And some of those senior Imperial Beast Masters weren't as good as him, an intermediate Imperial Beast Master. When they really encountered a high-level Imperial Beast Master, they still didn't know who was under the thumb of whom. Linya left his house after organizing everything. Arriving outside of the neighborhood, an icy smile appeared at the corner of Linya's mouth. Lin Tian, Lin Tian, the relics have opened and your time to die has come. Linya, come on, let's go to the ruins. Two SUVs pulled up in front of Linya, and Zhao Minghai poked his head out of them. This time, Zhao Minghai would also be going to the opening of the relics, and his father had specially arranged for 6 high-level Imperial Beast Masters to ensure his son's safety. Linya got into the car and the two SUVs left. Zhang Yu and Lin Xiaolang watched Linya sit inside the car with some worry in their hearts. Since the other day, they had a feeling of uneasiness in their hearts. Will my son be in danger this time when he goes to the relics? Why don't the two of us follow him there and take a look? Zhang Yu said with some worry. Sooner or later he will leave our protection. There's no need to follow him there. Lin Xulong said. Okay. Zhang Yu nodded her head. What level is your second Imperial Beast now? Flying with 3 people at the same time. The Green Fury's endurance plummeted and was resting at the moment. On their way here, they had already seen many Royal Beast Masters heading to the location of the ruins. Their speed was naturally not comparable to those high-level Royal Beast Masters, but it was still much faster than many of the intermediate Royal Beast Masters. My second Imperial Beast, which is now just a Transcendent Mortal Level 2, is also considered a combatant, Dai Hao said. But the first Imperial Beast is now Transcendent Mortal Grade 6, and its strength has increased greatly. It's not bad. This time when you enter the ruins, you'll know what a true Beast Master should be like? Lin Tian said as he looked at the two people. Now he would have to psychologically prepare the two people, so that they wouldn't be able to bear it in their hearts when they saw some bloody images. Hearing Lin Tian say that, Gui Yuqian and Dai Hao fell silent. They weren't cuties either. Having understood what Imperial Beast Masters who entered the ruins would do, is it really going to come to that? Dai Hao asked. Well, just because there's order inside the city doesn't mean there's still order in the ruins. And in fact a lot of Imperial Beast Masters die outside the city. And they don't die in the mouths of Imperial Beasts. They die at the hands of their own people. If we meet those Imperial Beast Masters who want to kill us, if we can't beat them, then run. And if we can beat them, then kill them. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent when he said out these words. There are means of stopping real accidents during graduation exams. And inside the relics, there are none. You know. Gui Yuqian and Dai Hao both trembled inwardly, not daring to think about what they would do in the face of such a situation. After tidying up, Green Fury once again led the 3 men to the location of the ruins. Of course the Green Fury heart is not happy. It is not happy with the point is Gui Yuqian. This guy is really a little bit fat. The Green Fury would like to throw him down in mid-air. It was only after Lin Tian had persuaded and used the conditions that the Green Fury wanted the most that it willingly flew on the back of Gui Yuqian, the fat man. After an hour had passed, the 3 people finally arrived at the location of the ruins. From afar they could see that many people had already arrived here. And Cyan Fury found a place to drop by. Fatty, release your Yuan Bao pig. Lin Tian patted Fatty's shoulder and said, Ah, what's the point of releasing it? My Yuan Bao pig doesn't have any combat power either. Gui Yuqian looked at Lin Tian with some confusion. Just release it, it's useful. Lin Tian was not in a good position to explain. The green fiend on the side had shrunk its own size and landed on Lin Tian's shoulder. Gui Yuqian nodded and released the Yuan Bao pig. The Yuan Bao pig that had just come out was still a bit confused. The guy was useless except for sleeping. But in the next second, the Yuan Bao pig let out a mournful scream and circled around Gui Yuqian continuously. And behind its butt, there was a small green tail. Ah, Green Fury, You bit my Yuanbao's butt again. Guo Yuchen exclaimed in shock and hurriedly picked up Yuanbao pig. Green Fury glanced at the Yuanbao pig's ass, which had a neat row of tusks on it, and gave a contented smile. Green Fury, what's your fetish? Why do you like to bite the Yuanbao pig's ass? Dai Hao looked at Green Fury with some confusion. However, the Green Fury simply ignored him, coming to Lin Tian's head and yawning as he began to sleep. Lin Tian, you have to give me an explanation. Guo Yuchen looked at Lin Tian furiously. Only now did he remember that when Lin Tian had returned from Shangtang, he had also asked him to release the Yuanbao pig, and then Qin Shi had given his Imperial beast a bite. It was only because I didn't think about it in that direction that I overlooked it just now. Lin Tian somewhat awkwardly glanced at Guo Yuchen. Green Fury had this fetish, and he didn't know why. Why don't you go take a bite out of the Green Fury? Lin Tian asked tentatively. Get out, Guo Yuchen growled. Lin Tian hemmed and hawed and led the two people to the location of the entrance of the relic. Three handsome men. Would you like some dinner? Come, come, come. Living goods Those who need living goods can come here to buy weapon. Who wants a weapon? The ruins are full of danger. Buy a weapon for defense. The area around the entrance to the ruins was full of vendors. Is there anything else we need to prepare? Dai Hao looked at the two men. Nope. Lin Tian shook his head. The things to be prepared, they had already prepared. The three didn't stay here too long and arrived at the entrance to the ruins. The entrance to the relic was a crack that was 10 meters in length and more than 3 meters in height, through which some scenes inside could be vaguely seen. At this time, there were already many people entering inside the relics, and Lin Tian's three people also walked in, their figures directly disappearing. Inside the small area, Zhang Yu and Lin Xiulong were holding a letter inside their hands, and there was some fear inside the two hearts. They didn't expect that Lin Tian would know the cause of death of his own parents. Quick, tell your son to hurry back, Zhang Yu said hurriedly as she took out her cell phone and sent a message to Linya. Soon, Linya returned a message. I'll kill him. Chapter 32, Fire Spirit Fruit, Mr. Lu's reference chart. Looking at the message Linya sent over, both Lin Xiulang and Zhang Yu froze. The two of them had never thought that their own son would say something like this no matter what. Let's follow over and take a look. Now that our son may have entered inside the relic, Zhang Yu anxiously looked at Lin Xiulong. By the time they received the letter, 2 hours had passed since Linya left. After reading the contents inside the letter, they were also shocked. The matter of framing Lin Tian for the death of his parents had already been over for so many years, and they had never thought of exposing it. But now, how could it be suddenly exposed? When they first adopted Lin Tian, it was also because of a trace of guilt, and something else that could only be obtained by adopting Lin Tian. Go over and take a look. I'd like to see this little bastard. Lin Tian, dare to do this, Lin Xiulang said with a gloomy face. Lin Tian wasn't their biological son after all, and had used him in the first place. There wasn't really any affection between the two sides, and the reason he didn't secretly kill Lin Tian was purely because he didn't want other people to notice. Now it seemed that it was impossible not to kill Lin Tian. The matter had been exposed. If they didn't kill Lin Tian, Linya would most likely die, and at that time, Lin Tian might even tell the law enforcement officers about it. They are shooting themselves in the foot if they tell law enforcement about this on their own. Lin Xiulang understood that right now he and his wife belonged to a dilemma, so it would be better to just do it and kill Lin Tian in the relics without doing anything. Lin Tian had died in the relics anyway, and it didn't have anything to do with them. Linya saw Zhang Yu send this message just as he arrived at the entrance to the ruins. Looking at the message sent by his parents, Linya's heart had many thoughts. The first thought was that Lin Tian had also been reborn, but looking back at what had happened during this period of time, Lin Tian didn't seem to have done anything that would surprise him. But when you think about it, there are quite a few surprises. The first thing was that Lin Tian had moved away from his home and hadn't gone back until now. And then there was the fact that Lin Tian had gone out of his way to contract the fire lizard that he had given up on. During the graduation exam, Lin Tian seemed to look at him differently, and that look contained anger and a hint of mockery. Lin Tian, if you've been reborn as well, then I'll kill you once more. Linya turned off his cell phone. His current strength was not something that Lin Tian could compare to. As long as he obtained enough materials in the relics, the Ghost Knight Bat would also be able to ascend to Transcendent 9 with the fastest speed. Lin Tian only had a Transcendent level Green Wind Snake, and the other Fire Lizard couldn't fight at all, even if he had help. Didn't he, Linya, have any help? Come on, let's go in, Zhao Minghai said as he looked at Linya who was still dazed. Go. Linya nodded. The two came to the entrance of the relics. Behind them stood 6 senior Imperial Beastmaster bodyguards. Such a lineup placed inside the relics could be said to be the first tier of strength. The group of people entered inside the ruins and the scene before them changed. In the distance is a volcano. The location of the crater has rolling black smoke out. in the volcano's mid-level position, can vaguely see a building complex. That complex was, in fact, a very magnificent palace, and it was unknown what kind of status the owner of the palace originally had, being able to build out a palace comparable to a first-class city. Where are we going? Zhao Minghai inquired as he looked at Linya. Go to the palace complex. There are a lot of materials outside the ruins, but there is less scrambling. There will be more materials inside that palace complex. Let's go there first and scavenge the materials there, Lin Tian said. A palace? How did you know that it was a palace complex? Zhao Minghai froze. From their current position, they couldn't see the building at all. Dreamed about it. Linya didn't explain too much. Lin Tian, Wei Yuqian and Dai Hao had already entered the ruins for an hour at this point, and had encountered many materials in the middle of the journey, but those things were all being fought over by senior Imperial Beast Masters, and they were weak, so they naturally didn't have any ideas. The battle between the high-level Imperial Beast Masters also made Wei Yuqian and Dai Hao realize the dangers in the ruins. Those engaged senior Imperial Beast Masters didn't care whether their opponents were dead or alive. As long as they seized the opportunity, they would let their Imperial Beasts attack the Imperial Beast Masters. The two men had seen a senior Imperial Beastmaster being burned to ashes by a commander-class Imperial Beast with flames, and there was still a shadow that existed in their hearts to this day. Lin Tian had told them when he came in that it was normal to kill people here, and that they had no contention for these materials in front of them, and could only look for the ones that no one else had found. Lin Tian recalled his memories from his previous life. There was a fire spirit fruit tree inside this relic. It was not too far from the location of the relic's entrance, but because of its hidden location, it was only discovered 3 days after the relic was opened. This time, he came over early just so he could collect all the fire spirit fruits from that fire spirit fruit tree. How much further is it before we get there? Wei Yuqian came up for air and looked at Lin Tian. It had been an hour's walk and he was long tired. Almost half an hour away, Lin Tian said. Taking a look at his surroundings, Lin Tian redirected his direction and continued walking over with the two people. The last time he obtained the fire spirit fruit, he actually picked up a bargain. At first, his strength was really too weak, and he had absolutely no competition with the senior Imperial Beast Master, and he found it by mistake, and he wasn't very sure if there was too much danger for the place where the fire spirit fruit existed. However, there was a special kind of creature in this relic space. The name was Fire Spirit Beast, and they usually guarded the site of these spirit fruits and elixirs. It was just that I didn't know how strong the Fire Spirit Beast next to the Fire Spirit Fruit was exactly. Arrived. Half an hour later, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. Where? Wei Yuqian was instantly energized. Arriving meant he could rest. Dai Hao also looked ahead, a bit puzzled, as he really didn't see anything good here. Lin Tian smiled without saying anything. There was indeed nothing strange around, but it wasn't like the Fire Spirit Fruit was up there. It was down there. Lin Tian walked over, where he saw a dark hole, looking down from above, and couldn't even see what was going on inside. Right here, Green Fury, take us down. The Green Fury instantly grew in size, its two claws grabbing Wei Yuqian and Dai Hao respectively, while Lin Tian sat on its neck, and the three of them directly drilled down. The cave entrance was very deep, and it took Green Fury a full 5 minutes to come to this spacious space underground. The cave wasn't dark, there were many red stones glowing around it, illuminating the place. Is that the good stuff you were talking about? Wei Yuqian put down the Green Fury and pointed to the front. There was a short fruit tree with a dozen or so red fruits that looked similar to apples, red in color and emitting a faint red glow. That's right, this is the Fire Spirit Fruit, Lin Tian said. Be careful, there should be a Fire Spirit Beast guarding this place. Lin Tian's words had just fallen, and around the Fire Spirit Fruit tree, those blackened stones suddenly emitted a red glow. A creature of 4 slowly rose to its feet. Chapter 33, Ruling Level Fire Spirit Beast, with reference chart. The strange creature had the head of a wolf, the body of a panther, and the tail of a fox, and its body favored a red pattern, and there was a red glow emanating from it. What is this? Lin Tian, you didn't say that it's dangerous here either? Wei Yuqian decisively moved back a few meters after seeing the Fire Spirit Beast. This is a Fire Spirit Beast. 1 tail means that it has awakening level strength, 2 tails are transcendent level strength, and 3 tails are commander level strength. This Fire Spirit Beast has 2 tails. It's a transcendent level. It's just that the IQ of this kind of creatures isn't too high, Lin Tian explained. Moreover, the Fire Spirit Beasts are unique to this relic, belonging to energy creatures and not spirit beasts. There is no way to contract them. Wei Yuqian and Dai Hao looked at Lin Tian at the same time. In their hearts there was a big doubt. Why did Lin Tian know so much about the Fire Spirit Beasts? Every day it was obvious that this was the first time everyone had seen them. Dai Hao, release your Imperial Beasts as well. This definitely won't be the only fire spirit beast next to the fire spirit fruit tree. The fact that one appears now is because they haven't realized the danger yet, Lin Tian said. Good. Dai Hao didn't ask Lin Tian why he knew and summoned his Imperial beast out. The light flare commander appeared. And the light flare commander that had just appeared released a bright light. A proper light bulb. At the same time Dai Hao's other royal beast was released. And after the graduation exams were over he was given the egg of a king-grade spirit beast cub, from which he obtained his second royal beast. Seeing the appearance of this Imperial beast, Lin Tian could not help but stare. This is clearly a groundhog, just a little big in size. 1 meter tall, chubby body, just came out and still a little confused. Staring at the fire spirit beast in front. Spirit animal, rock gopher. Attribute, earth. Grade, transcendental grade 1. Skills, shattered steel teeth. Berserk rush. Ground hole raid. Indestructible. This Imperial beast of yours? It's quite cute, Lin Tian said with a smile. Hee, it's just a groundhog that mutated. And I don't know why it's a king-level spirit beast cub. Dai Hao laughed bitterly. Originally, he thought that he would be able to obtain a very handsome and rare king-level spirit beast cub, but he didn't expect it to be a groundhog, and other than the name being different from a groundhog, he really couldn't see the slightest difference. Woo! During the time that the two people talked, the light on this fire spirit beast grew stronger and stronger, completely awakening and letting out a threatening roar, warning the three people not to come over. Leave this fire spirit beast to me. You guys be vigilant around. If another fire spirit beast appears, just do it, Lin Tian said. Good. Dai Hao nodded. Hui Yuqian currently didn't have a bit of combat power, but he still summoned his lucky cat and stacked a luck buff on both Lin Tian and Dai Hao's Imperial beasts, and when it came time to fight, this luck buff would have an unexpected effect. Green Fury. Sublime Chop. Anon. The Green Fury directly rushed over. The distance between it and this fire spirit beast was originally no more than 10 meters. And the Green Fury was a wind-attributed spirit beast. Its speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of this fire spirit beast. Without giving this fire spirit beast time to react, the 5 bone spikes on the green fiend's tail emitted a piercing light and flung themselves at the fire spirit beast's head. A white blade of light appeared in front of this fire spirit beast's eyes, and the blade of light easily landed on the fire spirit beast's head, directly jerking it out. The body of the fire spirit beast that flew out quickly dimmed down. And by the way vividly showed Dai Hao and Gui Yuqian what it meant to cut off the head with the skin attached. Because this fire spirit beast's head had already been chopped off by Green Fury's Sublime Chop, it was just short of the last bit of skin to be chopped off, so the fire spirit beast still flew out as a whole. That's settled? Gui Yuqian stared blankly at Lin Tian. The battle ended too quickly, causing him to press on and not react. How much longer do you want it to be? The Green Fury's current combat power isn't something that can be compared to what it was during the graduation exams, Lin Tian said. Ever since Blood Fury had unleashed his Emperor-level dragon might in the Upper Pond Great Forest, Green Fury had even been taunted a bit, and now after entering the Imperial beast space, it's began to continuously raise its strength, not daring to relax even for a moment, just for the two of them to fight when Bloodscream gets better. Unless there was a level suppression, there really weren't many transcendent-level Imperial beasts that were a match for the Green Fury right now. Be careful, there are still fire spirit beasts, Dai Hao told the two with a cry. There was suddenly more red light inside the cave. It wasn't the light from the crystals, but the fire spirit beast that had just awakened. A single fire spirit beast appeared in front of the three people. There were 8 of them. So many. Gui Yuqian stared blankly at the 8 fire spirit beasts. These 8 fire spirit beasts could all have 2 tails, and their strengths were all at the transcendent level. Although their team also had 3 transcendent level Imperial beasts, the opposite side had more numbers. Dai Hao, able to settle a few? Lin Tian looked at Dai Hao. Ha, leave it to me 5. You take care of the remaining 3. Dai Hao smiled easily. Well, it's up to you then. The green fiend roared as a wind blade over 3 meters in length appeared, directly cutting off one of the charging fire spirit beasts. Lin Tian was just about to command the green fiend to kill another fire spirit beast when a white light appeared and blasted a large hole out of this fire spirit beast's body. Without giving Lin Tian time to continue reacting, the other fire spirit beast's feet suddenly splattered with mud, and the round groundhog burrowed out from it. First looking around, and after realizing that the fire spirit beast was on top of its head, its 2 large fangs emitted a glow, and its claws clutched the fire spirit beast's stomach and began to tear it apart. Ow! It wasn't as if the energy-bodied fire spirit beast couldn't feel pain, and as this groundhog bit into its stomach, intense pain struck it, causing it to let out a mournful scream. There's still such an operation? Lin Tian stared blankly at what was happening in front of him. Such an image was something he hadn't thought about in any way. Ha, don't mind its fighting style. Dai Hao smiled a little embarrassed. From the beginning of obtaining this groundhog, he found that this way of fighting was very good. Before it was all training. He didn't expect that this actual battle could also play out a good effect. It was that this Imperial beast of his was a bit weak. There was no way to kill the Fire Spirit Beast in one go. Green Fury, go! The 8 Fire Spirit Beasts, before they could utilize their strength, were taken out by the 3 Lin Tian and the others, leaving a trail of corpses behind. Among them, Die House Groundhog also played out a great role, and there were 4 Fire Spirit Beasts with their legs, all of which were missing half of their legs. The battle is over. Collect the fruits of victory. Wei Yuqian cheered and prepared to pick off the Fire Spirit fruit above. Don't approach the past yet. Lin Tian stopped Wei Yuqian, who wanted to rush over. Below the Fire Spirit fruit tree, there was a pair of red eyes hidden, and after this pair of eyes sensed that Lin Tian had discovered it, they slowly stood up and a red glow appeared on their body. 3 tails, gently wagging behind them. This was a Commander-class Fire Spirit Beast. Chapter 34, Combined Decimation, got a very cute picture of a section of the Green Fury. Commander-in-Chief. Seeing the 3 tails behind this Fire Spirit Beast, all 3 of them knew what rank this Fire Spirit Beast was, and even though it was somewhat easy for them to eliminate Transcendent-level Fire Spirit Beasts, they didn't dare to be careless when faced with a Commander-level Fire Spirit Beast. It's just a Commander-level Fire Spirit Beast. It's not worth mentioning. The 2 of us can join hands and kill it just the same. Lin Tian said. Alright, how about I have the Earth Groundhog hold this Fire Spirit Beast at bay, with the Light Shine Commander in charge of the frontal battle, and your Green Fury in charge of delivering a fatal blow to it? Dai Hao asked. No problem. Fatty, doesn't your good luck cat have a doom buff now? Give this Fire Spirit Beast one. Lin Tian looked towards Gui Yuqian. Leave it to me. Gui Yuqian nodded. Roar. The Commander-level Fire Spirit Beast had a higher IQ than the Transcendent-level Fire Spirit Beast, but it was only a little bit higher. It just understood that it couldn't give Lin Tian and the others time to catch their breath. Flames shot out from its mouth, directly covering half of this cave as the blazing fire swept towards Lin Tian and the 3 of them. The Green Fury came in front of the 3, and endless gusts of wind swept in, forming a wall of wind that blocked the flames. The rock gopher revealed its sharp claws and made a hole to burrow down, quietly feeling its way to the side of this Commander-class Fire Spirit Beast. The blazing fire disappeared, and the light flare commander on the side had long been waiting for this opportunity, flinging his broad leaves and releasing 2 white blades. These 2 white blades reached 1.5 meters in diameter, and all 3 were able to hear clear sonic booms as they flew. Another attack skill of the light flare commander. Flare slash. The Commander-class Fire Spirit Beast didn't foolishly stand still and wait for itself to be cut by these 2 light blades, as it jumped out 3 meters to the back one after another, dodging past the flare commander's flare chop. With 2 poofs, the 2 blades of light landed on the ground, leaving deep marks. The Fire Spirit Beast roared. 3 flames formed a flame lance. It was about to project it out, when it suddenly felt its feet sink a little. It lowered its head to see that a groundhog was revealing its head, its 2 paws clasped around one of its hind legs, its large slate teeth emitting a shiny light. Fire Spirit Beasts. The situation happened too suddenly, not giving the Fire Spirit Beast time to react at all. Green Fury, give it a steel tail. Little thing, eat my tail. The Green Fiend roared, its tail emitting a metallic-colored glow as it came over the Fire Spirit Beast and lashed out with its tail. The Fire Spirit Beast let out a low roar, and the 3 flame lances directly reversed their direction, simultaneously rushing towards the Green Fury's tail. Boom boom boom. With 3 explosions, the Green Fiend's tail did not fall. Instead, Lin Tian's cries of pain appeared inside his mind. Hiss. It hurts. It's hot. It's hot. My tail. Green Fury dodged and ran into the distance, 2 paws cradling his pitch black tail, and could see that there were 3 places where the blackness was noticeably different, and the scales were charred. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth twitched. He had not expected this to be the case at all. The strength of this Commander-class Fire Spirit Beast was indeed a bit strong. This was still the result of Green Fury using Steel Tail, which had increased its defense by a lot. If he hadn't used this skill, Green Fury's tail would probably not have been able to keep it. Watch me. Good luck, cat. Give it a doom buff. Wei Yuqian was finally the one who found the opportunity. The good luck cat jumped in front of him and purred. A black aperture suddenly appeared on the head of this Fire Spirit Beast. The aperture disappeared after touching its head. The Fire Spirit Beast gave Lin Tian and the others a somewhat strange look. In the next second, the Fire Spirit Beast was unsteady on its feet and fell over. In front of its head, the head of a groundhog suddenly appeared, and the 2 creatures went wide-eyed as silence suddenly fell around them. The rock gopher's large fangs glowed brilliantly and came at the Fire Spirit Beast's nose, turning to burrow inside the hole. Roar! The Fire Spirit Beast roared in pain and stuck its head inside the hole in the ground, trying to find the rock gopher. The next second the fire spirit beast was completely tragic. No matter how hard it tried, its brain just couldn't be pulled out. The power of the Dune buff exploded its might once again at this time. Dare to burn my tail. Kill you. Green fury roared as a sublime slash slashed at the head of this fire spirit beast. At the same time a white ray of light shot out from the Lightshine Commander's huge flowery head. Boom! The sublime chop fell and slashed at the head of this fire spirit beast, making a loud sound, which was masked by the loud sound, as well as the sound of its skull shattering. Boom! The arrival of the blazing sun rays was the last straw that crushed the fire spirit beast, and it had just pulled its own head out when a pillar of light came at it head-on. The fire spirit beast's body could no longer support itself, leaving only its 4 legs to support itself in place as its entire body turned into pieces. Dead? After the pillar of light disappeared, the Green Fiend even went over to take a look to make sure that this commander-class fire spirit beast was really dead before he grunted and returned to Lin Tian's side, sticking his tail out for Lin Tian to take a look. Injured. Heal me. Green Fury grunted in aggravation. Lin Tian let out a bitter smile. He wouldn't be able to heal if he was asked to, so he looked at Dai Hao. Dai Hao understood the meaning of Lin Tian's voice, and the Lightshine Commander, who had just finished releasing the fiery sun rays, walked over with 8 legs, its wide leaves wrapping the Green Fury's tail. A pleasant song sang out from the mouth of the Lightshine Commander, full of life-giving wood attribute power that continuously healed the Green Fury's injured tail. After 5 minutes, the Green Fury's tail was as good as new. It was the burnt scales that had no choice but to let the Green Fury grow back on its own. Now we can collect the loot, right? Wei Yuqian looked at the fire spirit fruit tree in front of him. Let's go and collect our loot, Lin Tian said with a smile. The 3 people came to the side of the fire spirit fruit tree and picked all 10 or so fruits. There are 17 in total. How do we divide them? Dai Hao counted and looked at Lin Tian. 17 is not a multiple of 3, and no matter how you divide it, you can't divide it evenly. Let our Imperial beasts eat 12 of them. The fire spirit fruit contains pure energy that can enhance the strength of the Imperial beasts. Bring the rest of the fruits with you and sell them for money when you go out. And of course, you can also exchange them for some materials that you need, Lin Tian said. Gui Yuqian released the Yuanbao pig and then held it in his arms for dear life, not giving any chance to the eyeing Green Fury next to him. Lin Tian also released the Blood Fury. Dai Hao was surprised when he saw the Blood Fury. Lin Tian's first royal beast was the Green Wind Serpent, which had now evolved into a Jiao Dragon. The second royal beast shouldn't be so bad. I'll explain this matter to you in a while. Let the Imperial beast eat the fire spirit fruit first. Boosting strength is most important, Lin Tian said. 6 Imperial beasts in total. 2 fire spirit fruits per Imperial beast. Bloodshed looked at the 2 fire spirit fruits in front of him, opened his mouth and ate them without the slightest hesitation. This kind of fruit it had eaten. The flavor wasn't great, but it had a powerful energy inside. Boosting its strength was not bad. It was just that for the current one. It was actually a bit of a chicken ribs, and could only replenish its deficits. Chapter 35 Fight. Robbery, bloodthirsty paragraph pictures. The rock gopher looked at Dai Hao blankly after swallowing the 2 fire spirit fruits. What's wrong? Dai Hao looked at his Imperial beast somewhat nervously, thinking that there was something uncomfortable about these 2 fire spirit fruits it had eaten. Who knew that the breath of the rock gopher was a little bit stronger, and it was obvious that its strength had been enhanced. Lin Tian used his eye of true vision to take a look and realized that this silly rock gopher was already at transcendent level 4, and the 2 fire spirit fruits had raised its strength to transcendent level 4, so it was obvious how powerful the energy contained in the fruits was. As for the Green Fury, after eating the 2 fire spirit fruits, his strength didn't increase much. It was still at the transcendent mortal level 7, but Lin Tian estimated that the Green Fury's strength should be on the verge of increasing as well, and in almost a couple of days' time, it would be able to increase to the transcendent mortal level 8. Is this fruit that effective? Dai Hao also noticed the increase in his rock gopher's strength, and his mind was filled with question marks. The spirit fruits and the relics contain pure energy, and it hasn't been a short period of time since you obtained the rock gopher, and with good cultivation in the early stages, it's not surprising that these 2 fruits have elevated it to transcendent mortal level 4. Lin Tian explained. No wonder those Imperial Beastmasters like to go inside relics and world fragments. Who wouldn't like it when there's something good? Dai Hao got excited. If he obtained enough materials in here, his rock gopher might be able to be upgraded to transcendent 9, and as soon as he became a senior Imperial Beastmaster, the rock gopher would be able to become a commander class next. My Yuanbao pig and good luck cat strength has also increased. Currently Yuanbao pig's strength is transcendent mortal level 7 and good luck cat strength is transcendent mortal level 6. Gui Yuqian heatedly smiled. The time difference between the acquisition of his 2 Imperial beasts wasn't too far apart, and it was normal for this guy to have money and spare the best materials for the Yuanbao pig and the good luck cat. so it was only normal for his strength to increase quickly. Lin Tian's Green Fury hadn't eaten many good things, and it was able to have such strength solely because of the enhancement additions it received inside the Imperial Beast space. Currently, it was still a bit impossible for the transcendent level Imperial Beasts to pull away too much, and after reaching the commander level, it would be a bit impossible for Dai Hao and Gui Yuqian to catch up with the strength of the Green Fury. The three of them, Dai Hao's family background wasn't very thin. It was normal for a light shine commander to have transcendent level 6 strength, and some Imperial Beast masters with thinner family backgrounds were already at the limit now that their Imperial Beasts were up to transcendent level 4 or level 3. It was much more difficult to raise a commander class royal beast than a transcendent class one, and raising it just by eating it would be a bit slow, unless it was like Linya who possessed the talent that allowed the royal beast to raise its strength quickly. It wasn't that Lin Tian didn't have powerful Imperial Beasts. The Blood Fiend's current strength was transcendent 9, firstly because it was contracted to Linya for a period of time, and secondly because it had been eating too well at Zhang Xiaoyao's place for a period of time, and with the supply of king-level blood and flesh, it was hard not to raise its level. The crowd was in no hurry to leave this place. They had just finished eating the fire spirit fruit. Even if the level of the Imperial Beasts had increased, they still needed some time to digest and consolidate. Within this time, Lin Tian told Dai Hao about the Blood Fiend. Of course, the 88th time Green Fiend and Blood Fiend quarreled. The situation was probably that Green Fiend was furious and Blood Fiend was as steady as an old dog. Lin Tian didn't even bother to care about these two guys now. When the Blood Fiends regained their strength, the two of them would take care of themselves, and he, the Imperial Beast Master, would only need to provide the venue. Whoever loses is good for him anyway. When Bloodshed lost, it couldn't keep its face, so naturally it would cultivate even more desperately to improve its strength. As a giant dragon that had been reborn and returned, losing to a little guy that had just been contracted, it was embarrassing to talk about it. Of course the probability was that the ones laughing at it would be Green Fury and Lin Tian. These two guys would double their efforts to cultivate in order to surpass each other, and Lin Tian, the Imperial Beast Master, was happy to see it. I didn't expect Linya to be such a person. I heard that his qualification to enter the Imperial Beasts University was stripped away, and it seems like it's because of this, Dai Hao said. Linya's disqualification from entering the Imperial Beast University had long been rumored. It was just that no one knew exactly what was going on, and now he finally understood. He deserves it. Such a person would be a scourge if he enters the Imperial Beast University. Gui Yuqian sneered. The three men chatted away, in no hurry to leave, mainly because Lin Tian hadn't figured out where to go next. Only by avoiding those high-level Imperial Beast Masters could they quickly obtain the materials to enhance the strength of their Imperial Beasts. His ultimate goal, naturally, was the volcano there, and if he wanted to cure Bloodthirsty's soul injury, he would rely on the bit of goodies left behind by the dragon's bones. It's just that if you go over there now, too many people will cause someone to grab it. In his last life, it was also his luck that he mistakenly went into the volcano area, and before the other Imperial Beast Masters could realize it, he had already let the Blood Fury complete its second stage of evolution and slipped away from there. Only after 2 hours had passed did Lin Tian and the others leave from here and head to the next target location. As the day passed, all three were a bit tired and found a place to prepare for rest. Gui Yuqian put up the tent, and Lin Tian pulled out canned food from inside his own backpack, allowing the two Green Fiends and Blood Fiends to eat their fill. Dai Hao, on the other hand, found a pile of dry firewood and prepared to build a fire to get something to eat. As for the provider of the food, it was Lin Tian. He pulled out a bunch of kebabs from inside his own backpack, along with 3 bottles of drinks, and looked at Dai Hao with a blank stare. He took a look at Lin Tian's backpack, and then took a look at his own backpack. Obviously it is the same big backpack. Why does Lin Tian's backpack have so many things inside? And his backpack is just loaded with a little bit of it and then it is full. This is not scientific. Come on, Blood Fury, make a fire. Lin Tian patted the bloodshed lying next to him, reduced to making fire again. Blood Scream sighed inwardly and spat out a very small flame, lighting the dry wood on fire. Ha 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 ha. Green Fury gloated from the sidelines. Green Fury, blow the wind. Lin Tian glanced at Cheng Jia. The Green Fury who was laughing just now stopped laughing and stared at Lin Tian, the meaning of which was very clear. The fire is lit. Why do you still want it to blow? Hurry up. Don't dawdle. It will be extinguished in a moment. Lin Tian did not have the good sense to look at Cheng Jia. The Green Fury grumbled and blew the fire a little bit bigger. The Blood Fury next to it didn't laugh at it. Anyway, they would all be reduced to tools in the future. No one had to laugh at anyone. This was without an Ice Attribute Imperial Beast. Otherwise Lin Tian would have had that Ice Attribute Imperial Beast get out 3 tall glasses made of ice for drinks. For this aspect of tool beasts, Lin Tian was still very skillful in using them. Dai Hao was in charge of grilling the meat, Gui Yuqian was in charge of sprinkling the seasonings, and soon a dinner was ready. After everyone had eaten and drunk, Gui Yuqian took out a deck of playing cards. The poor Kugyu conductor transformed into a light bulb, illuminating a place where 3 people played cards. After a child's time had passed, 2 silhouettes quietly came here, slowly approaching Lin Tian and the 3 of them, and before they could approach the past, the 3 of them looked up at the same time. Chapter 36, Run If You Can't Beat Me, Zhang Xiaoya 2. Only a few notes were pasted on Dai Hao's face. Gui Yuqian had only one on his face, and the most was Lin Tian, a face that was plastered all over, only revealing a pair of eyes, and exuding a rushing resentment from his body. In an hour's time, with the 3 of them engaging in so many landlord fights, Lin Tian could not figure out, no matter what, why he kept losing and Gui Yuqian kept winning. Gui Yuqian's face only had a piece of paper on it because the guy played Dai Hao, the landlord, with Lin Tian piece by piece, and in the end both of them lost. The paper on Dai Hao's face, also because with Lin Tian a piece of playing Gui Yuqian this landlord lost. He himself did not lose a few times. Lin Tian was the only one who kept losing. There is no win. Of course there is. It is the probability is a little small. 10 fight the landlord. Only one can win. That was why Lin Tian's resentment was very heavy. So heavy that it was now at the point where he wanted to chop up these 2 people who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Big brother. This kid's cards are a bit stinky, ah? One of the shorter people saw Lin Tian's face of paper and said to the big brother next to him, "There's so much bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Swinecloud angrily scolded, although he also kind of wanted to laugh. But what they were going to do behind them was a big deal. "You 3, hand over everything." Swinecloud looked at the 3 of them menacingly. "Yes, we're going to fight and rob." Achoo! Shimon nodded his head when he suddenly felt his nose itch a bit, causing the words to not come out clearly. Lin Tian, Gui Yuqian and Dai Hao looked at each other in dismay, completely not expecting that there would still be people trying to rob them when they were about to go to sleep. Lin Tian, in particular, tore all the notes off his face as he stared menacingly at the Swineclouds and Shermeng. "You're going to rob us? Kid, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and hand over the good things you have on you. You are only 3 intermediate Imperial Beast Masters. We are senior Imperial Beast Masters. If you want to live well, hand it over, or don't blame us if you die." Swinecloud looked at the 3 men and drew out a dagger from his back waist position. Taking the dagger, it mostly has a mugging vibe to it. "Green Fury," Lin Tian roared, his resentment surging to the heavens. Originally made a fight landlord lost is very upset. Did not expect to encounter robbery. Lin Tian's heart that is even more upset. Anon, the Green Fury, who was still sleeping, let out a dragon's roar and looked angrily at these 2 guys. The Green Fury was angry when these 2 guys popped up to rob them after a good night's sleep. Lin Tian didn't release the Blood Fury. It was better for the current Blood Fury to stay in the Imperial Beast space. The Rock Gopher popped out ahead and looked at the Swinecloud and Shimon. The Kugyu commander looked at the 2 men like a light bulb, and the blinding light shook the 2 men so much that they couldn't open their eyes. The atmosphere became a bit eerie in the moment, and Shimon couldn't help but clench his ass, not daring to say a word. "Kid, if we don't have the strength, how could we dare to come out and rob? You guys don't think about it." The Swineclouds did not care and directly released their Imperial Beasts. 3 summoning spells appeared, and the Imperial Beasts of the Swineclouds walked out from the spells. When Lin Tian saw these 3 Imperial Beasts, he immediately felt a wave of pressure and much of the resentment in his heart disappeared. The Swineclouds dared to rob. Indeed, they had a bit of strength in them. There were 2 Imperial Beasts of the Commander level, and the remaining one was of the Transcendent level. "What are you waiting for? Summon your Imperial Beast." Swinecloud gave Shimon a slap on the head. Shimon froze and opened his summoning spell, and the same 3 Imperial Beasts walked out. Only unlike the Swineclouds, his strength was much weaker, with only 1 Commander-level Imperial Beast, and the other 2 Imperial Beasts were Transcendent level. 3 Commander-grade Imperial Beasts and 3 Transcendent-grade Imperial Beasts definitely possessed crushing strength for Lin Tian and the others at this moment. If they touched each other hard, Lin Tian and the others were really no match. Jia, kid, now you know our strength. I spoke nicely and you disobeyed. Next I'll let you see how your Imperial Beast died inside my hands. The Swinecloud sneered. Lin Tian, what should we do? They're very strong. Why don't we just run away? Let's leave earlier before it's too late. Gui Yuqian whispered in Lin Tian's ear. If you can't beat them, run, Lin Tian said. Gui Yuqian froze, feeling that Lin Tian had said a piece of the 3 commander level opposite them. Of course they couldn't beat them. Go, kill them. Swinecloud had no intention of giving Lin Tian and the others a chance to catch their breath and commanded his Imperial Beasts to attack. Run! Lin Tian shouted and directly ran away. The speed was so fast that both Swine Cloud and Shermeng froze for a moment. Gui Yuqian and Dai Hao both reacted and followed Lin Tian to run. The tents and other things had long been thrown in place and were not going to want them. Several summoning spells appeared at the same time, putting away their respective Imperial beasts. Only the Green Fury, after kicking up a gust of wind, hurriedly chased after him. Big brother. They ran away. Shimon stared blankly at the three people who had escaped. Damn. I'm not blind. I saw them escape. Swine Cloud said in a bad mood. Go after them. They can't escape. Green Fury, don't scratch my backpack. Green Fury grabbed Gui Yuqian and Dai Hao and flew up, then lowered his head and bit Lin Tian's backpack, bringing the three people up, just by the speed of the three of them running. They couldn't escape at all. Qingxia had just flown up with them when 5 or 6 ice cones suddenly fell from the sky. The speed of the ice cones falling was very fast, not giving Lin Tian and the others any time to react. Aang! Green Fury roared, his body constantly twisting and dodging the attacks of the ice picks, and the three people were thrown around by Green Fury. Don't you trash have a royal beast that can fly? Let it go after them. There must be something good on these three guys' bodies. We can't let them go. Seeing that his Imperial beast's attack was ineffective, the Swine Cloud fiercely slapped Shermeng, who was still dazed. Oh, that too. Shimon then responded, looking to his transcendent class Imperial beast. It was a blue-white bird-type spirit beast with a blue-white body, named Snow Moon Bird, an ice attribute spirit beast. After receiving Shimon's order, the Snow Moon Bird spread its wings and flew up, cutting a beautiful ice blue light in the night sky as it chased after the Green Fury. Attack! The Swine Cloud sat on the back of his own Imperial beast and chased after Cyan Fury from the ground. His three Imperial beasts were the Windbird Deer, the Red-Horned Rabbit and the Ice Phantom Rin, and all of them were strong Imperial beasts that had gone through the second stage of evolution. At this moment, the Swine Cloud was sitting on the very same Wind-Borrow Deer. The wind-attributed Windborn Deer was fast on the ground, leaving Shimon far behind. Shimon didn't have a royal beast that he could ride, so he could only follow behind. Lin Tian, they're coming after them. There's a flying Imperial beast behind them. Gui Yuqian turned his head to look and reminded Lin Tian. Fatty, give them a doom buff, and then let's stack the good luck buff. Green Fury, Dragon Might, Lin Tian said in a hurry. Chapter 37, Zhao Liqing's Aid, a section of the bloodshed chart provided by Reader U. Gui Yuqian hurriedly summoned out his own good luck cat, which just came out right in the air and was hugged by Gui Yuqian. Quick, get those guys a bad luck buff, said Gui Yuqian hurriedly, and then give a couple of us a layer of good luck buff. The good luck cat purred as a black circle appeared and landed on the heads of the two Swine Clouds and their Imperial beasts. Another circle of white light landed on Lin Tian's and their heads, and the good luck cat that had done this transformed into a beast tattoo that was imprinted on Gui Yuqian's neck as if it was a white tattoo. The green fiend made a turn in midair without anger and opened his mouth in a roar. The majesty from the augur was instantly released. The faces of the Swine Yun and Shermeng, who were still in hot pursuit, changed as they both felt the fear from within of their Imperial beasts. The Snow Moon Bird let out a cry of fear, its body trembling, not daring to chase after it. The Wind-Borrow Deer below was unsteady and fell to the ground, throwing the Swine Cloud sitting on top straight down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Swine Cloud cried out in horror as his entire body hit the ground face first, sinking deep into the grass on the ground. Under the intimidation of the dragon's might, it was also the time when the Doom Buffon the Swine's Cloud kicked in. The mere fact that he fell wasn't the end of it. The Windborn Deer happened to fall down as well, and in order to avoid falling very hard himself, the Windborn Deer tilted its head a little bit. But please don't forget that stags have antlers, and at this moment, the antlers had a small fork that was right against the swine's buttocks. Ow! Only a poof was heard. That was the sound of cloth tearing, followed by Swine Cloud letting out a miserable scream of being bullied that shook the sky. After Green Fury released his dragon's might, he suddenly felt a lot less pressure and something less inside his mouth. No, master! Qingshi looked down and saw Lin Tian looking at Qingshi with a lifeless expression. How could Lin Tian not have thought that the Green Fury would release his mouth after releasing a dragon might? He had been held in his mouth by the Green Fury all this time. Reacting to this, Qingxia accelerated and steadily caught Lin Tian, who was almost about to fall to his death, with his own back. It was just that Lin Tian's face was green and white for a while. His hands couldn't help but rub a certain key organ, and in his heart, he was glad that he was wearing a combat uniform, or else this time he could have gone to be a sister to a beautiful woman. Master, I really didn't mean it. Green Fury hurriedly explained. It's fine, I don't blame you. At most, I'll deduct a bit of your meals. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth revealed a smile. He had seen Imperial beasts that had pitted their masters, but he had never seen an Imperial beast like the Green Fury that wanted to wrestle its master to death. and also wanted to cut off his master's children and grandchildren. There's nothing wrong with him being single right now, but he can find someone later. There's always a day when he'll be useful. Below, Shimon rushed over. Big brother, are you alright? Looking at the swine clouds in such a miserable state, Shimon surprisingly didn't know what to do for a moment. Bastard! Hurry up and pull out the antlers. Be careful. Swine Cloud raised his head and cursed. His face was blue. He had been in this line of work for not too long. He had never planted such a big one like today. Ow! The Swine Cloud let out another mournful scream, but it was Shimon who yanked the antlers out as soon as he could, and there was still blood on top of the small section of antlers that had been stuck into the Swine Cloud's buttocks. Quickly heal me! Swine Cloud shouted in pain. Okay. Shimon's hands were busy getting his Imperial beasts to heal the Swine Clouds. After being treated, the Swine Cloud's injuries were much better, and after being helped up by Meng, he limped and looked at Lin Tian and the others above. Damn! We have to get them dead today. Asterisk them up for me, Swine Cloud said angrily. In a flash, all the Imperial beasts of the two launched an attack. In the distance, there were two people who had just stopped to prepare for a rest. It was Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang. The two of them also came across each other when they arrived at the entrance to the ruins, and the two people who hadn't wanted to form a team just happened to form a team. At this time, the two people who had harvested a lot from a busy day were preparing to eat something and take a rest. Zhang Yang had just sat down when he saw that not far away there was an Imperial beast that he was very familiar with a person sitting on top of it and two people grasped inside its claws. Brother Zhao, do you see if that's Brother Lin Tian's Imperial beast? Zhang Yang asked, pointing at the green fury in the sky. Zhao Liqing turned his head to look over, and after careful identification, he finally determined that it was Lin Tian's green fury. It's still true, but they seem to be in trouble. Let's hurry over, Zhao Liqing said. Go! Zhang Yang had just sat down and stood up again. The ice-armored beast and the black gold spider appeared at the same time, and the two of them sat on them, using their fastest speed to go straight to where Lin Tian and the others were. Green fury dodge. Lin Tian looked at the 6 Imperial beasts that kept attacking them, but their strength was completely incomparable to these two, so they could only keep dodging and looking for a chance to leave. Despite the help of the good luck buff, Green Fury was wounded twice by their attacks. Fong Bo Deer, use the storm and roll them down for me, Swine Cloud said angrily. Fong Bo Deer let out a long whistle, and a fierce wind swept through. A tornado as high as 5 meters formed, scraping up the rocks and weeds on the ground. The Green Fury was busy dodging other attacks at the moment and was flying at a very low altitude, as it was still dropping because it was dodging attacks, and as he saw that the tornado was about to hit, Lin Tian had a bold decision inside his heart. Green Fury, Brother Lin Tian, we're here to help you. With a roar, Zhao Liqing appeared in front of Lin Tian's eyes, and next to him was the smiling Zhang Yang. Lin Tian lowered his head and saw the two people, Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang, and his face was overjoyed. You're the ones who bullied my brother Lin Tian. The smile was facing Lin Tian. When he saw the swine clouds and Meng, the smile at the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth had turned into a sneer. Forest Frog, block the tornado. The forest frog jumped out of the summoning spell and the moment it landed on the ground, a thick vine rushed from under its feet towards that tornado. The speed of the vines was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they came next to the tornado and intertwined at an even faster speed, surrounding the tornado. However, in a moment's effort, this tornado was trapped by the forest frog's vine cage and gradually subsided. Zhang Yang rolled over and got down from the black gold spider. A summoning spell appeared. The beast tattoo on his body flashed and passed through the summoning spell. A hideous beast over 3 meters long appeared. Just as it appeared, it opened its own maw with a roar as sharp metal spikes formed around it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The metal sharp spikes erupted with terrifying speed, targeting none other than the 3 Imperial beasts of the swine clouds. Ice Mimic Rin, quickly block the attack. A sense of crisis ran through Swine Cloud's heart. Ice Mimic Rin floated to the front, ice attribute power erupting from its petite body as thick ice spikes continued to emerge, forming a thick enough wall of ice to block Swine Cloud and Shimon behind it. Boom, boom, boom. The roar continued, and the broken ice continued to fly apart as a thick vapor formed from the violent impact, enveloping the surroundings. Green Fury, go down, Lin Tian said. Green Fury hurriedly went down. Now it also recognized Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang, 2 people. The heart is quite relaxed. Know that there is help. Do not have to take Wei Yuchen, this fat man, to fly. Brother Lin Tian, what do you say? Zhao Liqing came to Lin Tian's side. The killing intent in his eyes had long since revealed his inner thoughts. Chapter 38, Soft-hearted Lin Tian. As an old geezer who often ventured out in the wilderness, Zhao Liqing wouldn't leave these people a chance to survive in the face of such a situation. Of course the main victim of this matter was still Lin Tian, and he still had to see what Lin Tian thought. Of course, not a single one will be left behind. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He wasn't a great benefactor. The two people, Swine Cloud and Shi Meng, were going to kill and seize the treasure. If he still kept the two, wouldn't he be leaving himself a scourge? Good, I knew you had the same idea as me, Zhao Liqing said with a smile. From the last trip to the great forest of Shangtong, Zhao Liqing could tell that Lin Tian was not as simple as a student. His heart was even more ruthless than his own old self who had already been out in the world for many years. As for why Lin Tian had such a heart, Zhao Liqing wouldn't ask much. Everyone had secrets. Big brother, they've come to help. Should we leave? Shi Meng looked at the two people, Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang, and in his heart, he already wanted to retreat. Currently, they were the weaker ones. The other side had 4 commander-level Imperial beasts, and that forest frog and ice-armored beast were clearly commander level 9, and on average, they were too powerful than their Imperial beasts. Scared less, since they dare to come. Let's kill them, Swinecloud said angrily. If you want to kill us, you have to see if you have the strength to do so. Zhao Liqing happened to hear Swinecloud's words and let out a cold laugh. A summoning spell appeared, and the last beast tattoo on Zhao Liqing's body passed through the summoning spell, and a black bear of enormous size came out of the spell. Roar! The black bear roared, a huge roar that shook the crowd's eardrums. Lin Tian, are these two your friends? They are so strong. Guo Yuqian came to Lin Tian's side. Well, I met them that time when I went to the Upper Pond Great Forest. I didn't expect the two of them to come inside the relics as well. It's fortunate that I met them, or else the three of us are probably going to be in deep trouble this time. Lin Tian said. Zhang Yang, don't hold back. Just kill them. Zhao Liqing looked at Zhang Yang next to him. No problem. Zhang Yang gave an okay sign. Zhao Liqing commanded his 3 commander-class Imperial beasts to attack the 3 Imperial beasts of the Swineclouds. Swinecloud's face changed, and he could only allow his Imperial beasts to respond to the battle. His strength couldn't be compared to Zhao Liqing's. He only had 1 Imperial beast of Commander grade 9, and the remaining 2 Imperial beasts had a Transcendent grade, which would be much weaker in terms of strength. Boom boom boom. The roar of the battle was unceasing. Watching the two Guo Yuqian and Dai Hao dumbfounded. This place was originally a flat ground, but because of the battle between the 2 Imperial beasts, it gradually became devastated. Zhang Yang also summoned all of his royal beasts. There is still a snow moon bird in the sky above. This is not a problem for Zhang Yang. His black gold spider has a good flight ability. A spider silk rushed into the air at an extremely fast speed and directly wrapped around the snow moon bird above. Despite the snow moon bird's struggles, it still didn't break free and was pulled down by a handful of black gold spider. Kill, Zhang Yang said in a cold voice. The black gold spider tied the snow moon bird in a knot, pounding its own 8 legs to the front of the snow moon bird. The front 2 legs raised. This black gold spider's legs were slender, but on the outside was a very strong shell, and it was exceptionally sharp. The snow moon bird's eyes revealed deep fear, and in the next second 2 spider legs ran through its body as the fear in its eyes solidified. Not far away, Shi Meng's face turned white as he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The death of the snow moon bird had a huge impact on his spiritual power. My snow moon bird, dead. Shimon looked at the snow moon bird's position with some incredulity. The snow moon bird lay quietly on the ground, having completely lost its breath. Hurry up and go. We're no match for them. Swinecloud's face wasn't looking so good either. Without the arrogance he had earlier, after a battle down, all 3 of his Imperial beasts had different degrees of injuries, and if they continued to fight, what awaited them would only be death. Without saying a word, the Swinecloud pulled Shimon and was about to leave. If you want to leave, it's too late now. Zhao Liqing let out a cold laugh and directly made his Imperial beast chase after him. The black bear let out a roar and erupted with a powerful aura as a huge black axe formed in midair, hacking at the 2 fleeing swine, Yun and Shi Meng. The forest frog controlled a vine that was as alive as it was, crossing and twisting to block the escape of the Imperial beasts of the Swineclouds. The ice-armored beast roared, and an ice blade formed. Green Fury, make a move. Lin Tian looked to the Green Fury next to him. The Green Fiend nodded, his eyes filled with rage as he came directly above the Swineclouds and Shi Meng, opening his mouth to let out a silent roar. The roar creates a sound imperceptible to humans by controlling the speed of the wind and the frequency of the vibrations. This skill was none other than Green Fury's demonic sound. Ah, my head, my ears. Big brother, I'm having a hard time. Help me. Big brother, we were wrong. We won't dare again. Don't kill us. The 2 people, Swinecloud and Shi Meng, covered their ears, their expressions grim with pain, their bodies collapsing helplessly to the ground, rolling over and over. Shimon was the first to lose his hold and fell to his knees begging for mercy. Swine Cloud's face was red, the veins on his forehead bulging as he looked angrily at Lin Tian and Zhao Liqing and the others. In the face of two people, Lin Tian's eyes only a piece of ice cold. Now no to beg for forgiveness. Just what went? Boom! A huge axe fell, cleaving the windborne deer of the swine clouds to death. And the vines of the forest frogs firmly controlled the swine clouds and Shimon's other 4 imperial beasts. A handful of ice blades attacked and ran through their bodies. The defenses of the commander-class imperial beasts weren't weak, and the ice armor beast's ice blade wasn't enough to kill them all. At the last moment, Zhang Yang's imperial beast performed the finishing touches. A sharp metal spike attacked, directly penetrating the brains of these imperial beasts. At this point, all of the imperial beasts of the Swine Cloud and Meng were all dead. Put. Swine Cloud and Meng simultaneously sprayed out a mouthful of crimson blood, their faces pale. The death of all the imperial beasts one after another was very serious for the spiritual power of the imperial beast masters, and the fact that the two had not died by now was already a very good situation. Green Fury, finish them off, Lin Tian said. The green fiend roared as a huge wind blade formed and slashed down. Boom! The ground kicked up a puff of smoke as the huge wind blade disappeared, leaving only 2 hacked-up bodies in its place. Wei Yuqian and Dai Hao both watched the entirety of this battle. Their mental pressure skyrocketed, and completely broke their defenses when Lin Tian finished off the swine clouds and Meng. Vomit! Both dry heaved at the same time. Lin Tian shook his head as he looked at the 2 people who were so unbearable. After all, they were teenagers who hadn't experienced a big scene. This couldn't hold up. Lin Tian didn't mean to mock the 2 of them. He wasn't much better in the first place. This is murder, after all, and normal people can't be very psychologically sound. Chapter 39, Lin Xiulang and Zhang Yu. Outside the ruins, Lin Xiulang and Zhang Yu drove up to the entrance, the 2 of them wearing their former combat uniforms, which were covered in signs of age and torn in many locations. It was their former combat uniform that accompanied both men for a long time. It's been a long time since I entered a relic. Looking at the huge entrance to the ruins, Lin Xiulang, who had gotten off the bus, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Once upon a time, he was also a frequent explorer of relics, and had experienced many life and death crises, and even his own imperial beasts had died in the process of exploring relics and world fragments. Now his imperial beasts are all undergoing recultivation. Let's go in and find our son. We can't let that little bastard Lin Tian have his way. The expression on Zhang Yu's face did not look good. Don't worry. My son's strength isn't that weak, and the 2 of them entered the relics at different times, so it's unlikely that they'll run into each other anytime soon. Lin Xiulang wasn't too worried about his son's situation. The 2 of us also inquired about this relic on the way here, so we might be able to break through to the king level here. Lin Xiulang's mouth was tinged with a smile. Once upon a time, he also had the chance to become a super imperial beast master, only because too many imperial beasts had died, resulting in severe mental damage. That's why he didn't continue to venture into the ruins for so many years. After so many years of recuperation, his spiritual power injuries had actually recovered, but his age had come up, and now if he wanted to break through to become a super imperial beast master, he could only do so by experiencing life and death. We're already old, but even if we're already old, we still have the strength, and there aren't necessarily a few senior imperial beast masters who have entered this relic that are our rivals. When he said this, Zhang Yu's face carried confidence. The 2 went inside the relics, only just coming in and seeing the relics for the first time. The 2's years of experience told them that there were many good materials here. 6 summoning spells appeared at the same time, and the beast tattoos on both of them passed through the summoning spells at the same time, turning into imperial beasts. Both Lin Xiulang and Zhang Yu's imperial beasts were both at the 9th level of commander, and they had been at such a strength for a long time. It was only that the 2 had never broken through in terms of their spiritual power, which made them stay at their current level. If any of them became a super royal beast master, then the royal beasts they contracted with could all become king-level royal beasts in an instant, and not just 1 star, but greatly likely to the extent of 5-star or 6-star. Look for materials while searching for Lin Tian, Lin Xiulang said. Listen to you. Zhang Yu nodded. That said, it's been a long time since the 2 of us have explored a relic together. Lin Xiulang suddenly revealed a gentle smile and looked at Zhang Yu. Yeah, it's not as young as it once was. Zhang Yu looked at Lin Xiulang with smiling eyes. Once upon a time, Lin Xiulang was also very handsome and she was beautiful. Let's go. Let's take a good turn around this relic first. Lin Xiulang sat on the back of his imperial beast and extended his hand to Zhang Yu. Lin Xiulang was riding a tall black horse, full of muscles and over 5 meters tall. Zhang Yu reached out, and Lin Xiulang pulled her up in his arms as he did so. Black Marshal, go! The sound of hooves rang out, and the black horse that Lin Xiulang called Black Marshal went deeper into the ruins at an extremely fast but smooth speed. One day later. Ha ha ha, Lin Tian, you lost again. Guo Yuqian stuck a note on Lin Tian's forehead. It was the last open space on Lin Tian's face. Just right for a little note. At this moment, Lin Tian, he had already resumed his appearance from the first night. His entire face was covered with small notes, as well as the eyes that were filled with resentment. Yes, he lost many times again, this time playing poker. Lin Tian, your card skills, they're really bad. Zhang Yang on the side had long been unable to hold back his laughter. You're the one I've seen lose the most at cards, Zhao Liqing said with a nod from the side. Dai Hao stood right next to him and shook his head helplessly. If this was the winning kind, Lin Tian would have lost his pants at this point. Ha ha ha. Lin Tian already didn't know what to say. He didn't know why, but he kept losing cards, and all the time. Guo Yuqian, did you let the good luck cat stack the doom buff on me? Lin Tian suddenly glared at Guo Yuqian. Guo Yuqian revealed an innocent look and said, you can't wrong a good person, but you did give me a wake-up call this time. In the future when I play poker with people, get them a doom buff and I'll get a good luck buff myself. In that case, let's start over from now on. 10 games, and give me a good luck buff, said Lin Tian unwillingly. Good. Guo Yuqian shook his head helplessly and summoned out the good luck cat, giving Lin Tian a good luck buff. As soon as Lin Tian ripped the note off his face, he resumed the 3-player landlord battle. No one of the few people noticed that a round metallic sphere emerged from behind Lin Tian and was revealing its blue circular eyes looking at them curiously. It also flew to Lin Tian's eyes and took a look at the playing cards inside his hand, revealing a dumbfounded expression. The green fury that was resting on Lin Tian's head raised its head in some confusion and looked down, but it didn't find anything. It looked around in some confusion, but it didn't find anything. Just now it clearly sensed that there was something around here. How come all of a sudden it was gone again? The green fury was able to sense the presence of this small metal ball, not because of how sharp its senses were, but because of the wind around it. The wind would make a detour when it encountered resistance, and with the green fury at the center, it could clearly feel what was within 5 meters around it without using the wind control skill. Just now, it was when it sensed something appearing in front of Lin Tian that it looked down, but it didn't see anything. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, a faint glow emitted from the space bracelet on his wrist, followed by a disappearance. Inside the space bracelet, it was a huge space, and the most stacked thing inside was a piece of metal material. A small metal ball appeared at this moment, showing a distraught expression. So this person is my father, but why does he look different? The little metal ball muttered to itself. Its words were not as unemotional as the machinery. Instead it had emotions and tone, no different from normal human speech. This small orb was exactly what Lin Tian had brought out from inside the Mechanical King City, the Mechanical Core. When we first met the Mechanical Core, it was actually sleeping, and now it was just waking up. The Mechanical Core looked at X, who was lying next to him and losing his vital breath, with a stony expression. This big ball seems like it could use some first aid. The Mechanical Core, which had just woken up without anything to do, looked at X, who was still lying inside the spatial bracelet, and suddenly came to be very interested. The Mechanical Core turned into a silver stream of light into the depths of the spatial bracelet, not knowing what to look for. However, Lin Tian, who was fighting the landlord outside, did not notice the awakening of the Mechanical Core in the slightest. He was in the midst of one last fierce battle, and the result was, naturally, a win. It's good news. The bad news is he lost by 8 innings. Asterisk 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 asterisk, no more playing. Find materials and raise your strength. Chapter 40. Lin Tian lifted the card table with an angry grunt and began to lead the crowd to find materials. And 2 days later, the crowd stopped to rest once again. During these 2 days, Lin Tian took them to a lot of places and obtained a lot of materials. Of course, because of the increase in the number of people. In fact, there was not much of these materials divided equally among individuals. The good news was that Green Fury's strength had increased to Transcendent Level 8, one step closer to Transcendent Level 9. The two of them, Zhao Liqing and Zhang Yang, were very puzzled as to why Lin Tian knew where so many materials existed, as if he knew the location of all the materials in this relic. It was just that both of them didn't ask. Lin Tian had no intention of saying anything. This was a secret that belonged to him. Harvesting so many materials had already made them very satisfied. But the material thing, of course, the more the better, so that when they go out the two of them can sell for quite a lot of money. There are suitable materials can also be kept for the back of the Imperial beasts as evolutionary materials. They were all happy. Only Lin Tian was a bit unhappy. He also played a few games of Fight the Landlord during the 2 days, and the result was that he lost all of them, and didn't win. Lin Tian seriously suspected that he was cursed. In his previous life he did not play much, but he did not lose so badly. This is evil. After a brief meal, the group sat around again. Lin Tian, where are we going next? Zhang Yang looked at Lin Tian with anticipation. Anyway, he saw that following Lin Tian would give him meat to eat and he would definitely not starve to death. And he would go wherever Lin Tian said he would go. Hearing Zhang Yang's inquiry, Lin Tian fell silent. In the past 2 days, he had gone pretty much everywhere he could remember. Moreover, 4 days had already passed. So many Imperial Beast Masters had entered it, and many of the materials had almost been taken away by the Imperial Beast Masters who had come in, so he really needed to think carefully about where to go next. After 2 or 3 minutes of Lin Tian's contemplation, he then said, "Let's go to another place today. It might even be a little good for us. The location is far not far. If it's not far then let's use the fastest speed to go over. If there's a fight don't worry, leave it to me and old Zhao. Both of us are still very strong." Zhang Yang hurriedly said, "There's no rush first, take a rest," Lin Tian said helplessly. Having just experienced a battle from somewhere else, Lin Tian really didn't want to go over there so quickly. The best materials were actually still inside the palace, and after going there, Lin Tian intended to rush to the palace as fast as he could. Counting the time, there should be some people arriving at the palace by now, just so they could settle the trouble over there. The next place Lin Tian intended to go to was actually a spiritual spring, where a sip of water could purify the dark diseases on Imperial beasts as well as heal injuries on people. The Imperial Beast Masters there were all still relatively kind and wouldn't go out of their way to grab the spirit spring. After resting for half an hour's time, the 5 people set off again, heading straight for the spirit spring. "Hubby, look, there is a sea of flowers. Should we take a picture?" Zhang Yu pointed at a sea of purple flowers not far away and said excitedly. "Okay, go over and take pictures." Lin Xiaolang's eyes were filled with favor. Cell phones didn't have a signal inside the ruins, but they could take pictures, and in the 3 days since they came in, the 2 of them had collected a lot of materials, but Lin Tian and the others hadn't been able to find them. The material was said to be collected. In fact, it was no different from killing people to get rid of goods. Such things for Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu, it was nothing more than a routine. In the relics it was strength that was king. After taking a few pictures here in the sea of flowers, Lin Xiaolang looked at Zhang Yu and said, Let's go to that spiritual spring to take a look. I've been suffering from severe back pain for the past few years. If that spiritual spring can really cure back pain." At the end of his words, Lin Xiaolang did not continue, but Zhang Yu's face had a touch of red. She certainly knew what Lin Xiaolang did not say later, most likely due to his much increased age. Lin Xiaolang's fighting strength was getting less and less than before, and could not satisfy her at all. As the saying goes, women are like wolves in their 30s and tigers in their 40s, and that really kills without blood. Go take a look." Zhang Yu pulled Lin Xiaolang and was about to leave. Somewhat eagerly, re-sitting on Black Handsome's back, the 2 of them also headed towards the location of the Spirit Spring. Soon, the 2 came here to the Spirit Spring. There were many Imperial Beast Masters around the Spirit Spring, and there were many Imperial Beasts as well. It seemed that this place had become their default resting place, as long as the Imperial Beast Masters who came here didn't say anything about fighting. "We haven't seen any of those Imperial Beasts before. They are most likely brand new Imperial Beasts or a brand new evolutionary route," Zhang Yu said as she pointed at those Imperial Beasts that she did not recognize. A lot of people came to the relics this time. Imperial Beast Masters from several surrounding cities came over. Cloud City and Shangtang also came quite a bit. It's normal that there are some Imperial Beasts we haven't seen before. Lin Xiaolong nodded and said, "Hubby, look, is that a Jiao Dragon? Surprisingly, someone can evolve a Jiao Dragon. If its Royal Beast Master becomes a Super Royal Beast Master, it might be able to evolve into a Divine Dragon," Zhang Yu said in surprise as she pointed at a greenish-purple scaly dragon not far away. Lin Xiaolang turned his head to look over when he heard the word Jiaolong. He also looked at what this Jiaolong actually looked like. It was only when he saw the Imperial Beastmaster next to the Augur Dragon that his entire face turned gloomy. "It's Lin Tian." Lin Xiaolang pulled his wife who was still looking around. Zhang Yu froze and looked at the location of the Augur Dragon again. She really didn't bother to pay attention to the Augur Dragon's Imperial Beastmaster just now. Green Fury lowered his head and drank the water from the Spirit Spring with an enjoyable expression. The Spirit Spring water was sweet and very comfortable to drink, and all the scales on its body grew back. Lin Tian and the others also received a bit of spiritual spring water and drank it, and after drinking it, they couldn't say that they felt comfortable. "It's so delicious. It would be great if there's this kind of spiritual spring water sold inside the city in the future." Wei Yuqian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Inside his head, he had already begun to fantasize about the huge industry chain that would be formed after the sale of spiritual spring water. You can only think about it. It's crushingly impossible. Right now the Imperial Beast Master Association hasn't taken over this relic yet, and when they do, the spirit springs will all be strictly controlled. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. Hey, Maybe we can cooperate in the future. Gui Yuqian hemmed and hawed. Lin Tian, are those your parents? Daihao turned his head and suddenly froze when he saw Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu walking over. Lin Tian raised his head and followed Daihao's gaze, just in time to see the two people, Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu, walking towards him with icy gazes. These two people actually came. Lin Tian was a little surprised inside his heart, but he wasn't that shocked. Lin Tian, where is your brother Linya? Lin Xiaolang arrived in front of Lin Tian and questioned in a cold voice. So you guys also care about your sons? Lin Tian was not flustered, with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the two people, Lin Xiaolang and Zhang Yu.